Shi Yuan struggled for survival in the apocalypse for 10 years, ultimately perishing alongside the Zombie King. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself transported to a future world. After mysteriously disappearing for 2 years, she returned in the identity of the original owner, only to discover that everything had changed. Her father had cheated. The mistress had taken her place. The illegitimate daughter had usurped her position, and even her biological brother had turned against her. To make matters worse, she promised the original owner to uncover the truth behind her mother's death. However, her dire situation did not deter her. With no money, she sold designs for various weapons and mechas. Lacking strength, she purchased a gaming account to hone her skills. In a holographic game. Unexpectedly, the account came with a husband.I in order to help his friend who had been scammed. Chu Xingzhou logged into his friend's game account, intending to confront the scammer wife who had tricked his friend. But soon, he realized something was off. The weak and delicate wife his friend described was slaughtering zombies like chopping vegetables. The whiny crybaby was holding a knife to someone's neck, demanding protection fees.I in an instant. Chu Xingzhou was completely baffled. Was this person in front of him the scammer, or was his friend the one who was lying? Chapter 1. After returning from disappearance, I was stolen from my home. In the year 2075 of the star calendar, the passenger spaceship Starry Sky was attacked by cosmic beasts. During its journey, causing all passengers and the ship to go missing.I in 2077, the Alliance rescue team found the wreckage of the Starry Sky in a remote junk star through a distress signal and rescued 8 survivors. At the first starport of Beimang Star in the second star domain, Shi Yuan got off the spaceship with a worn black backpack, and the housekeeper of the Shi family had been waiting. For a long time, an hour later, Shi Yuan returned to a home that felt both familiar and strange to her. Upon entering, she was greeted first by her biological brother, Shi Hung. Shi Hung smiled and said, Yuan, you've suffered these past 2 years. Welcome home. Before Shi Yuan could respond, 2 people appeared behind Shi Hung. An older woman smiled and said to Shi Yuan, you must be Yuan. I've heard your father and brother talk about you. It's so good that you're back safely. Next to the older woman stood a girl about Shi Yuan's age, pouting her lips and looking at Shi Yuan with a wary and unfriendly gaze. Shi Hung introduced, Yuan, this is Dad's new wife, Aunt Huili, who will also be your mother from now on. And this is Yin, your younger sister by a few months. Shi Yuan glanced at the two. I don't have any messy family. She bypassed Shi Hung and went upstairs, preparing to return her room. Hey, that's my room. Shi Yuan followed her upstairs and said, just as Shi Yuan was about to open the door. Shi Hung hurried to catch up and grab Shi Yuan, saying, Yuan, your room has the best location. Everyone thought you. In short, this room is currently occupied by Yin. I've already had the servants clean another room. Let me take you there. Shi Yuan suppressed her anger and allowed Shi Hung to pull her away. The new room was the last one on the same floor, far inferior in size and lighting compared to her previous room. I tried to arrange the room as close to the original as possible. Look and see if there's anything you don't like, and I'll have someone. Brother, Shi Yuan interrupted him. I checked on the way here, and there's no news about Mom's death online. Shi Hung was taken aback and fell silent. Shi Yuan continued, as the wife of Major General Shi Yufeng, why is there no news online about Mom's passing? Shi Hung awkwardly changed the topic. I'll talk to you about this later. Talk now. Shi Yuan's cold gaze landed on Shi Hung, who inexplicably felt a chill. He knew he couldn't hide the truth and had to confess. The news of Mom's passing wasn't made public. Dad didn't want to make a big deal, and he didn't want to put Aunt Huili and Yin in a difficult position. So, he said with some difficulty, others don't know that Dad has 2 wives. Shi Yuan forcibly suppressed her anger. So, he let that woman outside replace Mom? So, to avoid upsetting that mother and daughter, he chose to make Mom suffer? Shi Hung sighed. I've accepted it. Yuan, you need to learn to accept it too. Shi Yuan pointed at the door. Get out. Shi Hung wanted to say something, but seeing Shi Yuan's stubborn demeanor, he could only sigh and leave. Shi Yuan was so angry she trembled all over, heavily collapsing onto the bed, pressing her hand against her heart. The pain made her feel like her body was about to explode. Clearly, these people were not her family, and she shouldn't care, yet she couldn't control her emotions after hearing such absurdity. After a long time, Shi Yuan finally calmed down and went downstairs to prepare to leave. Shi Hung had been waiting for her in the living room. Seeing her appear, he quickly asked, Yuan, it's almost time for dinner. Where are you going? Shi Yuan continued walking without stopping, coldly saying, I'm going to see Mom. In the luxurious cemetery, Shi Yuan stood before her mother's portrait. After a long time, she took off the jade pendant she had worn since birth. Don't worry, since I've taken over your body, I will fulfill your last wish. I will uncover the truth behind your mother's death. The current Shi Yuan came from over 2,000 years ago, when humanity had not yet left Earth for the stars, and Earth was still in the apocalyptic era. She had killed zombies for 10 years in the apocalypse, ultimately perishing alongside the Zombie King. When she opened her eyes again, she had become the passenger Shi Yuan, who had fallen to a junk star after an attack. Before her soul dissipated, the original Shi Yuan made two requests. First, to live well in her stead, and second, to find out the truth behind her mother's death. 2 years had passed, and Shi Yuan was becoming more in tune with this body. Upon returning this time, she realized that the emotions left within her were now easily influencing her. She placed the jade pendant beside the portrait, and then turned her gaze back to the woman in the photo. Clearly a stranger she had never met, Shi Yuan couldn't help but feel a complex mix of reluctance and sadness while looking at the picture. After a long time, she finally spoke in a hoarse voice. I'm sorry I couldn't make it to your funeral due to an accident on the road, even though they might not have held a funeral. For you. When Shi Yuan returned home, she locked herself in her room. She opened her light brain and contacted one of her companions with whom she had relied on in the junk star. Sui, is there any way to continue combat training after returning to the Alliance? Sui almost replied instantly. There are specialized training bases, but these bases are generally only open to the military or military academy students. Ordinary people who want combat training can only go into the game. Sui gave her a detailed introduction to the two most popular holographic games in the Alliance, Mecha Era and Apocalypse Descends. Among them, Mecha Era was also known as Cash Grab Era, because to play this game, one must first own their own mecha in the game. Shi Yuan looked at the price of the cheapest mass-produced mecha in the game. She couldn't afford it. Exiting Mecha Era, Shi Yuan spent several hours drawing 2 mecha weapon design diagrams and sent them to Sui, asking her to help sell them. Then she opened Apocalypse Descends to check the game details and found that it was divided into several zones based on danger levels. After creating a new account, it would take at least 2 months for the score to reach the high danger zone. In her past life, she could hold her own against the Zombie King, so returning to a low danger zone equivalent to the early apocalypse to farm zombies felt a bit dull. After thinking it over, she decided to buy an account. After much deliberation, Shi Yuan finally purchased an account with the ID name Nan Xiang. This account had a high score, already able to enter the red alert high danger zone, and the chosen ability was water-based, which Shi Yuan was quite familiar with. One of her abilities in her past life was indeed water-based. After logging into the game, Shi Yuan checked the status of her character and was surprised to find that her character was already married. Shi Yuan felt a bit unhappy. The seller hadn't mentioned this at all. However, since she had already bought the account, being married wouldn't affect anything, so she had to accept it reluctantly. Chapter 2. I'm not talented. I have a husband before even dating. In the capital star of the Central Star Domain, Chu Xingzhou finished his 3rd cup of tea while listening to his childhood friend Luo Qi's complaints. Luo Qi was still crying. How could she deceive me? Although it was an online relationship, I was serious. I even traveled to the 2nd star domain to find her, but she has a fiancé in real life. Why did she marry me in the game? Do I look so foolish and easy to deceive? Luo Qi looked at Chu Xingzhou. After a moment of consideration, Chu Xingzhou decided to be honest. A bit. Luo Qi's sobs grew louder. After a long time, he finally wiped his tears and said, I invested my feelings and spent so much money on her. I can't just let this go. I want revenge. Chu Xingzhou smiled slightly. How are you going to take revenge? I remember your family is sending you to the Mecha Mercenary Association for an internship. Luo Qi pondered in silence for a moment, and then said to Chu Xingzhou, I can't take revenge myself, so you help me. Chu Xingzhou looked at him as if he were an idiot. Luo Qi continued, I haven't confronted her yet. She probably doesn't know I've figured her out. I'll give you my game account. You help me teach her a lesson. Chu Xingzhou raised an eyebrow. How do I teach her a lesson? Beat her? Luo Qi thought for a moment. No, our accounts are married, and there's a feature for damage transfer. Hitting her is like hitting myself. How about this? You trick her. Whether it's feelings or money, I want her to taste her own medicine. Chu Xingzhou didn't want to deal with Luo Qi, but he couldn't resist Luo Qi's persistence, so he had to compromise. All right, leave your account. I'll log in when I have time. Shi Yufeng only appeared 3 days after Shi Yuan returned home. On this day, Shi Yuan sat in the family dining room during mealtime for the first time. Yuan, what are your plans for the future? Shi Yuan casually replied, what do you hope my plans will be? Shi Yufeng frowned slightly. You're already 19 this year. You should be going to university. Hearing this, Shi Yuan looked up at Shi Yan. Then I'll just go to the same university as Shi Yan. Shi Yan scoffed. Do you even know which university I'm attending? You should find out first and see if you're worthy. Yang Huili smiled at Shi Yuan. Yuan, you may not know, but Yin is attending the Xingluan Military Academy, the best military academy in the Alliance. It's not something you can get into easily. Shi Yuan insisted, as long as I pass the transfer exam. The Xingluan Military Academy allows transfers. I will sign up for the exam. Shi Yufeng's brows furrowed. Shi Yuan, don't be unreasonable. Your mental strength is only C level. You won't pass the transfer exam for the Xingluan Military Academy. If you fail, it will embarrass the Shi family. Shi Yuan threw her knife and fork on the table and stared at Shi Yufeng. In your eyes, only Shi Yan won't bring shame to the family, right? Yang Huili interjected. Your dad doesn't mean that. But Yin Yan's mental strength is a level, so your dad naturally has more confidence in her. Shi Yuan shot her a glance. Shut up. The mistress and the illegitimate daughter have no right to speak. Yang Huili and Shi Yan's expressions changed. Shi Yuan. Shi Yufeng slammed the dining table and shouted angrily. What nonsense are you talking? Shi Yuan showed no fear. Am I wrong? Why don't you look in the mirror and see how much Shi Yan looks like you? Her existence is proof of your infidelity. Shi Yufeng couldn't refute this, as Shi Yan was indeed his biological daughter. Though everyone knew the truth, Shi Yuan publicly exposed it, causing Shi Yufeng to feel utterly humiliated. He didn't value Shi Yuan as his daughter to begin with, and, at this moment, his feelings for her grew even colder. Thus, without any shame, Shi Yufeng publicly stated his plans for Shi Yuan. Everyone knows I have a son and a daughter. Yan has already accompanied me to several events, and everyone knows she is my daughter. As for you, just say you are an adopted daughter. As long as you behave, the family won't treat you poorly. Yang Huili covered her mouth, but couldn't hide the amusement in her eyes. Shi Yan openly mocked Shi Yuan, while Shi Hong, sitting nearby, remained silent and never spoke up for Shi Yuan. Understood. Shi Yuan stood up and left the dining room. Shi Yuan had already given up on her father and brother, so her mood wasn't affected. She returned to her room, lay down in the game pod, and logged into Apocalypse Descents. After entering the game, she headed to the mission hall. As soon as she stepped into the hall, she suddenly felt dizzy, and the surrounding scenery changed dramatically in an instant. A strong wind blew through the broken windows. She was in a dilapidated villa, seemingly outside the protection zone. Shi Yuan turned to look at the only other person present and politely asked, May I ask who you are? Chu Xingzhou confirmed the ID and cautiously replied, I'm your husband? Shi Yuan. As if recalling something, Shi Yuan quickly checked the ID of the man opposite her. Beijia. Indeed her husband from the account she bought, Nanxiang. Suddenly feeling a bit awkward, Shi Yuan scratched her head. How did I suddenly end up here? Chu Xingzhou felt even more awkward and explained, it was a mistake on my part. I used the couple teleport skill. Another silence ensued. Chu Xingzhou pretended to cough a couple of times. I just fought off a wave of zombies, and according to the game's routine, another wave will appear soon. As soon as he finished speaking, distant sounds of zombies roaring could be heard, and the people inside the villa could already see the zombies approaching from all directions. Chu Xingzhou said, You stay inside. I'll deal with them. I'll protect you. Shi Yuan had one foot already on the windowsill, holding a short knife, and looked at Chu Xingzhou expressionlessly. Who needs your protection? After saying that, she jumped from the second floor and rushed towards the horde of zombies without another word. Chu Xingzhou stared blankly at her back, cursing Luo Qi hundreds of times in his heart. Wasn't she supposed to be a delicate and small sweet girl? How could this woman charge into a horde of zombies like a whirlwind, chopping them down? How terrifying. The filter of being in love is really scary. As the number of zombies increased, Chu Xingzhou stopped watching and jumped down from the window, quickly joining the fight, but he kept an eye on Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan wielded her short knife, with ice energy enhancing the blade, making it feel like a divine weapon in her hands, effortlessly taking down one zombie after another. Chu Xingzhou watched in shock. If he remembered correctly, Luo Qi's deceptive wife should have water-based abilities, which could evolve into the rare ice abilities. This was definitely not something an ordinary player could achieve. Only now did Chu Xingzhou take his attitude seriously. He had originally just wanted to log in occasionally to appease Luo Qi, but now he changed his mind. Hey, why are you just standing there? Come and dig for crystal cores. Shi Yuan looked at Chu Xingzhou with dissatisfaction. This wave of zombies had been unknowingly wiped out, and Shi Yuan was diligently digging for crystal cores. When she turned around and saw her lazy husband standing there, she felt a bit annoyed. With such a lazy husband, it was no wonder the original owner of the account wanted to sell it. Chapter 3. Isn't it better to go home and act cute to your dear husband? Shi Yuan didn't log off until late at night. The light brain flashed with notifications, indicating there were unread messages. Qi Suisui had sent her a message and also transferred some money to her. Sister Yuan, I'm sorry. I've sold the design, but I accidentally got caught. Don't worry. I'll handle it. Shi Yuan replied, indicating that she didn't mind. She anonymously sold weapon design blueprints on the Star Network. Although the Star Network claimed to absolutely protect user privacy, she never believed she wouldn't be discovered. Even if she were discovered, it didn't matter. Shi Yuan had a bite to eat and then logged back into the game. On the other side, Chu Xingzhou had just logged off. He rarely played games for such a long time. After stepping out of the game pod, he went out to exercise and ran into his mother's aide in the lobby. The aide called him over. Xingzhou, I have some leads on the matter you asked me to investigate recently. One of the 2 blueprints released by Master 10 has been bought by the Yin family in the second star domain. As for Master 10's identity, we still haven't uncovered it. Chu Xingzhou thanked the aide and returned to his room. Deep in thought, he opened his holographic computer and pulled up the mech weapon design blueprints he had bought a few days ago, which he had managed to snag with great difficulty. 2 years ago, a mech weapon designer known as 10 burst onto the scene. His design concepts and ideas were unique, and the weapons designed according to his blueprints not only boasted immense power, but also consumed less energy than ordinary weapons. In no time, Master 10 became a sensation throughout the Alliance. However, Master 10 was too low-key. No one even knew if he was male or female, or how old he was. Chu Xingzhou shut off his holographic computer and went out to exercise again. The next day, after waking up with nothing to do, he thought of his in-game wife, who was a scammer, and decided to log in to check. Shi Yuan was indeed already in the game, looking at tasks in the mission hall. Chu Xingzhou walked over to her and said, "What task do you want to take? Count me in." Shi Yuan glanced at him and didn't refuse. Although her lazy husband loved to slack off, his skills were quite good, which was the conclusion she had drawn yesterday. After browsing through the task list, Shi Yuan chose a resource search task to transport a batch of medical equipment from a hospital 60 kilometers away. The task had a limit of 30 people, and both Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou joined. Within half an hour, the team was full and the task began. The 60-kilometer journey would take several days due to the nearly destroyed roads in the apocalypse. Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou took turns driving, but halfway through, Chu Xingzhou had to log off to solve his meal problem because he hadn't set up the automatic hydration system in the game pod. After logging back in, he was prepared to stay in the game pod for several consecutive days. On the second day after setting off, the team encountered their first problem. The team leader gathered everyone and briefly explained the situation. There's a residential area ahead filled with countless zombies. However, crossing through it is the fastest route. If we choose to detour, it will take an extra day or 2. Let's hear what everyone thinks. Before anyone could respond, the leader continued, I lean towards going straight through the residential area. It will save a lot of time. Most people had no objections, while a few opened their mouths but ultimately remained silent. The leader was quite pleased and pretended to say, since no one has. Let's take the detour, Shi Yuan suddenly interjected. The leader looked at her with dissatisfaction. Do you know what a delay of 1 or 2 days means? Besides us, there are at least 3 other teams who accepted this task. If someone else gets there first, our trip will be in vain. Shi Yuan still wanted to take the detour, but we can't ignore the danger. The zombies in the residential area are dense, making it easier for high-level zombies to spawn. The leader was impatient and spoke rudely. A little danger has you scared out of your wits. What kind of apocalypse game is this? Why not go home and cuddle with your dear husband. Chu Xingzhou walked over to Shi Yuan and said coldly, I am her husband. What's it to you? Shi Yuan shot a glance at Chu Xingzhou, feeling a bit uncomfortable but didn't refute his words. The leader was even more annoyed. Damn it, I hate couple players. If you want to take the detour, go ahead, but the main team will go straight through the residential area point one by one. The others got into their vehicles. Chu Xingzhou looked at Shi Yuan and asked, Detour? Shi Yuan shook her head. Let's follow them. Chu Xingzhou gave an okay sign, sat in the driver's seat, and Shi Yuan got in the passenger seat, trailing the convoy at a safe distance. Once they entered the residential area, the number of zombies significantly increased. The convoy was blocked several times, and after 3 hours, they hadn't even covered half the distance. The leader was starting to regret his decision, but out of pride, he had to hold on. Shi Yuan kept killing the zombies outside the car, her expression growing more pained. This is why I hate entering residential areas. Look outside, so many crystal cores, yet not a single one can be collected. It's all going to the other zombies. Chu Xingzhou held the steering wheel with one hand and killed zombies with the other. Hearing this, he chuckled. That's great. The zombies in the residential area should thank you. Their upgrades are all thanks to your feeding. Shi Yuan wanted to retort, but suddenly the car in front came to an abrupt stop. There's a high-level ability zombie, Shi Yuan said seriously. Chu Xingzhou looked at her in surprise. He had sensed the approaching danger with his S-class mental strength, but Shi Yuan, with her evidently low mental strength, shouldn't have been so perceptive. Yet she had detected it and could accurately identify the danger as coming from a high-level ability zombie. The people in the front car were still unaware of the imminent danger and were getting out to clear the zombies as before. Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou didn't get out. Instead, they rolled up the windows. The leader, seeing this scene, was furious. He snorted coldly, thinking how unlucky he was to have such teammates. Once they got out of the residential area, he would definitely find a way to deal with this annoying couple. While he was cursing internally, someone suddenly said, Hey, why do those zombies seem to be retreating? The leader looked, and, sure enough, the wind direction had suddenly changed. Suppressing his fear, he ordered everyone get back in the car. Before he could finish, a sinister wind swept in, slicing through everyone's lives like a blade in a moment of distraction. The leader was struck in the chest, and the next second, he was ejected from the game, confirming his death in the game. Help! I worked hard to reach this level. I don't want to die. Run. Everyone get in the car. Forget the mission. We're going back the way we came, but the high-level ability zombie didn't give them a chance. A massive tornado struck from all directions, trapping everyone in place. Shi Yuan flexed her hands. It's my turn to take the stage. Chapter 4. She came in just to collect protection fees. Shi Yuan got out of the car, holding a strangely shaped handgun. She aimed the gun at the people being slaughtered by high-level ability zombies ahead. Bang! The bullet hit one person, and a faint blue halo appeared around him. The moment the halo surrounded him, he disappeared into thin air and reappeared next to Shi Yuan. Chu Xingzhou raised an eyebrow. Is this a spatial ability weapon? The rescued person, still in shock, fell to the ground and looked up at Shi Yuan. Did you save me? Thank you. Yes, I saved you. I can help you leave this residential area alive, Shi Yuan said. The man was filled with joy and almost wanted to bow to her, but Shi Yuan interrupted him. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Think about it. What will you offer to buy your life? Answer only when you've thought it through. If your answer doesn't satisfy me, I will send you back. Chu Xingzhou and the rescued man stared at Shi Yuan in disbelief. Is she really collecting protection fees? The man hesitated for a moment and tentatively said, 100 star coins? Shi Yuan's expression dimmed a bit, and she raised her gun slightly. In an elemental fire crystal core. The man sensed something was off and quickly raised the offer. Shi Yuan smiled in satisfaction. You can pay after we deal with this situation. For now, go find a place to hide. Due to the appearance of high-level ability zombies, the ordinary zombies had long been scared away, and the surroundings were quite empty. The man who had just promised to pay protection fees quickly found an empty vehicle to hide in. Shi Yuan raised her gun, selected the next target, and pulled the trigger again. Another person appeared beside her, similarly promising to pay protection fees. Shi Yuan acted consecutively, saving 6 people. Chu Xingzhou noticed that none of these 6 were companions of the deceased captain. They were all randomly grouped like him. Thus, Chu Xingzhou had another impression of this scheming wife. She was a vengeful little girl. Shi Yuan's actions had already attracted the attention of the high-level ability zombies, mainly because the people over there had almost all been killed, and it naturally turned its gaze to the living. Shi Yuan said to Chu Xingzhou, "I'm going to collect the biggest income now. You do as you wish." Without waiting for Chu Xingzhou's response, she shot herself, instantly disappearing from her spot and reappearing near the high-level ability zombie. Ice blades clashed with the zombie's sharp claws, producing a piercing sound. The high-level wind ability zombie was incredibly fast, but Shi Yuan was able to keep up with its speed and attack accurately. Chu Xingzhou gradually saw some of the methods. Shi Yuan's speed wasn't actually faster than that of the wind ability zombie. She could hit the zombie because of her terrifying predictive ability. It was as if she knew the zombie's next move and then locked onto that position to attack in advance. A fearsome ability. Chu Xingzhou originally wanted to help, but now it seemed unnecessary. His scheming wife could handle the ability zombie on her own. Sure enough, the battle ended quickly. Shi Yuan extracted the crystal core with her ice blade and then walked back. The people she had saved gradually emerged from the wrecked vehicles. Before they could express their joy, Shi Yuan said, "The high-level ability zombie is dead. The other zombies will be back soon. We need to leave immediately." Everyone was impressed by her strength and quickly found two relatively intact vehicles to follow behind Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou's vehicle. They encountered several waves of zombies afterward, but this time Shi Yuan didn't take action. It was all handled by Chu Xingzhou. The ability in North Street was lightning, which was different from Chu Xingzhou's own ability. It took him some time to master it fully, but his combat power was now on par with Shi Yuan's. After leaving the residential area, the group took a brief rest at a gas station. Shi Yuan called everyone together. It was time to collect protection fees. Some people readily transferred money to Shi Yuan, while others hesitated for a moment, likely wary of Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou's combat abilities, but ultimately paid up. There were also those who planned to play tricks, specifically the first person Shi Yuan had saved. He transferred 100 star coins to Shi Yuan, but then stopped moving. Shi Yuan reminded him, "There's also a fire elemental crystal core." The man shamelessly replied, "No, that wind ability crystal was monopolized by you. I won't say anything, but one shouldn't be too greedy." Everyone was astonished by his shamelessness. That wind ability zombie had been killed solely by a woman with the ID Nanxiang. What was it to her if she took that crystal core? If he wanted one, he should have the ability to kill it himself. He made it sound like he was doing her a favor. Shi Yuan frowned and confirmed, "You really won't give it?" The man sulkily said, "No, no way. Being able to give you 100 star coins is already." Before he could finish, blood gushed from his throat, and shortly after, he vanished as he was ejected from the game due to death. Shi Yuan wiped the blood off her ice blade and said expressionlessly, "It's the apocalypse, and you still want to court death. If you don't die, who will?" Everyone was silent, especially the few who had hesitated earlier. They were incredibly grateful they had paid the protection fees, or they might have been among the dead. The price was too high. Dying once would send them straight back to the newbie village, and it would take at least half a year to climb back to this danger zone. While feeling relieved, others were somewhat hesitant to approach Shi Yuan, except for Chu Xingzhou and one other person. A young man with brown hair looked at Shi Yuan with sparkling eyes. He shyly approached her, his face flushed with excitement. "Sister Nanxiang, you are so strong, and that spatial ability gun of yours is so cool. Can I take a look?" Shi Yuan coldly refused. "No." The young man was not offended and continued to plead. "Then can you tell me where I can buy one?" Shi Yuan replied, "You can't buy it. I made it myself." "Wow." The young man suddenly became excited. "You made it yourself? That's amazing." He leaned closer to Shi Yuan, suppressing his excitement, and asked softly, "Sister, do you know Chi Sui from the Central Star Domain?" Shi Yuan's vigilance immediately rose. She looked at the young man and checked his ID. "Ruofeng." Ruofeng said, "I was classmates with Chi Sui before. She has been selling mech weapon design drawings online recently, and I found out about it, so I wanted to ask her to introduce me to the designer." At this point, Ruofeng couldn't help but chuckle and continued, "She absolutely refused. I thought I was out of luck, but I didn't expect to meet you today. Sister, you are the designer, right?" Shi Yuan understood. The one who had caught Chi Sui's tail was this Ruofeng in front of her. "You have mistaken the person," Shi Yuan said nonchalantly. Ruofeng confidently replied, "Impossible. My dad bought one of the design drawings, which is the spatial ability weapon, very similar to the gun you have. He just said that the gun was made by you, so you must be Master 10. Chu Xingzhou was on guard duty, glancing back at the two at the gas station from time to time, wondering what they were discussing. He looked up at the sky and suddenly felt a bit displeased. Chapter 5. Took in a little apprentice sister. Sister, please agree to me. I will definitely be a good apprentice and won't embarrass you. Just now, Ruofeng was no longer satisfied with just looking at the space ability gun. He proposed to be Shi Yuan's disciple to learn weapon design from her. Shi Yuan refused and was then pestered by Ruofeng. Ruofeng racked his brains and finally came up with a plan. He whispered, Sister, I can help you sell the design drawings. I definitely won't get caught like Chisue, and I have more channels. Shi Yuan was intrigued and gestured for him to continue. Ruofeng said, My grandpa, grandma, dad, mom, uncle, aunt, and even my brother and sister are all designers. Our family is in this business. Whether it's a fixed price market or an auction, I can put your designs up for sale, and the price will be much higher than what Chisue can sell them for online. Very well. He perfectly persuaded Shi Yuan. She looked at him with satisfaction and said, As long as you help me with the work, I can teach you. Ruofeng was overjoyed and quickly bowed. Hello, master. Stop. Shi Yuan stopped him. Don't call me master, and don't expose my identity. Okay, sister. Ruofeng obediently changed his words and just happened to see Chu Xingzhou walking over. He sweetly called out, Hello, brother-in-law. Chu Xingzhou paused, feeling surprisingly good inside. What is going on? Shi Yuan glanced at the two and simply said, Rest well, and then let's set off. The journey ahead went relatively smoothly. They arrived at the hospital, obtained the medical equipment, and chose to take a detour on the way back. Although they still encountered some trouble, fortunately, there were no further casualties. Originally, a team of 30 returned with only 7 people. After submitting the mission, the 7 split all the rewards and everyone benefited a bit. Ruofeng generously gave a share to Shi Yuan as a master apprentice gift, and Shi Yuan accepted it without refusal. Having played in the game for several days in a row, everyone chose to log off and rest after completing their tasks. Shi Yuan also logged off. It was still afternoon, and she decided to go out for a walk. Just as she reached the stairway, she bumped into Shi, who was heading upstairs. Shi Yuan cursed her luck in her heart and planned to ignore her. As they passed each other, Shi smiled and said, Ming Xian will come to our house tomorrow, so be mentally prepared. Shi Yuan looked at her in confusion. So what if he comes? Is he the emperor or the Jade Emperor that I need to welcome him with great fanfare? Shi gritted her teeth and said, You can only be tough now. Shi Yuan ignored Shi and went out to the outskirts to the manor where her mother had lived for a while before her passing. The manor was cleaned very well, devoid of any signs of life, as if someone had deliberately erased her mother's presence. There was indeed something suspicious going on, but Shi Yuan was not anxious. She had plenty of time. After wandering around, she returned home. On the 2nd star domain, Tianhua Star, Yin Saruo immediately sent a message to Chisue to show off after logging out of the game. Chisue had already received Shi Yuan's message first. Even so, faced with Yin Saruo's bragging, she still got so angry that her cheeks puffed up. After thinking for a while, she decided to ignore Yin Saruo, hoping to suffocate him. Yin Saruo, not receiving a reply, felt a bit disappointed. He pouted, stepped out of the game pod, and then met his mother's sharp gaze. Mom, what are you doing here? He said awkwardly. Mom Yin stared seriously at Yin Saruo and said, The butler told me you've been playing games for several days. I came to see what kind of game has captivated you so much. Yin Saruo knew his mom was angry, and his tone weakened a bit. Mom, school hasn't started yet. I definitely won play once it does, and I've made some really impressive friends in the game. Yin Saruo, Mom Yin said sternly, I'm your mother, and I didn't want to say this so harshly, but you've really disappointed me. Don't you realize you're the least capable one in the family? Your cousins, even your younger cousins, are all better than you. You were born with less talent, and yet you spend so much effort on playing. Do you know how much it embarrasses your dad and me in the family? Yin Saruo lowered his head and said nothing. Seeing her son's timid demeanor, Mom Yin became even angrier. She sighed and finally revealed her plans. Your cousin has great design talent. Your dad and I have discussed it. We will bring him over for training. Don't complain. You're not helpful to us. So we can only make other plans, or we one T be able to establish ourselves in the Yin family? Yin Siruo felt a tightness in his throat and said with difficulty, I understand. As soon as Mom Yin left, he immediately threw himself onto the bed, tears falling uncontrollably. The Yin family is the most famous designer family in the entire alliance. Many of the well-known starships, mechas, or weapons in the alliance are produced by the Yin family. It seems that every generation of the Yin family possesses design talent, except for Yin Siruo, who always has wild ideas and a messy design approach. Everyone says he has a wooden head. Yin Siruo felt upset and a bit angry. He had never thought that his parents would give up on him. He thought in frustration, it's not you who gave up on me, but me who gives up on you. I have a master now. My master is Master 10. Even Grandpa respects Master 10. Once I learn the skills, I will definitely make you regret it. But then he thought again, feeling uncertain. After all, his sister didn't know his background. If she finds out he has a wooden head in the future, will she expel him from her mentorship? The more he thought, the more anxious he became. Yin Siruo rolled around on the bed and unknowingly fell asleep. Shi Yuan didn't log into the game today. Instead, she opened the official website of the Xinglan Military Academy to apply for a transfer exam, which would take place a week later at the Xinglan Military Academy in the capital of the Central Star Domain. She booked a spaceship ticket and asked Chisue, who lives in the Central Star Domain's capital, to recommend a hotel. After everything was settled, Shi Yuan was about to log into the game when she was stopped by Xiang. Following Xiang to the living room, she found guests at home. Shijia was holding Xian Mingxian's hand, her chin slightly raised, proudly saying, Shi Yuan, do you remember Mingxian? I'm going to get engaged to him soon. Of course, she remembers. Xian Mingxian was the original owner's love interest, and the Shurs and Xies were family friends. Originally, it was the original owner who was supposed to be engaged to Xian Mingxian. Shijia naturally knew this. She had replaced the original owner's position as a Shur's daughter and now snatched the original owner's fiancé. She deliberately said this to show off and to have Xiang call Shi Yuan over. Unfortunately, the two things Shijia was bragging about didn't matter to the current Shi Yuan at all. Shi Yuan walked over to the sofa, propped her chin on her hand, and lazily said, Oh really? Congratulations. Is there anything else? If not, please don't disturb me. Chapter 6. The cheap husband has not logged in all day. The living room was silent. Xian Mingxian looked at Shi Yuan with a complex feeling in his heart. Both families were prestigious, and Xian Mingxian knew the situation of the Shi family. He and Shi Yuan had grown up together. After learning that Shi Yuan had gone missing, he had felt uncomfortable for a long time. He liked Shi Yuan, but when his parents told him to change his marriage partner, he hesitated for a moment and agreed. After all, Shi Yin was an A-level mental power user, while Shi Yuan was only C-level. It was obvious who could provide him with greater support. Yet, even though he had already made his decision, seeing Shi Yuan now still stirred complicated emotions within him. He asked hoarsely, Yuan, have you been doing well these past 2 years? Shi Yin frowned. She was dissatisfied with how Xian Mingxian addressed Shi Yuan. Yang Huili changed the subject, saying that Mingxian was here to discuss the engagement banquet and that Yin Yan's father would be back soon. Shi Yuan still felt uncomfortable. She pulled Xian Mingxian down to sit and once again shifted the topic back to Shi Yuan. She deliberately fiddled with the diamond ring on her finger and casually said, Shi Yuan, my wedding with brother Mingxian will be held in half a month. As our family's adopted daughter, you will definitely attend, right? She intentionally emphasized the words adopted daughter, but did not provoke Shi Yuan. Instead, it irritated Shi Heng and Xian Mingxian. Yang Huili also chimed in, we're all family. Of course, everyone will attend Yin Yan's engagement, right? Yuan? She and her daughter Shi Yin had the same goal, but their motivations were different. Shi Yin wanted to humiliate Shi Yuan at the engagement banquet, while Yang Huili was eager to showcase Shi Yuan's identity as an adopted daughter to the outside world. Who knows, it depends on my mood. Shi Yuan yawned and stood up, saying, I'll leave. Xian Mingxian watched Shi Yuan's back. The heart he thought had gone quiet began to stir again. He once liked Shi Yuan, and now he still liked her. Shi Yuan had changed a lot. She was once innocent and adorable, but now she was more mature, with a cold face and a prickly demeanor, as if she no longer cared about anything, including herself. Yet, Xian Mingxian felt that his affection for her was even more intense, like a kitten constantly scratching at his heart. Compared to 2 years ago, he seemed to prefer the current Shi Yuan more. However, Shi Yuan's attitude towards him had changed drastically. She used to follow him around with a sweet smile. But now she was cold to him, even harboring a hint of malice. Xian pondered whether it was because he had abandoned her for Shi Yuan that she felt hurt and was deliberately putting on this attitude. Shi Yuan felt uncomfortable and her expression darkened. If it weren't for seeing Yang Huili's warning gaze, she would have long since been unable to hold back her questions for Xian. Shi Yuan had entered the game, since her cheap husband was offline. She simply did not take on any missions or go out to kill zombies, but instead rented a weapons room to teach Yansiruo. She first assessed Yansiruo's skills and looked at her works. Yansiruo felt quite embarrassed, as she had too few works to present and the quality was not high. Shi Yuan frowned as she looked. "Is there nothing else?" Shi Yuan asked. Yansiruo grimaced and said, "Only these few are successful. The rest are failures. Some I kept, but most were deleted by my parents in a fit of anger. Show me what you have left." Yansiruo nervously took out her failed design drafts. Shi Yuan took them and began asking questions as she looked through them. After reviewing them one by one, Shi Yuan nodded in satisfaction. "Your foundation is solid, and your design ideas are quite creative, but you lack opportunities for experimentation and exploration." Yansiruo stood frozen in place. She had been criticized most for her chaotic and illogical design ideas throughout her life, but did the elder sister mean that her design ideas were actually not bad? Shi Yuan's thoughts drifted back 2,000 years to her days of drifting and struggling to survive in the apocalypse. The use of exotic beast materials to make weapons dates back over 2,000 years. Back then, the apocalypse had arrived on Earth, and plants and animals gradually mutated. In the beginning, they tried everything like headless flies, and although failures were many and successes few, that era truly saw 100 schools of thought contending in weapon development. Yansiruo listened attentively, nodding repeatedly, while exclaiming, "Sister Yuan, you know so much." Shi Yuan felt a bit shy and a bit vain. After all, she was the pioneer of extraordinary weapon designers. Over 2,000 years ago, she had initiated the contention of 100 schools of thought, and the designers of that time were spurred on by her. Throughout the day, Shi Yuan taught Yansiruo knowledge, and it was as if Yansiruo had opened the door to a new world. Shi Yuan herself also gained a new understanding through reviewing the old. By nightfall, after Yansiruo had logged off to digest the new knowledge, Shi Yuan found herself alone and doing nothing. She looked at her contact list and noticed that her cheap husband had not logged in all day. Suddenly, Shi Yuan felt that fighting monsters alone was somewhat uninteresting. Over the past few days, she had grown accustomed to having this cheap husband by her side. In a daze, she found herself back in the old days when she had a group of equally powerful companions around her. At this moment, Chu Xingzhou was returning home with a fatigued expression. Today, Luoqi had taken him out shopping for the whole day. Although he hadn't exerted much effort, he felt utterly exhausted. "Did you have fun today? I just happened to be looking for you for something." His mother, Chu Min, was at home. Chu Xingzhou ignored the first question and directly asked, "What's the matter?" Chu Min handed him an invitation card, saying, "The daughter of General Shi Yufeng from the second star domain is getting engaged, and her fiancé is your classmate Xian. Chu Xingzhou took the invitation, opened it, and indeed found that the male party was Xian and the female party was Shi Yuan. Although he and Xian were classmates, they were not very familiar, and Xian had not sent him an invitation. This invitation was sent to Chu Min by Shi Yufeng. He only knew that Xianmingxuan's grandfather had once been a general in the second star domain, but he had already passed away. His father did not join the military, but chose to enter politics and is now the chairman of a planet in the second star domain. Chu Min said, "Since school is on break now, rather than idly playing games every day, you might as well go in my place." Chu Xingzhou gasu not that. His mother had no personal relationship with Shi Yufeng, only professional dealings, and he had already handled many such unimportant social occasions for her. However, he disagreed with his mother's statement. Attending such an engagement banquet was even more boring than playing games. At least in the game, there was an interesting trickster wife to play with him. Thinking of this, Chu Xingzhou quickly returned to his room, eager to enter the game. only to see that his trickster wife had just logged off a minute ago. Chu Xingzhou instantly lost interest and logged off as well. Chapter 7. She is a psychic. Shi Yuan arrived at the capital star of the Central Star region a day before the transfer exam. Shi Yuan took her to the hotel and shared a lot of information about the Xinglan Military Academy. Shi Yuan is 17 years old and still has 1 year of basic school before she can take the university entrance exam. Because of Shi Yuan, she also wants to get into the Xinglan Military Academy, so she has already done her research on it. In summary, the information boils down to one sentence. The Xinglan Military Academy is very difficult to get into, and the transfer exam is even harder. The next day, Shi Yuan dropped Shi Yuan off at the entrance of the Xinglan Military Academy. Although she was very confident in Shi Yuan, she still felt worried. Sister Yuan, just do your best in the exam. It doesn't matter whether you pass or not. There are so many military schools in the Alliance, and maybe there are even better ones. Shi Yuan just smiled and asked Shi Yuan to go back first, while she walked in with a relaxed pace. Once the exam started, all registered students were taken to a training ground, where their first training task was shooting. The target was a type of beast called the black-winged insect. This beast is not very strong in combat, but extremely agile and has excellent flying speed. Moreover, the black-winged insect is quite small, measuring less than a baby's fist. The problem is that its shell is very hard, and a single bullet cannot usually penetrate it. Only its abdomen is slightly softer. In other words, one must hit the abdomen of the black-winged insect to kill it. Alternatively, one would need to hit the same area multiple times to potentially kill it and score points. Shi Yuan received her weapons, a handgun and a sniper rifle, and then entered the training ground. There were already 5,000 black-winged insects released in the training area. Each kill would earn 1 point, and the top 50 in total points would advance to the next round, while the rest would be eliminated. The exam lasted 4 hours, and as all candidates got ready, the exam began. As soon as the examiner finished speaking, the area instantly turned dark, simulating a night environment throughout the training ground. Shi Yuan quickly found cover to hide, and then checked the specifics. All personal light brains had been confiscated, and now they were using military light brains issued by the Academy. Shi Yuan quickly skimmed through the information. There were 871 candidates and 993 black-winged insects. And some candidates had already successfully killed a black-winged insect. It was very dark, with visibility not exceeding 10 meters. And Shi Yuan quickly realized that although this was a shooting exam, it also tested the candidate's mental strength. Candidates with stronger mental strength could detect more black-winged insects. Shi Yuan smiled wryly. Her mental strength was rated C, probably the lowest among all candidates. She heard faint sounds of wings flapping nearby and immediately moved in that direction. Raising her handgun, bang, a black-winged insect fell, and she scored her first point. So what if her mental strength was weaker than others? Who was Shi Yuan? She was someone who could dominate in a post-apocalyptic world. Even with her eyes closed and relying solely on her ears, she could accurately locate her target. Less than half an hour into the exam, the number of candidates dropped to 870. Everyone watching the information table understood that in this exam, candidates could eliminate each other as well. Shi Yuan moved through the darkness like a ghost. Not long ago, she discovered several candidates who had clearly formed an alliance, and she quietly followed them. In the monitoring room, all the examiners were focused on the surveillance, with each candidate having their own dedicated monitoring. One examiner suddenly spoke up. "Come look at this candidate." All examiners gathered around, and the candidate on the screen was a girl who moved quickly and agilely, trailing behind a group without being detected. This girl is performing quite well, but she doesn't seem exceptional enough to warrant special attention. "I think she is just average," said one of the initial examiners. "Look more closely," urged the first examiner. Everyone stared intently. Some seemed to grasp something, while others remained puzzled. "This girl is cleaning up." An old voice came from behind the examiners. They hurried to greet him. "Old G, what brings you here?" Old G stepped forward and continued. "This girl has been lurking around this temporary team. Whenever a member of the team fails to land a decisive hit on a black-winged insect, she goes in to clean up and snatch the points." The examiners watched closely and confirmed that this was indeed the case. The girl was very clever. She was using other candidates to find black-winged insects, and amidst the chaos, she hid very well, managing to clean up without being noticed. Her ability was frightening. One of the examiners said instinctively. The teachers selected to be mecha combat examiners are all highly skilled, and once they catch on, they will quickly realize how terrifying this girl's abilities are. In the darkness, she must first conceal herself, then track the black-winged insects that were hit but not killed, and finally take the kill shot. Cleaning up isn't something that can be done casually. She must hit the exact spot where the previous candidate struck to kill the black-winged insect, otherwise she would only injure it like the previous candidate. Candidate 777, Shi Yuan, had registered for the transfer exam before graduating from basic school and chose to transfer to the second-grade mecha combat department. Old G's eyes widened slightly as he asked, "Is this girl named Shi Yuan?" "That's right," confirmed the examiner who had just spoken. Old G looked thoughtfully at the girl on the screen. Her every move was so perfect, powerful, and graceful. Such a person is completely qualified for the mecha combat department. Why does Shi Yufeng want to send her to the logistics management department? Old G had once been saved by Shi Yufeng, and not long ago. Shi Yufeng had approached him for a favor. Shi Yufeng mentioned that he had an adopted daughter preparing to take the transfer exam at Xingluan. And although her mental strength was only sea level, she was proud and wanted to study in the mecha combat department. Shi Yufeng's request was to arrange for her to enter the logistics management department, regardless of her transfer exam results. Old G had agreed at the time, because he thought this adopted daughter would surely be quite weak. Shi Yufeng wanted her to enter Xingluan, so he chose logistics management. But in reality, it was not like that. This adopted daughter, named Shi Yuan, was extraordinarily talented. The strength she displayed in this shooting exam might surpass many teachers at Xingluan. She was a born warrior, destined to shine on the battlefield, not to waste her years in logistics. Old G began to ponder whether he should go back on his word to Shi Yufeng. In the training ground, Shi Yuan was unaware that she had become the focus of the examiner's observation. She had already separated from the candidates she had previously followed and was acting alone. As time passed, the number of black-winged insects decreased, and Shi Yuan ranked third. She was unwilling to settle for third place. After observing that the area was empty, Shi Yuan stood still, and a water ball appeared in her hand. The water ball rose high and transformed into rain, covering the entire training ground. Under the rain, everything is under my control. In the monitoring room, Old G gasped, trembling as he said, "She is a psychic." Chapter 8. Endure today since the end of the apocalypse. The number of people with awakened abilities has dwindled among humanity to the point where the probability of encountering an ability user is now 1 in billions. The Xingluan Military Academy has the highest number of ability users in the entire alliance, but among the current students, there are only 4 ability users. Elder G stood up excitedly and announced on the spot. Regardless of Shi Yuan's final score, she must be kept in the mecha combat department. At this moment, he had long since forgotten Shi Yufeng's request. This is an ability user. An ability user. How could Shi Yufeng attempt to place an ability user in the logistics management department? One would think Shi Yuan was his enemy, not his adopted daughter. In the training ground, Shi Yuan moved, and all the black-winged insects and candidates in the training area were completely exposed under her abilities. She wove through the rain, effortlessly racking up scores. When the exam ended, Shi Yuan's name topped the overall score leaderboard. After the shooting exam, all candidates were immediately taken to the combat training room for a seamless transition into the combat exam. Many candidates showed signs of distress, with some sitting down on the ground to catch their breath. Shi Yuan was also a bit out of breath. After all, her current body was not the same as in her past life. Although she had trained for 2 years on the garbage planet, she still hadn't met her own standards. However, she was more than capable of handling the upcoming combat exam. The 10 combat training rooms conducted exams simultaneously, and Shi Yuan drew the first batch with no rest time before the exam began. She entered the training room, where her opponent was a humanoid intelligent robot. As soon as it detected a human presence, the robot lunged at her. Shi Yuan took just 3 minutes to take down this robot. Before the exam was over, as the first robot fell, 2 more appeared. Facing 2 opponents, Shi Yuan still won easily. Then came 3 robots, and by the 5th round, she found herself surrounded by 5 robots. At this point, her breathing was already rapid, her clothes soaked with sweat, and her hands and feet trembling slightly. But she remained steady, alert to her surroundings. Candidate 777, your combat exam is over. Please leave the training room. In the monitoring room, nearly all the free examiners were focused on Shi Yuan's exam, and everyone was shocked by her performance. Clearly, she was an ability user. Yet she didn't use any of her powers throughout the combat exam, relying solely on her combat skills to endure until the end. Could it be that her control over her abilities wasn't proficient enough? Impossible. During the shooting exam, she could manipulate her abilities over a large area, so she couldn't be inexperienced. The fact that she didn't use her abilities in combat only indicated her confidence in her close combat skills. Her close combat abilities were indeed strong, especially her combat experience, which overwhelmed her peers, but her physical condition seemed to lag behind. The examiners were very interested in Shi Yuan. She was mysterious and powerful, yet there was always something discordant about her. Elder Ji smiled and said, "The contradictions in her are probably due to her past experiences. She is a survivor of the Starry Sky incident." The examiners suddenly understood. It was well known that the survivors of the Starry Sky incident had ended up on a desolate garbage planet. There were countless alien beasts on the garbage planet, and those who survived were exceptional, but it was understandable that they faced hardships, with nutrition and physical condition not keeping up. Upon learning the reason, the examiners grew even fonder of Shi Yuan. How could they not like a student who was both capable and resilient? After resting for an hour, Shi Yuan faced her most challenging exam, the mental power exam. Sitting in the simulation pod, Shi Yuan emptied her mind, and within the sea of consciousness appeared countless barriers, with gaps to pass through ranging from the size of a basketball to the size of a mosquito. Candidates needed to use their mental power to navigate through these barriers. 10 minutes later, Shi Yuan's exam ended, marking the conclusion of her transfer exam. All she had to do now was wait for news. Just as she stepped out of the exam room, she encountered an elderly man with kind eyes and a warm smile. "Hello, Shi Yuan. I'm the honorary principal of Xinglan Military Academy." Shi Yuan quickly greeted him. Elder Ji smiled and said, "I just watched your exam, and your performance surprised me. You are very capable, and you are an ability user, right?" Shi Yuan nodded, confirming that she had water-type abilities awakened 2 years ago. Elder Ji understood and mentioned that the Alliance had protective policies for ability users, and so did their school. Ability users could choose whether to disclose their powers. He asked her what she thought about that. After some thought, Shi Yuan replied, "I prefer to keep it confidential." Elder Ji nodded without asking for the reason, encouraged her with a few words, and then left. After leaving the academy, Shi Yuan had a meal with Chi Sui before returning to the second star domain. On the third day back home, Shi Yuan received the admission notice from Xinglan Military Academy for the second-year class, one of the Mecha Combat Department. On the same day, she also received a package from the Central Star Domain, a formal dress sent by Chi Sui. Shi Yuan sent a thank you message, and Chi Sui quickly replied, "Sister Yuan, let's not fight over the buns, but when the time comes, you must dress beautifully to infuriate those 2 dogs." Shi Yuan found it amusing and heartwarming. In both her past and present lives, she had never experienced genuine familial affection, but heaven always compensated her. In her past life, she had teammates, and in this life, she had 7 companions who had supported her for 2 years. Even after returning to the Alliance, their connections remained strong. That evening, Yin Saruo informed Shi Yuan after finishing his studies that he would be going to Beimang Star with his parents next week and hoped to meet her. Shi Yuan agreed, and they set a time, which happened to be the day after the engagement banquet of Xianming Xian and Shi Yan. As for the engagement banquet, the Shi family was busy early in the morning, except for Shi Yuan. She continued playing the game, spending half a day crafting new weapons, leaving one for Beijia and Ruofeng, and selling the rest. Shi Heng entered Shi Yuan's room and pulled her out of the game. Yuan, we are about to head to the engagement banquet. You need to get ready." Shi Yuan asked, "What about the things I wanted?" Shi Heng pursed his lips and said, "I keep my word. As long as you behave at the engagement banquet and don't cause trouble, I'll give you your mother's relics after it's over." "Understood," Shi Yuan replied. "You all go ahead. I'll make it before the banquet starts." With no other choice, Shi Heng could only leave a driver to wait for Shi Yuan while he and the others departed first. Shi Yuan changed into the evening gown sent by Chi Sui, took a few deep breaths in front of the mirror, and murmured to herself, "To get the relics, I must endure today." After mentally preparing herself, she set off. Chapter 9. I heard she is a crude and rude, ugly woman. Chu Xingzhou arrived at the northern Mang Star in the second star region on the day of the engagement banquet. Accompanied by Luo Qi, the two changed into formal attire on their private spaceship and headed straight to the venue. Chu Xingzhou brought a congratulatory gift on behalf of his mother for Shi Yufeng, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then took Luo Qi to find Xian, as they also brought a personal gift for him. Although they weren't very familiar, they were classmates after all, and the three of them found some topics to talk about. Not far away, Shi Yuan was talking with Yang Huili and several female guests, and before they knew it, the conversation turned to Shi Yuan. "I heard your family has an adopted daughter. Why haven't we seen her?" Yang Huili deliberately stiffened her expression and then said, "I just contacted her. She should be here soon." One of the ladies, who had a good relationship with Yang Huili, remarked, "How can she be so unrefined? Even if she is an adopted daughter, it's still her sister's engagement banquet. How can she be late?" Yang Huili smiled and said, "You probably heard. She's a survivor of the starry ship and was rescued not long ago. She probably needs time to adjust." "Huili, you are so magnanimous. If I had such an adopted daughter, I would have been furious by now." Shi Yuan, dressed in a pure white gown adorned with diamonds, with a diamond crown on her head, looked so grand that it felt like it was her wedding instead of her engagement banquet. Hearing the opinions of the ladies about Shi Yuan made her secretly pleased, but she put on a worried face and said, "Why hasn't my sister arrived yet? I hope nothing has happened. Maybe she is too scared to come. I heard she's a crude and rude, ugly woman, probably afraid of being laughed at," said Shi Yuan's good friend, Gong Xiqian. Shi Yuan helplessly replied, "Xiqian, my sister is not that kind of person. She's just not here yet. There must be a reason." Gong Xiqian, feeling exasperated, said, "Stop defending her. I heard she is wild and domineering. Clearly just an adopted daughter, yet she wants to compete with you everywhere. You should be smarter and not raise a white-eyed wolf." Shi Yuan smiled and linked her arm with Gong Xiqian's. "I know you're looking out for me. Don't worry. I will get along well with my sister. As long as I treat her well, she will change one day." Her gentle words clearly validated Gong Xiqian's claims. Those around them, though they hadn't met the Shi family's adopted daughter yet, already had a very poor first impression. Just then, a commotion suddenly arose from the direction of the banquet hall, drawing everyone's attention. Shi Yuan and Yang Huili, fearing something might go wrong at the engagement banquet, quickly headed toward the commotion, with Xian following closely behind. As they pushed through the crowd, Shi Yuan and Yang Huili stopped in their tracks when they saw who was causing the stir. It was actually Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan approached slowly in a water-blue gradient mermaid gown, the fitted dress accentuating her graceful figure. However, each of her steps was relaxed, lacking any flirtatiousness, instead giving off a languid, sexy vibe. Shi Yuan gritted her teeth as Shi Yuan walked up to stand in front of her. She was half a head shorter than Shi Yuan, and standing close together forced her to look up at Shi Yuan, which felt humiliating. Shi Yuan raised an eyebrow with a smile and said to Shi Yuan, "Congratulations on finding your ideal husband." What sounded like a fitting compliment to outsiders felt like blatant sarcasm to Shi Yuan. "Where did you find your ideal husband?" "He was snatched from you." Shi Yuan. Gong Xiqian curiously asked, "Shi Yuan, who is she?" "She's really beautiful." Shi Yuan gritted her teeth and remained silent. Yuan. Xian also approached, looking intently at Shi Yuan, his eyes filled with uncontrollable infatuation. Yang Huili, unable to remain silent under the curious gazes of the crowd, forced a smile and said, "This is Shi Yuan, also our Shi family's daughter." Gong Xiqian exclaimed, "Shi Yuan, this is your adopted daughter? Didn't they say she was an ugly monster who didn't even dare to show her face outside?" Shi Yuan smiled meaningfully but remained silent. Someone laughed out loud, and Luo Qi quietly remarked, "If this young lady is an ugly monster, then there are no beauties in this world. The person spreading rumors must be jealous of her." Although he spoke quietly, many people heard him. Chu Xingzhou felt overwhelmed. Even a fool could see what Xuan's gaze indicated, and the Shi and Xie families were indeed a big mess. Luo Qi, wanting to join the commotion, was discreetly pulled away by Chu Xingzhou. Gong Xiqian turned red with embarrassment. Even if she wasn't an ugly monster, being late to her sister's engagement banquet clearly showed a lack of manners and upbringing. Shi Yuan mentally wrote down the word endure, but she couldn't help herself and sarcastically said, I indeed lack upbringing. After all, my mother is dead, and my father ran off with his mistress. No one taught me. Shi Yin and Xieming Xuan's faces turned ugly, and Yang Huili was even more terrified, her face pale. She never expected Shi Yuan would publicly say such things without regard for face. Also, Shi Yuan added, I am not late. The engagement banquet hasn't started yet. Shi Yufeng and Shi Heng, attending to guests on the other side, noticed the commotion and rushed over. Upon seeing Yang Huili and Shi Yan's pale faces, with Shi Yuan standing in front of them, smiling rather recklessly, Shi Yufeng was certain Shi Yuan was causing trouble. He shouted angrily, Shi Yuan, what have you done? I told you that if you want to stay in this family, you must behave yourself. Seeing Shi Yufeng, Shi Yin felt a surge of confidence, holding back tears and saying, Dad, it's not like that. It's all my fault. Shi Yufeng looked at Shi Yin, whose eyes were brimming with tears, and his heart ached. He felt he owed Shi Yin a lot. Shi Yuan also owed Shi Yin. She had occupied the position of the Shi family's young lady for over a decade, leaving Shi Yin as just an illegitimate daughter. Now that he could finally give Shi Yin a legitimate identity, providing her with a good home, Shi Yuan was about to ruin this engagement banquet. The more Shi Yufeng thought about it, the angrier he became. Shi Yuan, you need to recognize reality. Without the Shi family, you are nothing. Apologize to Yin Yin right now, or I will not acknowledge you as my daughter. Shi Heng secretly tugged at Shi Yuan's arm, whispering, Yuan Yuan, just admit your mistake, and this matter can end here. Don't make it worse. Endure. Shi Yuan shook off Shi Heng's hand, gritting her teeth and saying, Today I was late. It is my fault. Yang Huili let out a sigh of relief, finally not continuing to discuss family matters. She quickly said, Let us not make a joke of ourselves. Please take your seats. The engagement banquet will start soon. The engagement banquet began smoothly. Shi Yin was led on stage by Xieming Xian, and under the officiant's guidance, the two declared their engagement. By the end of the ceremony, Shi Yin finally felt better. Next came the cocktail party and dance, which was when the guests truly began to socialize. Shi Yuan sat in a corner when a figure appeared in front of her. Luo Qi smiled and said, Beautiful young lady, may I ask you for a dance? Shi Yuan glanced at him, her gaze falling behind him. Not far away, a man with black hair and black eyes quietly watched them. Chapter 10 is the Logistics Management Department. Luo Qi followed Shi Yuan's gaze and saw Chu Xingzhou politely declining an invitation from a girl who hurriedly left with a flushed face. That's my friend Chu Xingzhou. He's a nice guy, just looks a bit like a bad person, Luo Qi said to Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan withdrew her gaze. The reason she noticed Chu Xingzhou was that he was the first person since her crossing over to make her feel a tremendous sense of pressure. Chu Xingzhou was a strong individual and definitely a supernatural being. Luo Qi extended his right hand again to invite Shi Yuan to dance. Shi Yuan felt it was hard to refuse, and just as she was about to take Luo Qi's hand, his holographic brain rang. He quickly hung up, and in less than a second, it rang again. The lights around them dimmed, music started playing, and the ball had begun. Luo Qi sweetly put at Chu Xingzhou. Miss Shi, I'm sorry, but it seems there is something urgent that needs my attention. Can my brother accompany you for a dance? Shi Yuan thought she didn't have to dance, but Chu Xingzhou had already extended his right hand to invite her. All right, let's dance then. Chu Xingzhou took Shi Yuan's hand and led her to the dance floor. His body felt a bit stiff, as it was the first time he had been so close to a woman. You stepped on my dress, Shi Yuan said softly. Sorry, Chu Xingzhou quickly apologized. Due to this small incident, the atmosphere between them relaxed considerably. After hesitating for a moment, Chu Xingzhou asked the question in his heart. Is your mother surnamed Shui? Shi Yuan was taken aback, and then answered, Yes. Chu Xingzhou smiled slightly. Then I might have seen you and your mother when I was a child. Shi Yuan felt her heart race. Can you tell me what happened at that time? Chu Xingzhou recalled. It was probably about 11 or 12 years ago. I saw you and your mother at a hospital on Liuguang Star in the 5th star domain. My mother seemed to know your mother, and they went out to chat while I stayed in the ward watching you. At that time, you were sick and unconscious, so you probably don't remember this. Shi Yuan quickly extracted several key points and looked up into Chu Xingzhou's eyes, asking seriously, "Is it convenient for me to visit your mother?" Huh? Chu Xingzhou was a bit confused. Shi Yuan realized she was being abrupt and added, "I mean, no offense, I just want to understand my mother better." Chu Xingzhou's I need to ask my mom. She's very busy and often not home. Thank you. Shi Yuan expressed her gratitude. Xian and Shi Yuan, the main characters, were dancing in the center of the dance floor. Ever since the engagement banquet began, Shi Yuan had been immersed in happiness. Though there was a bit of unpleasantness at first, her goal was achieved. Shi Yuan had seen her getting engaged to brother Mingxian. Leaning on Xian shoulder, Shi Yuan blushed and said, "Brother Mingxian, I'm really so happy today." Not hearing Xian's response, Shi Yuan looked up in confusion. Xian gritted his teeth, angrily staring in one direction. Shi Yuan turned to see Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou dancing. Feeling wronged, she said, "Brother Mingxian, do you really love me? If not, why did you get engaged to me?" Xian came back to his senses and said, "Don't say silly things, of course I love you." Shi Yuan glanced at Shi Yuan at the edge of the dance floor, and Xian's words did not reassure her. After the dance, Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou returned to their original spots, where Luo Qi was chatting with a young man. Shi Yuan was surprised to see the young man. "Yin Siruo, what are you doing here?" Yin Siruo smiled broadly. "I came with my parents to attend the engagement banquet. I didn't expect the engaged person to be Sister Yuan's sister." Shi Yuan nodded, not asking further. Luo Qi pulled Chu Xingzhou to sit down. "Let me introduce you. This kid is from the Yin family and is a new student in the mecha maintenance department at Xinglan this year. He's my junior." Shi Yuan then realized that both Chu Xingzhou and Luo Qi were students of Xinglan Military Academy, with Chu Xingzhou in the mecha combat department and Luo Qi in the mecha maintenance department, both a year older than her. However, she looked at Yin Siruo with a puzzled expression. Yin Siruo seemed a bit embarrassed. "I originally wanted to apply for the mecha design department, but I didn't get in and was reassigned to the mecha maintenance department." Luo Qi said, "The mecha maintenance department is pretty good." Shi Yuan added, "That's right. Maintenance is also a great field of study." Hearing Shi Yuan's words, Yin Siruo's mood brightened immediately. "Sister Yuan must be right. But even if I'm in the mecha maintenance department, I won't give up on design." Luo Qi happily said, "That's great. We are all alumni and can meet again after the school starts. By the way, I heard someone transferred directly to the second year and succeeded. That's Shi Yuan." Chu Xingzhou looked at Shi Yuan without surprise. From the aura Shi Yuan exuded, he knew that the transfer exam was not difficult for her. Luo Qi poured drinks for Chu Xingzhou and Shi Yuan. "Come, let us toast a meeting again after school starts." "Who transferred to Xinglan?" "Shi Yuan?" Gong Xiqian suddenly appeared. Yin Siruo nodded obediently. "Yes, Sister Yuan is really amazing." Gong Xiqian mocked. "How is that possible? Everyone knows that the adopted daughter of the Shi family, Shi Yuan, has only C-level spiritual power. How could she transfer to Xinglan?" Chu Xingzhou put down his glass heavily, and the glass made a crisp sound against the table. He asked lightly, "Miss, are you also a student of our Xinglan Military Academy?" Gong Xiqian looked at Chu Xingzhou, her face turning red, and her voice softened considerably. "No, I'm not attending a military academy." Chu Xingzhou raised an eyebrow. "As a student of Xinglan, I have never heard that our admission standards require spiritual power. I wonder where you heard that?" Luo Qi also chimed in. "Exactly. Who said that we don't accept students with C-level spiritual power? Did our principal agree to that?" Gong Xiqian's face turned so red it looked like it would bleed, but she retorted, "However, the transfer exam at Xinglan is notoriously strict. In the past, those with A-level spiritual power have failed to transfer. How could Shi Yuan, with only C-level spiritual power, possibly succeed?" Chu Xingzhou's face darkened. "Xinglan has never used spiritual power as the sole criterion. Are you trying to tarnish our Xinglan's reputation with your nonsense?" Shi Yuan pulled Xian over. Seeing Gong Xiqian being difficult, and quickly spoke up in defense, "Xiqian didn't mean it that way. It's my fault for not explaining this in advance. Xiqian, my sister really did transfer to Xinglan, but she entered the logistics management department." Gong Xiqian was taken aback and then mocked. "So it's the logistics management department. I heard this is the only department at Xinglan where you can get in through connections. Shi Yuan, your family is too good. Adopting a daughter and even using connections to get her into Xinglan. Shi Yuan walked in front of Shi Yuan and said with a smile that was not quite a smile, Miss Shi Yuan, may I ask who told you that I transferred to the logistics management department of Xinglan? Chapter 11, we are classmates, surprised? Shi Yuan's questioning made Shi Yuan feel quite uncomfortable and a bit uneasy. However, thinking about Shi Yuan's psychic power level and what their father had said before, Shi Yuan felt confident again. Shi Yuan was definitely bluffing. After all, how could someone with only C-level psychic power pass the transfer exam for the Mecha Combat Department? Shi Yuan smiled slightly. Sister, the logistics management department isn't bad at all. After graduation, Dad will definitely help you find a comfortable job. The people around couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Graduates from the logistics management department rarely make a name for themselves, mostly ending up doing menial tasks in the military or trivial clerical work. It was indeed quite comfortable, but with little future. Gong Xiqian laughed out loud. For you, the logistics management department at Xinglan is already quite good. You should be content and know your place. Don't think about competing with Shi Yuan. You don't have the qualifications from your background to your abilities. Shi Yuan wasn't even angry yet, but Yin Suruo was already so furious that her face turned red. She almost jumped up and shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? Sister Yuan isn't transferring to the logistics management department. She is transferring to the Mecha Combat Department." Shi Yuan instinctively said, "How is that possible? Dad clearly said you would go to the logistics management department." Gong Xiqian also said, "What abilities do you have to transfer to the Mecha Combat Department? You can't lie just to save her face." Yin Suruo angrily retorted, "What is there to lie about? As soon as school starts, the truth will be revealed. But you guys keep saying Sister Yuan is competing with you. What is she competing for? Why do you have such malice toward her?" Gong Xiqian opened her mouth, but suddenly didn't know what to say. Indeed, she didn't even know Shi Yuan before. Why would she have such malice toward her? It was because of Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan always talked about Shi Yuan in a vague way, which led her to have a preconceived notion. Gong Xiqian wasn't foolish. She quickly understood this, but so what? She still chose to stand on Shi Yuan's side. Shi Yuan sensed something was wrong. Could it be that Shi Yuan really got into the Mecha Combat Department? But how could that be? Shi Yuan couldn't possibly have that capability. Did Dad help her? The more Shi Yuan thought about it, the more she felt this was the case. If it weren't for Dad's intervention, how could Shi Yuan get into the Mecha Combat Department like her? Thinking this way, Shi Yuan felt very wronged. Dad clearly said he would let Shi Yuan go to the logistics management department, but secretly help her get into the Mecha Combat Department. Wasn't it because he still had feelings for Shi Yuan? Shi Yuan felt betrayed. The more she thought about it, the more wronged she felt, almost leaning all her weight on Xie Mingxian, hoping to find some comfort from him. But Xie Mingxuan's mind was full of Shi Yuan. He was clearer than Shi Yuan, knowing that getting into the Mecha Combat Department at Xinglan was something that could be achieved through connections. Even if Shi Yufeng personally intervened, he couldn't get Shi Yuan in. So Shi Yuan must have passed the exam on her own. Her C-level psychic power, being able to get into Xinglan, meant she might have some talent to compensate for her psychic power disadvantage. If Shi Yuan really had exceptional qualities, then what did it mean for him to abandon Shi Yuan and choose Shi Yuan for greater support? Was he mistaking a pearl for a fisheye? Xie Mingxian wished more than anyone that this was false. His pride wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. But things wouldn't change because of his thoughts. Shi Yuan took out her light brain and opened the admission notice. Her gaze toward Shi Yuan so gentle it could almost drown someone. She smiled brightly and said, "Class 1 of the second year in the Mecha Combat Department, and we are classmates. How about that? Isn't a surprise?" Shi Yuan looked at the admission notice, her face turning pale, and Xie Mingxian was no better off. Yang Huili, who rushed over, was so startled she almost fell to the ground. The only one surprised was Shi Yufeng. Someone stepped forward to congratulate. Indeed, a tiger father does not raise a dog daughter. The Shi family has 2 outstanding talents. We envy you. Yes, even if she is an adopted daughter, she was raised by General Shi, so General Shi should teach us well. Everyone selectively forgot that at the beginning, Shi Yufeng almost quarreled with Shi Yuan. Shi Yufeng also selectively forgot. He walked in front of Shi Yuan. carefully looked at the admission notice, and then showed a loving smile to her. You did well. From now on, you can't be willful in school. You and Yin should help each other, and I'll be at ease. Shi Yuan forced a smile. This farce came to an end, and Yin Suruo pulled Shi Yuan back to their corner seat, and the four of them finally sat down to chat properly. As soon as Yin Suruo sat down, she couldn't help but complain, Sister Yuan, why are your family members like this? They are worse than my family. Luo Qi knew Yin Suruo's background. Hearing her blurt out about her family so casually, if this got out, it wouldn't be good for the Yin family, and even worse for Yin Suruo. He patted Yin Suruo's head and helplessly changed the subject. My brother just looked for me, saying that in a few days, Beimang Star will hold an auction. Shi Yuan looked around and found that she was the only one who didn't know about the auction. Chu Xingzhou explained, the auction mostly sells mecha materials, and occasionally some weapons will appear. However, there's so many auctions every year. Not every auction will have quality items. Luo Qi nodded in agreement. But this time is different. It said that there will be S-level crystal cores at this auction. The S-level crystal core Shi Yuan had only seen in the game since she crossed over. Yin Suruo grabbed Luo Qi's arm. Brother Luo, you're going, right? Can you take me with you? I promise I won't be a bother. Sure. Luo Qi readily agreed. One invitation can bring one companion. I'll take you in, and Xingzhou can handle it himself. He looked at Chu Xingzhou. You can get your own invitation, right? Chu Xingzhou said, I'll handle it myself. Do you want to go together? The last question was directed at Shi Yuan, and she nodded without hesitation. Of course, she wanted to go. By the end of the engagement banquet, the four of them had exchanged contact information and agreed to meet again. When Shi Yuan returned home, she had a rare encounter with Shi Yufeng. As soon as Shi Yufeng saw Shi Yuan, he said, Shi Yuan, come sit. Shi Yuan sat down reluctantly. If you have something to say it quickly. I want to rest. Shi Yufeng took on the demeanor of a family head and reminded Shi Yuan, although you've been admitted to the mecha combat department, this is just the beginning. From now on, you and Yin will be classmates, and as the older sister, you must do your best to assist Yin. Shi Yuan retorted, why isn't it Yin assisting me? Sure, Yin couldn't help but jump up, even if you have some ability, if it weren't for Dad. How could Xinglan let you into the mecha combat department? Even if you got into the class, you'd be at the bottom. How can you ask me to assist you? Chapter 12. Shi Yuan is an ability user. Shi Yuan said leisurely, I went to Xinglan to learn, not to play power games. I won't give way to anyone at school. After saying that, she stood up and went upstairs without even glancing at the others. Shi Yin was almost in tears from anger. She looked at Shi Yufeng with grievance and said, Dad, what does she mean? Does she want to compete with me at school too? Shi Yufeng was also dissatisfied with Shi Yuan's response, but he always looked down on her in his heart. Even though he had made a statement, he still felt that Shi Yuan was no match for Shi Yin. He said to Shi Yin, even if she doesn't help you, with her ability, she can't pose a threat to you. Yin, you are still Dad's most outstanding child. You can't let Dad down. Sitting nearby, Shi Hung lowered his head, his eyes flashing with complex emotions. Shi Yin was comforted by his words, but after returning to her room, she recalled what happened today, especially Xiaming Xuan's attitude, and still felt angry. On the day of the auction, Shi Yuan arrived at the place where the four of them had agreed to meet. Chu Xingzhou indeed obtained the invitation, and the four of them entered the designated private room, waiting for the auction to begin. Shi Yuan flipped through the auction catalog, and Chu Xingzhou asked, have you found anything you like? Shi Yuan nodded. She did have her eye on something, but wasn't sure if she had enough money. The auction began, and as the transaction prices appeared one after another, the atmosphere in the room was ignited. When the 16th auction item was brought up, Shi Yuan sat up straight. This was what she wanted. Chu Xingzhou keenly noticed Shi Yuan's change and said, it's the complete skin of the S-class exotic beast, Snowstorm Dragon. Do you want this? Yes, Shi Yuan replied. I need a water or ice-type mecha. Chu Xingzhou asked, I know a good mecha manufacturer. Do you want me to introduce you? Shi Yuan shook her head. No need, I can handle it myself. Chu Xingzhou pondered over her words. An unrealistic idea formed in his mind, but was quickly dismissed. He found it absurd to think that Shi Yuan planned to make a mecha herself. She should have already found a mecha manufacturer and was currently gathering materials. The auction for item 16 began, and Shi Yuan pressed the bidding button several times. With the price already rising to 50 million, and she was still participating in the bidding. When the price reached 80 million, Shi Yuan hesitated and did not continue pressing the button. The money she earned from selling design drawings had partly been given to Chi Sui to help her rent a studio in the capital star. Now, she only had 80 million on hand and couldn't continue to raise the bid. Yen Siruo complained, "Who is in room 23? They've been competing with us the whole time." Just before the auctioneer was about to announce the sale, Chu Xingzhou pressed the button, directly raising the price to 90 million. Luo Qi foolishly asked Xingzhou, "What are you bidding for? You can't use the snowstorm dragon skin." Chu Xingzhou ignored him and said to Shi Yuan, "S-class snowstorm dragon materials are very rare. I can lend you the money if you don't have enough." Luo Qi understood and kept quiet. Shi Yuan thought for a moment and decided to accept Chu Xingzhou's kindness. After all, he was right. Although there were many S-class exotic beasts, not many could be captured by humans. After the price was raised to 90 million, the guests in room 23 did not continue bidding, and Shi Yuan successfully acquired the auction item. The subsequent auction peaked when the S-class crystal core appeared, which was the ice-type crystal core of the snowstorm dragon. This crystal core was auctioned off by Luo Qi for a staggering 300 million. Yen Siruo quietly told Shi Yuan that the Luo family was the richest in the alliance. They had plenty of money. As for Chu Xingzhou, no one knew his identity, but he was either rich or noble. The two didn't ask further since they had just met, and no one knew if they would have further interactions after Shi Yuan paid off her debts. After the auction ended, the staff came to complete the transaction. Shi Yuan received the snowstorm dragon skin, a whole large box. She left Chi Sui's address and contact information, directly entrusting the auction house to send the items. After completing all the processes, the four of them left the private room and ran into Shi Yuan and Xiamingxian. Shi Yuan, who had originally been sulking, looked even worse upon seeing Shi Yuan. She approached Shi Yuan and whispered, "Shi Yuan, you're quite capable, huh? Ming Xingu doesn't want you." And you immediately turn around to cozy up to Chu Xingzhou and Luo Qi. "How much did you make in one night?" Shi Yuan felt disgusted. She thought that reasoning with someone like Shi Yuan wouldn't work, nor could she avoid her. She had to teach her a lesson, so she took action. A drop of water appeared out of thin air at Shi Yuan's fingertips and silently fell on the tip of Shi Yuan's shoe. After doing this, Shi Yuan finally spoke. "No wonder you're an illegitimate daughter. You can say such filthy words. If outsiders hear this, they might doubt your identity. After all, no young lady from any family would say such things." Shi Yuan trembled with anger, and just as she was about to say something, she was pulled back by Xiamingxian. Shi Yuan seized the opportunity to step ahead, and Chu Xingzhou and the others quickly followed. Xiamingxian leaned closer to Shi Yuan and asked in a low voice, "What did you just say?" Shi Yuan angrily replied, "I didn't say anything." Xiamingxian seemed a bit skeptical. "You need to be careful with your words, especially in front of Chu Xingzhou. He is an S-class psychic user. His hearing is not something ordinary people can compare to." Shi Yuan was awakened by his words, and she broke out in a cold sweat. She looked up just in time to see Chu Xingzhou looking back at them. His eyes were cold, as if he were looking at not a person, but a lifeless object. Chu Xingzhou heard. Shi Yuan was so frightened that her body went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. Chu Xingzhou indeed heard her. He even saw Shi Yuan drop a drop of ability water on Shi Yuan's shoe. He didn't know what Shi Yuan intended to do, but thinking of Shi Yuan's disgusting words just now, he felt that whatever Shi Yuan did was justified, so he didn't ask further. However, his suspicion about Shi Yuan was confirmed in his heart. Shi Yuan was indeed an ability user. After leaving the auction house, the four separated, and Chu Xingzhou and Luo Qi went directly to Xingong. On the way, Luo Qi occasionally glanced at Chu Xingzhou with a teasing look in his eyes. Chu Xingzhou couldn't take it anymore and impatiently said, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't look at me with such disgusting eyes." Luo Qi chuckled and said, "You seem quite concerned about Shi Yuan. I've never seen you pay this much attention to a girl. Do you have thoughts about her?" Chu Xingzhou shot him a glance. "Nonsense." Luo Qi continued, "Shi Yuan is quite good, pretty, and although she seems distant from the Shi family, that doesn't affect your relationship. The only trouble is Xiamingxian. He seems to have thoughts about Shi Yuan too, but he's already engaged, so he won't cause much trouble. Chu Xingzhou was thoroughly annoyed and said, "Shut up. I'm not interested in Shi Yuan that way. I'm only interested in her abilities." As if to convince Luo Qi, Chu Xingzhou added, "She is an ability user." Chapter 13. You two are being wanted. Luo Qi was stunned for a moment. Shi Yuan looked delicate and weak like a vase, but unexpectedly, he was a big shot. Chu Xingzhou ignored him. Luo Qi continued, "By the way, can all of you ability users sense each other? I can't tell at all that Shi Yuan is an ability user." After thinking for a moment, Chu Xingzhou replied, "It's not exactly sensing, but when a powerful ability user is nearby, you can feel something." Shi Yuan was very powerful. He could feel Shi Yuan. Likewise, Shi Yuan could certainly feel him too. Shi Yuan had a huge debt on his shoulders. After returning home, he worked hard and immersed himself in the ocean of design. On the other side, Xian had accompanied Shi Yuan in the auction house for quite a while, and Shi Yuan finally calmed down a bit. Xian asked, "Yin, are you okay? What happened?" Shi Yuan couldn't tell the truth, so she had to lie. "I'm fine. Just a bit upset about not winning the snowstorm dragon skin." Xian didn't believe her, but could only go along with her words. 80 million is already our bottom line. We really can't come up with more money. Shi Yuan's attention was diverted, and she huffed. "Don't let me find out who snatched my snowstorm dragon skin, or I will make sure they don't get away with it." Xian helplessly replied, "Let's find other materials instead." Shi Yuan was even angrier. What could be better than S-class snowstorm dragon skin? "Mingxian, this isn't just for me. It's a gift for Master Hu." Xian knew this well, because the snowstorm dragon skin was originally meant for him to buy. The fourth-year students at Xinglan Military Academy were about to start their internships, and Xian would be entering the third year when school started. He needed to have his own mech before the fourth year arrived. Otherwise, he would have to use the common mech provided by the school. Xian was aware of his privileged background and outstanding abilities, so he certainly didn't want to use a regular mech. In fact, he did have his own mech, but he lacked good weapons for it. His goal in attending the auction was to win the S-class Snowstorm Dragon skin to gift to the renowned mech weapon designer, Master Hu, hoping that Master Hu could customize a weapon for him. Now that the plan was ruined, he needed to find a new gift. Thinking of this, Xianmingxuan's mood soured as well. S-class materials were hard to come by. Suppressing his displeasure, Xian said to Shi Yuan, Yin, no matter what, let's go back first." The two left the lounge, planning to head home. As they reached the door, Shi Yuan suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. "Mingxian, do you feel? Be careful." Before she could finish her sentence, terrified screams came from behind. Shi Yuan and Xianmingxian turned back simultaneously. Two giant fire lions were charging towards them with their mouths open. The B-class beast, the fire lion, raised in the auction house, suddenly went berserk. Although Shi Yuan was a military academy student, she had no combat experience, and when faced with such a sudden situation, she froze in place out of fear. Xianmingxian was a bit better. At least he knew he had to resist. However, he was unarmed at the moment and could only try to block one of the fire lions with his bare hands. Then he realized that the two fire lions were paying him no mind and were both targeting Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan finally snapped back to reality and prepared to escape. But it was still a step too late, as one of the fire lions tackled her to the ground. The two fire lions surrounded her, gnawing at her feet. The temperature suddenly rose, and the heat and pain made Shi Yuan scream in agony. She even felt as if her foot had been eaten off. Finally, the auction house staff arrived with weapons and subdued the two fire lions. Shi Yuan's feet were already bloodied, and she had several burn marks on her skin. She fainted from the pain. Xianmingxian couldn't care about anything else and had to join the staff in taking Shi Yuan to the hospital. Shi Yuan finished the design drawing and went downstairs to find a late-night snack, just in time to bump into Yang Huili, who was crying as she came back. She didn't notice Shi Yuan and poured her woes out to Shi Yufeng. Yin has been seriously injured. We can't let that auction house get away with this. Shi Yufeng, feeling a headache, said, "All right, although Yan's injuries are serious, the doctor said she can make a full recovery. The auction house wouldn't be able to operate without some background. If we can avoid antagonism, we should." Shi Yuan listened in and realized her scheme had succeeded. That drop of water was full of energy, and the beasts absolutely could not refuse it. She went to the kitchen, grabbed a small cake, and nonchalantly went upstairs. After finishing the small cake, Shi Yuan planned to log into the game, and just then, Chu Xingzhou sent her a message. It was a piece of news. In the video, Shi Yuan was being gnawed on by the two fire lions, and her twisted face was clearly captured. Xiaming Xuan's terrified expression was also clearly visible. Below were many comments from netizens. Most people felt it was the auction house's fault, but they couldn't blame them entirely. After all, the auction house had strictly followed the rules for raising beasts. Both fire lions have been fitted with controllers, significantly reducing their lethality. At the same time, after the incident, the auction house quickly submitted inspection reports for the two fire lions, which had just undergone health checks a day prior, showing no abnormalities. So in the end, it could only be attributed to bad luck. Then, Shi Yuan and Xiaming Xuan's identities were dug up. Both were military academy students. However, when faced with the fire lion attack, they had shown no resistance at all. Shi Yuan watched the netizen comments with great interest, but in the next moment, the page disappeared. The news was deleted. Shi Yufeng had intervened. Shi Yuan, feeling disappointed, closed her light brain and logged into the game. She appeared in the game residence. And beside her, Chu Xingzhou had just logged in as well. I just logged on too. We really are in sync, Chu Xingzhou joked. Shi Yuan was in a good mood today and curiously examined her cheap husband. Chu Xingzhou keenly noticed this and asked, "What are you looking at?" Shi Yuan replied, "I was thinking about what you were like in reality." Chu Xingzhou assessed his character's body. His physique wasn't much different from his real self, but as for his appearance, it was randomly chosen from the system's default when Luo Qi created the account. It bore no resemblance to his real self. However, Chu Xingzhou didn't know how to answer this question because he suddenly remembered that the reason he was playing this game was that he had promised Luo Qi's request. He needed to deceive the person in front of him, whether for money or emotions. Just then, a loud knock interrupted Chu Xingzhou's thoughts. This was their residence in the game. Known only to a few people, the couple from North Street and South Alley. "Sister, open the door, it's me." Shi Yuan heard a familiar voice. It was Ruo, the boy who had been on a mission with them before. She opened the door, and Yin Saruo squeezed in, looking flustered. He took a deep breath before saying, "Sister, brother-in-law, it's bad. You two are being wanted." Chapter 14, this time, it's for emotional distress compensation. Yin Saruo sat trembling in the back seat of the car. "Aren't we supposed to lay low, you two big shots?" She clearly knew there was a bounty on them, and the couple had unanimously decided to leave the safe zone, which she found hard to understand. He advised if you die once, you go straight back to the novice village. The cost is too high. Those people spent a lot of money to put a bounty on you. Many must want to take this job. We should avoid it. Shi Yuan was driving and smiled slightly. Such a good opportunity is right in front of us. Wouldn't it be a pity to give it up? Yin Saruo. Chu Xingzhou also smiled. Last time we collected protection money. This time, we should collect emotional distress compensation. Yin Saruo. Chu Xingzhou, sitting in the passenger seat, turned to Yin Saruo and said, "Ruofeng, are you sure you want to follow us? You could just die once and go back to the novice village." Yin Saruo hesitated a bit, feeling that her brother-in-law was implying she would be a burden. In fact, she would be. Chu Xingzhou continued, "We've just left the safe zone. If you want to go back, you can still do so. Once we go further, it won't be possible." Yin Saruo made a quick decision. She said to Shi Yuan, "Sister, how about you drop me off? I'll spend some money to find someone to take me back." Shi Yuan parked the car, and Yin Saruo quickly jumped out, just in time to encounter a convoy heading back to the safe zone. Yin Saruo spent some money to hitch a ride. Before parting, she waved tearfully at the two. "Sister, brother-in-law, you must come back. Don't leave me as a left-behind child." Only the two of them were left in the car, and Chu Xingzhou was in a very good mood. He asked, "Where to now?" Shi Yuan thought for a moment and suggested, "How about the residential area where we collected protection money before?" "Okay." Chu Xingzhou deeply. Half a day after leaving the safe zone, the population began to dwindle, and both Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou could sense they were being followed. They pretended not to know and continued towards their destination. Passing through a small village, their car suddenly accelerated and disappeared into an alley. Behind them, 5 SUVs followed in succession into the alley, only to discover that the way ahead was a dead end. "Oh no, we've fallen into a trap. Back out quickly," the leader shouted. As soon as the words left his mouth, those in the vehicles felt the sky darken, as if clouds were gathering. Someone looked up and nearly died on the spot. Above them, a dense mass of zombies was trapped inside a gigantic water sphere, teetering precariously. Quick escape. Then they realized the way and was blocked by an electric fence, and just then, the water sphere burst, drenching the vehicles with zombies and water. The freed zombies immediately targeted the living inside the vehicles. In the narrow alley, besides the zombies' howls, there were only the sounds of metal crashing against metal as the vehicles were struck. Help! I don't want to die. Who the hell set this up? If I find out who it is, I swear I'll flay them alive. Amid the curses, 3 of the 5 vehicles had already been overturned, and none of the people inside survived. As the remaining 2 vehicles swayed precariously, Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou finally took action. The massive water sphere encapsulated the zombies once more, and black lightning turned into whips, binding the surviving people inside the vehicles and lifting them into the air. Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou jumped down from the rooftops on either side of the alley. Shi Yuan straightforwardly said, "Are you willing to pay for your lives? How much? You have 10 seconds to think about it." Chu Xingzhou added, "And for emotional distress compensation." The bearded man leading the group cursed fiercely, "We are from the Qinglong gang. If you know what is good for you, let us go quickly, or the consequences will be something you can't bear." Shi Yuan looked at Chu Xingzhou. Was the Qinglong gang? Chu Xingzhou didn't know either and shook his head honestly. Shi Yuan then said, "No matter if you're the Qinglong gang or the Qingxi gang, daring to follow us means you have to pay the price." A man with a mohawk next to the bearded man said in surprise, "Our Qingxi, no, Qinglong gang is one of the top 10 mercenary groups in the safe zone. Don't you have any common sense? You don't know this?" I don't know. Shi Yuan began to count down. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, kill them. Chu Xingzhou raised his hand, and a bolt of black lightning pierced the bearded man's chest, and he vanished into a point of light, clearly dead. The Mohawk man said in terror, "Wait." Another bolt of lightning struck, and the Mohawk man also disappeared into light. The others were terrified. "I'll pay. How much do you want? Just don't kill me. I'll pay too. I know I was wrong." In the end, Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou collected a large sum of star coins and game crystals. After watching the remaining members of the Qinglong gang flee in panic, Chu Xingzhou asked Shi Yuan, "Are we still going to the residential area?" Shi Yuan thought for a moment. "Let us go. There are plenty of zombies there." "All right," Chu Xingzhou asked, "Do you want the crystals?" Shi Yuan replied, "Ido, but I want to fight zombies even more." The two continued on, this time with Chu Xingzhou driving. After getting onto the mountain road, an earthquake suddenly struck, and rocks rolled down from a cliff. "Abandon the car," Shi Yuan ordered. The two jumped out immediately, and the next second, a huge tongue wrapped around the empty car, crushing into scrap metal in a matter of moments. Chu Xingzhou and Shi Yuan regrouped. "How did you know there were strange beasts?" Shi Yuan said, "Instinct, an experience from my past life, but I can't say that. The S-Class strange beast is harder to deal with than S-Class zombies." "I need your help this time," Shi Yuan said. If it were her past self, she would handle it alone, but now, she didn't dare to take chances. She needed backup. Chu Xingzhou rubbed his shoulder and said, "No problem, you take the lead and I'll assist." 3 hours later, the massive S-Class snake-like strange beast fell heavily to the ground, and Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou quickly collected the spoils. Suddenly, a strong wind arose, followed by heavy rain, and the sky grew darker. Chu Xingzhou wiped his face. "It's pouring, we don't have a car, and it's too dangerous to travel after dark. We can't log off here either. According to the game rules, wherever you log off, that's where you'll log in next time. The wilderness is unsafe. If we log off recklessly, we might find ourselves in the midst of a horde of zombies or strange beasts when we log back in. We can only find a place to stay." Shi Yuan also felt they shouldn't move around carelessly. She looked around and said, "S-Class strange beasts have level suppression. Although it's dead, its residual power is still present. It's safest for us to stay here tonight. Let us look for its lair." After searching in the rain for half an hour, they found a cave, which was the lair of the S-Class strange beast before it died. They would spend the night here. The two set up a fire, and the dampness and chill in the cave were instantly dispelled. Shi Yuan felt uncomfortable in her wet clothes. She said to Chu Xingzhou, "Turn around. If I don't call you, you can't look back." Chu Xingzhou obediently turned around to face the wall of the cave. Shi Yuan, with her back to him, took off her wet clothes. Chapter 15. What is the Shi family? In the dim cave, Chu Xingzhou faced the rock wall, and Shi Yuan's shadow was cast in front of him. Shi Yuan was focused on drying her clothes. Chu Xingzhou's Adam's apple rolled up and down a couple of times. He suddenly felt a bit of itch in his throat. After Shi Yuan dried her clothes and put them on, she said to Chu Xingzhou, "I'm done. It's your turn." Chu Xingzhou took a moment to understand what she meant. It was his turn to dry his clothes. Since birth, he had never known how to write the characters for Shi. But now he suddenly felt that he might need to learn. So he awkwardly changed the subject, saying that someone had to keep watch tonight. Shi Yuan nodded in agreement. One person watches half the night. Do you want to go first, or should I? Chu Xingzhou said, "I'll go first." Okay, Shi Yuan replied. "Wake me up when it's time." After saying that, she turned to face the rock wall and lay down, falling asleep in no time. Chu Xingzhou sighed, thinking no wonder Luo Qi fell for her. This trickster really had something about her. After drying his clothes, he sat beside Shi Yuan, staring blankly at the ceiling of the cave, and before he knew it, the sky was already getting light. When Shi Yuan woke up and saw the dawn, she looked serious and said to Chu Xingzhou, "Why didn't you wake me to keep watch?" Chu Xingzhou replied, "I wasn't sleepy." Shi Yuan sternly educated him. In the wild, whether you're sleepy or not, you have to rest whenever you get the chance. No one knows what dangers we might encounter tomorrow. Only with enough sleep can we ensure our combat effectiveness. Chu Xingzhou awkwardly said, "I know I was wrong. There won't be a next time." Shi Yuan finally let him off. "There's still a little time. You should rest for a bit. After it's fully bright, we'll look for a vehicle and continue our journey." Chu Xingzhou had no objections. He lay down in the spot where Shi Yuan had just been and surprisingly fell asleep quickly. After dawn, the two left the cave and found an abandoned vehicle on the road to continue their journey. Along the way, they encountered several ambushes, all of which were easily dealt with by the two, resulting in a windfall. 3 days later, they returned home to the protected area, and this journey came to an end. Before going offline, Chu Xingzhou said, "I got some things to take care of recently, so I probably won't be online much." Shi Yuan said, "Just as well, I also have some things to do. Let us go with the flow. If we happen to cross paths, we can play together." Chu Xingzhou watched Shi Yuan go offline, stood in the room for a while, and finally went offline with a sense of reluctance. Shi Yuan really had things to do. The Xinglan Military Academy was about to start. Yin Siruo specifically came from Tianhua Star to Beimang Star, planning to go to school with Shi Yuan. On the way, they encountered Xie Mingxian. Xie Mingxian also lived on Tianhua Star, and this time, it was Shi Yin who asked him to come along. In the end, the four of them boarded the spaceship heading to the Central Star domain capital star. Throughout the journey, Xie Mingxian observed Yin Siruo and found that she really only regarded Shi Yuan as an older sister, which made him subconsciously breathe a sigh of relief. However, when they arrived at the first starport of the capital star and saw Chu Xingzhou and Luo Qi coming to pick them up, Xie Mingxian's heart sank again. A sense of crisis arose. Seizing the opportunity while retrieving their luggage, Xie Mingxian avoided Shi Yin and came to Shi Yuan's side. With a serious expression, he said, Yuan, I know you're mad at me, but you can't get close to Chu Xingzhou and Luo Qi just to make me angry. They're not good people." Shi Yuan replied, "To me, you're not a good person." Xie Mingxian gasped, and in a low voice, he said, "Luo Qi is known for being a playboy. His intentions in getting close to you are clearly not good. As for Chu Xingzhou, his family background is complicated. If you get close to them, you will suffer." Shi Yuan initially wanted to walk away directly, but thinking of what Chu Xingzhou said about having met her mother, she became somewhat concerned about his family background. So she asked, "What kind of family background does Chu Xingzhou have?" Xie Mingxian was exasperated. "So you do like Chu Xingzhou? You've only met him once. You can't possibly like him, so you must be doing this just to spite me." Shi Yuan didn't want to talk to a madman. She dismissed her curiosity and, before leaving, gave Xie Mingxian a piece of advice. Narcissism is a disease. It needs to be treated. Taking advantage of Xie Mingxian's stunned state, Shi Yuan quickly ran away. Chu Xingzhou and Luo Qi diligently acted as tour guides, first taking Shi Yuan and Yin Siruo to the school and then helping them settle into their dorms. Yin Siruo was Luo Qi's junior. They were both in the mecha maintenance department. and Luo Qi volunteered to show Yin Siruo around the dormitory and teaching buildings of the mecha maintenance department. Thus, the task of entertaining Shi Yuan fell to Chu Xingzhou. With only a few days before the start of school, many students had already returned early. As Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou walked along the campus path, they felt many gazes on them. "Looks like you're quite popular," Shi Yuan teased. Chu Xingzhou's lips curled slightly. "When you secure the top position in your grade, there will be many people paying attention to you too." Shi Yuan was not surprised that Chu Xingzhou was the top of his grade. Or rather, if the aura that Chu Xingzhou exuded wasn't that of a top student, Shi Yuan would have been surprised. "You're not feeling uncomfortable, are you?" Chu Xingzhou asked. Shi Yuan shook her head. "Let them look. I want to lose anything by being looked at." Chu Xingzhou genuinely smiled. He felt a familiar vibe from Shi Yuan, even though this was only their second meeting. His smile stunned several female classmates by the roadside, and after they walked away, the female classmates began to talk in shock. "Isn't that Chu Xingzhou, the top of the mecha combat department in the third year? Everyone says he is aloof and hard to approach." "He is not that aloof, but it's true he is hard to approach." The girl beside him looks unfamiliar. Is she his girlfriend? She should be, otherwise, why would he bring her around campus and smile so sweetly? "Ah, one of my friends has a crush on him since first year. She is going to be heartbroken now." "There are plenty of people who have a crush on Chu Xingzhou. Don't worry, your friend is not alone." Chu Xingzhou was quite a good tour guide. He took Shi Yuan around the school, introduced several main buildings, and then sent Shi Yuan back to her dorm. The next day, Shi Yuan arranged to meet Yin Siruo to find Chi Sui Sui. After 2 years of hard survival on Garbage Star, Chi Sui Sui still maintained her originally lively and cute personality. Upon seeing them, she immediately linked arms with Shi Yuan and cheerfully said, "Sister, I completed the tasks you asked me to do. Let us go. I'll take you to see the studio." Then she turned back to Yin Siruo. Showing her teeth, "I took you in as an apprentice because I felt sorry for you, so you better behave and not embarrass me." Yin Siruo retorted, "You are the one embarrassing yourself. If you can skip grades like me, then you have the right to criticize me." "So what if I skip grades? You still didn't get into the mecha design department. That's discrimination. I'm going to rally all our mecha maintenance department comrades to fight against you." In the midst of their bickering, the three had already arrived at the studio rented by Chi Sui Sui. Shi Yuan opened the door and walked in. The spacious studio was filled with mecha materials. She took a deep breath, thinking, what is the Shi family? This is where her new life begins. Chapter 16. Accidentally turning someone into a pig's head. It's quiet. Today is the first day of school, and I would like to introduce a new student to everyone. Shi Yuan stands beside the homeroom teacher of the second-year class, one of the mecha combat department, smiling as she introduces herself. A classmate asks, "So, your name is Shi Yuan, which is very similar to Shi Yan. Are you relatives?" Shi Yan, flustered, exclaims loudly, "She is our family's adopted daughter." After saying that, she immediately regrets it. Her reaction was too exaggerated, making her seem a bit abnormal. Shi Yuan slightly curls her lips, looking at Shi Yan with a smile that isn't quite a smile. "Yes, adopted daughter. After the theoretical class in the morning, the afternoon is for combat class." The combat class is organized into pairs based on last semester's final exam results, and Shi Yuan is grouped with the student who ranked last in the class last semester. In the first round, Shi Yuan takes 2 minutes to throw her opponent to the ground. In the second round, she only takes 1 minute. There is still a long time left before class ends, so Shi Yuan reaches out to help her opponent up, preparing to start the third round. "Wait." A girl with light golden curly hair calls out to them. Shi Yuan knows who she is. Luo Qi had given her a list of key students in her grade, and this light golden-haired girl is on it. Beverly, the perennial second in Class 1, always overshadowed by Shi Yan, rumored to have a bad relationship with her. Beverly walks over and says to Shi Yuan, "I want to switch opponents with you." Shi Yuan glances at Shi Yan behind Beverly. As the top 2 students from last semester, they were paired together. Beverly's suggestion to switch opponents is clearly meant to stir trouble. Shi Yuan has no objections. She looks at her original opponent. The boy with a face full of freckles quickly says, "I have no objections." Shi Yan angrily follows behind. "Hey, who allowed you to switch groups?" "I won't switch. Beverly scoffs. Switching opponents in combat class is very common. What? Are you afraid to fight Shi Yuan? Afraid of losing? Shi Yuan, in a frenzy, retorts, how could I possibly lose to her? Then you two can have a match, Beverly immediately suggests. Shi Yuan is caught between a rock and a hard place. She looks at the combat teacher, who also notices the commotion but clearly has no intention of stopping it. As Beverly said, switching opponents is too common. Sometimes teachers even enjoy seeing them do it. Shi Yuan warms up her body, ready for a quick battle. Shi Yuan glares fiercely at Beverly before looking at Shi Yuan. New grudges and old grievances fill her mind, making her a bit dazed. She seems to forget that Shi Yuan passed a strict transfer exam to enter Xinglan. She also forgets that Shi Yuan has survived for 2 years on a desolate garbage planet filled with alien beasts. She believes that as the top student in the class and second in the grade, defeating Shi Yuan should be a piece of cake. Confidently, she charges at Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan's strength is indeed impressive. It takes Shi Yuan a full 10 minutes to bring her down. Shi Yuan lies on the ground in disbelief, having fallen awkwardly with her face hitting the ground first. Now her face is burning with pain, and it seems she will swell up like a pig's head. Beverly bursts into laughter. Shi Yuan, you have her day now. Shi Yuan is helped up but still can't believe the outcome. Impossible. What tricks did you use? Beverly replies, Shi Yuan, I didn't expect you to be such a sore loser. Did you really think you were the strongest in class? That no one could beat you? Shi Yuan roars in frustration. Impossible. How could Shi Yuan win against me? Not possible. All right, the combat teacher approaches. Shi Yuan won. In front of the teacher, Shi Yuan doesn't dare to act too recklessly and reluctantly shuts her mouth. After class, Shi Yuan is furious and wants to find trouble with Shi Yuan. But Shi Yuan runs away faster than a rabbit. She wants to meet Yin Saruo, and they both head to the studio together. Whenever they have time, they go to the studio to assemble mechas. The two agreed to meet at the school gate, and Shi Yuan arrives first. Yuan. Xie Mingxian passes by and can't help but walk over to call her. How was your first day of classes? Shi Yuan glances at him. What does it have to do with you? Xie Mingxian says, I'm concerned about you. Shi Yuan decisively rejects him. I don't need your concern. Xie Mingxian seems not to understand and continues. The second-year coursework is relatively heavy, and next semester we will start practical mecha operations. If you have any questions, you can come to me. I will help you. Shi Yuan chuckles. What do you keep hovering around me for? Instead of wasting time here, why not take care of your fiancé? Xie Mingxian has a look of realization. Yuan, you really care about my engagement to Shi Yuan. Huh? Xie Mingxian grabs Shi Yuan's hand. Yuan, believe me, I'm not in control of this. My engagement to Shi Yuan is a decision made by our two families. I have no way to resist, but the one in my heart has always been you. Shi Yuan shakes off his hand. Xie Mingxian, you really make me sick. Xie Mingxian reaches out again to grab Shi Yuan, but she dodges away. Shi Yuan. Just then, someone calls out to Shi Yuan. Chu Xingzhou walks over with a blank expression, completely ignoring Xie Mingxian, and stands next to Shi Yuan. You said you wanted to visit my mother before. She will be back from her business trip next week. If you have time, shall we schedule it for next weekend? Shi Yuan's eyes brighten. I have time. Then next weekend, I will visit your house. Xie Mingxian's face darkens. Why do you want to go to his house? Yuan, you can't use this method to anger me. Chu Xingzhou pretends not to understand and says, Classmate Xie, why can't Shi Yuan visit my house? We're just friends. What's the problem? Xie Mingxian grits his teeth and replies, Shi Yuan has a boyfriend. Getting too close to you will lead to misunderstandings. Chu Xingzhou looks at Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan shakes her head. Nonsense. I have never had a boyfriend in my life. In her past life, she also didn't have one. She is definitely a single mother and absolutely won't allow anyone to slander her. Chu Xingzhou then says to Xie Mingxian, it seems the information you have is incorrect. But it's not surprising. You're just Shi Yuan's future brother-in-law, so you probably don't know her that well. Xie Mingxian is so angry he almost spits blood. He looks at Shi Yuan with resentment. Although he and Shi Yuan have never officially dated, they had both tacitly agreed before her disappearance that they would be together in the future. Chu Xingzhou no longer pays attention to Xie Mingxian. He says to Shi Yuan, where are you going? I can give you a ride. We can discuss next week's schedule on the way. Okay. Shi Yuan agrees and then gets into Chu Xingzhou's hover car. On the way, she messages Yin Siruo to let her know to go to the studio by herself. After sending the message, Shi Yuan says to Chu Xingzhou, "Thank you for helping me out." Chu Xingzhou replies, "Even without me, you could have gotten rid of him yourself." That's true. Shi Yuan does not feel modest at all. Chu Xingzhou doesn't say anything else, and Shi Yuan also falls silent. Chapter 17, Is Someone Impersonating My Descendant? Chu Xingzhou dropped Shi Yuan off near the studio and left. He didn't ask Shi Yuan what she was going to do, feeling that they weren't close enough for that yet. As Shi Yuan entered the studio, Yin Siruo surprisingly arrived before her. Without saying a word, the two began working, assembling the main body of the mech with the available materials. "Yin Siruo, what's wrong with you today?" Halfway through their work, Shi Yuan noticed that Yin Siruo seemed distracted. Yin Siruo hesitated for a while before pulling out his light brain and opening a page. The college mech weapon design competition. Yin Siruo continued. "This competition is held every year. Our Yin family usually signs up as long as we get into college. I wanted to sign up too, but my parents won't let me." Shi Yuan was puzzled. Why not? It's a great opportunity for practice. Yin Siruo made a face like a bitter melon. "They said I'm in the mech maintenance department and shouldn't get involved in design work. They're just afraid I'll embarrass them with my poor grades." He was self-aware and understood how his family viewed him, but he really wanted to participate. He felt he had made progress while learning from Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan encouraged, "If you want to join, then join. You can still be anonymous, right?" Yin Siruo replied, "Only in the first round of the preliminary selection." Shi Yuan suggested, "Then just get through the preliminary selection. You might not even fail." Yin Siruo puffed up his cheeks in anger, but soon deflated. "You're right. With so many military academies in the entire alliance and so many mech design students competing, I might not even pass the preliminary selection." He casually signed up, perhaps relieved to have let go of a worry, and he completed the following tasks very well. In the new week, there was a mech simulation class. The students didn't actually pilot mechs. They needed to practice in simulation pods, and only those who passed the test could start real mech practice classes. The mech simulation class was attended by two classes, Class 1 and Class 2 together. Before the class started, Shi Yuan sensed that Shi Yin was in a bad mood. Bei Fuli leaned over to her, gleefully saying, "The top student is in Class 2. When Shi Yin first enrolled, she declared she would take the top spot. But she has been outperformed every exam. Now that she has to take class with Class 2, it's no wonder she feels bad." Shi Yuan shot Bei Fuli a glance. It seemed she had forgotten that she was also someone who had been outperformed. Bei Fuli nudged Shi Yuan's arm. "Look over there, that's the top student." Shi Yuan looked over and saw a group of people surrounding a cool, beautiful girl. Bei Fuli said, "That's Yuan Xuanning from the Yuan family. She is a water element ability user. Although her mental strength is B level, she can definitely outperform Shi Yin with her abilities." Curiously, Shi Yuan looked over. It was her first time seeing an ability user since coming to this era, aside from Chu Xingzhou. Yuan Xuanning was surrounded by a crowd, and she walked up to Shi Yin. "I heard you were injured recently. Seems like you've recovered." Her cool voice held no emotion. Shi Yin's expression changed. Yuan Xuanning was referring to the incident where she was attacked by fire lions at the auction house before school started. Although the video was deleted later, many people had seen it, and Yuan Xuanning had clearly witnessed it too. Because of this incident, Shi Yin had been mocked by many after school started. But Yuan Xuanning's question infuriated her and made her want to find a hole to hide in. "Through gritted teeth," she replied. "You were also attacked by 2 adult fire lions. I doubt you would have gotten away either." Yuan Xuanning looked her up and down. "At least I wouldn't have been knocked down and bitten so helplessly." Tension rose. Shi Yin, furious, shouted, "Let us have a competition." After saying that, she felt a bit regretful, knowing she couldn't compete with Yuan Xuanning. So she added, "Let us compete in class. It would be meaningless if it's just the two of us. Let us compare which class performs better after class." Bei Fuli clicked her tongue, thinking it was a good idea. If they won, great. If they lost, it wouldn't just be her losing face, and she could blame the other classmates for the loss. Shi Yuan agreed, sensing that if they really lost, she would definitely be the first to bear the brunt of it. Once Shi Yin said it, she couldn't back out, or it would seem like she was afraid. Meanwhile, Class 2 couldn't refuse, So Yuan Xuanning calmly said, all right. Bei Fueli pouted. Yuan Xuanning, isn't anything special either, always acting high and mighty, as if she's the only noble one in the world. If it weren't for her family background, who would even look up to her? Shi Yuan glanced at Bei Fueli. She really said anything. Ability users were so rare. How could no one appreciate them? Don't you think so? Bei Fueli asked Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan nonchalantly replied, yeah, but what is her family background? You don't know. Bei Fueli looked at Shi Yuan as if she were foolish. Shi Yuan shook her head. Do I need to know? Bei Fueli laughed. You're really something. Shi Yuan. Bei Fueli continued to explain, you know the Yuan family, right? They are descendants of the hero, Ms. Yuan from the Earth-Apocalypse era. Yuan Xuanning is from the Yuan family. Shi Yuan was taken aback. Ms. Yuan? All right. If it weren't for Ms. Yuan killing the Zombie King back then, humanity wouldn't have had a chance to breathe, and wouldn't have developed into the interstellar society we have today. Ms. Yuan is the savior of all humanity. Shi Yuan asked, the Ms. Yuan from the Red Flag Mercenary Corps? Bei Fueli confirmed, exactly. Shi Yuan felt as if she had been struck by lightning. The Ms. Yuan from the Red Flag Mercenary Corps was her. How could she, the person involved, not know she had descendants? Shi Yuan said seriously, impossible. I heard Ms. Yuan was single her whole life, never dated, let alone married. There's no way she could have descendants. Bei Fueli replied, maybe they are the descendants of siblings. As long as they're blood relation, they could be considered descendants of Ms. Yuan. Shi Yuan decisively shook her head. That is also impossible. Do you know why the mercenary group founded by Ms. Yuan is called the Red Flag Mercenary Corps? Bei Fueli stared at her with wide, clueless eyes. Because Ms. Yuan was an orphan, and the orphanage she grew up in was called the Red Flag Orphanage. Bei Fueli exclaimed, oh, you know so much. Shi Yuan forced a smile. She knew even more. For instance, Ms. Yuan actually didn't have the surname Yuan. It was because that group of teammates called her a Yuan, and later people mistakenly thought her surname was Yuan. Bei Fueli realized belatedly, if what you're saying is true, then where did the Yuan family come from? Shi Yuan thought to herself, who could she ask about this? She cast a sideways glance at Yuan Xuanning, feeling a bit angry. This Yuan family that appeared out of nowhere was taking advantage of her inability to clarify after her death, using her name to swindle people. They were ruining her reputation. This couldn't just be let go. Chapter 18. A glimpse of skill. Shi Yuan lay in the simulation pod, as if she were truly seated in a mech. The operation panel displayed the course content, shooting down the cosmic robots in the asteroid belt. Upon seeing this course, Shi Yuan couldn't help but feel that it was indeed the Star Lawn Military Academy. If she wasn't mistaken, this was their first mech simulation class. In this first lesson, not only was the simulation environment set directly in the hazardous asteroid belt, but also included a shooting task. Although students like Shi Yuan, Yuan Xuanning, and even Beverly, who came from distinguished backgrounds, had early exposure to mechs and had even piloted real ones, most of the classmates had never encountered them before, including Shi Yuan. This was her first time using a mech simulation pod, which meant she would need to spend time learning mech operation compared to Shi Yuan and others. As the countdown ended, Shi Yuan found herself surrounded by the vastness of space. Several mechs flew past her, diving straight into the asteroid belt, clearly piloted by classmates who could operate mechs. Shi Yuan, along with other students who couldn't pilot, remained outside the asteroid belt, struggling to learn. At this moment, Shi Yuan truly felt how low her mental strength was. Although she could complete the operations, she could clearly feel the drain on her mental energy. Shi Yuan frowned. This wouldn't do. With the class lasting an hour and the rate of mental energy depletion, she wouldn't be able to last even one class. She needed to come up with a solution. The primary reason for the rapid mental energy depletion was her originally low mental strength and insufficient reserves. Another reason was her rough operations, which wasted too much mental energy. Chu Xingzhou had once said that the first mech simulation class was usually an invisible baseline test, with the teacher silently observing each student's talent from behind. Therefore, at least in this class, Shi Yuan would not receive guidance from the teacher. That left only one solution: to use her abilities to make up for the gap in mental energy. A layer of mist appeared, quickly filling the entire cockpit. Shi Yuan's mind conjured the internal structure of the cockpit, and even the smallest components became clear to her. The teacher in the observation room happened to be one of the invigilators during the transfer exam and had been watching Shi Yuan closely. He quickly noticed her change. In a light screen, the mech piloted by Shi Yuan dashed into the asteroid belt like lightning. The teacher let out a sigh of relief. Indeed. As expected of an ability user, he shouldn't have worried about Shi Yuan. In the center of the asteroid belt, Shi Yuan gritted her teeth as she watched a mech not far away. That was Yuan Xuanning's mech. Everyone knew that the most dangerous center of the asteroid belt had the most cosmic robots, and Shi Yuan headed straight there from the start, as did Yuan Xuanning. From the very beginning, Yuan Xuanning had intentionally or unintentionally stolen the targets that Shi Yuan had her eye on, shooting them down before Shi Yuan could. Shi Yuan scoffed in her heart. She wondered if Yuan Xuanning's crazy admirers knew that the seemingly noble and aloof Yuan Xuanning was actually a sore loser. After venting her frustration, Shi Yuan began to feel anxious. If this continued, their Class 1 would lose. She glanced at the radar. Class 1 still had more mechs outside the asteroid belt than Class 2. Either they were too afraid to enter until now, or had been shot down in the asteroid belt and were respawning outside. Regardless, Class 1 was completely being suppressed by Class 2. Shi Yuan was unwilling to accept this. Suddenly, a flash of light caught her eye, and upon closer inspection, she found it was a red-coated mech. The red coating belonged to Class 1. The mech darted past like lightning, having already taken down several cosmic robots in just a few minutes. Shi Yuan was surprised. She had no idea there was such a person in her class. She clicked on the mech information on the radar, and the moment she saw the pilot's name, her expression turned sinister. Shi Yuan, why did she have such strength when her mental energy was clearly only at sea level? Why? She glared at the mech ahead. Even if they lost, she didn't want Shi Yuan to steal the spotlight. Another person who felt alarmed was Yuan Xuanning. She furrowed her brows as she looked at the red mech. The two classes couldn't see each other's personnel information, so she had no idea who was piloting that mech. But it definitely wasn't Shi Yuan. No matter who it was, she couldn't let them continue. Yuan Xuanning employed the same tactic again, closely following the red mech, waiting for the right moment to strike and seize the cosmic robots. However, after several rounds, Yuan Xuanning found that she hadn't managed to capture a single cosmic robot. How could this be? She was an ability user, and her water blades ascend out with her abilities were faster than her mental energy. Even Shi Yuan, an A-level mental energy user, couldn't match her speed. Among the students in Class 1, the strongest was Shi Yuan. The others were ordinary in her eyes. The only difference was that Class 1 had an additional transfer student named Shi Yuan. Could she be an ability user? Yuan Xuanning thought of a terrifying possibility, her brows furrowing so tightly they could crush a fly. The thought of another ability user in her grade made her feel uncomfortable, and the unpleasant feeling almost consumed her. No, she had to be unique. Yuan Xuanning stared intently at the red mech, observing it for a while before finally feeling relieved. It wasn't an ability user. Shi Yuan's mech showed no sign of any ability. For instance, she herself was a water-type ability user. When she attacked, water blades would emerge from her mech, easily revealing her status as an ability user. All ability users must use their powers visibly. Yuan Xuanning firmly believed this. Therefore, Shi Yuan was definitely not an ability user, but her displayed strength was still something to be wary of. Yuan Xuanning looked at Shi Yuan, and a massive cannon barrel came into her view. Shi Yuan's cannon was aimed at her. Had she gone mad? Yuan Xuanning nervously looked around, excitement welling up inside her. The teacher monitored everything happening in the asteroid belt. If Shi Yuan fired at her, it would definitely violate classroom rules. She hoped Shi Yuan would be penalized, and she wished everyone would see Shi Yuan as the villain. This way, even if Shi Yuan's strength was impressive, as long as her character was not recognized, she could never surpass herself. Boom! A shell came flying, and Yuan Xuanning stood still, waiting to be sent back to the starting point outside the asteroid belt. However, what she expected did not happen. The shell grazed her mech and exploded behind her. Yuan Xuanning turned around sharply, and behind her, two cosmic robots slowly fell. Shi Yuan had shot down two cosmic robots with one cannon blast. Yuan Xuanning was furious and humiliated. The first thought that popped in her mind was that Shi Yuan looked down on her. Gritting her teeth, she looked up. But where was Shi Yuan's figure? Shi Yuan had hardly paid attention to Yuan Xuanning. After shooting down 2 cosmic robots, she left immediately, searching for other cosmic robots. Chapter 19, Meeting the Parents after an hour of class. Class 1 was almost overwhelmed by Class 2 in the first half. In the second half, with Shi Yuan's strong entrance, Class 1 stopped the decline and fought back, ultimately winning narrowly against Class 2. Shi Yuan became the student who knocked down the most cosmic robots in the entire class. The teacher, who had been standing in the back the whole class, finally made an appearance. He smiled and walked up to Shi Yuan, asking, "How do you feel, Shi Yuan?" Shi Yuan frowned slightly, not quite satisfied. "My operation was too rough." The teacher replied kindly, "It's your first time operating a mech, and achieving this level is already genius level. I look forward to your future performance. But don't put too much pressure on yourself." Shi Yuan thanked the teacher as he left. Beverly looked at Shi Yuan in surprise. "I guess you were strong, but I didn't expect you to even beat Yuan Xuanning," a classmate said. Not just that, Shi Yuan only entered halfway through the class, while Yuan Xuanning was in the asteroid belt for the entire class and still couldn't beat Shi Yuan. The classmates in Class 1 were generally very happy, as Class 1 had always been just a little short last semester, constantly being suppressed by Class 2. Now, with Shi Yuan, they saw hope for a turnaround. "Do you think Shi Yuan could become our grade's new top student?" "I think so." She defeated both Yuan Xuanning and Shi Yuan, last semester's first and second place. "Look, even the teacher seems very confident in Shi Yuan." Almost all the classmates in Class 1 surrounded Shi Yuan, some wanting to befriend her, while others wanted her to share her experiences. Shi Yuan stood to the side with a dark face. Her personality was not one to endure, and it was the same at this moment. She deliberately said loudly, "Shi Yuan, you don't seem like a first-time mech operator. You seem quite close to the third year's top student, Chu Xingzhou. He must have taught you quite a bit." She emphasized the word close, making it sound very ambiguous. Shi Yuan shot her a cold glance. It seemed that being attacked by the fire lion hadn't taught her enough of a lesson. Beverly snorted. "Shi Yuan, if you lose, you have to admit it. What are you being so sarcastic about?" Shi Yuan retorted, "Beverly, I never knew you had such poor taste. What kind of person can be your friend?" Beverly shot back, "It's because I have good taste that I look down on you." Shi Yuan looked at her holographic computer. Chu Xingzhou had just sent her a message confirming the time for her visit to his house this weekend. Soon after, another message from Shi Yuan arrived, informing her that he had obtained the entry ticket to the underground trading market on Capital Star. Shi Yuan suddenly became energized. She said to Shi Yuan, "If you want to beat me, just challenge me openly. Let's have a fair match instead of just trying to get an advantage with your words. It makes you look cheap." She waved goodbye to Beverly and, regardless of how furious Shi Yuan was, left the classroom without looking back. Yuan Xuanning stood at the end of the corridor, watching Shi Yuan walk past. She asked the classmate following her with a deep gaze, "Did Shi Yuan just say that she is very close to Chu Xingzhou?" The sycophantic classmate's heart skipped a beat, and he forced himself to answer, "It seems so." Yuan Xuanning's expression was unreadable as she recalled hearing before school started that Chu Xingzhou had taken a female classmate around campus. Was it her? The sycophantic classmate felt anxious and didn't know how to respond. Yuan Xuanning, however, said to herself, "Anyone who can stand beside Chu Xingzhou definitely wouldn't be her." Shi Yuan received the entry ticket from Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan apologetically said, "Sister, I've been busy lately, so I might not be able to accompany you." Shi Yuan knew he was busy with the design competition and didn't want to impose on him. Chi Sui was also very busy with her studies and didn't have time. Shi Yuan thought she would have to go by herself. However, Shi Yuan said, "Sister, I originally wanted to have Senior Luo accompany you, but he has a gathering at his house this weekend, so I asked Senior Chu, and he has already agreed." Shi Yuan nodded. It didn't matter to her. On the weekend, Shi Yuan waited downstairs at the dormitory for Chu Xingzhou, who arrived in a hover car to pick her up. The hover car drove into the most secure residential area on Capital Star, where military and political figures from the Central Star region lived. The hover car stopped outside a large standalone villa, which was Chu Xingzhou's home. "My mom will be back a bit later, so you can come in and sit for a while," Chu Xingzhou said as he led Shi Yuan inside. The villa was simply decorated, lacking a strong sense of life. indicating that it was rarely inhabited. Chu Xingzhou explained, "My mom spends most of her time at work, and I live in the school dormitory, so this place is basically empty." After sitting for more than half an hour, Chu Xingzhou's mother, Chu Min, finally returned. The moment Shi Yuan saw Chu Min, she understood why Xieming Xian said that Chu Xingzhou's family background was not simple. Chu Min, the former #1 Marshal of the Alliance, was now the chairwoman of the Alliance Military Affairs, overseeing all military affairs in the Central Star region and the 5 major star regions. Shi Yuan respectfully greeted her. Chu Min was very easygoing. "This is the first time I've seen Xingzhou bring a friend home other than Luo Qi. Our family is very casual. Let's eat and chat at the same time." To Shi Yuan's surprise, Chu Xingzhou was the one cooking. The food tasted quite good. After dinner, Shi Yuan finally asked the question she was most concerned about. Chu Min sat on the sofa, reminiscing about the past. "The first time I met your mother, Cui Wan, was on Night Wolf Star in the 3rd star region. At that time, she had just graduated and started working." Shi Yuan's spirit jolted at this. After Shi Yan's engagement party, she had obtained Cui Wan's belongings from Shi Hong, which were all ordinary items like personal clothing. She guessed that any valuable items had surely been taken by Shi Yufeng. The most valuable item was a handwritten notebook, mostly containing small things that Cui Wan had jotted down because they did not involve any confidential information and were probably deemed non-threatening by Shi Yufeng. Shi Yuan had read it many times, and the place that appeared most frequently in it was Night Wolf Star in the 3rd star region. Chu Min continued, "She seemed to be an assistant researcher in a laboratory. We met because of a traffic accident, and we exchanged contact information. At first, we kept in touch, but later her contact was deactivated. I contacted friends on Night Wolf Star to check her address, but she had already moved away, as if she had suddenly disappeared into thin air. Later, when we met for the second time, she was with you at the 5th star region Liuguang Star for a medical visit. By then, my work was already very busy, so we didn't have much time to meet." Shi Yuan pondered. She decided she must visit Night Wolf Star in the 3rd star region. On the way back to school, Chu Xingzhou asked, "Do you want to check out Night Wolf Star?" Shi Yuan replied, "I want to go when school is on break." Chu Xingzhou was silent for a moment before saying, "The Luo family has a vacation island there. If you don't mind, we can all go together." Shi Yuan obviously didn't mind and answered, "Okay." Chapter 20. The sister picks up bargains with strength. Chu Xingzhou sent Shi Yuan back to her school dormitory. Before parting, Chu Xingzhou asked, "Shall I pick you up tomorrow evening?" Shi Yuan was stunned for a moment before realizing he was talking about the underground trading market tomorrow night. "Okay," Shi Yuan replied. Chu Xingzhou thought for a moment, but decided to go home to stay the night. When he got home, he indeed saw Chu Min still there. Chu Min was sitting in the living room looking at documents, and when she saw Chu Xingzhou come back, she asked, "What time did you schedule for tomorrow?" Chu Xingzhou instinctively replied, "After dinner, I'll go pick her up." Chu Min teased, "Why not eat together?" Chu Xingzhou realized later, "Mom, it's not what you think. She hasn't been to the underground trading market. I'm just acting as a tour guide." Chu Min laughed, "But you brought her home." Chu Xingzhou replied, "She wants to see you." Chu Min said, "There are many ways to see me. Video chatting is always an option. No need to meet at home." Chu Xingzhou thought for a moment. "I consider her a friend because she is very capable." Chu Min laughed, "So that's it." Chu Xingzhou said, "I need to take a nap." He wasn't really used to napping. The reason he ran back to his room was partly because Chu Min still had work, and partly because he didn't want to be teased any longer. Chu Xingzhou sat at his desk, staring blankly at the ceiling. There was another reason he and mentioned. He always felt a sense of familiarity with Shi Yuan, but he couldn't remember when he had seen her before. The next day, after Shi Yuan had dinner, she waited in her dormitory, and Chu Xingzhou arrived right on time. The underground trading market was actually legal. It was called underground because the market was indeed built underground. Not just anyone could enter, only those with entry tickets could get in. The reason was that some of the goods here were decommissioned military items. Military items were always the best in the entire alliance, and even decommissioned ones were still treasures that were hard to come by on the outside market. Chu Xingzhou rarely visited the underground trading market, but it was enough to act as a guide for Shi Yuan on her first visit. He first took Shi Yuan to the very center of the underground trading market, where the auction was taking place. The best items in the market were traded here. Shi Yuan knew this place. Yin Siruo had once put one of her designs into this auction, selling it for a much higher price than in the second star domain. She estimated her own net worth and figured it was hopeless, then decisively left with Chu Xingzhou. Chu Xingzhou took her to a small alley where, if you wanted to buy crystal cores at a low price, you could try your luck here. It was then that Shi Yuan learned about a special type of crystal core that wasn't obtained from mutant beasts but formed in nature, called primitive crystal cores. Primitive crystal cores grow underground and look like stones when dug out. Only by cutting the stones can one know the attributes of the cores inside. However, primitive crystal cores have a huge drawback. The chance of producing waste crystals is extremely high, and the cost of cutting the stones isn't cheap either. Chu Xingzhou whispered to Shi Yuan, "Mental power can't penetrate the stone layer of primitive crystal cores, but abilities can. Though only abilities of the same attribute can identify cores of the same attribute, others can't." Shi Yuan understood why Chu Xingzhou brought her here. For others, it was pure gambling, and if luck was bad, they would lose everything. But for ability users, primitive crystal cores were a great bargain. The gambling alley was located in the most remote area of the entire underground trading market, and almost the entire alley was filled with shops selling primitive crystal cores. Chu Xingzhou took Shi Yuan to one of the shops, saying, "I've bought from this shop before. The prices are reasonable." Shi Yuan squatted in front of a pile of primitive crystal cores, casually picking one up and injecting her water ability into it. She felt nothing. It seemed that this primitive crystal core was either a waste crystal or a core of another ability. After trying a dozen or so, Shi Yuan finally sensed something unusual. She could feel an energy inside this primitive crystal core resonating with her water ability. Meanwhile, Chu Xingzhou also picked out a primitive crystal core and handed it to Shi Yuan. She accepted it, knowing that Chu Xingzhou's ability was a rare mental ability, which was very precious. She also knew that Chu Xingzhou was helping her pick a primitive crystal core to make her some extra money. She couldn't use a mental crystal core, but selling it would earn her a good amount. However, Shi Yuan didn't plan to sell it. She intended to use Chu Xingzhou as crystal core to make him a weapon as a way to repay him for his care during this time. But she still wanted to earn some extra money. Shi Yuan picked up another primitive crystal core, thought for a moment, closed her eyes, and released her ability again. But it wasn't her water ability. Very few people knew that Shi Yuan was actually a dual ability user. At the beginning of the apocalypse, she awakened her water ability. And in the third year of the apocalypse, she was bitten by a zombie, found a building, and climbed to the rooftop to wait to die. In the end, she didn't die, but rather fortunately awakened her second ability, which she named Transfer. The transfer ability was somewhat against the odds. It could transfer zombie poison, abilities, and even physical strength, among other things. Moreover, it could not only transfer outwards, but also transfer from outside to herself. After gaining this ability, Shi Yuan's strength stood at the pinnacle of humanity. At this moment, she used her transfer ability to attempt to transfer energy from the primitive crystal core, where failing would result in waste crystals, while succeeding would yield ability crystals. Chu Xingzhou keenly noticed a change in Shi Yuan's aura. He couldn't understand why. But seeing that Shi Yuan didn't appear to be in pain, he decided not to disturb her. Before long, Shi Yuan had already identified 3 primitive crystal cores with different abilities. The probability of waste crystals from primitive crystal cores was just too high, and Shi Yuan didn't plan to waste any more time and energy. She thought for a moment, then picked out 10 waste crystals from pile and mixed them with the previously selected ability primitive crystal cores. "This will do," Shi Yuan said to Chu Xingzhou. Chu Xingzhou took her check out. In total, there were 15 primitive crystal cores, costing 30 million, plus the cost of cutting the cores, which meant Shi Yuan spent nearly 50 million in one go. There was a place in the shop for cutting the crystal cores, and Shi Yuan lined up holding the 15 primitive crystal cores. Soon it was her turn. The master cutting the stones looked at the large pile Shi Yuan was holding and said, "Little girl, this is your first time gambling on stones, right? Buying so many at once could lead to a huge loss." Then the first primitive crystal core was cut open, revealing a mental ability crystal core. The master had been working here for over a decade, and he could count on one hand the number of times he had cut a mental ability crystal core. He exclaimed, "Little girl, you're quite lucky. This one crystal core alone would fetch at least 100 million at auction. What a profit. The second one revealed a water ability crystal core. By the time all the primitive crystal cores were cut open, the master gasped in amazement. Chapter 21. Do love rivals get jealous when they meet? 15 original crystal nuclei yielded 5 ability crystal nuclei. This probability is enough to make even lottery winners bow in admiration. The Stone Master looked at the 5 ability crystal nuclei in astonishment. Having been a Stone Master for over 10 years, he naturally knew that ability users could sense whether there were ability crystal nuclei within original crystal nuclei, but it was the first time he had seen such a diverse array of attributes. He couldn't help but ask Shi Yuan if she had any secret. Shi Yuan didn't expect that adding 10 pieces of waste crystals would still attract attention. She could only say she was lucky. The master pondered for a long time, but could only conclude that it was her luck. Before Shi Yuan left, he held her hand for half a minute, hoping to share in her good fortune. Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou left the stone shop and hurried to the auction. With 5 ability crystal nuclei, Shi Yuan quickly devised a design plan in her mind and sold one of the fire attribute ability crystal nuclei that clashed in properties to the auction house. After receiving the money, she promptly purchased a batch of materials. In the end, she calculated her expenses and found that she had spent not a single penny that night. Yet she had 4 crystal nuclei and a large pile of materials. Shi Yuan was very pleased and waved her hand to Chu Xingzhou, saying, "Let's go. I'll treat you to late-night snacks." Chu Xingzhou smiled and agreed. Okay. Just as they took a few steps, they heard hurried footsteps coming from behind. Yuan Xuanning spotted Chu Xingzhou from a distance and quickly caught up. "Brother Xingzhou, why didn't you call me to come to the underground trading market with you?" When Yuan Xuanning saw Shi Yuan next to Chu Xingzhou, her expression suddenly stiffened. Shi Yuan also looked at Yuan Xuanning during school. Yuan Xuanning always maintained a cold and fairy-like demeanor, but now, in front of Chu Xingzhou, she completely appeared as a little girl. The contrast was striking. Chu Xingzhou said to Yuan Xuanning, "I came as Shi Yuan." Yuan Xuanning glanced at Shi Yuan, then looked back at Chu Xingzhou, her eyes filled with resentment. Chu Xingzhou seemed oblivious, showing no reaction, and instead said, "We're leaving. Take your time looking around." Yuan Xuanning hurriedly said, "Brother Xingzhou, I want to buy some mech parts. Can you give me some advice?" Chu Xingzhou shook his head. "I'm not good at that. You should find a repairman to help you." Shi Yuan almost laughed out loud. It was as if she was throwing her charms at a blind person. Yuan Xuanning bit her lip, still trying to keep Chu Xingzhou around. Chu Xingzhou seized the opportunity, grabbed Shi Yuan, and they ran off, surprisingly escaping right under Yuan Xuanning's nose. After leaving the underground trading market, Chu Xingzhou took Shi Yuan to a barbecue restaurant. Shi Yuan wanted to inquire about the Yuan family, so she started with Yuan Xuanning. She asked Chu Xingzhou, "Are you very familiar with Yuan Xuanning?" Chu Xingzhou replied, "Not really. I only know her family." Shi Yuan thought it was due to Chu Min's relationship and continued, "In the first and second classes this week, she performed really well in the mech simulation class. I heard from classmates that her family background is quite good." Chu Xingzhou explained, "She is from the Yuan family. She must have operated simulation mech from a young age and transitioned to real mechs as she grew up. So it's expected that her skills are a bit stronger than others." Shi Yuan feigned ignorance and asked, "Is the Yuan family very powerful?" Chu Xingzhou thought for a moment and said, "Not very big, probably about the same as the Yin family, but with a long history." Shi Yuan figured it out. The Yin family was a well-known designer family in the Alliance, but they also had many industries, mostly spread across the Yin family's home in the second star domain. Chu Xingzhou's comparison implied that the Yuan family was famous in the Alliance, but their actual industries hadn't expanded into other star domains. After thousands of years since the end of the world, the Yuan family's development seemed lackluster. "You make a good point," Chu Xingzhou said. Shi Yuan realized she had inadvertently voiced her thoughts, and Chu Xingzhou had heard her. She then asked directly about the reason. "Chu Xingzhou deeply?" Because the identity of the Yuan family has always been in doubt. In the beginning, people questioned whether they were descendants of Lady Yuan. Over time, many forgot about it, and no one questioned it anymore, allowing them to develop slowly. Shi Yuan suddenly understood. She thought to herself, "A perfectly good girl, and suddenly after her death, descendants popped up. How could those who had followed her not be suspicious? Then she had another question. If everyone forgot, how do you still know about this past? Chu Xingzhou was silent for a moment before saying, I learned it from my dad's family. Upon hearing this, Shi Yuan realized that Chu Xingzhou had a poor relationship with his father. She stopped asking further. After finishing their late-night snacks, Chu Xingzhou escorted Shi Yuan back to her dormitory. Shi Yuan's life returned to normal, with her routine between school and the studio, but there were still some changes. For example, during mech simulation classes with Class 2, Yuan Xuan Ning always targeted her, and Shi Yin typically watched from the sidelines, taking pleasure in her misfortune, sometimes even secretly sabotaging her. However, Shi Yuan managed to counterattack each time, and instead of being angry, she was quite excited. Having the top and second place from last semester as her practice partners was a privilege that most people did not enjoy. Also, Shi Yuan became well known at school as Chu Xingzhou's girlfriend. It was unclear who spread the rumor, but it was detailed and claimed that both sides had met the parents and were set to marry after graduation. When Shi Yuan heard this, she couldn't help but laugh. Upon reflection, she realized they indeed had met the parents. She had met Chu Min, and Chu Xingzhou had met Shi Yuan's father, Shi Yufeng, at Shi Yan's engagement banquet. Shi Yuan had explained this, but many didn't believe her, and later when they saw that Chu Xingzhou didn't seem to care, she also stopped worrying. Days passed, until one day, Yin Siruo bounced over, telling Shi Yuan that he had passed the preliminary selection of the design competition. Shi Yuan was happy for him and treated him to a meal. After the meal, Shi Yuan organized a large pile of materials for Yin Siruo, reminding him to cram before the formal competition began. Yin Siruo accepted the materials and left, feeling both pained and happy. On the third day, he came to find Shi Yuan with a sorrowful face, crying, My parents looked for me last night. They want me to withdraw from the competition, saying that if I continue, I'll bring shame to them. Yin Siruo's nose was red from crying as he spoke, hiccuping between words. Shi Yuan was shocked. She had opened her eyes to the fact that besides Shi Yufeng, there were such terrible parents in the world. Yin Siruo continued, My cousin is also participating in this competition. They say he will definitely place well, but I can't. I know what they are thinking. They just want to regain some face through my cousin. But if I compete and don't do well, the face they gained through my cousin will be lost because of me. Shi Yuan asked, Can face be eaten? Yin Siruo nodded. It can, in our family. The more outstanding the family member, the more resources they get, and the more support they receive from the family. Shi Yuan still didn't quite understand. Yin Siruo asked seriously, Sister, should I withdraw from the competition? No, Shi Yuan decisively answered. Even if you don't believe in yourself, you have to believe in me. I've taught you for so long. What is a mere competition? You will definitely achieve good results. Yin Siruo's eyes brightened, and with Shi Yuan's encouragement, his confidence immediately returned. Chapter 22, accompanying my little apprentice to the competition, Yin Siruo had a fight with her family and stubbornly refused to withdraw from the competition. The main event was held on Tianhai Star in the Central Star region, coinciding with the Alliance's founding anniversary, which meant a 10-day holiday. Shi Yuan decided to accompany Yin Siruo to the competition. Chi Sui heard that she was going too. Although they often bickered, they didn't really dislike each other. And with Chi Sui around, they could argue occasionally, which helped ease Yin Siruo's nerves. Luo Qi heard about it and dragged Chu Xingzhou to join them as well. This way, they saved on travel expenses and all took Luo's family's private spaceship to set off. When they got off the spaceship, Luo Qi excitedly said, There's a particularly beautiful attraction on Tianhai Star. After the design competition, let's go have some fun. Chi Sui quickly agreed. Normally at this time, Yin Siruo would either chime in or retort, but this time, Chi Sui waited for a long time without hearing her voice. When she looked over, she saw Yin Siruo's pale face. Shi Yuan also noticed and followed Yin Siruo's gaze to see a couple with angry expressions. The lady was Yin Siruo's mother, whom Shi Yuan recognized. She had brought Yin Siruo to attend Shi Yan's engagement banquet. Standing beside them was a young man who looked somewhat like Yin Siruo, slightly taller. Presumably her cousin. Shi Yuan sighed inwardly, thinking how harsh it was for Yin Suruo's parents to accompany their nephew from afar to compete while insisting their own child withdraw. She gently pulled Yin Suruo and said, "Let's go." Luo Qi, unaware of the tension, put his arm around Yin Suruo and happily said, "Junior, how about it? After your competition, we could go have fun. There will still be a few days left of the holiday." The group pretended not to notice Yin's parents and left the starport for the hotel. The next day was the first day of the competition. Only 500 participants from the entire alliance made it through the preliminary selection, and 300 would be eliminated on the first day. Yin Suruo had been so nervous the night before that she couldn't sleep and, after arguing with Chi Sui, had fallen asleep in a daze. Shi Yuan, who normally wasn't nervous, felt uneasy because of Yin Suruo's influence. She had taught many people in her previous life, but it was her first time taking on an apprentice like Yin Suruo seriously. They arrived at the competition venue early in the morning, and Yin Suruo separated from them at the entrance. Contestants had a different entry. The other 4 entered the audience seats. Luo Qi waved his hand and booked a private room. There were only the 4 of them in the spacious room, which had snacks, fruits, and tea. Chi Sui paced around the room, and Luo Qi said to her, "If you're nervous, drink some water. It helps." Chi Sui stubbornly replied, "I'm not nervous at all. I hope she doesn't pass the first round so we can play longer." After a while, she dejectedly said, "I take that back. She better get a good ranking." Intrigued, Luo Qi asked about their past. To ease her nerves, Chi Sui recounted some stories. It turned out they had been classmates for 5 years in elementary school. They had a fight due to a misunderstanding, with Yin Suruo being pinned down by Chi Sui. After clearing the misunderstanding, they often bantered and occasionally had light-hearted fights, developing a friendship over the years. After the PR was attacked and Chi Sui went missing, Yin Suruo had tried to leverage her family's connections to find her, but to no avail. Over the past 2 years, she had also helped care for Chi's parents, who lost their only child. Chi Sui remembered this kindness, although they still bickered. Their relationship had improved significantly compared to 2 years ago. She was genuinely worried about Yin Suruo. The formal competition was different from the preliminary selection. In the preliminaries, each applicant submitted their design independently, and as long as there was no plagiarism, it was considered a valid entry. The formal competition had many restrictions. For example, in the first round, the committee specified the weapon's purpose, and the design time was 10 hours. After all the contestants were seated, the competition officially began, and the topic was announced. Weapon attributes. No requirements. Weapon purpose. Binding type. Attack. Weapon form. No requirements. Yin Suruo looked at the instructions on the control panel, her fingers trembling as she turned the pages. She had never been a confident child and was participating in a design competition for the first time. While experienced participants were already starting their designs, she was still familiarizing herself with the control panel. Designing a mech weapon took professional weapon designers at least a few days to a few months, except for someone like Shi Yuan. This time, students were only given 10 hours, so the control panel provided many conveniences. Students only needed to choose materials and assemble them according to their design ideas. When Yin Suruo opened the materials list, it was categorized, with each category containing hundreds of pages. She felt even more panicked. Each contestant had a dedicated camera recording the competition process. Shi Yuan found Yin Suruo's contestant number and clicked in, instantly noticing her trembling fingers. Chi Sui also saw this and noted that there were over 100,000 students who registered for the preliminaries. For Yin Suruo to make it into the top 500 was already impressive. Luo Qi added, "Yeah, even if she's eliminated today, it's fine. We'll still celebrate." Chi Sui remarked, "She's still young. She skipped a grade, so she's younger." Luo Qi replied, "Right, the top 50 in the design competition each year are mostly upperclassmen. This year, our junior is only in the first grade. Getting this far is already a victory." Chi Sui felt a bit guilty and quietly said, "But she was born into a designer family. She should have been learning design since childhood." Luo Qi confidently countered, "There are so many designer families in the entire alliance. Many people started learning early, not just our junior." Chi Sui was convinced. Indeed, being eliminated was nothing to be ashamed of. Shi Yuan said helplessly, "Don't undermine your own people. She won't be eliminated, at least not today." Knowing Shi Yuan's identity reassured Chi Sui, and she relaxed completely. However, Luo Qi was quite puzzled by Shi Yuan's confidence. He could only focus more intently on the screen, showing Yin Siruo. After getting through the initial phase, Yin Siruo gradually became less nervous. She flipped through the materials list, contemplating her design. As the competition reached the 8th hour, many contestants had completed their designs, some submitting their works early, while others were carefully checking. Yin Siruo had yet to finish her design. On the screen, her movements were slow, beads of sweat covering her forehead, and her brows slightly furrowed, indicating she was facing difficulties. Luo Qi, feeling anxious, drank 3 cups of water. Chi Sui was so tense she almost pulled off a button from her sleeve. Shi Yuan, however, remained calm. Chu Xingzhou was also calm. His seat was slightly behind Shi Yuan's, and he occasionally glanced at her throughout the competition. His intuition told him that Shi Yuan wasn't indifferent to Yin Siruo. Rather, she had a lot of confidence in her, which was why she seemed so composed. He just didn't know where Shi Yuan's confidence came from. Chapter 23. He strays further down the wrong path in design in another private room. Yin family's parents saw their nephew submit his work, and both displayed satisfied smiles. Yin father said, Yuan submitted his work very early, at least in the top 50. Yin mother also expressed her satisfaction. I think the materials he chose are very suitable. This is definitely a great piece. To protect the contestants' design parameters from leaking, cameras do not focus on the operation platform's design interface, but the materials interface is public. The materials chosen by the contestants and the attributes of the crystal cores are all visible. A good designer can infer a lot from the materials. Clearly, Yin Siruo's cousin Sun Yuan's choices pleased Yin family parents. After submitting the work, the camera filming Sun Yuan automatically turned off. Yin mother suddenly remembered something and quickly switched the screen. Yin Siruo's face, drenched in sweat and frowning, appeared before the couple. Yin father's mood instantly shifted from sunny to cloudy. He had said to let him withdraw from the competition, but he stubbornly refused to listen. In the end, it wouldn't just be him losing face, but the whole family. Yin mother said with a stern face, now that it's come to this, there's nothing we can change. After the competition, I will find someone to spread the word that although Siruo is our son, he hasn't actually been studying with us. Regardless of whether people believe it, we will stick to this point. It's better than losing face completely. Yin father did not refute and clearly agreed with this approach. He switched the screen to bring up Yin Siruo's materials page, took a quick glance, and his expression changed dramatically, as if he had lost millions in gambling. Look at the materials he chose. What a mess. If this gets submitted, he might not even pass the machine review. Yin mother also felt almost suffocated. How could his material choices become increasingly outrageous? Had he completely given up during this time? Yin father said, after bringing Yuan here, we shouldn't have neglected Siruo. Even if he couldn't become a designer, at least he could be Yuan's assistant. He shouldn't have ended up so far off track. Yin mother sighed. If it weren't for fearing Yuan would think too much, I wouldn't have let Siruo be like this. It's useless to say these things now. After this competition, I will stay in Capital Star for a while. I must pull him back from the wrong path. When they decided to nurture Sun Yuan, they worried that he might feel like he was just a stepping stone for Yin Siruo. So after bringing Yuan close, they stopped paying attention to Yin Siruo's studies. They truly focused all their energy on Sun Yuan, who also felt treated like a child by them. However, they did not anticipate that just a few months later, Yin Siruo would stray further down the wrong path in design. If this continued, forget about being a designer. Yin Siruo might not even qualify to be an assistant in the future. After all, he was their biological son, raised and educated for over a decade. Although Yin father and mother had already given up hope on Yin Siruo, they still did not want him to go astray. In the last 2 hours, Yin father and mother kept a close watch on Yin Siruo. Until the last minute, Yin Siruo finally submitted his work, becoming the last contestant to submit. He sat in his seat with his eyes closed, exhausted from 10 hours of intense mental activity, reflecting on what Shi Yuan had once told him. Indeed, the foundation of everything is physical strength. I still lack exercise, Yin Siruo muttered to himself. After all contestants submitted their works, the judging panel would announce the list of advancing contestants within an hour, during which contestants could not leave their operation rooms. In a private room, Chi Sui and Luo Qi both breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, it was a matter of leaving it to fate, and neither of them felt as anxious as before. Perhaps it was due to their expectations for Ruo, which was simply to complete the competition smoothly. Shi Yuan felt nervous. Her expectations for Ruo were not just these. 10 minutes later, the machine review ended, and all contestants' works passed the machine review. Luo Qi patted his chest, relieved. Thank goodness, we passed the machine review. Even if we don't advance, it doesn't matter. Chi Sui, not fully understanding, asked why. Luo Qi explained, the purpose of the machine review is to check the rationality of the weapon design, meaning that a weapon that fails the machine review is unqualified and cannot be made in reality. Chi Sui understood. If a designer creates a weapon that cannot be produced at all, what kind of designer are they? In a major event like this design competition, broadcasted across the entire league, if a contestant's weapon design fails the machine review, Luo Qi added, such situations are rare, but they have happened before. A few years ago, a contestant failed the machine review, and it caused a huge uproar, even leading the audience to suspect foul play in the selection. Chi Sui curiously asked, how did it end? Luo Qi replied, later, the organizing committee investigated and found that the contestant selection work indeed had issues. It wasn't independently designed by him, but helped by his mentor. After it was discovered, the contestant was expelled from school, and his mentor was also expelled from the Designer Association. Chi Sui felt a chill and secretly glanced at Shi Yuan. Fortunately, neither Shi Yuan nor Ruo were the kind of people who would cheat. An hour later, the judges finally finished scoring and began to announce the list of advancing contestants. The method of announcing the list was simple and straightforward. With 500 operation rooms lit up, the host announced the start of the announcement, and the next second, more than half of the operation rooms simultaneously turned off their lights. The 200 operation rooms that remained lit indicated the contestants who successfully advanced. Ruo stared blankly at his brightly lit operation room, and it took him a while to react. He had advanced. He made it into the top 200. As soon as the door of the operation room opened, Ruo couldn't wait to run out, surrounded by contestants just coming out from other operation rooms. Some were delighted, others disheartened. But Ruo couldn't care less about that. He looked up at the audience, hoping to find Shi Yuan's figure. What he wanted most was to run in front of Shi Yuan and tell her that he had advanced and that he was not useless. He also wanted to thank Shi Yuan for encouraging him, for not giving up on him, and for teaching him diligently. However, there were too many people in the audience, and he didn't know where his companion was. He looked around, but couldn't find anything. Luo Qi burst into laughter. Look at this kid. How silly he is. Doesn't he know the camera is still filming? Chi Sui also laughed happily and quickly echoed. He has always been this silly, but now he has gone silly in front of the whole league. He has become a meme. Shi Yuan smiled, watching her disciple advance, as if she had advanced herself, and perhaps even happier than if she had advanced. The only calm person was Chu Xingzhou, who smiled and reminded, let us hurry and celebrate with this silly kid. Chapter 24. The little apprentice made it to the finals. It was only the first day of the competition, with 2 more days to go, but they still celebrated a little. As Chi Sui put it, if they didn't celebrate today, they wouldn't have the heart to celebrate if they got eliminated tomorrow. Shi Yuan thought this made a lot of sense, and even Ruo agreed. On the second day of the competition, there were only 200 operating booths left, making the space feel much more spacious. Ruo felt relaxed. He believed that making it into the top 200 already proved his worth, and he was very satisfied with his inner world. The competition began, and the test questions were announced. Weapon attribute, fire attribute weapon use, dual-purpose attack and defense weapon form. No requirement upon seeing this question. Luo Qi and Chi Sui were a bit confused, while Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou furrowed their brows tightly. Chu Xingzhou smiled bitterly and said, as expected, this is the highest standard design competition in the entire league. Shi Yuan agreed. Indeed, but only this way can we select students with real skills. She glanced at the judging panel, where many master designers were seated. They were not just judges. They would also select satisfactory students through this competition to take as apprentices. Shi Yuan asked in confusion, "What does that mean? I don't understand." Shi Yuan explained to her. The energy of the fire attribute ability core is explosive and very suitable for making offensive weapons, but not for defensive ones. However, this test requires a dual-purpose design, and that's where the difficulty lies. After a slight pause, Chu Xingzhou naturally took over. Actually, it wouldn't be too difficult if we used a dual attribute ability core, but the question specifies that only fire attributes can be used, not to mention balancing it. Just being able to design it is already a problem. Luo Qi, a student from the mecha maintenance department, understood immediately with just a little hint from them. Thus, using only fire attribute ability crystals to create a dual-purpose weapon was very challenging. Shi Yuan was still confused, but she understood a bit that this question was indeed very difficult. She looked at the 200 contestants below, and sure enough, more than half of them frowned and were at a loss after receiving the question. Ruo had a similar expression. Shi Yuan looked at the question, and several design ideas flashed through her mind. Given more time, she could come up with even more. She looked at Ruo, curious about how he would design his weapon. Today, as competition still only had 10 hours, and Ruo sat his seat, eyes closed and motionless, looking as if he had given up on himself. An hour into the competition, students began to operate one after another. And it was then that Kun also started. Ruo remained still with his eyes closed. 2 hours passed, and almost all contestants had started designing. But Ruo was still sitting there. Yan's father was focused on Kun's progress, while Yan's mother was distractedly watching Ruo. Seeing Ruo's appearance, she couldn't help but worry. If he didn't start soon, there wouldn't be enough time. She remembered yesterday when she learned that Ruo made it into the top 200. After careful consideration, she sent him a message, advising him to withdraw from the competition with an excuse, at least he wouldn't lose. But Ruo didn't reply to that message, which kept her up all night. 3 hours into the competition, Ruo finally opened his eyes, his gaze firm. He opened the material list and chose the materials he needed without hesitation. When he first saw the test question, he was indeed baffled. He had never encountered such a high level of design before, and his mind went blank, not knowing what to do. In his moment of despair, the only person he thought of was Shi Yuan. He wondered how she would design if she faced such a question. As he pondered, his thoughts drifted back to the first lesson he had with Shi Yuan. For the next 3 hours, he reviewed every lesson Shi Yuan had taught, gradually finding his train of thought. With 7 hours left, Ruo had never attempted to complete a project in such a short time, but this time, he felt he could do it. Shi Yuan stared at his materials interface, and when Ruo finished selecting all his materials, she revealed a faint smile. Yan's mother also focused on Ruo's materials page, staring at it for a long time, but still unable to see any connections. "Why did he choose this?" she murmured quietly. Yan's father instinctively replied, "What's wrong? Kun's choice of materials is good." He turned around and realized his wife's gaze was fixed on another screen, where a bunch of disorganized materials were displayed, showing no correlation whatsoever. What a disgrace. He snorted coldly and stopped looking at Ruo. Yan's mother returned her attention to Kun, only occasionally glancing at Ruo. Time passed into the 8th hour. No contestants submitted their work early today, and everyone's designs were entering a critical phase. Oh, why did it fail? Another contestant failed during the simulated weapon assembly, resulting in the weapon disintegrating. With only 2 hours left, there wasn't enough time to redesign and reassemble. The atmosphere in the venue grew increasingly tense, and the audience in the stands was immersed in this atmosphere, almost holding their breath. Ruo's operation was steady. The materials he had selected were gradually being assembled. The seemingly chaotic and unrelated materials had yet to disintegrate up to this point. He continued to submit his work just in time, sweating profusely. Under extreme tension, he suddenly relaxed, feeling weak all over. Next was the machine review time. Unlike the first day, the difficulty of the second day's test meant that many contestants' works would not pass the machine review. Sure enough, after the machine review, more than 60 contestants were eliminated, leaving over 100 to enter the judging phase. Ruo passed the machine review but at this moment, he slumped in his seat, completely unaware that he had passed another hurdle. On the second competition day, only 20 contestants advanced. When the results were announced, it was even more shocking than yesterday. Only 20 operating booths still had their lights on. From the audience's perspective, the 20 glowing booths looked like little sparks. Shi Yuan was so excited she almost jumped up. Look, that Yen Siruo's booth. It's lit up. He made it into the top 20. Luo Qi also shouted excitedly, awesome. This is my junior, our junior from the mecha maintenance department. All the mech design students who didn't make it into the top 20 are trash. Chu Xingzhou smiled and facepalmed. Luckily, they were in a private room. Otherwise, if Luo Qi's words were heard by outsiders, they wouldn't be able to leave in one piece today. He caught a glimpse of Shi Yuan and was momentarily stunned. The designs of the top 20 had been announced, but the order was randomly shuffled, and the designers were not identified. Shi Yuan smiled slightly, looking content as she gazed at one of the design drawings. She seemed certain that it was Yen Siruo's work. But why? Chu Xingzhou couldn't figure it out. Chapter 25, Who is the God of Number 9? After the top 20 were announced, the contestants had 2 days of rest, and the finals would begin on the third day. During these 2 days, the works of the top 20 would be published on the Star Network. The 20 works would not reveal the judges' scores, but would instead be randomly numbered. And neither the judges nor the audience would know which contestants corresponded to each work. This completely anonymous selection method maximizes fairness. Yen Siruo's work was number 9, and Shi Yuan recognized it at a glance. When he met up with Yen Siruo, it indeed was number 9. Realizing he hadn't been mistaken, Shi Yuan felt satisfied, and everyone returned to the hotel to rest. Yen Siruo even had a good sleep, unaware that the Star Network was already buzzing. Who is the creator of number 9? This data is simply astonishing. Could it be a bug in the simulation system? Impossible. This is the most advanced simulation system in the Alliance. The military uses it too, and it definitely won't make mistakes. So who is number 9? I'm sure they have the highest score. Sun Yuan was also watching the simulation video of work number 9, and the more he watched, the more shocked he became. This was a weapon that used dual crystal cores, with one end using a red fire crystal core for attack, and the other end using a blue fire crystal core for defense. Sun Yuan had also chosen these 2 types of crystal cores, but in the simulation system, the energy consumption of his weapon was actually 3 times that of number 9's weapon, and number 9 consumed even less energy than some single crystal core weapons. How could this be possible? Yan's father and mother were analyzing the other works, placing number 9's work last, and even they couldn't figure out how number 9 achieved such low energy consumption. Yan's father was deep in thought, occasionally exchanging opinions with Sun Yuan. Yan's mother, however, was somewhat distracted, her gaze repeatedly wandering among the 19 works, guessing which one was designed by Yen Siruo. She regretted it. Had she known Yen Siruo had the strength to enter the top 20, she wouldn't have given up on him. If her own son could do it, why should she cultivate a nephew who was one step removed? She recalled the excessive words she had once said to Yen Siruo and the messages he hadn't replied to yesterday. It's okay, she comforted herself. Yen Siruo was her biological son born after 10 months of pregnancy. They were blood-related, and he wouldn't hold it against her. After the competition, she would move to Capital Star for a while to mend their relationship. Also, she wanted to find out the reason behind Yen Siruo's drastic changes. Her intuition told her this would be a significant card to help their family seize power. During the 2 days, Shi Yuan was giving Yen Siruo intensive training, while Luo Qi took Chu Xingzhou and Shi Yuan out to play, under the pretext of gathering information. Unexpectedly, they really managed to gather some news. It was said that among the top 20 contestants, one was a disciple predetermined by Master who would officially take them on as a disciple after achieving good results in this competition. Shi Yuan had learned about the more famous weapon design masters in the Alliance, and Master Hu Mingzhong was one of them. Master Hu is best known for his dual crystal core designs, and his predetermined disciple's work was likely also a dual crystal core design. Chu Xingzhou glanced at Yen Siruo. Now people outside who knew this news were guessing that the contestant behind work number 9 was indeed Master Hu's predetermined disciple. Yen Siruo said in a daze, "Huh? But my master is." He almost said Shi Yuan's name, but fortunately stopped in time. Luo Qi said, "They sound so convincing. If I didn't know you were from the Yin family, I would also think number 9 was Master Hu's disciple." Yin Siruo weakly said, "Although I am from the Yin family, I have another master." Luo Qi was shocked. "Huh? Why? Who is your master?" Yin Siruo hesitated. Shi Yuan said, "His master is me. I'm currently teaching him." Chu Xingzhou and Luo Qi looked at Shi Yuan in surprise. Luo Qi exclaimed, "Junior sister, no. I should call you sister, big shot. How many surprises are you hiding?" After the initial shock, Chu Xingzhou began to recall Shi Yuan's performance while watching the competition. It turned out there had been hints all along. Luo Qi was still shouting, "You guys are not being honest, not telling me." Only I and Xingzhou were kept in the dark. Yin Siruo's face turned red with embarrassment, while Qi Sui lay back on the sofa, looking indifferent. Shi Yuan calmly said, "You didn't ask." Luo Qi pretended to be angry, demanding that Shi Yuan and Yin Siruo treat them to afternoon tea before letting it go. Shi Yuan readily agreed and smiled at Luo Qi. Luo Qi was delighted. In the 3rd year of the mecha maintenance department, he was much better than Yin Siruo at assembling mechas, and he could bring people to the workshop to work in the future. The 2 days quickly passed, and the final competition day arrived. The competition venue was no longer the large square from before, but had moved indoors, and the number of spectators in the inner arena was limited. Fortunately, with Luo Qi's financial resources and Chu Xingzhou's family background, they still secured a private room. The 20 contestants were in the backstage lounge preparing. Everyone was secretly observing their opponents, and most were speculating about who the creator of work number 9 was. Sun Yuquan sat down beside Yin Siruo, taking a shallow look at his supposedly wooden-headed cousin. "Cousin," Yin Siruo greeted first. Sun Yuquan smiled lightly. "Cousin, long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you in this kind of setting." Yin Siruo deeply agreed. "Yeah, I never thought I could make it to the finals. It feels like a dream." Sun Yuquan exchanged a few pleasantries and tentatively asked, "Among the top 20 works, number 9 stands out too much. I wonder who designed it." "Cousin, do you know?" Yin Siruo was hesitating about whether to tell the truth, and took a little longer to think, his expression appearing somewhat dazed, giving Sun Yuquan the wrong impression. He said, "I guess you wouldn't know either. Everyone has their own guesses these past 2 days. But there's no evidence to confirm." Sun Yuquan had his own guesses. He also believed it was Master Hu's predetermined disciple, and he had been trying to figure out who that person was over the past few days. He had suspected all the contestants except Yin Siruo. Chapter 26. The finals begin as the competition started. 20 contestants were brought to the venue, and upon entering, they were greeted by overwhelming cheers. Yin Siruo squinted as the lights flashed, and he followed the guide to his operating station. The 20 contestants were randomly assigned, and Yin Siruo was placed in position 16, which was relatively towards the back, but directly below the private box where Shi Yuan and the others were seated. Shi Yuan could see him clearly. The event began with the introduction of the guests in attendance, including Master Hu Mingzhong and Yin Siruo's grandfather, Master Yin. Given their status, having them as judges was an understatement. They had not appeared in the previous 2 rounds and were only persuaded to attend the finals. In the past, these 2 had also served as guests at the same time, but this year there was a hint of tension. It was well known that Master Yin and Master Hu had never gotten along since their youth, and it could even be said they were archenemies. This time, the competition featured Master Hu's designated disciple, as well as the younger generation of the Yin family. Sun Yuquan was also seen as half a member of the Yin family, giving them a slight advantage as they took the stage. Listening to the host introduce his grandfather, Yin Siruo looked up. Even though the distance was quite far, he couldn't help but shrink his neck upon seeing his grandfather's figure. His grandfather was very strict and rarely smiled, which had always intimidated Yin Siruo since he was a child. In contrast, his grandmother was kind and gentle. When he was considered a waste by the family, his grandmother treated him well. Unfortunately, he didn't see his grandmother there. Perhaps she didn't come. After the test questions were distributed, Yin Siruo stopped thinking about unrelated matters. Weapon attributes, no requirements. Weapon uses, no requirements. Weapon forms, no requirements. As soon as Shi Yuan saw the test questions, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The freedom of design was very high, making it easy to create a qualified work. However, to achieve a high rank, the higher the freedom, the more considerations were needed, and it became more difficult to stand out. Unlike the previous 2 rounds, the finals would partially broadcast the contestants' operating stations. Aside from some important parameters being blurred out, the audience could see all the contestants' operations. Experts would be watching the process, while casual viewers were gossiping, speculating who the designer of the number 9 work was. First, we can eliminate number 11, Sun Yuquan, and number 16, Yin Suruo, as Master Hu and Master Yin are not on good terms. Master Hu's designated disciple cannot possibly be from the Yin family. That leaves 18 others, which is also hard to guess. How about we guess the top 3 instead? Is there anyone knowledgeable about the technology who can share their thoughts on who seems more impressive? From what I understand about materials, I'm most optimistic about number 1 and number 14, while I can't make heads or tails of number 16. The material selection for number 16 is very strange. Even I, who don't know much, can see that many of the materials are cheap goods. I wonder what they were chosen for. Gradually, people began to look at the material page of number 16, Yin Suruo, and the discussions grew louder. Chu Xingzhou and Luo Qi were somewhat puzzled. One was a mecha engineer and the other a repair technician, and while they were not experts in mecha weapon materials, they knew quite a bit. Chu Xingzhou asked Shi Yuan, "Did you teach him?" Shi Yuan nodded. "Yes, I taught him." Luo Qi curiously asked, "What materials are these?" "I've been learning repairs for so many years and haven't encountered them." Shi Yuan explained, "They're all relatively cheap materials, the kind you can find on a junk star." Chu Xingzhou and Luo Qi simultaneously thought of her experiences as a survivor of the Xingzhou incident, surviving in the wilderness of a junk star for 2 years. The other survivor, Chi Sui, recalled this with some anger. She puffed up her cheeks and said, "When we crashed on the junk star, if it weren't for Sister Yuan leading us to hunt beasts and sell materials, we would have died long ago, let alone wait for a rescue team." Her tone was filled with resentment. They had managed to connect with the Alliance's signal with great difficulty, sending countless distress signals that were ignored each time. It wasn't until later that Shi Yuan was able to sell design blueprints online. Eventually, Shi Yuan used the wreckage of the Xingzhou spaceship to create cosmic robots, shipping materials from the junk star to the nearest planet for sale, and then buying new materials. It was only after making a better communication device with those materials that they finally contacted the rescue team. Chu Xingzhou awkwardly said, "The Alliance has countless accidents every year. The rescue teams have a lot of work piled up. The passengers on the Xingzhou were assessed to have a very low survival rate, so their priority for rescue was lower, which is why it took so much time." Shi Yuan remembered that his mother, Chu Min, was the chairman of the Alliance's military affairs, and the rescue teams were managed by the military. Chi Sui didn't know this. So her complaints about the military did not take Chu Xingzhou's feelings into account. Shi Yuan quickly changed the subject. Some contestants have started designing. Many contestants began their designs after selecting materials, and Yin Suruo also started. Many people's eyes were on the leading contenders, while Yin Suruo had previously been largely overlooked in this competition. Grandfather Yin in the guest area kept his eyes on Yin Suruo. Meanwhile, Yin Suruo's grandmother, whom he thought hadn't come, was actually in the Yin family's private box, also focused on Yin Suruo's design. Yin Suruo's mother was also watching him. But all the important parameters on the operating station were blurred out, along with some content Yin Suruo had set to be obscured. Without this information, Yin Suruo's mother found it hard to comprehend his design. As she watched her mother-in-law's focused expression, occasionally showing surprise and smiles, she knew that Yin Suruo's design, if not outstanding, at least satisfied his grandmother. Very few people knew that in the Yin family, the one with the highest design requirements was not the stern grandfather Yin, but the kind and gentle grandmother Yin. If grandmother Yin was satisfied with Yin Suruo, then grandfather Yin would surely be as well. The current 2 main figures in the Yin family shared this attitude, indicating that Yin Suruo had caught their attention. Yin Suruo's mother felt even more regret. As the competition time ended, all contestants submitted their works. During the hour that the judges scored the entries, it was a break for both contestants and the audience. Grandmother Yin slowly exhaled and smiled. This child, Suruo, quietly gave us such a big surprise. His work this time will at least be in the top 3. Everyone in the private box was taken aback. Yin father hurriedly asked, Mom, are you serious? I can't match your insight. To me, Siruo's design is not as good as Yukuin's. Son Yukuin was good, but in Yin father's opinion, even making it into the top 10 would be a stretch. He had seen Yin Siruo's design, but felt it was completely inferior to Son Yukuin's. Grandmother Yin smiled slightly. Not just you. Many people might not see the subtleties. When those old guys up there explain, you'll understand. Yin mother couldn't see it either, but she trusted grandmother Yan's judgment. She excitedly said, Mom, does Siruo really have this ability? Grandmother Yin interrupted her. Don't have any other thoughts. Siruo's current abilities were not learned from our Yin family. He must have apprenticed with a master outside. Just let him follow his current master in peace. Yin mother bit her lip and fell silent. Chapter 27. I already said I am Yin Siruo's master, didn't I? The competition results were announced, and all 20 participants received their rankings. Son Yukuin secured the 9th place, achieving his personal goal of entering the top 10. He pursed his lips and looked at Yin Siruo. The host was announcing the rankings in reverse order. And since Yin Siruo had not yet been mentioned, it indicated that his ranking was above Son Yukuin's. The 6th place had already been announced, yet Yin Siruo's name still hadn't come up. The 5th and 4th places were also announced, and Yin Siruo was still not mentioned. Yin Siruo made it into the top 3. Next was the announcement of the 3rd place. 2nd place, still no mention of him. The answer was becoming clear. The host, with an excited tone, exclaimed, Let's congratulate the 1st place winner of this competition, contestant number 16, Yin Siruo from Xinglan Military Academy. The spotlight shone on Yin Siruo, and all the cameras were focused on him. Yin Siruo stood there dazed, for the first time in his life receiving such attention. He was confused as he was invited onto the stage, bewilderedly accepting the champion's trophy and flowers. After the award ceremony, the expert guests began their explanations, which was the main event for the design department students. Naturally, the most sought-after question was why Yin Siruo's work could win 1st place. The first person to ask a question stood up, and it was none other than the 2nd place winner, Chongli. With a stern face, he asked, May I ask where I lost? It was a rather provocative question, instantly igniting the atmosphere, and many onlookers were eager for the drama. Son Yukuin looked at Yin Siruo with some concern. He had never thought highly of Yin Siruo since childhood. After he embarked on his design journey, not only did he look down on Yin Siruo, but he also envied him. Why was it Yin Siruo, the wooden-headed one from the Yin family, and not himself? If he had also been born into a prestigious family, nurtured with resources from a young age, his abilities would surely be greater than they were now. However, ever since he was brought to the Yin family, his thoughts had changed somewhat, especially after seeing the attitudes of Yan's father and mother towards Yin Siruo, which made him feel some sympathy for him. Moreover, they were now tied together. Questioning Yin Siruo was equivalent to questioning the Yin family, and he was now also a part of the Yin family. Chongli, who questioned Yin Siruo, was a 3rd-year student from their Thunder Military Academy and was said to be the top of the mecha design department. Although Thunder Military Academy's overall strength was not comparable to Xinglan Military Academy, in terms of the mecha design department, they were on par. Son Yukuin was even more worried knowing Chong Li's strength. The masters on stage had varied expressions, some even stealing glances at Master Yin and Master Hu. This was because Yin Siruo was Master Yan's grandson, while Chongli was Master Hu's designated disciple. Master Yin, wanting to avoid any suspicion, did not take the initiative to explain. Master Hu had lost his good mood when he found out that the Yin family's kid had beaten his designated disciple, so he naturally didn't volunteer to speak either. Finally, the good-natured Master Zhang took the microphone to explain. As Master Zhang explained, all the contestants and the audience gradually discovered the reasons behind Yin Siruo's victory. Why is the energy consumption of the weapon designed by Yin Siruo so low? Why does the weapon designed by Yin Siruo have such great power and such a short charging time? How could such a good weapon be so cheap? Is this real? But this weapon design was certified by the simulation system and could be made in reality. Moreover, with so many judges and design masters present, it was impossible for anyone not to notice any issues with the design. All the mecha engineers paying attention to this competition gasped in awe. They all wanted it. Such a good weapon, and so affordable. Who wouldn't want it? It is well known that the most expensive part of a mecha is its weapons, and a capable mecha engineer might need several, changing weapons according to different environments and opponents. When encountering such good weapons, which mecha engineer wouldn't be tempted? Chu Xingzhou was also tempted. He secretly glanced at Shi Yuan, knowing that Yin-Suruo was Shi Yuan's disciple, and since Shi Yuan's level should be higher, he thought he might be able to ask Shi Yuan to customize weapons in the future. Not only were the mecha engineers excited, but many designers were also eager to know how Yin-Suruo had designed them. Clearly, they could see the materials Yin-Suruo had chosen, but they had no idea how to use those materials to achieve such effects. However, these involved trade secrets, and no designer would willingly disclose their methods. The atmosphere at the scene became increasingly heated. Chongli reluctantly sat down, knowing he had truly lost, but feeling uneasy inside. Master Hu was also uncomfortable, especially when he saw the faint smile on Master Yan's usually stern face, which made him feel as though there was a lump in his throat. Suddenly, he had a flash of insight and deliberately said into the microphone, "Master Yan, although this contestant is from your Yin family, I see that his design, thinking, and style have nothing to do with your family." Noticing this point, Master Zhang also realized it. Master Zhang was a woman who did not covet power and devoted her heart entirely to design. She was one of the most knowledgeable about matters in the design world. And after observing Yin-Suruo's work again, a guess formed in her mind. At this moment, Master Yin generously said, "Suruo has been laying a foundation since he was young, but he never stood out before because his style did not align with our family's consistent approach. It is only recently that he has found a path that suits him, which is why he has made such great progress." Master Yan's words almost directly implied that Yin-Suruo was not currently studying under the Yin family and possibly had another master. Master Zhang became more certain of her guess and excitedly said, "Everyone knows about Master Ten, who appeared on StarNet 2 years ago. I think the style of young Yin resembles Master Ten's very much." Master Yan's expression remained unchanged, while Master Hu's brows twitched. Master Hu knew about Ten, but had never seriously studied this suddenly emerging peer. People on StarNet praised this individual, who didn't even dare reveal his real name, to the skies, but Master Hu knew how much Ten's design drawings were actually worth. That price was not even a third of his own. Such a person could only be worshipped by a group of clueless amateurs on StarNet. But it was only today that he realized it might not be the case. All eyes were now on Yin-Suruo. Yin-Suruo felt very uneasy. Master Zhang looked at Yin-Suruo with piercing eyes. "Young Yin, is your master really Master Ten?" Yin-Suruo thought for a moment. There didn't seem to be anything that needed to be kept secret, so he nodded. "Yes. I did indeed become a disciple of Master Ten a few months ago. She has taught me a lot." The entire venue erupted in a frenzy. In the private room, Chu Xingzhou and Luo Qi widened their eyes, looking at Shi Yuan in disbelief, while only Qi Sui calmly ate fruit. Shi Yuan was puzzled. "What are you all doing? Didn't I say I was Yin-Suruo's master?" Chapter 28. People with different thoughts. You said you are Master Yin-Suruo, but you never mentioned you are Master Ten. Luo Qi shouted excitedly. Shi Yuan was speechless. "Is there a difference?" "Of course there is," Chu Xingzhou said pitifully. "I once spent several days lurking on Star Network just to buy a design for Master Ten. If I had known you were Master Ten." Shi Yuan was taken aback. Luo Qi was one thing, but she had never seen such a side of Chu Xingzhou before. She began to reflect. Was she really wrong? Regardless of whether she was right or wrong, Shi Yuan decided to comfort her little buddy first. She said to Chu Xingzhou, "From now on, I'll design for you for free, but you have to provide the materials." Chu Xingzhou was taken aback. "No need for that. I can still afford the costs. I just need you to be willing to design for me." The friendship boat that was nearly capsized was thus righted. The competition officially ended, and many people approached Yin-Suruo to chat, most wanting to meet Master Ten through him. Yin-Suruo skillfully deflected all inquiries without revealing any information, and then he met up openly with Shi Yuan and the others. No one expected Master Ten to be present, so close to them. They only thought Shi Yuan and her friends were good friends of Yin-Suruo. Some recognized Chu Xingzhou and Luo Qi and wanted to approach them, but Luo Qi was already prepared. A suspended car was waiting for him at the VIP exit. The 5 of them rushed away like the wind. disappearing from view in no time. Yan's father and mother watched the disappearing suspended car, feeling more than just complicated emotions. They recognized Chu Xingzhou and Luo Qi as well. Luo Qi was well known for his idle reputation, but his family was wealthy. Even if he broke a leg, he could still live comfortably for the rest of his life. Chu Xingzhou was something else. His mother, Chu Min, held a high position, and his paternal family was said to be an ancient prominent clan. The key was him, an S-rank psychic, the top student at Xinglan, who occasionally took part-time jobs at the military during breaks. It was said that several military units had their eyes on him, just waiting for him to graduate to snatch him up. Such a promising young talent was clearly a friend of their son Yin Siruo, who came specifically to watch the competition. They had to repair their relationship with Yin Siruo, and, through him, connect with the Chu and Luo families. At this moment, Yan's father and mother were still unaware that Chu Xingzhou was actually a supernatural being. Otherwise, their thoughts would be even more outrageous. With their minds full of thoughts, Yan's father and mother accompanied Grandma Yin back to the hotel where they were staying, joining Grandpa Yin and son Yuan. After dinner, son Yuan went out to socialize with friends he met during the competition, while Grandpa and Grandma Yin called for Yan's father and mother. Grandpa Yin looked at his second son and daughter-in-law, having already guessed their thoughts. He decided to give them a little nudge. What are your thoughts now? Yan's mother couldn't wait to say, Siruo is our child. He is still young, and we must keep him close and educate him well. Grandpa Yin looked at his son and asked, do you feel the same way? Yan's father lowered his head in silence, clearly agreeing with his wife's statement. Grandpa Yin sighed lightly. Then let me ask you, do you have the confidence like Master Ten to be his mentor and teach him knowledge? Yan's father said nothing, while Yan's mother opened her mouth, but ultimately closed it helplessly. If they had the ability of Master Ten, they wouldn't have thought their son was a blockhead and a waste all these years and would have never given up on him. They wanted to repair their relationship with Yin Siruo, but even more, they wanted to claim his achievements for themselves. To prove their branch was capable of inheriting the Yin family, yet they simply couldn't do it. Grandpa Yin said, so, don't create unnecessary troubles. Let Siruo continue to learn from Master Ten in peace. But what? Grandpa Yin said with a dark expression. As parents, do you want to delay your own child? Grandma Yin advised. Our Yin family has had children who are not suited for the family's design style and went outside to find other mentors. Siruo is in the same situation. Besides, I think that Yuan boy is pretty good. You can teach him well in the future. After Yan's father and mother left, Grandma Yin sighed. This child, Siruo, didn't expect him to have this opportunity. They had long had their suspicions. After all, Siruo had secretly slipped several of Master Ten's design drawings into auctions and sales. Siruo thought he was being seamless, but these auctions and sales were closely related to the Yin family. How could they be unaware of what was happening? They were just pretending not to know. Yan's father and mother returned to their room in frustration. After a long time, Yan's father made a firm decision. Siruo can continue learning from Master Ten, but we cannot let go of him completely. Yan's mother said, I will still follow the original plan. I will move to Capital Star for a while. We can't let Siruo drift away from us. Yan's father, if possible, investigate Master Ten's identity. It will be best to make direct contact with him, if Master Ten becomes our ally. Before he could finish, Yan's mother's eyes lit up. If Master Ten became their ally, they would have an extra bargaining chip compared to the other branches of the Yin family. An irreplaceable bargaining chip. After all, even Grandpa and Grandma Yin highly esteemed Master Ten. Yan's father thought even further. Master Ten was unwilling to reveal himself. If they could become the bridge for Master Ten's external communications, all the designers and mecha engineers of the entire alliance would have to please them and curry favor with them. By that time, a Mirian family will be nothing to worry about. After Yin Siruo returned to the hotel, he sat holding the trophy for over an hour, still unable to process that he had won the championship. As it grew darker and dinner time passed, it was Luo Qi who opened the door to his room and dragged him out. Luo Qi, being wealthy, had booked the top floor of the hotel, complete with a terrace, and everyone decided to celebrate Yin Siruo with a barbecue on the terrace. It was a very pleasant evening, with everyone eating, drinking, and having a good time. The gathering ended earlier than expected. Yin Siruo was already mentally exhausted from the intense competition during the day, while Luo Qi and Qi Sui got drunk. In the end, Chu Xingzhou carried Luo Qi, and Shi Yuan held Qi Sui as they all returned to their respective rooms. Shi Yuan helped Qi Sui take a shower and, after tidying her up, tucked her into bed. Qi Sui was very well behaved after getting drunk, sleeping quietly without making a fuss. Shi Yuan had nothing to worry about, so she returned to her own room. It was still early, and today she truly felt happy for Yan Siruo. Her brain was still excited, and she probably wouldn't be able to sleep. The hotel room was equipped with a gaming pod. Shi Yuan thought for a moment. She hadn't played any games since school started. Now looking at the gaming pod, she felt a bit nostalgic. Chapter 29. Playing games, will you take me? Shi Yuan logged into the game, standing alone in a dilapidated house. The window glass was shattered, and cold wind whistled in, making the already sparse furniture tumble about, as if it had been ransacked. At this moment, Chu Xingzhou also logged in. He stared blankly at his surroundings, anger rising within him. Someone smashed our home? Are they looking for death? Shi Yuan shook her head, picking up a feather from the ground and handing it to Chu Xingzhou. It must be caused by the zombie birds attacking the city. Chu Xingzhou walked to the window, where the smell of gunpowder lingered outside, indicating that the attack had occurred not long ago. Shall we go outside and take a look? He asked. Sure, Shi Yuan replied. The two stepped out onto the street, which was in disarray. Shi Yuan felt as if she had been pulled back to a real apocalypse over 2,000 years ago. This game was too realistic. They casually asked a few people and learned that the zombie bird attack had happened just last night. Chu Xingzhou said, I haven't logged in these past few days. Everything was fine before, and there were no signs. The coursework for 3rd grade after the start of school was extremely heavy, and he only logged in every few days for a brief look around, never encountering his scheming wife, usually playing for just half an hour to an hour before logging off. He hadn't logged in at all for the past few days while watching matches, but it had only been 5 days. Shi Yuan was puzzled, generally, when a swarm of zombie birds appeared. The radar in the safe zone could detect it within 8 to 10 days, providing early warning to residents. This was too abnormal. Shi Yuan considered a possibility that the news had been deliberately concealed. Could there be power struggles among the higher-ups in the safe zone within the game? Shi Yuan felt embarrassed. It was unnecessary. She shared her speculation, and Chu Xingzhou gradually furrowed his brow. He said, this game has invited many ancient families as historical consultants. But in reality, these families do not participate in the game's management. Only the Yuan family holds shares. Shi Yuan scoffed at this family, the fraud that impersonated her descendant to wield power. She said, let them fight to the death. We just need to enjoy the game. Come on, let's earn some money and renovate the house. Chu Xingzhou also cast his doubts aside and followed Shi Yuan out of the safe zone. Shi Yuan was ruthless when it came to killing zombies, like a merciless machine. Chu Xingzhou was somewhat distracted. He always felt a familiar feeling from his scheming wife. But no matter how hard he racked his brain, the truth was like being obscured by a veil, making it impossible to see clearly. After fending off a wave of zombies, Shi Yuan frowned and asked, are you tired? Chu Xingzhou confusedly replied, no. Shi Yuan asked, then why do you seem out of sorts? Why don't you go back and rest first? Chu Xingzhou immediately said, no need, I can assist you. Shi Yuan responded, with you like this, I still have to worry about saving you. Chu Xingzhou replied, sorry, I am a bit tired, but a short rest will be enough. No need to go back. Afterward, Chu Xingzhou shook off his fatigue, clearing his mind of chaotic thoughts, and his condition indeed improved. Shi Yuan was very pleased, smiling encouragingly at Chu Xingzhou to keep going. By late at night, the two finally returned to their home in the safe zone, said their goodbyes, and logged off. Shi Yuan stretched as soon as she exited the game pod. She hadn't played so freely in a long time. She poured herself a glass of milk and, seeing the bright moonlight outside, walked to the balcony to enjoy the view. After finishing her glass of milk, Shi Yuan finally decided to go back to sleep. As she returned from the balcony, she bumped into Chu Xingzhou coming out of his room. Shi Yuan greeted him cheerfully and then went back to her room. Chu Xingzhou stood there as if struck by lightning. Shi Yuan's pair of smiling eyes he had seen not long ago in the game, on his scheming wife's face. In the game, appearances could change, but the eyes couldn't deceive. Was Shi Yuan his scheming wife? Chu Xingzhou's first reaction was to deny it. How could that be? Shi Yuan cheated Luo Qi out of money and feelings in the game? Impossible. Chu Xingzhou wouldn't accept it. After rationally thinking through it, Chu Xingzhou found a clue. When Luo Qi met this scheming wife, Shi Yuan was still waiting for rescue on the garbage star. So the person who deceived Luo Qi was definitely not Shi Yuan. But whether the person he played games with was Shi Yuan, he wasn't so sure. With this matter on his mind, he tossed and turned all night, finally falling asleep just before dawn. Luckily, Luo Qi was so drunk that he didn't wake up until noon. After lunch, the five finally began their long-awaited trip. The 10-day holiday quickly came to an end, and on the day before classes resumed, everyone returned to school. Yin-Suruo was immediately called away by the school leaders. That night, he video-called Shi Yuan. Sister, the school leaders talked to me and said they could let me transfer to the mecha design department, but I refused. Shi Yuan asked while drawing why. Didn't you always want to go to the mecha design department? Yin-Suruo lowered his head. Ever since he didn't get into the mecha design department and was instead assigned to the mecha maintenance department, he had been troubled, although it didn't show on the surface. But with the opportunity right there, he suddenly realized a lot. Sister, would you be willing to keep teaching me? Yin-Suruo asked softly. Shi Yuan replied, of course. You're my disciple. Who else would I teach? Yin-Suruo laughed and said, then that's settled. With such an amazing mentor, why would I need to transfer to the mecha design department? Shi Yuan thought about it and realized it was indeed true. Yin-Suruo had been learning design knowledge since he was young, with a solid foundation, and the rest he could teach himself. So there was no need to go to the mecha design department for a one-size-fits-all education. Yin-Suruo continued, moreover, I found that staying in the mecha maintenance department allows me to learn many things I hadn't noticed before, like energy, mecha parts, and the compatibility of weapons and mecha bodies. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. These were aspects that most mecha weapon designers often overlooked. However, Shi Yuan had already considered these small details in her designs. He only realized after entering the mecha maintenance department that these were the main learning contents of the department. So he decided to stay. After hanging up with Shi Yuan, Yin-Suruo immediately sought out Luo Qi, his senior from the same department. Luo Qi was indeed very happy to hear this, and said they should celebrate Yin-Suruo's great decision with a dinner this weekend. When Shi Yuan received the message, she almost laughed. Luo Qi was truly something else. No wonder he was misunderstood as a playboy. He loved to have fun too much. Just as she was about to close her light brain, Chu Xingzhou's message came in. Want to play a game? Shi Yuan's first reaction was apocalypse descends. Chu Xingzhou quickly sent another message. Have you played Mecha Era? Shi Yuan's eyes lit up. She had wanted to play Mecha Era from the start. But at that time, she didn't have the money. Now, however, she did. So she replied to Chu Xingzhou. I haven't played, but I wanna. Will you take me? Sure. Chapter 30. Brother-in-law. Show me some respect. It was getting late, and they had agreed on another time. After Shi Yuan finished her drawing, she decided to log into the game first to create her account. She chose the default appearance and body type for her character and for her nickname. Shi Yuan remembered her game ID from her previous life, Icefield Wilderness. Next came the selection of the mech, which required spending money, but fortunately, Shi Yuan wasn't short on funds. She selected the mech chassis according to her combat habits and bought materials to craft her weapons. Before she knew it, it was past midnight, and Shi Yuan finally logged off to sleep. The next day, Shi Yuan woke up to her light brain flashing incessantly with unread messages. When she opened one, she almost thought she had seen a ghost. Xiaming Xian had invited her to lunch. Shi Yuan quickly blocked him and happily went to class. The moment Bei Fuli saw Shi Yuan, she grabbed her and said, I saw it. Shi Yuan was puzzled. Saw what? I saw you at the university mech weapon design competition. Bei Fuli said. Shi Yuan replied, oh, I was just there as an audience. Bei Fuli said irritably, of course, I know that. I also know your friend is Master Ten's apprentice. Shi Yuan asked, so what? Bei Fuli suddenly smiled and said, so, I want you to introduce me to your friend, and then have your friend introduce me to Master Ten. I've been worried about equipping my mech with weapons. Shi Yuan awkwardly replied, Master Ten doesn't see outsiders. Bei Fuli curiously asked, haven't you met him? Shi Yuan replied, if you just want to design weapons, it shouldn't be a problem. Bei Fuli exclaimed, Really? Shi Yuan confirmed. Really, but you'll need to prepare the core and materials yourself. Master Tin will help you with the design and production. She added, of course, you'll have to pay for the design and production costs. Bei Fulie was thrilled. No problem, I'll pay whatever it costs. Shi Yuan knew that Bei Fulie was also quite wealthy, so she quoted a price based on other design masters in the alliance. And Bei Fulie readily agreed. Now tell me your requirements, and I'll relay them, Bei Fulie said. She shared a lot, and Shi Yuan pulled out her light brain to record it. Bei Fulie currently had an A-level lightning core that was almost S-level, and she hoped to create a cannon-type weapon. Shi Yuan thought through in her mind and felt the difficulty wasn't too high, but she preferred to leave herself ample time. So they agreed on 5 days for the design draft. Bei Fulie marveled, as expected of Master Tin, to be able to produce a design draft in just 5 days. When I saw other designers before, it took a whole month. Shi Yuan smiled awkwardly, wondering what Bei Fulie would think if she knew it only took her 1 night to finish the design draft. Today, there was a mech simulation class with Class 2. Shi Yuan walked into the classroom with Bei Fulie and unexpectedly locked eyes with a pair of venomous eyes. Yuan Xuanning. Shi Yuan asked Bei Fulie beside her, "What's wrong with her? Did I offend her?" She thought to herself, "I've only beaten her a few times in class. She shouldn't be this petty." Bei Fulie pondered for a moment before saying, "I heard Yuan Xuanning likes Chu Xingzhou from the 3rd year. You went to watch the competition with him during the break and got photographed. She might be jealous of you. Be careful. I think she's more sinister than Shi Yuan." Shi Yuan looked at Yuan Xuanning again, and the venomous glare was gone, replaced by her usual cold demeanor. She agreed with Bei Fulie that Yuan Xuanning was more difficult to deal with than Shi Yuan. They passed through the class without incident, and after class, Shi Yuan quickly made her exit. However, she ran into Xie Mingxian downstairs in the teaching building. Shi Yuan thought he was looking for Shi Yuan and inwardly cursed her bad luck, planning to take a detour. Xie Mingxian chased after her. Yuan, why are you avoiding me?" Shi Yuan was stunned. She stopped and said seriously, "Brother-in-law, I'm somewhat your elder, so you should show me a bit more respect." Xie Mingxian was stung by the term brother-in-law, and his heart ached, but there were students around just getting out of class, so he couldn't overreact. He had to suppress his discomfort and said softly, "I just wanted to have a meal with you." Shi Yuan refused. "No need. I have no appetite when facing you." Xie Mingxian felt that Shi Yuan was angry with him. "I really have something to discuss with you. Can we talk while we eat?" Shi Yuan was unmoved. "First, I don't think there's anything between us that needs discussing. Second, if there really is something, just say it here. Don't waste my time." Xie Mingxian didn't want to speak in public, but he couldn't persuade Shi Yuan and had to pull her toward the side path, try to distance themselves from the crowd. Once he saw there was no one around, he said, "Master Tin's apprentice is that person named Yen Siruo, right? You're friends with him, aren't you? I remember he attended my engagement banquet with Shi Yuan." Shi Yuan warned, "What do you want?" Xie Mingxian replied, "I'm not trying to do anything. I just want to get to know him." He sighed. "Yuan, you know I'll be interning next year, and I need good mech weapons. If Master Tin is willing to design for me." "Impossible," Shi Yuan interrupted him. "Tin won't design for you, so stop dreaming." Xie Mingxian was unconvinced. "You haven't even asked. How do you know it's impossible? With my abilities and family background. Is it too much to ask Master Tin to design for me?" This was the first time Shi Yuan encountered someone so confident, or rather arrogant. She suddenly thought of Chu Xingzhou. Not to mention family background, just his strength alone allowed him to achieve the top position while hiding his identity as an awakened. His family background and abilities were not as boastful as Xie Mingxian's. Xie Mingxian continued, "The Xie family and the Shi family have been family friends for generations. When one of us prospers, we all prosper. When one suffers, we all suffer. If I manage to get good results in my internship next year, it will benefit both our families, so I need better weapons." Shi Yuan instinctively replied, "Your family's fates have nothing to do with me." Xie Mingxian said calmly, "I know you resent Shi Yuan, but even if your status changes to that of an adopted daughter, you're still a member of the Shi family. When the Shi family does well, you will too. Listen to me. Don't be so willful." Bei Fulie, who had been pulling Shi Yuan over, looked at Xie Mingxian with suspicion. "Why are you looking for Shi Yuan instead of Shi Yuan?" Shi Yuan bit her lip, looking at Xie Mingxian with tears in her eyes. "Brother Mingxian, you didn't tell me you would come today. Xian had to comfort Shi Yuan. I have something important to discuss with Shi Yuan. Didn't I mention before that I need mech weapons? Bei Fuli's hair stood on end as she warned. You want to contact Master Ten through Shi Yuan? Let me tell you, no way. Master Ten has already agreed to design weapons for me. He want to design for you. Xian didn't take her unreasonable words seriously. Instead, it gave him more confidence. If Master Ten was willing to design weapons for Bei Fuli, then how could it be impossible for him to design weapons for him? Chapter 31. Xian is too despicable. Xian wanted to say something, but Bei Fuli shouted loudly, Xian, why are you entangling with us? Can't you see that your fiancé, Shi Yuan, is about to cry from anger? During the break, there were many students around, and although this was a small path, quite a few students were walking this way. Bei Fuli's loud voice quickly attracted the attention of passersby. Shi Yuan, the second in the mecha combat department, and Bei Fuli, the third, along with Shi Yuan, who was directly promoted to the second year through the transfer exam, were all quite famous in the school. Following Bei Fuli's words, everyone indeed saw Shi Yuan with tear-filled eyes, clearly a heartbroken person betrayed by her fiancé. Xian was so despicable, actually flirting in front of his fiancé, including her so-called older sister. Xian was nearly so angry he could spit blood on the spot. Bei Fuli pressed on, you shouldn't appear in front of us again, otherwise I will report you to the school for harassment. After saying that, she pulled Shi Yuan and quickly disappeared into the crowd. Shi Yuan smiled at Bei Fuli and said, thank you. Bei Fuli had just said Xian was entangling with them, and she had included herself in it, cutting off others' imaginative space. Bei Fuli felt uncomfortable and said, don't misunderstand, I'm not helping you. I'm worried he'll take away the opportunity designed by Master Ten. I'm just looking out for myself. Shi Yuan asked, what opportunity? Bei Fuli replied, many masters in the Alliance have a limited number of design opportunities they sell each year. The more famous the master, the fewer opportunities there are. A designer of Master Ten's level definitely won't have many. Shi Yuan helplessly explained, you're overthinking it. There are no such opportunities with 10. Bei Fuli stubbornly said, isn't it better to be safe? Anyway, I'll protect you during this time until my weapon is finished. As soon as she finished saying she would protect Shi Yuan, she turned and ran off. Shi Yuan looked at her back and smiled. Although Bei Fuli seemed proud and hard to get along with, she was actually quite nice. Moreover, if she knew that the so-called Master Ten was actually broke and would take any design as long as the payment was sufficient, I wonder if this girl would be disillusioned. After the afternoon classes ended, Shi Yuan had dinner and logged into Mecha Era at the agreed time with Chu Xingzhou. As soon as she logged in, she received a friend request. ID, Flying Sand and Running Stone Note. I am Chu Xingzhou. Shi Yuan accepted the friend request, and Chu Xingzhou immediately sent a coordinate address. When Shi Yuan arrived, she found it was the training ground in the game. Chu Xingzhou said, the training ground has a 1v1 mode. Shall we practice a bit? He meant to help Shi Yuan train in the 1v1 arena, and Shi Yuan understood. So she naturally wooed T refuse. In Apocalypse Descending, Shi Yuan could confidently say she could pin Chu Xingzhou down, but in Mecha Era, she was undoubtedly the one being pinned down. In the first 1v1 match, Chu Xingzhou defeated Shi Yuan in just 10 minutes. He piloted his mecha and landed next to Shi Yuan, saying, you just started learning to operate mechas. Achieving this level is really impressive. Shi Yuan knew Chu Xingzhou was speaking sincerely, not sarcastically, but she still felt a bit disheartened. As expected, there was still much to learn. In class, she often won against Shi Yuan and Yuan Xueqing, maintaining stable first place in her class. But facing Chu Xingzhou made her realize how big the gap was. Chu Xingzhou seemed to sense Shi Yuan's emotions and comforted her. I started learning to drive mechas at a young age and even got into the military before graduating from the basic school. So my practical experience might be more than some newcomers in the military. Shi Yuan controlled her mecha to wave at Chu Xingzhou, saying, I'm fine. I won't give up that easily. Let me take a break and we can continue. Chu Xingzhou smiled and sat beside her. Okay. In the following 1v1 matches, Shi Yuan was still defeated by Chu Xingzhou, but her persistence time was getting longer, and even Chu Xingzhou was shocked by her progress. Thus, Shi Yuan began a life of attending classes during the day and playing games at night, while also taking time to design weapons for Beifuli. 3 days later, Shi Yuan sent the design schematics to Beifuli. Let me know where it needs to be revised, Shi Yuan said. Beifuli looked over it several times, logged into the simulation system to test it, and then came out with a shocked expression. There are no issues at all. This weapon seems tailor-made for me. How did Master Ten do it? Shi Yuan smiled silently. If Ten were someone else, it would definitely be impossible, but Ten was Shi Yuan, Beifuli's classmate. During class, Shi Yuan had already figured out Beifuli's combat style and mecha parameters, so designing a weapon that completely matched her was no challenge at all. Beifuli excitedly said, I can prepare the materials within a month. Shi Yuan nodded. All right, once the materials are ready, we can assemble it immediately, but I can't guarantee when it will be completed. Beifuli quickly said, I'm not in a hurry. Whenever it's done is fine. Come on, I'll pay the deposit first. Can you pass it on for me? Shi Yuan suppressed her excitement. Yes, I'll pass it on. Beifuli promptly transferred money to Shi Yuan, and Shi Yuan looked at the large transaction amount, nearly floating with joy. After Beifuli calmed down, she asked, Has Shi Yan's fiancé been bothering you during this time? No, Shi Yuan replied. I'm either in class or in the dorm every day. Where could he bother me? Beifuli huffed. That's good. I think he is quite sinister and fear he won't give up so easily. Xian hadn't had time to find Shi Yuan these past few days. Most of his spare time was spent appeasing Shi Yuan. That day, Shi Yuan, in anger, went to Yang Huili to complain. Yang Huili couldn't stand her daughter being bullied and turned around to talk to Shi Yufeng. Shi Yufeng then went to the CF family to mention it. The CF family, now in decline, was relying on the Shi family for hope of a resurgence. So after learning about it, they scolded Xian. Xian could only appease Shi Yuan with a face full of shame. Yin, didn't I tell you before? I approached Shi Yuan just to get in touch with Master Ten. There's nothing personal. Shi Yuan was so angry she jumped up. What did you say before? You said you wouldn't meet her alone, and you said you would always bring me along whenever you met her. You're not keeping your word. Xian said, I had no choice that day. She came out before you, and I was afraid she would leave if I didn't hurry. Shi Yuan seemed to be persuaded. Really? Really, Xian said. It's my fault. I didn't tell you in advance that I would go over that day. I want to do it again in the future. Yin, please forgive me. Chapter 32. The Scheming People. Shi Yuan said. Do you really have to ask Ten to help you design it? Didn't Master Hu already agree to help you design it? Xian refused to back down. Yin, do you know how many mecha weapons Chu Xingzhou has? Shi Yuan was puzzled. What does that have to do with him? I heard that Chu Xingzhou has an arsenal filled with countless weapons. Not only that, but whenever he sees a weapon or design he likes, he will acquire it to enrich his arsenal. Until now, no one knows how many weapons he has. They only know that almost every time he takes out a weapon, it is different. At this point, Xian clearly showed a jealous expression. Moreover, I want the weapons designed by Master Ten not just for myself, but also for you. For our future. Shi Yuan didn't understand. For me? Xian said, yes, if you seriously look into Master Ten's designs, you'll understand. His weapons are characterized by low cost and low energy consumption. Do you know what that means? It means that using Master Ten's weapons consumes less than others. Don't think that a little consumption is unimportant. You need to understand that not only I, but you will also become a mecha master in the future. Although our families have some assets, they cannot compare to those big families. Sure, you understood. Yes, both of us will be mecha masters in the future, and the expenses will definitely be huge. Although our family will subsidize a bit, it seems like we don't lack money. But every year there are many places where money is needed to deal with Dad's work and socializing. Shi Yuan took a breath, reluctantly accepting the fact that she had to live frugally. But you can't always cling to Shi Yuan. If rumors spread, how am I supposed to face people? Xian said, but apart from Shi Yuan, we have no other way to contact Master Ten. Shi Yuan sneered. Isn't Shi Yuan also someone who relies on connections? Isn't there a disciple of Master Ten? Xian replied. Are you talking about Yin Saruo? But we don't know her. Shi Yuan said. It doesn't matter if we don't know Yin Saruo. Knowing Madam Yin is enough. My mom said that Madam Yin has recently come to Capital Star and plans to accompany Yin Saruo. They can definitely approach Yin Saruo through Madam Yin. And at the same time, they can sow discord between Shi Yuan and Yin Siruo. The more Shi Yin thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. I heard that Yin Siruo recently had a conflict with her parents. What if Madame Yin thinks that Shi Yuan is behind it? Yin Siruo would definitely distance herself from them. What would Madame Yin do? Xian began to seriously consider this question. The biggest support for Shi Yuan was Master 10. Chu Xingzhou and Luo Qi probably interacted with Shi Yuan because of Master 10. If Shi Yuan lost this support, then she could only rely on the Shi family. Shi Heng was just an incompetent mediocre. Although Shi Yin was willful, she was easy to deceive, and neither of them was a threat. The Shi family would eventually be decided by Xian, and Shi Yuan would return to his side sooner or later. Just thinking about this possibility made Xian unable to hide his excitement. He excitedly asked Shi Yin, "Are you confident?" Shi Yin disdainfully replied, "Of course. Madam, Yin has a good relationship with my mom. I often accompany her to chat as a junior. What's the problem?" Xian held Shi Yin's hand. "Good. We will definitely cut off Shi Yuan's connection with Yin Siruo." Shi Yin looked at Xian's reaction and felt very pleased. Since Xian thought Shi Yuan was unlucky, he must not have any feelings for her, and she had indeed wronged him before. Shi Yuan was very busy lately. She attended classes during the day, played games with Chu Xingzhou at night, and spent weekends working in the studio to assemble her mecha and produce weapons for Beifueli. But even so, she still noticed the changes in Yin Siruo's emotions. During the break, Shi Yuan pulled Yin Siruo to the lounge. She poured a cup of coffee for Yin Siruo. "Did you not sleep well last night?" Yin Siruo held the coffee and said softly, "Yes, I'm sorry. I'm not in good condition today." Shi Yuan could tell he didn't want to say much. She wasn't controlling and didn't like to pry into the affairs of those around her. After Yin Siruo finished the coffee, he looked at the time and asked, "Sister, I have something to do today. Can I go back first?" Shi Yuan smiled. "You can leave any time. You were just here to help me. You're not my employee. Go ahead, and if there's anything you can't solve, feel free to come to me." Yin Siruo felt warm inside. "Then I'll leave first." After leaving the studio, Yin Siruo went to a residential area near Xingluan Military Academy. He found the corresponding house according to the address. After ringing the doorbell, someone quickly came to open the door. Madam Yin saw Yin Siruo and smiled. "Siruo, you're here. Come in. We'll be living here from now on." Yin Siruo felt very unaccustomed. In his memory, his mother rarely smiled at him. Most of the time her face was stern. Madam Yin said, "I've arranged your room on the second floor. It's the quietest room. It's great for both resting and studying." Yin Siruo hurriedly said, "Mom, I usually stay at school. The school doesn't allow me to stay off campus." "Then come and stay on weekends," Madam Yin said. Yin Siruo replied, "I also need to study on weekends." Madam Yin's eyes lit up and she quickly asked, "Are you going to study under Master 10? "Yes." Madam Yin couldn't hide her excitement. "Master 10 is in Capital Star? Since that's the case, as your mother, I should visit your master. Let us see when is a good time, and we can." "Mom," Yin Siruo interrupted her. "The master is not in Capital Star, and besides, he doesn't want to meet outsiders." Madam Yin was very dissatisfied. "I'm your mother. How can I be considered an outsider?" Yin Siruo weakly said, "That's not what I meant. Anyway, the master doesn't like it." Madam Yin insisted, "What is the harm in just visiting? Does he not like people dropping by? Then it's simple. You can invite him out, and we can have a meal outside." Yin Siruo felt a bit irritated. "Mom, I already said the master doesn't like it. I just became his disciple. I'm a new student, and I don't want to upset him." Madam Yin was taken aback and suddenly realized, "Your master has other disciples, right? You're right. You need to win his favor and become his favorite disciple. That way, you will gain the most. Siruo, you can't lose." Yin Siruo sneered inwardly. He knew all along that he was just a tool. Even if he left the Yin family and became another master's disciple, in his parents' eyes, he was still just a tool. Madam Yin didn't hear Yin Siruo's response and urged, "Siruo, do you understand?" Yin Siruo still didn't speak. He clenched his hands behind his back into fists. "You're still young and don't understand human relationships, but it's okay. I'm here. I'll handle these matters for you." Yin Siruo held back his anger and finally said, "I still have homework to finish. I need to go back to school." Chapter 33. "So you're interested in my brother Bev's materials were not ready yet. So Shi Yuan decided to make the gift she intended to give to Chu Xingzhou first. She used the psychic ability crystal core that Chu Xingzhou had given her in the underground trading market. Before that, she needed to understand Chu Xingzhou's combat habits and mecha parameters to customize it specifically. However, she hadn't even seen Chu Xingzhou's mecha. Shi Yuan was a bit troubled. Since it was a gift, she couldn't expose it in advance, and she couldn't just go to Chu Xingzhou and say, "I want to give you a weapon as a gift, so let me see your mecha." That would ruin the surprise. After thinking for a while, she decided to approach Luo Qi. Luo Qi was Chu Xingzhou's childhood friend, and he was definitely familiar with him, likely having repaired his mecha before. On the weekend, Shi Yuan arranged to meet Luo Qi at a coffee shop near the studio. Luo Qi arrived half an hour early, fully equipped with a hat and mask, sneaking in and startling Shi Yuan. "What are you doing looking like that? Did you offend someone? Just so you know, don't involve me. I'm very fragile." Luo Qi sat down angrily. "Aren't you the one who told me to keep it secret and come alone?" Shi Yuan replied, "But I didn't ask you to come looking like a thief." Luo Qi grumbled, "Forget it. What do you want me for? Acting all mysterious. You're not about to confess to me, are you?" Shi Yuan rolled her eyes and asked him to order coffee, saying, "I want to know about Chu Xingzhou's mecha." Luo Qi's eyes immediately sparkled with gossip. "So you are interested in my brother?" Shi Yuan suppressed the impulse to slap him and said, "You're overthinking it. I just want to make him a weapon to repay him for taking care of me lately." Luo Qi looked delighted. "I get it. It all starts with giving gifts, right?" Shi Yuan smiled slightly and asked, "Luo Qi, how do you think you will die in the future?" Luo Qi immediately surrendered. "I just did maintenance on his mecha not long ago. I still have the data. I'll send it to you later." Shi Yuan was finally satisfied and reminded him, "This is a gift, a surprise. You can't let him know in advance." Luo Qi made an okay gesture. "I know. I'm so considerate. You don't have to worry." That day, Shi Yuan got Chu Xingzhou's mecha data from Luo Qi, but it was far from enough. So she invited Chu Xingzhou to play mecha era together. Chu Xingzhou was a bit surprised but logged on anyway. He asked, "Why are you inviting me to play games on a weekend? Is your mecha ready?" "No." Shi Yuan casually made up an excuse. "I'm tired and want to relax." Chu Xingzhou didn't dwell on it. "All right, still 1v1? Shi Yuan refused. "Let's play something else today. Can you take me to the danger zone?" The game simulates real-world danger zones, and the beasts in the danger zone are basically modeled after real ones. Shi Yuan's only purpose for going to the danger zone with Chu Xingzhou was to see him in real combat. In the 1v1 battlefield, Chu Xingzhou didn't show his true strength as he played the role of Shi Yuan's coach, so she naturally couldn't obtain his real combat data. Chu Xingzhou chose a danger zone. How about a D-level danger zone? The beasts inside are mostly below D level, with the highest being B level, and their S only 1. Your abilities can handle this danger zone easily, but since it's your first time, let us start from the bottom. Shi Yuan agreed. "Okay, let's go with this one." After entering the danger zone, Chu Xingzhou led the way while Shi Yuan followed behind, observing him closely. Meanwhile, Chu Xingzhou was also subtly observing Shi Yuan. He wanted to know if Shi Yuan was really the scammer wife he played games with in Doomsday Arrival. However, he was disappointed. "Let us call it a day," Shi Yuan said. From afternoon to evening, they entered several danger zones, starting from the D level to finally entering an A-level danger zone. Shi Yuan gathered enough data and was eager to log off to analyze Chu Xingzhou's data. Chu Xingzhou watched her log off, letting out a soft sigh. Today in the danger zone, Shi Yuan was very cautious, hardly participating in combat, and spent the entire time hiding behind him. She was different from the scammer wife. The scammer wife was fearless, always ready to fight, charging in his zombie hordes at a speed that made one think she was a zombie herself. What was caution? What was fear? The scammer wife didn't know these two words. Could it be that he had misunderstood? Chu Xingzhou sighed again, suddenly realizing what he was entangled in. Did it really matter who the scammer wife was? She was just an online friend he played games with. That's right, just a game. In Doomsday Arrival, the scammer wife was an online friend he had great synergy with. In reality, Shi Yuan was his junior, and because of her strong abilities, they became friends. That was all. Chu Xingzhou opened his light brain and found Luo Qi, sending him a message. "The game account you used in Doomsday Arrival, give it to me." Luo Qi took a while to reply. "Question mark. Oh, that account? You can have it if you want. I'm not playing anymore anyway. Wow. Luo Qi had completely forgotten about his scammer wife, who was the one who cried to him about being deceived not long ago. It turned out that the playboy Luo Xiao was not entirely wrongfully accused, Chu Xingzhou thought. Since that was the case, he accepted the account without hesitation. Chu Xingzhou logged into Doomsday Arrival, but didn't see the scammer wife. He looked at the name Nan Xiang in his friend list, and Shi Yuan's face involuntarily flashed in his mind. He shook his head vigorously to dispel the ridiculous thought, then looked at the house in the game, which had been renovated after being destroyed by zombie birds. The wallpaper, furniture, and decorations were all chosen and bought together with the scammer wife. He anxiously paced in place for a few circles, then hurriedly logged off, fleeing as if in panic. The next day, Shi Yuan invited Chu Xingzhou to play the game again, but he declined. Shi Yuan felt puzzled and went to find Luo Qi asked in confusion. He's perfectly fine, not sick or anything. Shi Yuan thought, could it be that she had been slacking too much yesterday? And Chu Xingzhou was annoyed and didn't want to play with her anymore? Fortunately, she had already collected enough data, so missing the chance to fill in the gaps wasn't a big deal. Shi Yuan decided not to disturb Chu Xingzhou anymore and threw herself into the studio to start designing the weapon. Meanwhile, Shi Yuan, holding flowers, visited Yin Siruo's mother with Xianming Xian, who was carrying fruits and snacks. Chapter 34. Are you really not dating? Shi Yuan hurriedly crafted the crystal core obtained from the underground trading market into a weapon before Beverly could provide the materials. In addition to her own weapon, she also made one as a gift for Chu Xingzhou. She stowed the weapons in the weapon box and sent a message to Chu Xingzhou. Are you free to come to my studio? Forget it, where are you? Let us meet at school. You go ahead and book a training ground at school first. It took Chu Xingzhou a while to reply. I'm at school, training ground 03. Shi Yuan returned to school with the weapon box and headed straight to training ground 03, where only Chu Xingzhou was present. Have you been busy lately? I can never find you, Shi Yuan asked upon seeing him. Chu Xingzhou hesitated to meet her gaze. It's almost finals, so I've increased my training. If Luo Qi were here, he would definitely jump up and curse Chu Xingzhou for being a liar, as he had never increased his training for exams before. Shi Yuan, unaware, believed him and even reflected on herself. She thought that once Beverly finished her weapon, she should also prepare for a last-minute push for her finals. So she got straight to the point and handed the weapon box to Chu Xingzhou. Want to get a try? Chu Xingzhou exclaimed in surprise. Is this for me? Shi Yuan replied, yes, it's a weapon made from the mental type ability crystal core you won at the underground trading market. You can try it out and see if it needs any adjustments. Chu Xingzhou felt embarrassed. That crystal core was meant for you, and you ended up paying for it. Shi Yuan said, if you hadn't taken me to gamble for the stones, I wouldn't have been able to get so many ability crystal cores. Consider this a thank you gift. If you don't want it, I'll have to sell it online since I don't know any other mental type ability users. I want it, Chu Xingzhou quickly said. He was foolish to refuse. This was not just a gift from Shi Yuan, but also a work by Master 10, which many sought but could not obtain. Just then, having just finished training, Chu Xingzhou saw his mech parked not far away. So he directly replaced the weapon on his mech with Shi Yuan's. Shi Yuan connected her light brain to the communication channel in Chu Xingzhou's mech and explained, the mutation direction of this mental type ability crystal core is to deprive the 5 senses. The weapon is in the form of a bow and arrow because I found that you are skilled with cold weapons. Chu Xingzhou pulled the bowstring and found the weapon incredibly easy to use. All the parameters seemed tailor-made for him. In fact, it was indeed custom-made for him. The weapon's effect is that the target hit briefly loses their vision, with the duration depending on the target's own strength. Additionally, because mutated bats were added as materials, it can also render the target's radar ineffective. Chu Xingzhou gasped. The effectiveness of this weapon was extraordinary. There were probably no more than 5 people in the entire alliance who could craft such a weapon. What right did he have to receive such a weapon without spending a dime? Seeing Chu Xingzhou in awe, Shi Yuan urged, aren't you going to try it? I will. Chu Xingzhou replied, piloting the mech into the training ground and selecting a simulated robot as his opponent. He set the robot's parameters to the highest level, almost comparable to an S-class mutant beast. With a bowstring fully drawn, a silvery arrow composed of energy shot through the air like a meteor, accurately hitting the robot. The robot, comparable to an S-class beast, froze momentarily before spinning around aimlessly like a headless fly. 3 seconds later, the robot attacked again, and Chu Xingzhou swiftly defeated it. Shi Yuan watched with envy, thinking that one day, she too would become a powerful mech master like Chu Xingzhou. Chu Xingzhou jumped down from the mech, his excitement evident on his face. The effect actually lasted 3 seconds. Shi Yuan, you are amazing. 3 seconds may sound short, but even a second of chaos on the battlefield can turn the tide, let alone 3 seconds, which would last even longer for lower-level opponents. Seeing Chu Xingzhou satisfied made Shi Yuan very happy. She prepared to leave. The gift has been delivered. I won disturber training. I'll take my leave. Chu Xingzhou called her back. Let me treat you to a meal. Shi Yuan glanced at the time. It was indeed close to dinner time, so she agreed. The two went to a nearby restaurant, which had a great environment and was popular among students, especially couples. As soon as they entered the restaurant, a few students recognized them and whispered among themselves, but neither of them paid any attention. They calmly finished their meal, and Chu Xingzhou walked Shi Yuan back to her dorm before leaving. After Shi Yuan took a shower and came out, she saw a message from Beverly. Are you really dating Chu Xingzhou? I saw photos of you two on a date. Shi Yuan opened the photos sent by Beverly. There were pictures of her and Chu Xingzhou eating together, taken without their knowledge. She felt that since Beverly was now a friend, it was necessary to clarify. We're not dating. It was just a coincidence that we had a meal together. That restaurant is famous for being a couple's date spot. We went there because it's close and the food is good. All right, but now the whole school thinks you two are in a relationship. Yuan Xuanning must know about it too, so be careful. Yuan Xuanning, like Chu Xingzhou. Shi Yuan had already known this when they met at the underground trading market, and it turned out Beverly was also aware. The thought of Yuan Xuanning gave Shi Yuan a headache. She hadn't even figured out what the Yuan family was up to by impersonating her descendant. And now she had become a rival to Yuan Xuanning. Beverly's message came again. But you don't have to worry too much for now. Yuan Xuanning took a leave of absence recently, as I heard she has some family matters to deal with. When she returns, that'll be the time for you to face off. Face off? My foot. Shi Yuan inquired about what had happened in the Yuan family. But Beverly didn't know either, so she had to drop the subject. Meanwhile, Luo Qi stormed into Chu Xingzhou's dorm and pushed him onto the sofa. So, are you and is Shi Yuan an item? Chu Xingzhou easily flipped him off. Don't talk nonsense. Luo Qi laughed. What is our relationship? We grew up wearing the same pants. It's just dating. Don't be embarrassed to say it. Chu Xingzhou replied irritably. If you want to see the sun tomorrow, you better be serious. Luo Qi wasn't scared at all. We're in different grades, and it's a big weekend. How did you two end up together? Chu Xingzhou said, she gave me a weapon as a thank you gift, and I just treated her to a meal. Luo Qi's eyes lit up. She gave you a weapon? She secretly asked me to go out before, wanting your mech data, and asked me to keep it a secret to give you a surprise. Chu Xingzhou showed a brief look of surprise as he took out the weapon box and gently stroked it. So, Shi Yuan had put in so much effort to create this weapon. Chapter 35, I only want half after making weapons for Beverly. There was only 1 week left before the final exam. Shi Yuan no longer went to the studio, but instead spent her limited time on training. On the day of the final exam, Shi Yuan saw Yuan Xuanning. She had lost some weight, but her expression was still as cold as ever. Noticing Shi Yuan's gaze, she returned a frosty look filled with barely contained hatred. You really have made an enemy of her. Be careful during the exam, Beverly said, appearing behind her at some point, her tone somber. The first part of the final exam was a practical combat test, primarily assessing the students' individual abilities. The exam location was an outdoor training ground under the Xingluan Military Academy, a whole expanse of forest. The exam content involved several energy orbs being placed in the forest, with a duration of 5 days. After entering the forest, candidates would operate independently, and the number of energy orbs collected after 5 days would determine their final score. Shi Yuan discovered the hidden information. The exam did not specify how candidates were to obtain the energy orbs. This meant that candidates could acquire energy orbs from other candidates. Everyone was a competitor. I originally wanted to team up with you, but since everyone's drop-off locations are different and we can't know in advance, good luck to us. It would have been nice to meet earlier, Beverly lamented. Before the competition began, all candidates, regardless of class, were dispersed and sent into the forest by different hover vehicles. Shi Yuan got off the vehicle with her backpack, and the driver reminded her again before leaving. If you encounter danger you can't handle, remember to press the distress button. Don't hold on. It's not worth dying in the exam. Shi Yuan nodded seriously in response. As the driver drove away, Shi Yuan was left alone. Meanwhile, the exam had already started. In her backpack, there was only a dagger, a bottle of water, and 2 compressed biscuits. Shi Yuan was not nervous. Survival in the wilderness was second nature to her. She found the tallest tree and quickly climbed to the top to observe. Not far from her, there was a turtle-like beast, and her detection bracelet indicated was an E-class beast. In the sunlight, a yellow orb was embedded in the beast's shell, worth 1 point. Without hesitation, Shi Yuan climbed down the tree and headed towards the beast. Soon, she defeated it and obtained the yellow energy orb. She looked down at the struggling beast and decided to spare it. Chu Xingzhou had said that the beasts released by the school were either captured by teachers or senior students during internships or were bought from the military. Losing one less would not matter. Shi Yuan thought to herself that she was a good student. These days, it was rare to find a student who was so concerned about saving money for the school. In the afternoon, Shi Yuan encountered her first candidate. She didn't know this person, and they exchanged a distant glance before heading in different directions. In the evening, she met candidates again, this time a team of 3. Perhaps feeling they had the advantage in numbers, the 3 attacked Shi Yuan, only to be beaten into a pulp by her, losing their energy orbs and compressed biscuits in the process. With 4 days left, Shi Yuan felt she needed to find Beverly to team up quickly. That night, Shi Yuan climbed a large tree to spend the night. She had already finished the water provided by the school, but fortunately, she had water-related abilities, so she wasn't worried about running out of water. She opened her palm, and a water sphere appeared. She hesitated about whether to use her ability to find Beverly like she did during the placement exam. After thinking it over, she decided against it. Yuan Xuanning was also a water ability user, although Shi Yuan thought Yuan Xuanning's level was too low to detect her water ability. It was best to avoid any risks of exposure. After retracting her ability, Shi Yuan planned to sleep. Sleeping in a tree was a skill she had developed in her previous life, and she never expected it would come in handy in this life. Just as she closed her eyes, a loud explosion echoed from afar. Candidates did not have firearms. In this forest, the only thing that could cause an explosion was a beast. Shi Yuan decided to check it out. 2 students were leaning against a large rock, and less than 20 meters in front of them, a huge crocodile was eyeing them. What should we do? Are we going to die here? One student said, No, this is an exam, not a real battlefield. The teachers wouldn't let us die, but our distress devices are missing. We can't call for help. As he spoke, despair began to wash over him. Before the exam, the teachers had repeatedly warned that if they encountered danger they couldn't resolve, they must press the distress button. Pressing the button would create a protective shield centered around it, giving the teachers enough time to come to their aid. But they were dazzled by the allure of points, and, when faced with a red-horned alligator, they foolishly thought they could handle it. Did you hear? Generally, military academy practical exams have a mortality rate indicator. As long as it doesn't exceed that, neither the school nor the alliance will intervene. Are we really going to die here? The red-horned alligator slowly approached, its mouth opening, and flames could be seen flickering in its throat. The 2 students closed their eyes, waiting despairingly for death to come. Roar! A massive beast's roar came from in front of them, and one student boldly opened his eyes. Upon seeing the scene before him, he hurriedly poked his companion. We're saved. His companion opened his eyes wide in disbelief. The enormous red-horned alligator was entangled tightly in vines, especially its mouth, which was bound several times over. The fireball that had just formed in its throat was interrupted and swallowed back down, smoke billowing from its mouth. Shi Yuan stood atop the red-horned alligator, tossing and catching 2 red energy orbs in her hand. So it turns out that C-class beasts have 2 red orbs, she said. 1 red energy orb was worth 5 points, quite precious. The students who had narrowly escaped were almost on their knees in gratitude. You must be Shi Yuan from Class 1, right? Thank you for saving us. Once the exam is over, we will definitely repay you. Yes, we will work like oxen and horses to repay you. Shi Yuan smiled slightly. You don't have to wait until the exam is over. You can repay me now. In the puzzled eyes of the two students, Shi Yuan said, leave me half of your energy orbs, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll release this red-horned alligator right here. The two students? Shi Yuan smiled gently. What do you think? It's a good deal. I only want half. Chapter 36. The most annoying thing is dealing with madmen. Shi Yuan found a way to get rich, which was to rob passers-by. And surprisingly, the students who were robbed were all grateful to her. By the third day, Shi Yuan had already collected quite a few energy beads, but trouble was getting closer. She still hadn't found Beverly, probably because the places they were dropped off were too far apart and the mountains and forests were too vast. However, someone found her, and, unfortunately, Shi Yin and Yuan Xuanning both regarded her as their primary opponent, and both had already discovered her whereabouts. This was the result of Shi Yuan's detection. Although she hadn't used her water-based abilities in a grand manner, she wasn't completely defenseless either. Along the way, Shi Yuan had secretly dripped her ability water into the ground, and this hidden water became her eyes, allowing her to detect anyone passing by. So she was one step ahead of Shi Yin and Yuan Xuanning and found their traces. What was meant to come would eventually return, and Shi Yuan didn't plan to hide. Moreover, she was quite eager to give Shi Yin and Yuan Xuanning a good beating. By the largest river in the mountains, Shi Yuan had just set up a campfire, with fish she had just caught from the river roasting over the flames. Without any seasoning, she was fortunate to have found a type of fruit that was sour, which could enhance the flavor of the fish. Next to her, a rope made of vines bound a gray deer, an E-level exotic beast known for its speed. Shi Yuan treated it as a mount, riding it around to save energy. Shi Yin was lurking nearby with her two lackeys, having followed Shi Yuan for the entire day. One of the lackeys looked at the gray deer with trepidation and whispered, Sister Yin, she managed to catch a gray deer alive. She seems formidable. How about we forget it, and just go find more energy beads to win over her in scores? Shi Yin shot him a glare. What are you afraid of? There are three of us and only one of her. You can't be scared of that? The lackey thought to himself that he was indeed scared. After all, Shi Yuan had caught a gray deer alive. The three of them could kill a gray deer, but the chances of capturing it alive were slim. But he couldn't say this in front of Shi Yin. The two lackeys exchanged glances and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. If they wanted to continue following Shi Yin, they had to obey her orders. Shi Yin threw a bone knife to one of the lackeys. Go cut the vines off that gray deer. They had killed an exotic beast yesterday and made a bone knife from its bones, sharper than the daggers issued by the school. The lackey nervously picked up the bone knife and stammered, Sister Yin, what if the gray deer attacks me after I cut the vines? Shi Yin coldly replied, you lure the gray deer over to Shi Yuan and let it attack her. As for you, if you can't hold on, just press the distress button. The lackey felt a wave of despair. Pressing the distress button meant that his exam would end here and his final score would definitely not be good. He gripped the bone knife and heroically took his first step. Wait. Shi Yin stopped him, wanting to see what she would do. The lackey looked over and found that Shi Yuan had finished eating the grilled fish and was walking over to the gray deer, its massive body blocking her completely. After a while, there was still no movement from Shi Yuan. Shi Yin and the two lackeys began to feel confused. Hey, what are you sneaking around doing? Shi Yuan's voice came from behind them. Shi Yin turned around abruptly and saw Shi Yuan sitting on a tree not far behind them, looking at them with a smile that was not quite a smile. A strong feeling of humiliation instantly filled Shi Yan's heart. She glared at Shi Yuan. The practical exam has a death rate indicator. If you die here, the school won't investigate. The two lackeys looked at Shi Yin in shock, and one of them advised, Sister Yin, you're joking, right? We just need to teach her a lesson. Yeah, let's not cause any fatalities. We can beat her up and then take her energy beads. Shi Yan's face twisted in anger, and she shouted, Shut up. I want her dead. Shi Yuan helplessly said, That's why I hate dealing with madmen the most. Shi Yin roared, All of you, attack together. The two lackeys had no choice but to rush forward. Shi Yuan dodged and retreated, moving closer to the river. Shi Yin saw an opportunity and shouted, Push her into the water. Fool. Shi Yuan chuckled lightly, kicking both lackeys into the river with one kick each, and the rushing water quickly swept them away. Shi Yuan wasn't worried about their safety. although they couldn't resist the current for now. Both had already started to save themselves. After all, they were students from the Star Lawn Combat Department, and it wasn't likely that they would die from such a small mishap. The only enemy left was Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan's combat power was much stronger than her two lackeys. More importantly, Shi Yuan genuinely wanted to kill her. Shi Yuan muttered to herself, "Actually, I want to kill you too, but I can't do that. It's not because I'm kind, it's because I've finally managed to slightly break free from the Shi family. And you're an important tool that can't be allowed to die." Shi Yuan's eyes were filled with intense anger. "What are you mumbling about? Are you writing your last words?" Shi Yuan replied, "But there are many ways to torture you. Perhaps it's worse than death." The bone knife in Shi Yuan's hand glinted dangerously in the sunlight. And Shi Yuan revealed her own weapon. The temperature suddenly dropped, and ice slowly formed on Shi Yuan's hand, finally crystallizing into an ice spear. An ability user. How is that possible? Shi Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief at what she was seeing. Shi Yuan's expression was emotionless. "Come on, we should have a serious fight." Shi Yuan was almost going crazy. "It was impossible. You're clearly a waste. How could you be an ability user? How could you be stronger than me?" The ground gradually froze, and the ice crept up to Shi Yuan's feet, but she showed no reaction, still lost in her madness. When she finally came to her senses, her entire body below her head was already encased in ice. She cried out in terror, "What do you want? You can't kill me. If you dare to touch a hair on me, my dad will never let you go." Shi Yuan smiled. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. But I can't leave you here in the exam room, so I have to send you away." She picked up the backpack that Shi Yuan and her companions had dropped on the ground and claimed all the energy beads inside for herself. Then took out Shi Yuan's distress device. Shi Yuan stared at Shi Yuan fiercely. "No, you can't do this." Once Shi Yuan pressed her distress button, she would be forcibly removed from the exam, and her energy beads would have been taken by Shi Yuan. This meant she would receive a score of 0 for this exam. No, absolutely not. Shi Yuan smiled like a devil, pressing the button in front of Shi Yuan and then tossing the distress device onto Shi Yuan. At the same time, the ice sealing Shi Yuan instantly melted. Shi Yuan fell to the ground, her eyes vacant. Chapter 37. On the fourth day, finally formed a team after dealing with Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan immediately rode away on the gray deer, not forgetting that beside Shi Yuan, there was another person eyeing her. More importantly, just now, she had discovered Beverly's whereabouts. As the exam entered its fourth day, most of the energy orbs had already been found, and those not yet claimed by students were mostly on the bodies of magical beasts. Fighting with magical beasts or snatching from other students. The choice between the two options was quite easy to make. Beverly was currently being besieged. As the third-ranked student from last semester, Beverly was quite capable, but she was too isolated and a bit arrogant. She had no friends, and even classmates she could casually talk to were few. This exam was particularly unfavorable for someone like her. Leaning against a big tree, Beverly had a knife wound on her arm, blood oozing from the injury, making her look quite disheveled. Even her opponents couldn't bear to look at her anymore. "Beverly, why not just hand over the energy orb? We'll let you go immediately. Isn't that better?" "Exactly, it's just an exam. We're all classmates. No need to make it personal. You guys are clearly the bad ones for ganging up on me." Beverly spat. One of her opponents retorted, "The exam rules don't say we can't team up, nor do they say we can't snatch energy orbs from our classmates. We're within the rules, right? It's your own fault for not finding partners. Who can you blame? Enough talking, let's get started. Villains die from talking too much. I feel we've talked a bit too much, even though I don't think we're the villains." The three attackers spread out, surrounding Beverly from three directions. Beverly smiled bitterly. She did have companions, but unfortunately, they hadn't crossed paths yet by the fourth day. She felt like she was done for, but even at death's door, she was unwilling to let these people succeed. Her hand was hidden in her sleeve, gripping a distress signal device. As long as she pressed the distress button, a protective shield would form around her, and soon a teacher would come to take her out, along with her energy orb. Although it was a bit frustrating, it was better than having nothing. The three opponents closed in closer, still wary of Beverly's strength, moving cautiously. Beverly's finger was already pressing down on the distress button, but it wouldn't budge. A chilling sensation came from her fingertips, like touching ice. Shi Yuan appeared on the tree behind her, cursing her luck for only finding a teammate on the fourth day. Beverly suddenly looked up, seeing Shi Yuan's arrogant smile in the sunlight, nearly bringing her to tears. All her grievances burst forth in that moment. She sniffed and said, "I actually don't need a teammate that much, but since you're here, I can reluctantly team up with you." Shi Yuan jumped down from the tree and smiled. "Thank you for valuing me. Now let's split the spoils." The relationship of hunter and prey instantly reversed. The three classmates who had been sharpening their knives against Beverly were now tied upside down in the trees by Shi Yuan's vines. One person struggled to cut the vines with a dagger, but it was futile. "Are these vines made of iron? Why can't I cut them?" The other two, seeing Shi Yuan, had already given up and were advising their companion not to waste effort. Shi Yuan picked up the three's backpacks and split the spoils with Beverly. Beverly got the energy orb but still felt displeased. "What should we do with them?" Shi Yuan thought for a moment and said, "Let them go." Beverly was surprised. "Aren't you going to send them out?" "No," Shi Yuan replied. Beverly agreed. "Then let's do it this way." Shi Yuan retracted the vines, and the three fell to the ground, quickly picking up their backpacks and fleeing in a panic. Shi Yuan bandaged Beverly's wound, and Beverly asked, "Why did you let them go?" Shi Yuan replied, "I took Shi Yan's energy orb and then sent her out." Beverly was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "I didn't expect Shi Yan to have today too. Too bad I couldn't see it with my own eyes." After laughing, she asked, letting those three go, "Was it to make Shi Yan's ranking lower?" Shi Yuan candidly admitted, "That's right. In this exam, all students who scored 0 would be ranked together at the bottom. By letting those three go, Shi Yuan hoped they would at least get one energy orb on the last day, which would push Shi Yan's ranking down further." All of Beverly's displeasure vanished. "If Shi Yan finds out, she will definitely hate you." Shi Yuan smiled lightly and said nothing. In a place they couldn't see, the energy orbs in the backpacks of the two suddenly flickered and then quickly extinguished. After the bandaging, Shi Yuan and Beverly rode on the gray deer. It was Beverly's first time riding a magical beast, and her curiosity grew. "How did you catch this gray deer? Why does it listen to you so well? And the vines just now, they looked like ordinary vines. Why couldn't the dagger cut them?" Shi Yuan opened her left palm, and a water sphere appeared. She tossed the water sphere up and down a few times before putting it away. Because of this, Beverly was stunned for several seconds before exclaiming, "You're an ability user? Water-type ability?" "Yes." Beverly managed to control her expression, wanting to say more, but Shi Yuan gestured for her to stop. Shi Yuan made the gray deer stop, and Beverly whispered, "What's wrong?" Shi Yuan closed her eyes, carefully sensing the energy water she had scattered along the way, her brows furrowing tightly. "Not good. It seems we are going to be surrounded." Beverly asked, "Surrounded? Is someone coming after us?" "Hold on to me," Shi Yuan instructed Beverly. She patted the gray deer, which suddenly accelerated, racing like an arrow into the depths of the forest. In a place they couldn't see, the magical beasts in the mountains and forests, drawn by some delicious food, were moving toward the same direction. They were just a little short of surrounding Shi Yuan and Beverly. Shi Yuan received information from the energy water that the situation was not optimistic. She slightly turned her head to ask Beverly, "How many energy orbs do you have?" Beverly reported a number, and Shi Yuan said, "That number can at least get us into the top 5. We are about to be surrounded by magical beasts, and we can't break out. I suggest we press the distress signal." Beverly had no doubts about Shi Yuan. She considered for a moment and agreed. The two took out their distress signal devices and pressed them simultaneously. Nothing happened. The protective shield that should have appeared did not, and the teachers they should have contacted were also unresponsive. Shi Yuan's expression turned serious. "There are surveillance cameras from the school in the mountains and forests. Let's go check." The school had set up many cameras in the mountains and forests, but because the area was too vast, not all places were fully covered. The two found several cameras, but all of them were broken. Beverly cursed, "What's wrong with the school? The distress signals are broken, and the surveillance is also broken. Do they not care about our lives at all?" Chapter 38. Something happened. The practical exam monitoring point for the second-year mecha combat department at Xinglan Military Academy was set up in the center of a forest, disguised as a small mountain. The alarm rang out across the entire monitoring point. "Report. A large number of mutant beasts have broken out of the canyon prison and are heading our way. The vanguard has already entered the exam area." The department head exclaimed. "The canyon prison is controlled by the military. How could there be a large-scale breakout? Is the intelligence confirmed? It's confirmed. 3 minutes ago, the military issued a warning to us, but just now, all signals disappeared. We can't contact the outside world. The faces of all the teachers at the monitoring point turned grim. Monitoring the exam was supposed to be straightforward and low risk, but only 8 of the participating teachers had combat capabilities. The department head made a quick decision, naming one teacher. You leave immediately, get out of the forest, and try to contact the command center for support. If you can reach the military, that would be best. The rest of us will enter the forest to find the students and ensure their safety. After making the arrangements, another problem arose at the monitoring point. Director, the magnetic field is disturbed. Mechas and ships can't take off. Only a few hover vehicles can drive on the ground, and the radar is down. The department head's face darkened, and he could only adjust the rescue plan. The monitoring point immediately activated defense mode, turning on the alarm lights in hopes that the students would see the signals and come closer. Beifuli looked serious as she stared at the distress signal. Something must have gone wrong. Shi Yuan had already dismounted from the gray deer and took out an empty water bottle, filling it with energy-infused ability water. She handed the water to Beifuli, saying, "We split up. You ride the gray deer to the monitoring point for help. If the deer starts to get agitated, give a little of this water and it will calm down." Beifuli took the water and asked, "Where are you going?" Shi Yuan replied, "I'm going to draw those mutant beasts away." Beifuli objected, "Don't think you're being a hero. You'll just die in silence, and no one will collect your body." Shi Yuan smiled helplessly. "I'm really not trying to show off." She extended her arm, and in the next second, her arm transformed into flowing water, floating in the air. I'm a water ability user. At a critical moment, I can turn my whole body into water and escape by seeping underground. No one can catch me. It's not that easy to die. Beifuli put away her stunned expression and quickly hugged the water bottle. Then it settled. Which direction should I run? Shi Yuan pointed in a direction, and Beifuli rode off on the deer. Watching Beifuli leave, Shi Yuan immediately ran in the opposite direction, releasing her abilities as she went. There aren't many things that excite mutant beasts, but abilities are among the most attractive, surpassing energy sources, ranking first. So when a massive wave of ability energy suddenly surged through the forest, all the mutant beasts went into a frenzy, abandoning their original targets and heading in one direction. Students being chased by mutant beasts suddenly noticed that the beasts pursuing them had fled. Those who were trembling and hiding from the beasts, afraid of being caught, realized that the beasts that had just been playing hide-and-seek with them were gone. What's going on? Never mind what's going on. Let's run. Shouldn't we go find the teachers? But isn't it considered giving up if we look for teachers during the exam? Look, the monitoring point's alarm lights are on. Something must have happened. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry to the monitoring point while the mutant beasts are going crazy. On the peak of a mountain, Yuan Xuanning gazed into the distance, where a familiar aura emanated. Water ability. A companion called out to her. The mutant beasts from the canyon prison have already been attracted over. What's going to happen next is not your concern. You need to head to the monitoring point immediately, just like the other students. Yuan Xuanning continued to look in that direction. There was a powerful water ability user over there. Her companion frowned. The intelligence shows that there are no water ability users among the monitoring teachers this time. Could it be someone from the military? Their movements are so fast. Yuan Xuanning said, "That ability user is releasing their powers. It's very strong and pure energy. The mutant beasts will be drawn to them." Her companion said with a troubled face, "This is not good for our plan. But don't worry. No matter who it is, I will kill them. Everything will still go according to our plan." Yuan Xuanning regretted. "It's a pity I didn't get to kill Shi Yuan. She ran too fast, and I couldn't catch her." Her companion scoffed. "Is she a rival? If we cross paths, I'll help you kill her. My family supports your pursuit of Chu Xingzhou, and then we can gain the support of the Chu and Lin families." Yuan Xuanning's expression changed. "I'm not getting close to him for my family. Besides, he has nothing to do with the Lin family." Her companion replied, "It's just an added bonus. Although he has unilaterally severed ties with the Lin family, he is still the only son of the Lin family head, and they still value him." Seeing Yuan Xuanning's expression grow worse, her companion decided not to continue the topic. The two parted ways, with her companion heading toward the water ability user. while Yuan Xuanning stood still for a moment before making her way to the monitoring point. As Shi Yuan ran, she recklessly released her abilities. Her powers were special, more enticing to zombies and mutant beasts than ordinary abilities. This characteristic remained even after crossing over. More and more mutant beasts were drawn to her. Even without the ability water left on the ground, just from the roaring sounds, one could tell how many mutant beasts were coming at her. Shi Yuan reached a riverbank, the most advantageous terrain for a water ability user. She stood still, waiting for the mutant beasts to arrive. When the first mutant beast appeared, Shi Yuan's hands turned into ice spikes to fight back. Blood flowed like a river, and the clear water was stained red, with more mutant beasts continuously appearing. Shi Yuan felt she needed a break. After dealing with the nearest beast, she plunged into the water, her body instantly transforming into water and merging into the river. The enticing aura of her abilities disappeared, leaving the mutant beasts that had come to the spot momentarily confused before they began to turn on each other. The mutant beasts still on their way were also momentarily bewildered and began searching for new targets. Shi Yuan lingered in the river for a while, feeling regretful for the dead mutant beasts on the shore. There were so many crystal cores, but she couldn't go ashore to collect them. It was really heartbreaking. To alleviate this feeling, Shi Yuan decided to leave this sorrowful place, drifting downstream with the current. Just as she was about to doze off in peace, she heard fighting sounds not far away. Her abilities had mostly recovered, and Shi Yuan came ashore, transforming back into human form, and walked toward the direction of the fighting sounds. Chapter 39. Teacher. I'm much stronger than you. A lady with short reddish-brown hair was surrounded and attacked by strange beasts. After a long battle, she was covered in wounds, barely holding on by her last breath. When Shi Yuan approached, she just happened to see her shoot and explode the head of one strange beast. Teacher.When? Shi Yuan called out. When Fei was startled by Shi Yuan's sudden appearance. What are you doing here, student? Didn't you see the alarm lights? I'll cover for you. You should escape now. She glanced at her gun, a specially made energy gun from the military. Although it had immense power, it consumed a lot of energy. She estimated that the remaining energy could only allow for 3 more shots at most. That would be enough to cover Shi Yuan's escape. As for what would happen to her next, she would leave it to fate. When Fei took aim, I'll count to 3, and you run out of the encirclement immediately. 1, 2, bang! A burst of ice flowers exploded in front of Wen Fei, and Shi Yuan's figure flashed past. After eliminating a strange beast, Shi Yuan turned back to Wen Fei and said, Teacher.When, what did you just say? Sorry, I got distracted and didn't catch that. Wen Fei. I forgot you were an ability user. Shi Yuan. There are many strange beasts here. Did something happen before? Once in battle mode, Shi Yuan didn't care about teachers or anything. She was used to being the dominant force on the battlefield. Wen Fei seemed unaware of this and unintentionally fell into Shi Yuan's rhythm. She answered Shi Yuan's question. I followed the department head's orders to enter the forest to search for students. I haven't found any students yet, and I was chased by a group of strange beasts, ending up here completely surrounded. Shi Yuan tilted her head, puzzled. Even while talking, the battle between the two and the strange beasts didn't stop, and at the same time, Shi Yuan was continuously gathering intelligence through her ability water. Teacher.When, let's change our position. Many strange beasts are surrounding us. Wen Fei sensed something was off, and she had no objections, following Shi Yuan as they fought and retreated. Teacher.When, can you swim? We're jumping into the river. Wen Fei looked at the large river behind them. They had already moved to the riverbank. I can, she replied. The two leaped into the river, and to their surprise, some swimming strange beasts jumped in after them. Shi Yuan's body instantly transformed into flowing water, recklessly harvesting the lives of these strange beasts in the river. Wen Fei was swept away by the current. She had already nearly exhausted her mental strength during the battle and had been in the water for a long time, her body gradually growing cold. She felt she might not make it out alive. Suddenly, she sensed a warm current approaching, almost enveloping her entire body, and then she floated up. Wen Fei looked back and realized it wasn't her floating. It was Shi Yuan who had picked her up and carried her out of the river. Shi Yuan set Wen Fei down and asked, Teacher.When, do you have anything on you that attracts strange beasts? Wen Fei shook her head, saying that strange beasts were only interested in a few specific things. This was supposed to be an ordinary exam. So who would carry so much energy with them? She took out an energy orb to show Shi Yuan. Besides the energy gun, this energy orb is the only thing I have that contains energy. Shi Yuan took the energy orb, which was slightly larger than the ones the students were supposed to find during the exam. When Fei explained, this is the mother orb. The energy orbs placed in the forest are all child orbs. The mother orb can locate all the child orbs. All of us teachers have a mother orb with us, hoping to find more students to bring back to the monitoring point. Shi Yuan sensed the energy inside the mother orb and said no. This amount of energy is insufficient to attract strange beasts. When Fei nodded in agreement, suddenly Shi Yuan had a flash of insight. In a distant apocalypse, someone awakened a type of ability that allowed them to control strange beasts, turning them into weapons. Following her train of thought, when Fei broke into a cold sweat, "Are you saying someone wants to kill me, using controlled strange beasts as weapons to cover up the truth? This beast riot is not an accident, but a conspiracy. Perhaps the target is not just me, but all the teachers and students present." The more when Fei thought, the more she realized. She told Shi Yuan about the strange beasts escaping from the canyon prison. Shi Yuan regretfully informed her, "The enemy probably only wants to kill you. The others are likely collateral damage." When Fei was alarmed, "Why? I haven't offended anyone." "Wait, how do you know this?" Shi Yuan replied, "I'm a water ability user. Since the first day I entered the forest, I've left my ability water in every place I've been. This ability water acts as my eyes." She looked at Wen Fei seriously and said, "Now, from the intelligence I see, although other teachers and students have also encountered strange beast attacks, only you are being deliberately targeted by a group of strange beasts." Wen Fei was greatly shocked. "But why? Is there something on me worth coveting?" After living for over 30 years as an obscure minor character, she suddenly found herself coveted by someone, and a huge conspiracy was planned to kill her. Wen Fei found it hard to accept. Shi Yuan was much calmer than her and began to analyze point by point. "Are you from the military?" Wen Fei nodded. "That's right. But I'm not a combat personnel. I'm from the Military Research Institute. The Military Research Institute has always collaborated with various military school laboratories. I came to Xinglan for a collaborative project." Shi Yuan asked, "Then why did you become a monitoring teacher?" Wen Fei explained, "I'm not actually a monitoring teacher. I'm a data analyst. The original data analyst was in a car accident before the exam and was hospitalized, so I came in as a substitute." Shi Yuan asked, "Last question. Are you an ability user?" Wen Fei nodded. "That's right. I'm a toxin-type ability user, specializing in toxin analysis." Shi Yuan summarized, "It is preliminarily determined that the enemy's target is either you or the Military Research Institute. Regardless of what their ultimate goal is in this forest, you are their only target." Wen Fei's already cold body trembled once more, her gaze dimming. "If that's the case, you should leave quickly. Don't let me drag you down." Shi Yuan shook her head. "Teacher, you may not want to believe it, but my combat power is much stronger than yours." Wen Fei felt a bit embarrassed and tried to save face. "Although I'm not a combat personnel, I've trained in the military. Covering your escape is not a problem." Shi Yuan threw the mother orb on the ground and shattered it with an ice spike. She chuckled, "But I don't want to escape so embarrassingly. Teacher, stand up. The next wave of attacks is coming soon." Upon hearing this, Wen Fei immediately stood up. Shi Yuan added, "The mother orb is a locator. Now that the mother orb is destroyed, the strange beasts won't be able to find us accurately if we escape. However, I suggest we stay here since the suspected mastermind is on their way." Chapter 40. Beating up the fragile black-clad man, dozens of varying levels rushed in from all directions. Among them, a black-clad man sat atop a white tiger-like. The man was dressed tightly, wearing a mask that only revealed his eyes. He was the companion who had just parted ways with Yuan Xuanning. Looking at the shards of the energy mother pearl on the ground, he muttered to himself, "She found out faster than I expected, but it doesn't matter. She can't run far." He patted the white tiger beneath him and said, "Go find her. We need to bring her back." Sure, Yuan and Wen Fei had slightly misjudged the enemy's intentions. Their goal was not to kill Wen Fei, but to capture her alive. The two hid behind a large tree, maintaining a distance from the black-clad man, quietly observing his movements. "Yes, looking for us," Wen Fei said, feeling a bit uneasy. "Yeah, at this distance, he'll find us soon. Shi Yuan replied. Should we go look for support? When Fei asked. Shi Yuan shook her head. I suggest we don't. The only place we can get support is the exam monitoring point. And since the other students are heading there, if we go too, we might lead the enemy there as well. Reluctantly, when Fei agreed, then let us not. After a while, she looked at Shi Yuan again. Are you really not going to run? It's dangerous to stay with me. Not running, Shi Yuan replied. After a moment's thought, she added, and I don't actually think it's that dangerous. Yes, alone. At least within Shi Yuan's monitoring range, there was no second stranger. When Fei was reassured by her calmness and unconsciously let out a sigh, my combat ability isn't very strong, but my shooting skills are pretty good. Unfortunately, my energy gun has only 3 shots left. Shi Yuan wanted to say she could handle it on her own, but to avoid undermining Wen Fei's confidence, she chose a different approach. That's enough. When I launch a surprise attack, you cover me. Without hesitation, Shi Yuan transformed her body into water, seeping underground to quietly approach the black-clad man and his army of. Wen Fei, while admiring the strength of combat type, nervously prepared for support. The black-clad man commanded them to spread out, gradually expanding the search area. Because he was riding on the white tiger, he didn't notice the ground beneath them becoming increasingly damp. When a drop of dew fell on his mask, he finally sensed something was wrong. A loud crash sounded from above him, followed by a shower of ice flowers falling down upon him. Even though he wore thick battle gear, the coldness of the ice flowers felt bone-chilling. This was no ordinary ice. It was produced by A. The first thought that crossed the black-clad man's mind was the water type Yuan Xuening had mentioned, who could release abilities to attract large numbers of. He felt a sense of foreboding. This water type was more formidable than he had imagined. Not only could she liquefy her entire body, but she could also condense her abilities into ice, far surpassing Yuan Xuening, who was also a water type. Moreover, this had yet to reveal her true form. Still hiding in a place he couldn't see. Just moments ago, if he hadn't decisively sacrificed a bird type to block the attack, he might have already been hit. Feeling a wave of fear, he quickly gathered the dispersed back to protect himself in the center. Who are you? Come out. Don't waste your energy. Even if you kill me, you can't stop my companions. A gust of wind blew by, rustling the leaves, accompanied by a clear female voice. I've seen a few capable of controlling. Their abilities were quite impressive, but without exception, their bodies were all fragile. Countless ice needles shot towards the of from all directions. This level of attack couldn't truly harm the, but it could cause chaos among them. As the protective circle showed cracks, the black-clad man hurriedly mobilized his abilities, attempting to strengthen his control over the. But at that moment, the water ability had already broken through this protective circle and was closing in on him. Shi Yuan's upper body regained its human form, one hand gripping the black-clad man's neck from behind while the other tore off his mask. The black-clad man had no power to resist. He could only continue to mobilize his abilities. But the next second, his expression twisted in horror. What did you do? His abilities vanished in an instant, and even his strength was gone, making him feel like a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Shi Yuan chuckled lightly. It's nothing. Just borrowed your abilities. Don't worry. It's like overdrawing your abilities. You'll recover after resting. Ability transfer. It could instantly transfer another person's ability and stamina away. Shi Yuan transferred the black-clad man's abilities and stamina to herself, and in that moment, her previously depleted energy surged back. She felt good, don't worry. I'll find you a place to rest, like the military-esque prison. After saying that, she knocked the black-clad man unconscious with an ice hammer. With the black-clad man's abilities gone, the lost control, becoming agitated and chaotic, searching for prey, with Shi Yuan, who was holding onto the black-clad man, being their primary target. When Fei took a deep breath, Shi Yuan had told her before leaving that when the went wild, it was her time to act. This was the moment. Her shooting skills were indeed superb. 3 energy bullets carved a path for Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan, carrying the black-clad man, broke through and then signaled to Wen Fei. Seeing the signal, Wen Fei immediately threw out the blood bag in her hand. This was the blood they had prepared in advance. The blood bag was pierced by Shi Yuan's ice spike in midair, and blood rained down from above. The scent of blood drove the into a frenzy. They no longer cared about Shi Yuan, a small figure in their eyes. Under the stimulation of the blood, they attacked each other, fighting as if in a hellish battlefield. Shi Yuan and Wen Fei regrouped, and without pausing, Shi Yuan said to Wen Fei, "Head to the exam monitoring point immediately. His companions have entered." More black-clad men had come into the mountains and forests, and the black-clad man Shi Yuan captured was likely a scout. Shi Yuan needed to hurry to find reinforcements before the other black-clad men noticed something was wrong, and then report what they had discovered. However, they were still too far from the exam monitoring point. "Teacher Xiao, what happened?" A hovering vehicle suddenly appeared from a side path, driven by a monitoring teacher. Wen Fei exclaimed in surprise, "Teacher Xia, someone is plotting this riot. We captured an enemy and need to hurry back to report." Upon hearing this, Teacher Xia immediately got out of the vehicle. "You can use the hovering vehicle. I'll continue searching for students." "Thank you." There was no time for further conversation. Wen Fei jumped into the driver's seat, while Shi Yuan tossed the black-clad man into the back seat and sat down herself, in case the man suddenly woke up. With the hovering vehicle, they quickly returned to the exam monitoring point. Chapter 41. You really can't compare to Shi Yuan in the examination room. Yuan Xuanning had not received any news from her companions for a long time. Given the situation, she should not continue to meddle. But the prolonged silence made her anxious. She approached the department head and said, "Director, let me go out to help. I can protect myself and bring the other students back." Beverly also jumped up, saying, "Director, I can go too." She felt a bit frustrated. After riding the gray deer all the way to deliver the message, the moment she got off, the gray deer was taken by a teacher. She wanted to go out to rescue people, not just wait here, especially since Shi Yuan was still outside. Although she knew Shi Yuan's strength, she still felt a bit worried. The department head flatly refused. "No, all students must stay in the examination room and wait for rescue." Yuan Xuanning insisted, "Director, I'm an ability user. I have the qualifications to go out." Beverly secretly made a gagging expression. Damn Yuan Xuanning. Even at this time, she's still showing off her abilities. Shi Yuan looks much stronger than her, and she doesn't flaunt it everywhere. However, Beverly did not say another word. Shi Yuan had concealed her identity as an ability user, and Beverly would not disclose it without her consent. The department head was in a bind. They had managed to bring back some students, but many were still lost in the mountains and woods, and there were only a few teachers available. Even non-combat personnel had been sent out, and they were still short on people. Therefore, the department head began to consider Yuan Xuanning's suggestion. A student ran over shouting, "Director, Teacher Wen is back and has caught a bad guy." Yuan Xuanning's heart skipped a beat and then began a race. The department head rushed out, and she quickly followed, with Beverly running after them as well. Shi Yuan kicked a black-clad man out of a hovering vehicle, and he landed right in front of the arriving department head. This black-clad man was an ability user who could control mutant beasts, but his ability level was not very high. Shi Yuan said. Teacher Wen looked at Shi Yuan in surprise and quickly said, "Director, this person has quite strong abilities. He can control about 10E level mutant beasts at once, including 1D level." The department head's face darkened, and without saying a word, he handcuffed the black-clad man with specially designed handcuffs that could seal abilities. "You all have worked hard, but please hold on a little longer. I need to know the whole story." Teacher Wen immediately replied, "No problem." The department head took Teacher Wen and Shi Yuan into the examination room's lounge and left someone to guard the black-clad man. After hearing Teacher Wen and Shi Yuan's reports, the department head said with a stern face, "Teacher Wen, from this moment until support arrives from the school or military, you must stay by my side." Teacher Wen nodded solemnly. Shi Yuan said, "Director, my abilities and stamina are still sufficient. I apply to go to find other students." The department head hesitated a bit. Shi Yuan continued, "The ability water I left in the mountains tells me that other black-clad men have entered. The priority is to ensure the student's safety." The department head said, "You are also a student." Shi Yuan replied, "But my abilities are enough to protect myself while protecting others." The department head, already wavering, felt even more tempted. Shi Yuan added, "Even if I can't save others, I can at least ensure my own escape." The department head sighed, "Fine, you can go out, but prioritize your safety." Shi Yuan quickly agreed. "Okay." As she left the lounge, Shi Yuan immediately set off. Yuan Xuanning, anxious upon learning that her companion had been captured, saw Shi Yuan leave and immediately had the same thought. She approached the department head. Director, since Shi Yuan can go out, I want to go out too. The department head disagreed. I only allowed Shi Yuan to go out because she can ensure her own safety. I won't let you take risks if there's any danger. Yuan Xuanning was furious. I'm stronger than Shi Yuan. If she can go, why can't I? The department head thought to herself, you really can't compare to Shi Yuan. Both were water ability users. But Shi Yuan could liquefy her entire body, while Yuan Xuanning could not. However, Shi Yuan requested confidentiality regarding her identity as an ability user, and the department head did not disclose it, only saying, you should stay with the other students in the examination room for defense. The pressure here is not small. This was a clear refusal. Yuan Xuanning was very unwilling, but the department head no longer entangled with her and quickly returned to her command position to busy herself. Xuan re-entered the mountains and, through her ability water, found many isolated students and brought them back to the examination room. Because of her high efficiency, the pressure on the other teachers was greatly relieved. During this time, Shi Yuan encountered another black-clad man, but since there were other students present, she did not pursue him when he fled to protect their safety. Late at night, Shi Yuan returned with 2 students. She had not rested all day and decided to take a 1 or 2 hour break before going out again. Not long after lying down, good news came from outside. The department head joyfully announced, the military has controlled the beast riot in the canyon prison, and they will be here soon. The school has also received the news, and the rescue team is on the way. Finally, after everything that happened, laughter filled the examination room. Yuan Xuanning stood outside the crowd with an expressionless face, maintaining her image as a cold beauty, and no one noticed her abnormality. She rubbed her wrist hard behind her back. There, she had a subcutaneously implanted microcommunicator, and she sent a signal to her other companions. Evacuate. Not far away, the tightly bound black-clad man suddenly tilted his head, foaming at the mouth. Someone immediately noticed his abnormality, and the department head hurried over to pry open the black-clad man's mouth to check. He shook his head. There was poison hidden in his teeth, and the man was already dead. It was likely he knew the situation was dire and feared being captured and tortured. When Shi Yuan came out of the lounge, she only saw the black-clad man's corpse. An hour later, the military personnel and the school's rescue team arrived almost simultaneously, and both sides cooperated to search the entire forest, bringing back all the students still outside. Unfortunately, 5 students were reported dead. The exam ended abruptly, with no scores given, and no one had the heart to care about that anymore. The black-clad man's body was taken away by the military, and Teacher 1, as a suspected target of the black-clad man, was taken away for protection by the military. Xuan, as an important witness, also had to go to the military to give a statement. By the time she came out of the military, 3 days had passed. Chu Xingzhou came to pick her up. Let's go. A lot has happened in these 3 days. We'll talk when we get back, Chu Xingzhou said. Shi Yuan then followed him, and he did not take her back to school, but to his own home. Chapter 42, I seem to have become a scumbag, Chu Xingzhou said. I don't know how safe the school is, so I have to bring you to my house. There is absolutely no risk of leaks here. Sure, Yuan understood. So what exactly was going on? Although she had stayed at the military department for a few days, she had not been able to obtain any useful information. Chu Xingzhou was different. Not to mention, he had a mother who was the chairman of military affairs. He himself was also a reserve soldier who had worked with the military on missions multiple times, so the information he could obtain was naturally not comparable to others. Sure enough, Chu Xingzhou said, I brought you here to talk about this matter. The military has special ability users who can probe into others' memories. Although that man in black is dead, it doesn't mean that nothing can be found out. Shi Yuan listened very seriously, her eyes fixed on Chu Xingzhou. Chu Xingzhou avoided her gaze and continued, the purpose of those men in black is not the military or Xinglan, but Teacher Wenfei. Their goal is to capture Teacher Wenfei alive. Shi Yuan pondered for a moment and asked, is it for Teacher Wen's abilities? Chu Xingzhou once again marveled at Shi Yuan's sharpness. That's right, it was for Teacher Wen's abilities, specifically toxin analysis, but why they wanted this ability remained unknown. Because of this discovery, Wenfei urgently withdrew from the collaborative research project with the military in Xinglan and has currently returned to the military, where she is being protected. The Xinglan Military Academy also underwent a cleansing, uncovering several spies. Unfortunately, these spies did not seem to be important figures, and even with memory probing, not much useful information was found. There is another piece of intelligence, Chu Xingzhou said, in the memories of the dead man in black. A location kept appearing, the third star domain, Nightwolf Star. Shi Yuan fell silent for a moment, but still asked, "Is it related to my mother?" Chu Xingzhou deeply. There is no evidence to prove it, but there is also a laboratory mentioned in the memories. Shi Yuan clasped her hands together and spoke in a calm tone. "Whether it's related or not, I have to go there. There are things I must clarify." Chu Xingzhou said, "The military will also investigate, but to avoid alarming the enemy. They won't send people over to the surface. I applied for this mission to the military, and it is highly likely to be approved." In fact, he believed that the military would definitely approve his application because before the incident, he had already decided to accompany Shi Yuan to the third star domain, Nightwolf Star. Luo Qi would also be going with them, and because they needed to pilot a private spaceship, they had applied for the flight route a month ago. With such good conditions, the military would not refuse. He asked Shi Yuan, "If you want, I can help you apply as well. Given your strength, the military shouldn't refuse." Shi Yuan agreed without much thought. "Then I'll trouble you." Once the matter was settled, Chu Xingzhou said, "It's getting dark. How about you rest here tonight? I'll prepare a guest room for you." Shi Yuan checked the time. It was indeed too late to return to school, so she agreed to stay over. Chu Xingzhou had the housekeeping robot tidy up the guest room while he went to the kitchen. Although the robot could also cook, he preferred to do it himself. It was too late to make anything too elaborate, so Chu Xingzhou simply boiled 2 bowls of egg noodles and thought for a moment before making a small cake. When feeling down, one should eat sweets. He felt that Shi Yuan's mood right now, even if not bad, certainly couldn't be considered good. After finishing, Chu Xingzhou carried the noodles and cake upstairs and knocked on the guest room door. Shi Yuan had just taken a shower, and a faint scent of shower gel wafted from her. Most of the household items were provided by Chu Xingzhou, including the shower gel, which he had uniformly bought in his favorite brand and scent. "Are you hungry? I made some late-night snacks," Chu Xingzhou said, startling himself with the roughness of his voice. Fortunately, Shi Yuan didn't notice. She took the tray and thanked him. After returning to his room, Chu Xingzhou had nothing to do after finishing the noodles, so he went to the gym to work out. 2 hours later, he emerged from the gym, drenched in sweat, and naturally went to the bathroom. As he squeezed out the shower gel, the familiar scent made his heartbeat quicken. He spent more than an hour in the shower. When Chu Xingzhou came out of the bathroom, he was feeling restless and had no outlet for his emotions, so he sought out his friend Luo Qi. "I seem to have become a scumbag." Luo Qi's video call immediately came through, and Chu Xingzhou hung up. Luo Qi persisted, quickly sending a message. "Bro, what's wrong with you?" Chu Xingzhou replied, "Nothing, just suddenly going crazy. You don't need to worry." After Shi Yuan finished eating, she lay on the bed, finding it hard to sleep. She reviewed the contents of that diary in her mind, having read it so many times. She could recall it almost without thinking. She eagerly wished to reach the third star domain, Nightwolf Star, as soon as possible, desperately wanting to find clues related to her mother's death. Only then could she fulfill the original owner's expectations of her. On the third day, Chu Xingzhou took Shi Yuan back to school. This exam had resulted in a major incident. Not only were there student fatalities, but spies were also discovered within the school. As a result, the school decided to cancel the second-year combat department's exams for this semester. Students gradually returned home, and after Shi Yuan found the department head and her homeroom teacher to report the situation, she also began her vacation. Originally, Shi Yuan planned to head to the third star domain, Nightwolf Star, as soon as the vacation started, but now that there were complications, the trip to Nightwolf Star was bound to be unstable, so she changed her mind. She needed to assemble her mech before departure. Luo Qi and Yin Suruo both came to help, and the two decided they would also go together. Luo Qi had originally planned to go, and Yin Suruo wanted to avoid Madame Yin and get some fresh air outside. 10 days later, Shi Yuan finally completed the mech assembly. She climbed into the cockpit, activated and debugged the mech, and everything was normal. She then returned to school to reserve the training ground, where she tested the mech performance and weaponry, obtaining all normal data before finally announcing that her mech was complete. The next day, the four of them packed their luggage and arrived at the starport. boarding Luo Qi's family's private spaceship. Chu Xingzhou and Shi Yuan secretly accepted a military investigation mission, while Luo Qi and Yin Suro vaguely knew something and didn't delve deeper, pretending they were really just there for a vacation. After several jumps, the spaceship landed at the starport of Nightwolf Star. Luo Qi, waiting at Suite, was the first to disembark. Shi Yuan followed him off the ship, and her eyes were met with an overwhelming expanse of white. Chu Xingzhou walked beside her. Nightwolf Star was winter all year round, with snow almost every day, and the snowy scenery here was among the most famous in the entire alliance, attracting many tourists. As Shi Yuan stepped onto the snow, she curiously looked around. This place seemed to be where her mother, Cui Wan, was born and raised. Chapter 43, The Legacy Left by Cui Wan. Bell City is not considered a large city on Nightwolf Star, as there are many famous tourist cities in Nightwolf Star. However, as a tourist planet, Nightwolf Star is never short of visitors, and many people flock to the smaller surrounding cities when the major cities become too crowded. These small cities also have good environments, with fewer tourists and better sightseeing experiences. And Bell City is one of them. From the intelligence obtained from the military, the so-called laboratory is not far from Bell City. So Chu Xingzhou suggested going to Bell City for a visit. Luo Qi had no objections. He eagerly ran to book a hotel, extravagantly reserving the most luxurious hotel in Bell City, taking the entire top floor. That day, Chu Xingzhou sent Luo Qi a puzzling message. After much contemplation, Luo Qi realized that Shi Yuan was staying at the Chu family that night, and he felt he had discovered the truth. To create an opportunity for the two to be alone, Luo Qi hurriedly took Yin Suro out early in the morning, performing a series of maneuvers to shake off Chu Xingzhou and Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan thought Luo Qi knew the inside story and couldn't help but praise. Luo Qi is quite perceptive. Chu Xingzhou, who was instructed by Luo Qi to behave well, said, "Let's explore Bell City today." According to the intelligence, the laboratory is located in a very remote area. If the people in the laboratory have living needs, this should be the first choice. Chu Xingzhou said. Shi Yuan agreed, and the two set out, looking very much like a young couple on vacation. Walking on the snow-covered streets, Shi Yuan suddenly thought of something and looked around, not seeing what she was looking for. So she asked, "Is there a place in Bell City where silver leaf trees are planted? You want to see silver leaf trees?" Chu Xingzhou asked. Shi Yuan replied, "My mother's diary mentioned that there was a small path outside her residence lined with silver leaf trees, and whenever she had free time, she would walk along that path." Chu Xingzhou opened his light brain to check, finding that there were indeed silver leaf trees in the western part of the city. The two boarded the city shuttle, and Shi Yuan's mood was complicated. She couldn't tell whether she hoped to find that path or not. Half an hour later, Chu Xingzhou gently tapped Shi Yuan's arm. "Look below." Shi Yuan looked down from the shuttle, and a shimmering silver scene caught her eye, with rows of silver leaf trees gently swaying in the wind. Her heart raced, her mind went blank, and when the shuttle arrived at the station, she stood still, not moving. Chu Xingzhou hesitated for a moment, took her hand, and led her off the shuttle. Shi Yuan did not resist and allowed him to hold her hand. The two walked along the path, and the silver leaf trees beside them rustled in the wind, as if welcoming their arrival. Ahead was a residential area. Chu Xingzhou whispered, "Shall we take a look?" Shi Yuan hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. "Let's go take a look." As they approached the residential area, the number of people on the road increased, likely because it was a weekday, mostly older people and children. The two walked around the residential area, and, as expected, they found nothing. Shi Yuan sighed, "Let's go." Even if she used to live here, it's been over 20 years. Everything is different now. Just as Chu Xingzhou was about to speak, he suddenly sensed someone not far away was watching them. Shi Yuan felt it too. She looked over, and the person there did not hide, but trembled as they walked over. It was an elderly woman, dressed in a light blue long dress. Her white hair neatly pinned up at the back of her head. The elderly woman walked up to Shi Yuan and looked at her for a long time before asking, "Young lady, how old are you this year?" Shi Yuan replied, "I'm about to turn 20. The elderly woman murmured for a while, then said with surprise, "Could it be that you're Cui Wan's daughter?" Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou exchanged a quick glance, and Shi Yuan said, "My mother's name is Cui Wan." The elderly woman exclaimed happily, That's right. You are indeed Chu Wan's daughter. You look just like your mother. Even though it's been over 20 years since I last saw her, I recognized you as soon as I saw you. By the way, how is Chu Wan doing now? She hasn't written to me in a long time. Shi Yuan said. She passed away 2 years ago. The elderly woman was taken aback, then uncontrollably saddened. What a fickle world. Such a good person, and it's all in the past. Child, are you back this time to handle the inheritance? Inheritance? She has an inheritance left here? Shi Yuan asked in surprise. The elderly woman replied, of course. She has a house, right next to mine. It has been vacant since she left Nightwolf Star over 20 years ago. Shi Yuan eagerly asked, Can you take me to see it? The elderly woman said, Of course, but first come my house. Chu Wan was always forgetful. She refused to bind her door lock to her light brain. Several times, she forgot her keys when going out and couldn't get back in. So, she ended up leaving her keys in my place. The elderly woman led Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou into the residential area, which had a very good living environment, with detached, small buildings. Chu Wan's house looked ordinary from the outside, blending in with the residential area and not standing out at all. A small alley separated it from the elderly woman's house. The elderly woman invited Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou into her home, where warm air greeted them, making Shi Yuan feel a slight itch on her face. They sat in the living room, and the elderly woman's grandson brought them tea. Soon, the elderly woman appeared holding a small iron box. This is something Chu Wan left with me. Besides the keys, there are some letters she sent me. Shi Yuan opened the letters first, and as soon as she did, she confirmed they were real. It was her handwriting. Shi Yuan took out Chu Wan's notebook to compare, and the handwriting was identical. The elderly woman smiled gently. She really loved handwritten letters. Even though she could contact me quickly through her light brain, she always wrote letters. I didn't even know her communication number. Shi Yuan thought differently. Chu Wan was hiding secrets and perhaps was afraid to use the light brain, fearing discovery. The letters didn't contain anything important, just sharing some aspects of Chu Wan's life. One letter mentioned that she had given birth, now having both a son and a daughter. It also mentioned that her husband loved her very much, and their family of 4 was very happy. Shi Yuan sneered inwardly. At that time, Chu Wan probably didn't know that her husband actually had another family outside. Perhaps she never found out until her death. After reading the letters, Shi Yuan returned them to the elderly woman. You keep these. They're my mother's thoughts of you. The elderly woman took the letters, carefully organizing them. We only spent a few years together, but I always regarded her as my daughter. Shi Yuan caught the key point. She and T lived here since birth? The elderly woman shook her head. No, she moved here for work. She was a researcher at a corporate laboratory and usually lived at the company, only coming back to stay for a day or 2 on weekends. Chapter 44. This is the flesh of zombies, Shi Yuan asked. Do you know where her workplace is? The old man shook his head. She never talked about her work. The only time she mentioned it was when she came to say goodbye. She said she was going to be transferred to another planet. Shi Yuan took the keys and went next door with Chu Xingzhou to Chu Wan's house. The house had been uninhabited for over 20 years, but because the neighbor's grandmother occasionally helped with cleaning, it didn't appear dirty and didn't have much of a musty smell. The furniture was covered with white cloth. The layout of the living room was simple, very suitable for living alone. Chu Xingzhou said, This is not the address your mother left for my mother. Chu Min had once said that she and Chu Wan had exchanged contact information, and after the communication was cut off, Chu Min had asked a friend on Nightwolf Star to look for Chu Wan at her address. But Chu Wan had already moved. At that time, the address left by Chu Wan was not the one on Silverleaf Lane. Chu Xingzhou said, I checked before. The address your mother left back then has been rebuilt into an amusement park for several years now. No one expected that Chu Wan actually had 2 addresses on Nightwolf Star, compared to addresses that could be easily shared with others. The Silverleaf Lane address was clearly a place Chu Wan wanted to keep hidden. Shi Yuan said, Let's split up and see if we can find anything valuable. Chu Xingzhou didn't move, but asked, Actually, I want to know what you're looking for. Is it something I can know? Shi Yuan thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth. I don't even know what I'm looking for. I suspect my mother's death was suspicious, and I want to find out the real cause of her death. Chu Xingzhou paused and said, I'll help you. He stayed on the first floor to search the living room and kitchen, while Shi Yuan went upstairs to the second floor which was Chu Yuan's bedroom and study. Her bedroom was small, with the bed and vanity covered in white cloth. Shi Yuan lifted the cloth to reveal the furniture underneath. She searched the vanity, finding nothing, and the bed was also very clean. There was nothing extra in the entire bedroom. Shi Yuan then went to the study, where there was a desk and a bookshelf filled with paper books. She flipped through all the books roughly and finally focused on one that showed the most signs of being handled. It was a fairy tale book, but the fairy tales recorded in it were not the ones that were well known in the Alliance today, but rather those that were widely circulated before Earth entered the apocalypse. Shi Yuan was very familiar with them. As a child born in an orphanage, she took on the responsibility of taking care of the other children as she grew a little older. This included telling stories to soothe the little ones to sleep every night. She could almost recite all the fairy tales in this book by heart. She flipped through the fairy tale book page by page, stopping at the last story, The Little Mermaid. At the end of the story, Chu Yuan had written a sentence in red pen. If there is no prince, would the little mermaid still be willing to leave the sea? Shi Yuan closed the book, feeling completely at a loss. At this moment, Chu Xingzhou came upstairs. He had searched downstairs and found nothing special. Shi Yuan trusted Chu Xingzhou's abilities. If he said there was nothing, then there was nothing. She had checked the second floor and found nothing. So there was only one place left. Let's go check the attic. Above the second floor, there was an attic which most people would use as a storage space. Chu Yuan was no exception. The attic was piled with many miscellaneous items. From small toys to discarded tables and chairs, everything was jumbled together. Shi Yuan's intuition told her that there was something special among this pile of junk. Otherwise, someone as tidy as Chu Yuan would not allow her home to have such a messy place. It was as if something was being concealed. The two began to rummage through the pile of junk, categorizing everything after sorting. Shi Yuan felt puzzled. She didn't think there was anything special among these items. Chu Xingzhou pointed to a corner where there was a partition. Shi Yuan looked over. In the corner was a supporting column. Chu Xingzhou said, "This supporting column is too big. Compared to the other supporting columns in a room, it's a size larger." Shi Yuan looked around the column from top to bottom and noticed something at the very top, near the ceiling. She quickly called Chu Xingzhou, "Come look. The color here is a bit different." Chu Xingzhou took a glance, dove into the pile of junk, and, after a moment, he brought something over and handed it to Shi Yuan. "Look, doesn't this thing look very similar?" Shi Yuan took it. It was a butterfly-shaped hairpin. She pressed the back of the butterfly hairpin against the column, and it fit perfectly in size and shape. She tried to take the butterfly hairpin off, but found it was firmly stuck to the column. A faint sound of tiny gears turning came from the column, and at the bottom of the column, a small door slowly opened. Chu Xingzhou crouched down, and there was something inside. He reached in and pulled out what was inside, a square, transparent sealed culture dish. "What is this?" Chu Xingzhou turned the culture dish over, examining it but couldn't figure it out. Shi Yuan stood still, her eyes fixed on the contents of the culture dish. "Impossible. Hasn't everything been eradicated?" she murmured. Chu Xingzhou instinctively asked, "Do you know what this is?" Shi Yuan's face gradually turned pale. She certainly knew what it was. She was all too familiar with it. She had dealt with these things for countless years. She swallowed hard and said, "This is zombie flesh." In that instant, Chu Xingzhou felt the object in his hand was burning hot. He quickly placed the culture dish on the ground. How could this kind of thing appear here? He rarely stuttered when speaking. Shi Yuan approached, crouching down to take a closer look at the contents of the culture dish, confirming again, "That's right, it's zombie flesh. I'm sure I won't get it wrong." Chu Xingzhou took 3 deep breaths. "Shi Yuan, we need to report this matter up, and then quickly find the laboratory where your mother worked before her death." Shi Yuan nodded in agreement. Things had exceeded her expectations, and she didn't feel capable of handling such a big issue. She needed support, and the military was the best choice. She couldn't let the apocalypse happen again. Having experienced that hell on Earth was enough for her alone. Chu Xingzhou took out his light brain to contact the military. He used a military special light brain. The communication channel was encrypted, making it very secure for transmitting messages. "Wait," Shi Yuan interrupted him. Chu Xingzhou stopped his actions. "What is it?" Shi Yuan said with a pale face, "We can't let Shi Yufeng know." Chapter 45, Why Not Just Turn into Snow? Memories of the past gradually surfaced in Shi Yuan's mind, and she was certain that Shi Yufeng was hiding something about Chu Yuan's death. She even found it hard to trust Shi Yuan. She recounted the situation to Chu Xingzhou, who thought for a moment, deleted the intelligence he had prepared to report to the military department, and instead sent a detailed account of the events and discoveries to his mother, Chu Min. Since the information was sent to Chu Min's official communication number, she quickly replied, "Message confidential, protect evidence, wait for further instructions at the location." After reading the message, Chu Xingzhou said, "Let's take the petri dish back and wait for instructions in Buyer City." "Okay," Shi Yuan replied softly. The two found a packaging bag to wrap the petri dish, making it indistinguishable from the outside, and left boldly. Before leaving, Shi Yuan suddenly ran to the study and took the fairy tale book with her. The military personnel secretly arrived in Buyer City the next evening and contacted Chu Xingzhou and Shi Yuan that night. After receiving Chu Xingzhou's report, Chu Min immediately formed a secret investigation team for Buyer City. None of the team members had any connections to Shi Yufeng, and there weren't even any from the Second Star region. After transferring the hot potato of the petri dish to the military, Chu Xingzhou visibly breathed a sigh of relief, but he was still worried about Shi Yuan. After returning yesterday, Shi Yuan acted as if nothing had happened, chatting with Luo Qi about the scenery and fun places in Buyer City, and helping Yin Saruo with her homework. But the more normal she seemed, the more worried Chu Xingzhou became. He was naturally not good at comforting people, and in his anxiety, he grabbed his hair so hard that he pulled out a few strands. Instead, it was Shi Yuan who comforted him. "I'm Fine. My mother has already passed away. What I need to do now is to ensure she didn't die in vain. As for Shi Yufeng, I don't care at all." Chu Xingzhou could tell she was speaking from the heart, which eased his worries a bit. They spent a few days playing with Luo Qi and Yin Saruo, and finally, the military department assigned them a new mission. The military official, Colonel Zhou, organized a meeting before dawn. Colonel Zhou opened a map and said, "After our preliminary exploration in the past few days, we discovered that a snow mountain 30 kilometers away from Buyer City might be the hideout of the laboratory." He zoomed in on the snow mountain and continued, "This snow mountain covers a large area, and we have found at least 3 entrances. However, due to the limited investigation time, we don't have more intelligence about what lies inside the snow mountain." Chu Xingzhou asked, "Are we going to infiltrate?" Colonel Zhou replied, "That's right. We've come this far. We can't just give up. We plan to divide into 3 groups and infiltrate through the 3 entrances." He looked at Chu Xingzhou and Shi Yuan. "This mission is very dangerous. You are still military academy students, and I won't force you to participate. Actually, it's best for you to stay behind and wait for news." Shi Yuan firmly rejected, "I want to participate." Chu Xingzhou also said, "I will participate too. With us, each group will have 3 people, and we can look out for each other, which will be safer." Colonel Zhou understood this reasoning. He had dealt with Chu Xingzhou before and knew that although he was young and hadn't graduated, his abilities were not inferior to the military elites. As for Shi Yuan, though her depth was hard to gauge, she was said to be an ability user, so he didn't have to worry too much about her. Thus, he agreed. "Then we'll split into 3 groups. Xingzhou and Shi Yuan, you two will be in my group." Both Chu Xingzhou and Shi Yuan had no objections. After dividing into groups, each group acted separately, deciding how to infiltrate on their own. Colonel Zhou had only one requirement: to be silent and not to alert the enemy. Luo Qi and Yin Saruo didn't know much, but understood that Chu Xingzhou and Shi Yuan needed to stay in Buyer City, so they voluntarily took on the role of providing cover. Luo Qi found 2 playmates with similar builds to Chu Xingzhou and Shi Yuan from somewhere, and every day they formed a 4-person team with Yin Saruo to explore. They played around Buyer City for several days before shifting their focus to the surrounding cities. Meanwhile, Luo Qi repeatedly praised the hotel they were staying in, making it seem like he was very satisfied with it, even saying that they had to return to Buyer City to stay at night after visiting nearby cities. It must be said that Luo Qi was quite meticulous, handling everything thoroughly. On the other side, Colonel Zhou had been wandering around Buyer City with Chu Xingzhou and Shi Yuan for several days, even pretending to be tourist skiing, and had explored the area near the target snow mountain. They finally found an opportunity to infiltrate. The 3 of them hid in a ravine, watching a cleaning robot not far away. In a moment, we'll follow it. According to the timing, it will return just in time for the shift change. We'll take advantage of the gap during the shift change to infiltrate. Colonel Zhou led Chu Xingzhou and Shi Yuan to form the first group, responsible for infiltrating through entrance A. Over the past few days, they had figured out the intelligence regarding entrance A. Entrance A was disguised as a garbage transfer center, specifically collecting the garbage left by tourists on the snow mountain and transporting it to Bayer City's recycling station. Every day, floating vehicles came and went, and it was unclear whether they were transporting garbage or something else. In any case, the disguise was quite good, and robots actually came out to work every day. So, for over 20 years, it had not been discovered. After squatting for more than half an hour, the machine finally began its return journey. Colonel Zhou led the way out of the ravine, following behind the robot. They were wearing detection-proof suits produced by the Military Research Institute, so they were not afraid of being detected by radar, as long as they weren't seen by the naked eye. The garbage transfer center was built at the foot of the mountain and didn't seem large, with only one entrance, but outside the entrance was an open area of snow. As long as someone appeared, the hidden sentries at the transfer center would immediately notice. Therefore, the three of them stopped at a distance. Colonel Zhou said, "Now is the first test. We need to get close in the shortest time possible and take out the sentries and patrolling personnel inside. We must be quick and not give them a chance to relay information." Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou nodded in agreement. Colonel Zhou began to dig in the snow. "We'll break in from under the snow." Shi Yuan asked why. Colonel Zhou replied matter-of-factly, "Of course, to avoid detection. We need to cover ourselves with a layer of snow. Let's not mention anything else. Those with slightly poor eyesight won't notice us until we're right in front of them." What he didn't say was that, generally, those assigned to sentry posts were not poor in eyesight. They would likely notice them long before they reached halfway. But he couldn't say that directly. His two team members were still students, and he couldn't increase their fear. Shi Yuan asked, "Then why not just turn into snow and go over?" Colonel Ulugt. "Good idea. The young lady has a great mindset. Even at a time like this, she has the presence of mind to joke." Before he could finish his sentence, Colonel Zhou stared at Shi Yuan in shock. The lower half of Shi Yuan's body had vanished, blending into the ice and snow, indistinguishable to the naked eye. Chapter 46. Midway ambush and capture. Chu Xingzhou explained. Shi Yuan is a water-type ability user with a very high level of ability. Not only can she liquefy her entire body, but she can also transform into ice or snow of the same attribute. Shi Yuan added, "Actually, I can also turn into water vapor, but it consumes more energy than other forms, so I rarely do that." Colonel Zhou cleared his throat. "Good, Comrade Shi Yuan. The infiltration task is up to you." "No problem." Shi Yuan's entire body transformed into snow, falling onto the snow-covered ground. Chu Xingzhou and Colonel Zhou couldn't find her even when she was so close. "I'm off." After saying this, Shi Yuan swaggered towards the garbage transfer center. The weather was nice today, the sun was bright, and the wind was gentle enough to lift the layer of snow on the surface. Shi Yuan caught a ride on the wind for a while, getting blown to the entrance of the transfer center. The door was closed, and no snow could get in. Shi Yuan paused at the entrance for a moment, then floated to the window to look inside through the glass. It was time for the shift change. Inside the transfer center, two men in work uniforms were yawning and chatting idly. "Damn Wang Laogo. He's always dragging his feet during shift changes. It's already past the time, and he's still not here." "Forget it. Who doesn't know that Wang Laogo has connections? We can't afford to offend someone like him. If he is late, he is late. I heard that son of a gun went to the city for fun after work yesterday. I wonder if he is back." "Not yet, but he should be soon. He wouldn't dare to be too arrogant. At most, he'll be half an hour late. Let's wait a bit. After the shift change, we can go to the city too. I'm just so pissed off. That bastard has no real skills, yet he has a powerful brother. With just one word from his brother, he is doing better than us. All right, stop talking. His brother is a high-end talent valued by the boss. The last batch of goods sent out was reportedly very satisfactory to the boss, and his brother might get promoted again. We should keep our distance." Shi Yuan found a vent and squeezed inside, just in time to hear this conversation. She turned on the military communicator, and Chu Xingzhou and Colonel Zhou heard it too. Colonel Zhou thought for a moment and said to Shi Yuan, "Continue to stay hidden. Xingzhou and I will head out now to see if we can intercept that Wang Laogo on the road." Shi Yuan then got bored and eavesdropped on the two men's conversation. Wang Penghu, reeking of alcohol, cursed as he sat in a hover car with his loyal underling driving. The two were heading from Buyer City to the garbage transfer center. Damn bitch. Daring to put a green hat on me, looking for death. When I get back, I'll have my brother turn you all into test subjects and lock you up in bottles for life. Wang Penghu had been living a smooth life for many years thanks to his researcher brother, making a lot of money and even keeping a woman in Buyer City. He bought her a villa, luxury goods, and jewelry, only to find out that she was keeping a young lover behind his back and even dared to bring him into the villa he bought. If he hadn't impulsively returned yesterday, he would have gotten more than just a green hat. He would have grown a whole field of green grass on his head. Yesterday, Wang Penghu was so furious that he beat the woman and her young lover half to death and locked them in the basement of the villa before heading to a bar with his underling to drown his sorrows. He accidentally got drunk and overslept, leaving him no time to deal with the woman and her lover. In a rush with his underling back, he grew angrier along the way, thinking those two lowlifes deserved worse than death. He had already planned it out. The lab was short on test subjects, so he would send those two in. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Once they were sent in, the lab would take care of the aftermath. They could report them missing and, after a few days, say they were attacked by wild beasts while skiing outdoors, leaving no trace behind. Why is the wind and snow so heavy today? The weather forecast said it would be nice for the next few days. Wang Penghu heard his underling mumbling, and when he looked out the window, he indeed saw a heavy snowstorm. But it had just been sunny. Night Wolf Star was known for its stable climate. When had it ever had such unpredictable weather? His expression changed, and he shouted, "Stop the car." The underling stopped the car and turned back in confusion. Brother Hu, what is wrong? If we don't hurry back, even if we have Brother Fei protecting us, we might still face consequences and fines. Wang Penghu angrily hit his underling on the head. Money, money, money. All you think about is money. Don't you realize something is off? We're in trouble. Quickly contact the lab. As soon as he finished speaking, the hovercar's window shattered like ice. Glass shards raining down on Wang Penghu and the underling, cutting their skin. Damn it, Wang Penghu cursed, pulling out a long knife and getting out of the car. However, as soon as he got out, he was pinned against the vehicle, losing his grip on the knife, which fell to the ground. He struggled, but couldn't break free, seeing his underling dragged out like a piglet. He immediately panicked. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. I have money. I have a lot of money. Just don't hurt me. Chu Xingzhou lifted the mental influence he had cast on the two, and the surroundings transformed back into pleasant weather. Colonel Zhou hooked the long knife that fell to the ground with his foot and pressed it against Wang Penghu's lower back. Tell me everything you know about the lab. The knife sliced through his clothing. It was a weapon gifted to him by his brother, made from beast materials. He knew very well the power it held. One slash could directly bisect a person. I'll tell you everything. After obtaining the information, Colonel Zhou and Chu Xingzhou headed back. Once they reached a certain distance, they re-established communication with Shi Yuan. Chu Xingzhou briefly recounted the information they had gathered. So this lab is managed so strictly? The people inside have clear ranks? Shi Yuan had come out of the building and was crouching not far away, speaking softly so the people inside couldn't hear. Chu Xingzhou affirmed, exactly. According to Wang Penghu, these peripheral personnel can only be responsible for the security at the entrances and exits. They can't even enter the lab. There are specialized security personnel inside. Shi Yuan asked, do they not know what the lab is for? Chu Xingzhou replied, no. It said that only researchers and some security personnel know, and the confidentiality work inside is done very well. Shi Yuan inquired, so what should we do? At this moment, Colonel Zhou spoke up. Wang Penghu has a brother who is a researcher in the lab and is reportedly a team leader. We obtained Wang Penghu as communicator and plan to lure his brother out. Wait for us. We're coming over now. Soon, Shi Yuan saw a hovercar approaching, with two men inside. The driver had a face full of pimples and looked very ordinary, while the man in the back seat was burly and fierce-looking, with a gruesome scar on his jaw. Chapter 47. Luring the person out. First, Colonel Zhou. This is an optical camouflage device produced by the Military Research Institute. It can disguise a person completely, from appearance to physique, making it indistinguishable to the naked eye. Only the machine can tell the difference. Shi Yuan crawled onto the roof of the car in the form of ice and snow, pretending that the thin layer of snow on the roof was left there after last night's snowfall. The hover car drove directly into the garbage transfer center. The little brother, played by Chu Xingzhou, got out first, dutifully circling to the back seat to open the door for Colonel Zhou, who was playing Wang Penghu. The two guards, who had been waiting for their shift to end, perked up immediately upon seeing Wang Penghu. "Brother Tiger, it's been over half an hour. This is a bit excessive, isn't it?" Wang Penghu kicked one of them. "Who are you to manage my time? Get lost." The kick guard looked aggrieved, but ultimately bowed to power and was pulled away by another person. Apart from the robots, only 3 people remained in the outer building of the garbage transfer center. Colonel Zhou, disguised as Wang Penghu, Chu Xingzhou, disguised as the little brother, and Shi Yuan lying on the roof of the car. To prevent surveillance, even with no one around, the 3 did not engage in any extra conversation. As previously agreed, Wang Penghu sat like a lord while the little brother busied himself, pouring tea and offering water, finally serving Wang Penghu well. The little brother then had some free time and took a broom to approach the car. With the heating on in the transfer center, Shi Yuan controlled her body and gradually transformed from ice and snow into water, now completely in liquid form. Chu Xingzhou pretended to clean and spoke in a low voice to Shi Yuan. The two who just came in turned right at the first intersection. "That should be the dormitory for the outer security. You go in first and find Wang Penghu's room." According to the real Wang Penghu, entering the internal area from the transfer center required passing through numerous checkpoints. The disguises of Chu Xingzhou and Colonel Zhou could only fool the naked eye and would not pass the checkpoints. Therefore, the infiltration task was given to Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan was cautious. She did not rush forward but sent her water ability ahead to scout the path. After confirming that the water would not trigger the alarm at the checkpoints, she entered. The first intersection indeed led to the outer security dormitory, which had decent conditions, with each person having a single room. The entrance was marked, and Shi Yuan quickly found Wang Penghu's room. She rummaged through a pile of messy clothes and found a communicator. According to Wang Penghu, everyone in the laboratory had a dedicated communicator. Moreover, private communicators could not store contact information for other laboratory personnel. This meant that Wang Penghu's private brain did not even have his brother Wang Pengfei's contact information. It was only available on the dedicated communicator. Wang Penghu's dedicated communicator was left in the room and not taken out. Shi Yuan rolled up the communicator and, for safety, transformed back into her human form in the bathroom. She opened the communicator and typed a message to Wang Pengfei. Wang Pengfei had recently hit a bottleneck in his career. The group he was responsible for had recently achieved good experimental results, and he wanted to expand the sample size. But the laboratory had notified him of a shortage of experimental materials. He wanted to continue developing this topic, but without experimental materials, how could he support the experiments? His mood had been quite poor lately, and no one dared to annoy him at this time, except for one person, his younger brother Wang Penghu. The message notification sounded. It was the special alert tone he had set for his brother Wang Penghu. Wang Pengfei leaned back in his chair, slowly massaging his temples, feeling a bit irritated. His brother Wang Penghu had always been a troublemaker, growing up without a proper job, always involved in petty crimes, having been arrested countless times. Wang Pengfei looked down on his brother a bit, but since he had no other family, he couldn't help but worry about him. After becoming the project leader in the laboratory, Wang Pengfei used his connections to get Wang Penghu a job as outer security, providing him with some income. Although Wang Penghu was a slacker, he wasn't stupid. He still acted like a jerk, but only within the bounds of outer security, not touching what he shouldn't. So despite often causing minor troubles, Wang Pengfei mostly just scolded him a little and helped him clean up afterward. But now, Wang Pengfei was truly exhausted and didn't want to deal with his brother for the time being. Before long, the alert tone sounded again. Wang Penghu had sent him another message. Wang Pengfei sighed and picked up the communicator. After reading the message, he suddenly stood up, startling his assistant beside him. He hurriedly took off his lab coat and told his assistant he had to step out for a moment. Wang Pengfei rushed to Wang Penghu's dormitory but found no one there. Realizing it was likely that Wang Penghu was on duty outside at this time, he couldn't wait and headed towards the door. Shi Yuan followed closely behind him, her entire body in liquid form, sticking to the corner and trailing him out. Wang Pengfei left the laboratory and arrived at the garbage transfer center, where he indeed saw Wang Penghu sitting like a lord. He walked over and quietly asked, "You said you could get experimental materials? Where? Is there any risk?" Wang Penghu waved him closer, and Wang Pengfei, without a hint of caution, walked right over. Wang Penghu suddenly threw his arm around Wang Pengfei's shoulder, and Wang Pengfei immediately sensed something was off. This was not his brother Wang Peng. How could a guy who spent all day eating, drinking, and having fun have such tight arm muscles and such strength? Just as he was about to struggle, he heard a calm voice beside him say, "Don't move. If you accidentally cut yourself, it wouldn't be good." Wang Pengfei's hair stood on end as he felt something cold against his neck, right where his carotid artery was. Wang Penghu, using his sleeve to cover, had a dagger pressed against his neck. "Who are you? What do you want? Let me go, and I'll pretend today never happened. Otherwise, if our people discover this, you'll die a terrible death." Wang Pengfei forced himself to remain calm, trying to negotiate. Colonel Zhou restored his original voice and sneered, "Cut the crap. I want you to take us into the laboratory." Wang Pengfei, "Impossible. If you know what's good for you, let me go immediately. Otherwise, as soon as any abnormalities are detected here, our people will be here quickly." Chu Xingzhou walked over to report, "The jammer has taken effect. The time is too short to penetrate the surveillance equipment, but it has already disrupted the audio system. No one else will hear what we're saying here." Wang Pengfei felt despair. With his voice unable to transmit, he had no leverage, and now he was completely held hostage, awkwardly positioned as if they were close brothers with their arms around each other. Even if the monitoring room saw it, they wouldn't find anything suspicious. Chapter 48. You can see for yourself between life and the betrayal laboratory. Wang Pengfei readily chose his own life. Wang Pengfei had high authority in the laboratory, and using his identity to enter did not require activation of detection. Colonel Zhou and Chu Xingzhou continued to play the roles of Wang Penghu and his little brother, holding Wang Pengfei on either side as they moved forward. Shi Yuan compressed herself into a water ball and slipped into Chu Xingzhou's pocket for a free ride. After passing through the second detection checkpoint, Wang Pengfei stopped. "I don't have enough authority, and I can't get through the next checkpoint without detection. I can only take you this far. Let me go now, and I won't report you. I advise you not to kill me. Otherwise, once the laboratory entrance is closed, you'll have nowhere to go." Colonel Zhou said, "Take us to your dormitory." Wang Pengfei's dormitory was much more luxurious than Wang Penghu's, with a living room, a bedroom, and a small study. After entering the dormitory, Wang Pengfei was tied to a chair by Colonel Zhou, and Shi Yuan resumed her human form. The three of them searched the dormitory together. As a project leader of the laboratory, Wang Pengfei had a lot of experimental data in his dormitory. Colonel Zhou flipped through the materials while demanding explanations from Wang Pengfei. At first, Wang Pengfei refused to speak no matter what, and Colonel Zhou slapped him several times, swelling his face to look like a pig's head, yet he still wouldn't talk. Shi Yuan persuaded, "Why are you being so stubborn? You're already a traitor. Even if we get caught and killed, it won't change the fact that you're a traitor." Wang Pengfei said fiercely, "I'm not a traitor. You kidnapped me." Shi Yuan replied, "Who would believe that? When people see the surveillance footage later, it'll show you walking in with us, arm in arm." Wang Pengfei's face turned ugly. Shi Yuan continued, "Why not just go all the way and help us mess up this laboratory? Then we can let you and your brother go. You've been working here for quite a while, right? You must have some savings. You can run off to other star regions and start anew. At least you won't have to live in the shadows like now." Wang Pengfei was somewhat tempted. To be honest, he did have some power in this laboratory, but it was a place where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. If there were no results, everything would be taken back. Moreover, there were too many rules in the laboratory. Peripheral security like Wang Penghu had more freedom, but as a researcher, it was very difficult for him to leave the laboratory. He was no longer young and wanted to experience a normal life of love, marriage, and children. Wang Pengfei's eyes flickered. "My brother is okay?" Colonel Zhou said, "Of course. We don't engage in killing. He's hidden in a safe place." Chu Xingzhou thought to himself that those two should already be locked up by the support team sent by the military, so they were indeed very safe. Wang Pengfei did not realize that the people in front of him were from the military. He only thought they were rivals of his boss. He was very tempted by Shi Yuan's words. I actually don't know much about what the whole laboratory does. The laboratory is divided into 5 areas, each with several teams. And everyone's projects are different, and they don't know the content of each other's projects. My project is artificial superpowers. Once Wang Pengfei decided to switch sides. He held nothing back. Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou exchanged a glance instinctively. Wang Pengfei said, "We've tried many things, injecting the genes of exotic beasts into humans, implanting exotic beast cores into human brains, all of which failed. However, we also had unexpected gains. We created pseudo-cores, which are actually waste crystals, but machines can detect superpower reactions. These pseudo-cores help the boss make a lot of money. So even though our project hasn't made a breakthrough, the boss still values our team." Shi Yuan asked, "Where do the experimental subjects come from?" Wang Pengfei said, "The laboratory has dedicated personnel responsible for collecting experimental subjects. We just apply when we need them. I don't know the specifics, but I guess most of them are orphans or homeless people. Perhaps because he recognized them as peers." Wang Pengfei spoke without any reservations. "When I first entered the laboratory, I was just a small team member, and most of the experimental subjects I handled were in poor health, obviously poor people. At that time, my team leader protested to the upper management, saying the quality of the experimental subjects was too low and affected the experiment's results. So later, they changed to some healthier ones. How do they come about? It's nothing more than those few ways: deception and abduction. We don't care about that. We just need to have them." Colonel Zhou gritted his teeth, suppressing the impulse to beat Wang Pengfei senseless. He pretended to be indifferent and said, "Hand over the laboratory map." Wang Pengfei found the map from his holographic brain, but it was only 1/5 complete. He said, "All of us can only operate within one area, and the entrances and exits are all different. I haven't even seen people from other areas." After asking enough questions, Colonel Zhou said, "Next, we'll act on our own. You find an opportunity and wait for the laboratory to be in chaos before running out. Our people will take you to find your brother." The military support team had arrived, and Colonel Zhou felt confident, deciding to cause a ruckus in the laboratory. As for Wang Pengfei, he would be sent to the military prison to see his brother. After sharing the intelligence with other teams, Colonel Zhou decided to let Shi Yuan infiltrate and scout ahead. "Shi Yuan, the laboratory is very large. Just scouting one area takes a lot of time. Can you handle it?" Shi Yuan replied, "No problem." Her body liquefied into water and left through the ventilation duct of Wang Pengfei's dormitory, with a miniature camera wrapped inside her, transmitting images of the route back to Colonel Zhou. After passing through several detection checkpoints, Shi Yuan finally found the experimental area and first went to the laboratory of Wang Pengfei's team. Meanwhile, there was a knock on the door of Wang Pengfei's dormitory. A researcher at the door asked, "Group Leader Wang, are you feeling unwell? There's a group leader meeting today, did you forget? The area head sent me to find you." Wang Pengfei's face looked a bit bad. "It's the leader of the second group." Chu Xingzhou said, "Let him in." Wang Pengfei then went to open the door, his face pale. "I'm feeling a bit unwell, but it's nothing serious. Come in and sit for a moment. I'll tidy up and be on my way." The visitor had no suspicions at all and walked straight in. The moment the door closed, his eyes lost focus. "A mental-type superpower," Chu Xingzhou said. "He has already been controlled. If the mental power is not released for a long time, he will turn into an idiot." Wang Pengfei shrank his neck. He hadn't expected this person to be a mental-type superpower user. He was extremely glad that he had acted quickly. Otherwise, he would have ended up like that. Colonel Zhou was considering how to deal with this person when Shi Yuan's voice came through the earpiece. "I have entered the laboratory." She paused and then said, "The scene is a bit intense. I won't describe it. You can see for yourselves." Chapter 49, Do You Know About the Eternal Life Society? Colonel Zhou and Chu Xingzhou leaned in front of the screen, startled by a large brain that suddenly appeared. It was a human brain cut in half, with a crystal core stuffed in between. Even more unsettling was that the entire surface of the brain was crawling with translucent maggots. The owner of the brain, the so-called experimental subject, was conscious, their expression one of agony, completely reliant on medical equipment to sustain their life. In order to capture clearer footage, Shi Yuan zoomed the camera in significantly, doing a 360-degree sweep to capture every detail. Even Colonel Zhou, who had seen a lot, found it hard to bear. All right, we've seen enough. No need to capture so much detail. Oh, Shi Yuan replied, pulling the lens back a bit. Chu Xingzhou coldly looked at Wang Pengfei, asking, "What is this?" Wang Pengfei looked at the experimental subject on the screen with an ordinary expression. "This is my project sample." He explained, previously, we tried integrating the crystal core into the human brain. The samples did gain some extraordinary abilities, but the survival rate was 0. The longest lived for only 3 days. Later, we accidentally obtained a type of maggot with healing abilities, and we are now planning to integrate the maggots into the brain. Wang Pengfei looked regretful, believing that his research direction was correct, but lamenting the lack of experimental subjects. If only I had more samples, I would definitely succeed. Shut up, Chu Xingzhou said coldly. Wang Pengfei was bewildered and dared not offend this powerful individual with psychic abilities, so he obediently fell silent. After examining this laboratory, Shi Yuan began to infiltrate another lab. Some experiments were known to Wang Pengfei, while others were not, but without exception, they were all shocking. Witnessing it firsthand had a stronger impact, but fortunately, she was someone who had weathered many storms and had a strong capacity for acceptance. After finishing her tour of Wang Pengfei's experimental area, Shi Yuan fell silent for a moment, deciding to return to Wang Pengfei's dormitory to meet up with the other two. As soon as she entered the dorm, her body returned to its original state, and her first sentence was, "I might know the purpose of this laboratory." Wang Pengfei instinctively said, "How is that possible? This is classified. I've worked here for several years, and didn't he know?" Chu Xingzhou glanced at him, and Wang Pengfei's expression suddenly dimmed. Chu Xingzhou said, "He is already under my control and cannot hear what we are saying." Shi Yuan asked, "Do you know that during the apocalypse on Earth, there was an organization called the Eternal Life Society?" Colonel Zhou honestly shook his head, while Chu Xingzhou thought for a moment and said, "The organization that gave birth to the Zombie King?" Shi Yuan looked a bit surprised at Chu Xingzhou. After all, the Eternal Life Society was a little-known entity in her past life as well. She continued, "That's right. The Eternal Life Society is actually an illegal laboratory. After humanity went through the initial chaos of the apocalypse, they slowly regained social order. They established safe zones and began researching zombies. With countless research institutes being set up, some studied vaccines, while others focused on agricultural ecology. These were all supported by the safe zones. However, illegal laboratories also existed, and the Eternal Life Society was one of them. They researched the zombie virus, not to develop vaccines or antidotes, but to control the zombie virus itself. They believed that as long as zombies were not shot in the head, they could be immortal, which they saw as the direction for human development. And they attempted to seize control of this direction. In the end, they failed. Their experimental subjects killed everyone in the laboratory, escaped, and evolved into the Zombie King in the wild. It was only then that everyone became aware of the existence of the Eternal Life Society. Major human bases united to eliminate all of the Eternal Life Society's outposts, but the disaster had already occurred, and the Zombie King nearly wiped out humanity. Shi Yuan paused here. Chu Xingzhou added, "Later, Ms. Yuan sacrificed her life to perish together with the Zombie King, preserving the spark of humanity." Shi Yuan remained silent. Colonel Zhou pondered for a moment and asked, "Are they imitating the Eternal Life Society? But zombies are already extinct." Shi Yuan replied coolly, "So their first step in the plan is to resurrect zombies." An audible silence fell. One could even hear Colonel Zhou swallowing hard as he pressed. "Are you sure?" Shi Yuan answered, "Not sure. That's just my judgment." In fact, she was about 70 to 80% certain. After all, in her previous life, she led others to destroy the Eternal Life Society's headquarters and had seen the experimental subjects and data firsthand. Colonel Zhou did not dismiss this possibility due to Shi Yuan's response. He organized her speculation and sent it to the military support team. Chu Xingzhou sat aside and thought, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. After reflecting, Shi Yuan found herself a bit dazed, only to notice his fingers and ended up staring at them for a long time. Coming back to her senses, she cursed herself for being foolish and then stole a glance at Chu Xingzhou. Seeing that he hadn't noticed, she breathed a sigh of relief. "So, they want Teacher Wenfei's toxin analysis ability to analyze the zombie virus?" Chu Xingzhou suddenly spoke. Shi Yuan, who felt a pang of embarrassment as if caught cheating on a test. What's wrong? Chu Xingzhou noticed Shi Yuan's odd behavior. Shi Yuan felt her face heat up and mumbled, "It's nothing." Chu Xingzhou replied, "Your face is a bit red." Shi Yuan's face grew even warmer. But as someone who had lived 2 lives, lying was as easy as eating. Perhaps she had used her abilities a bit too much and just needed a break. Chu Xingzhou believed her and pulled out a disposable cup, pouring her a glass of hot water. "You take a break. We could talk about the rest later." Shi Yuan awkwardly accepted it. Colonel Zhou said, "They need to create zombies, but they haven't found a suitable zombie virus yet, so they need Wenfei. Once they have Wenfei's ability to analyze toxins, their experimental progress will accelerate rapidly." He felt he had uncovered the truth. Then he furrowed his brows tightly, thinking that if this were the case, the existence of this laboratory was extremely dangerous. Zombies cannot be resurrected, and the apocalypse must not be repeated. "I have sent the information out. The military will likely continue to reinforce with personnel. We will continue to lie low, and when support arrives, we will work together to destroy this laboratory." Both Chu Xingzhou and Shi Yuan agreed. It was the best course of action. At that moment, Colonel Zhou's communicator received a communication request, and he quickly connected. On the other end of the communicator was another group of infiltrators. They had entered through entrance B. They spoke rapidly. "Colonel, we have successfully infiltrated and confirmed we were not detected, but we suspect there are signs of the laboratory preparing to relocate. They seem to be transferring experimental subjects out." Chapter 50, I exposed myself. Let's not talk about it. Yet the 3 members of Team B chose a very risky infiltration method. They disguised themselves as test subjects and were directly sent to the core area of a laboratory, the cell where test subjects were held. Therefore, they were the first to learn about the laboratory's plan to transfer the test subjects. Colonel Zhou did not hesitate for a moment and immediately ordered, "Attack now. Buy time for reinforcements." Chu Xingzhou approached Wang Pengfei and another team leader, speaking calmly. "Since you started working for the laboratory, you have been suffering psychological torment every day. You can no longer endure it and have decided to expose the laboratory's evil deeds. So you conspired to escape together." Wang Pengfei's eyes lit up for a moment, then dimmed again. Chu Xingzhou said, "Now is the time for you to implement your plan." Wang Pengfei said dazedly, "I hate the laboratory. I want to escape. I want to report the laboratory." The other team leader exhibited the same reaction. The mental hypnosis completed. Shi Yuan noted that, including the illusions used against Wang Penghu and his minions outside, Chu Xingzhou had already demonstrated 2 branches of mental abilities. Mental abilities are very rare and difficult to master. Many people can't even learn 1 branch, but Chu Xingzhou, at just 20 years old, was already proficient in applying 2 branches. He truly is a terrifying person. However, this was not the time to think about such things. With Chu Xingzhou's hypnosis, their actions gained momentum. Wang Pengfei and the other team leader went out, actively attracting a patrol team, which Shi Yuan and the others quickly dealt with, obtaining a batch of weapons and identity chips. Team B had already begun to act, while Team C, which was originally on their way to infiltrate, chose to expose themselves directly after receiving Colonel Zhou's orders, pretending to be a large army and creating disturbances from the outside. Colonel Zhou picked up his weapon. "Let's get started." The 3 split into 2 groups, with Colonel Zhou and Chu Xingzhou attacking openly, while Shi Yuan transformed into water and infiltrated from the shadows. The laboratory was soon filled with alarms, and all exits were sealed, turning the entire laboratory into an island. Shi Yuan had not experienced this frenzied feeling for a long time. Her water abilities were her weapon, and her transference abilities provided her with endless power. Her destination was the central control room of the laboratory, as Wang Pengfei had informed her that all important documents were located there. The central control room was not on Wang Pengfei's map, so Shi Yuan could only blindly search toward the center of the laboratory. "Shi Yuan," Chu Xingzhou's voice came through the earpiece. "They've activated the mech soldiers." The laboratory had mech soldiers, and once the laboratory was sealed, these mech soldiers had only one purpose: to capture and kill intruders and rebels. "Received," Shi Yuan replied, but it did not affect her actions. After more than half an hour of searching, Shi Yuan finally found the central control room. She transformed into mist and entered, setting off alarms immediately. The central control room had ability detection, and I was exposed, but that was not the main concern. Shi Yuan quickly reported. As the most strictly secured place in the entire laboratory, the central control room always had highly skilled security personnel, including ability users. A burst of flames surged toward the entrance, forcing Shi Yuan to dodge and dispel her mist form. In that instant, before she landed, Shi Yuan attacked the fire ability user across from her. Countless ice blades melted in the flames, but new ice blades continuously formed, continuing the assault. The fire ability user clicked his tongue, cursing under his breath. Who the hell is that? Using abilities so recklessly. Aren't they afraid of exhausting their powers? A companion sneered. Isn't that just perfect? When she exhausts her powers and can't fight, we can easily catch her. The fire ability user agreed. That's true. Let's see whose abilities are more abundant. He was confident. After all, he had awakened his abilities for over 20 years and was well known in the field. If it weren't for being wanted and needing a hiding place, he wouldn't stoop to being in such a small laboratory. Meanwhile, Shi Yuan, from her appearance, still looked like a student, at most 20 years old. He thought that such a young kid wouldn't have more ability reserves than himself. Just wait it out. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. As time passed, Shi Yuan's attacks showed no signs of weakening, while the fire ability user began to feel the excessive consumption of his abilities. How is this possible? The fire ability user couldn't believe it. How is it not possible? In less than half a second's gap, Shi Yuan had broken through the defensive circle and reached the fire ability user's front. The fire ability user, being a battle-hardened veteran, immediately increased his output, and the flames on his body were about to ignite again. But it was too late. Shi Yuan's fingertips had already touched his body. Ability transference. In an instant, the fire ability user's powers and stamina were transferred to Shi Yuan, and the flames that should have blazed fiercely extinguished before they even ignited, leaving only wisps of white smoke. The fire ability user collapsed to the ground, weak and muttering. How was this possible? How could I lose? Relying on his abilities, once they were gone, his combat power was less than that of an ordinary security guard. After dealing with him, Shi Yuan had no concerns. She transformed back into mist, and bullets and knives were useless against her. Soon, the battle ended. Normally, Shi Yuan would choose to eliminate future threats, but considering that the military might need to interrogate, she dismissed that idea. She found a bundle of leftover electrical wires in the central control room and used her water ability to soak the wires. Once the wires became sturdy, she used them to tie up the technicians like dumplings. A few technicians in the central control room were trembling as they were bound together. Shi Yuan casually grabbed one of them. The person was almost scared to the point of fainting, stuttering. "Spare me, I don't know anything, I just follow orders. Please spare me." Shi Yuan held an ice blade against the person's neck. "Now I need you to follow my orders. Open all exits of the laboratory." The technician trembled, hesitating a bit. Shi Yuan pressed the ice blade forward slightly, cutting the technician's neck, causing a trickle of blood to flow. She coldly said, "If you obey and do as I say, you might die at your boss's hands later. If you don't listen, you'll die at my hands now." Feeling the ice blade pressing against his carotid artery, the technician no longer hesitated and quickly operated, shutting down the detection systems for all exits of the laboratory and opening the doors between different areas. The control room could only open the internal doors. The external doors required 2 keys and needed the security team to operate simultaneously, aside from the control room. Seeing he didn't seem to be lying, Shi Yuan had to relent. She obtained a complete map of the laboratory and immediately sent it to Colonel Zhou. Chapter 51. The end of the battle let the technicians close the door to the central control room. Shi Yuan commanded again. "Gather all the laboratory data, including experimental project data and personnel information, and package it all for me." This was not something a single technician could accomplish quickly, so Shi Yuan released the other technicians. After all, they were as weak as a chicken, and even 10 of them could be easily subdued by Shi Yuan with one hand. Shi Yuan kept an eye on the situation while distracted by the battle involving Chu Xingzhou and others. The two had engaged with the laboratory's mecha soldiers. Although they were outnumbered, Colonel Zhou was an elite from the military, and Chu Xingzhou was exceptionally capable and an ability user, allowing them to fight evenly against the 10 or so opponents. Chu Xingzhou could even spare attention to the movements of the mecha soldiers. He said over the communication channel, Shi Yuan, a squad of mecha soldiers is heading your way. Shi Yuan grasped the mecha space link around her neck, replying, I'm fine here. The door to the central control room can buy us some time. Good, Chu Xingzhou responded. He knew Shi Yuan wasn't the type to show off, so he focused on dealing with the enemies in front of him. In less than 10 minutes, the mecha soldiers arrived outside the central control room and began to breach the door. When the laboratory was established, plans were already in place. The door to the central control room was designed to withstand attacks from mechas, allowing time to destroy evidence during an assault. However, no one had anticipated that someone could silently infiltrate to the door of the central control room, and when the ability response was detected, it was too late to close the door, allowing Shi Yuan to enter. Now, this door had become Shi Yuan's protective wall. Amidst the sounds of explosions, the technicians were forced by Shi Yuan to work at their fastest, and finally, one of the technicians handed her a thumb-sized space link. All the data is inside. Can you let us go? Shi Yuan accepted the space link and replied, It's not about whether I want to let you go, but whether the people outside want to let you go. The technicians felt despair. They worked for the laboratory and naturally understood its rules and how ruthless it could be. Those who betrayed the laboratory, whether willingly or not, faced only one outcome, death. Shi Yuan continued, If you don't want to die, there's only one path you can take. Become witnesses against the laboratory. To be honest, someone in your laboratory has already had a change of heart and reported the laboratory. The military has surrounded the laboratory and will soon break in. She didn't know whether military support had arrived, but it didn't stop her from intimidating them. Several technicians were indeed frightened by her words. One of them asked nervously, If we fall into the hands of the military, do we have a chance to survive? Shi Yuan replied, As long as you haven't taken any lives, you won't be sentenced to death. If you're willing to cooperate, you might even get a chance for a reduced sentence. The technicians exchanged glances and made a unanimous decision. We're just technicians. We don't have the strength to kill a chicken, and we've definitely never taken a life. We're willing to surrender and tell the military everything we know. Shi Yuan was satisfied with their answer and pointed to the group of security personnel she had tied up. I'll tie you together with them. If the mecha soldiers rush in later, you can bite yourselves to avoid being branded as traitors. The bound security personnel responded, Do you think we're fools just because you're conspiring so loudly? The technicians were overjoyed and obediently lined up to be tied up, sitting down in the corner. The door was blasted open, creating a large hole, and it was about to be destroyed. Shi Yuan took off the mecha space link and released the mecha inside. It was the mecha she had custom designed for herself over a semester. The silver-white body shimmered with golden energy patterns. Most people choose mecha weapons that combine offense and defense. But Shi Yuan selected offensive weapons, a cannon for her left hand and a longsword for her right. Both weapons were purely offensive. This had always been her aggressive combat style. As the door was blasted open, the first mecha charged in from outside. Shi Yuan stood at the entrance and took the initiative to attack. The cannon fired a series of water mine projectiles, which are the most damaging weapons among those she designed, using water mine dual-element ability crystals. This crystal was something Chu Xingzhou had helped her win at an underground trading market. When the water mine projectiles hit the enemy mecha, they exploded, causing initial damage. And then water flowed over the mecha, generating electricity and inflicting further damage. The worst part was that the charging time for this water mine cannon was extremely short. Before the effects of the previous shot had ended, another was already ready to fire. The first enemy mecha attempting to squeeze through the hole was pinned in place, blocking the entrance and unable to retreat. The following mechas could only support each other while trying to widen the entrance. The second mecha squeezed in, but was also immobilized by the water mine projectile. With the longsword in her right hand, Shi Yuan could easily handle two opponents at once. Several other mechas outside were still trying to find a way in. The longer this dragged on, the more unfavorable it became for Shi Yuan. Colonel Zhou's voice came through her earpiece. Shi Yuan, we're on our way to you. Support has arrived. Hang in there. The moment military support arrived, the outcome was already determined. Military mechas burst in simultaneously from 5 entrances, turning the laboratory into chaos. Many saw that there was no way to turn the tide, so they fought desperately, trying to escape. But their efforts were in vain. The military had completely surrounded the laboratory, and even if they managed to escape, they would run straight into the military's encirclement. Shi Yuan met up with Chu Xingzhou and exited the mecha. Chu Xingzhou quickly checked on Shi Yuan's safety, circling around her to see that she was unharmed, which reassured him. "Let's go. We should see what's happening outside," he said to Shi Yuan. The laboratory was large, with hundreds of laboratory staff and test subjects. The military had set up a temporary base outside the laboratory. Colonel Zhou led Chu Xingzhou and Shi Yuan out through entrance B, just in time to witness the military rescuing the test subjects. 3 team members from Group B stood by to assist, disguised as beggars to attract the laboratory's attention, which led to their capture as test subjects. They looked dirty and appeared not only haggard but also disheveled. Colonel Zhou patted each of them on the shoulder, saying, "You all worked hard, brothers. You must have suffered a lot for the disguise these past few days." The team members cheerfully replied, "What's suffering? We're just skilled in makeup." Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere lightened. Chu Xingzhou said to Shi Yuan, "Let's go back. Luo Qi and Yin Siruo are probably worried sick." Shi Yuan walked alongside him, replying, "Okay." Chapter 52. My mom seems like a bad person after several days. The military finally contacted them. Colonel Zhou informed Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou to go to the temporary military base. The temporary military base was set up in the laboratory, which was large enough to accommodate dormitories, making it convenient for investigations. When Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou arrived, they were received by Colonel Zhou. Colonel Zhou was a direct subordinate of Chu Min and was privy to many inside details, including the situation regarding Shi Yuan's mother, Cui Wan. The reason for calling them over this time was precisely for this matter. He said to Shi Yuan, "Thanks to you for promptly saving the data. When we later checked the central control room, there was nothing inside. The technicians said that the laboratory's headquarters must have received the news and remotely deleted all the data." Shi Yuan felt incredibly fortunate upon hearing this. Colonel Zhou opened his holographic computer, pulled up a document, and handed it to Shi Yuan. "This should be what you want to see." It was Cui Wan's personal information registration record. Colonel Zhou said, "We compiled all the employee information registered in the laboratory and found your mother's data. Your mother was indeed a researcher at the laboratory." Shi Yuan was surprisingly calm, as if a knife that had been hanging over her head for a long time finally fell, striking her. Although it hurt, it was a relief to have clarity. She read the information word by word. The name on the document was not Cui Wan, but Cui Cheng'en. The military likely confirmed that Cui Wan and Cui Cheng'en were the same person based on photographs. Cui Wan was not only a researcher, but also one of the earliest researchers at the laboratory. Initially, she was just an assistant, but later she was able to conduct experiments independently. What surprised Shi Yuan was that there was a transfer notice in Cui Cheng'en's records, followed closely by a death report. The dates on the 2 documents were only 5 days apart. Therefore, after receiving the transfer notice, something happened. Perhaps it was a misunderstanding, or perhaps it was intentional. In any case, the laboratory believed that Cui Cheng'en had died. Colonel Zhou said, "We checked the travel records of Shi Yufeng from that year, and found that his unit happened to be stationed at Night Wolf Star for a while due to a mission. We suspect that Cui Cheng'en's fake death involved Shi Yufeng. So, Shi Yufeng met Cui Cheng'en at Night Wolf Star, and knowing her work, after they fell in love, he helped her fake her death to leave the laboratory. Subsequently, Cui Cheng'en changed her name to Cui Wan, obtained a new identity, and married Shi Yufeng." It sounded reasonable, but Shi Yuan always felt something was off. Not to mention anything else, she didn't believe that Shi Yufeng would do something so unprofitable. For love? Shi Yuan was the first to not believe it. She propped her head up with her hands, feeling a bit of a headache. The situation seemed to be getting more complicated, and even more bizarre. She felt that the name Cui Cheng'en was somewhat familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere in her previous life. But she couldn't recall. Chu Xingzhou gently patted her shoulder. "Take a break." Shi Yuan shook her head. "I'm Fina." She continued to read and discovered that Cui Cheng'en's external residence address was not the house on Silver Leaf Lane in Bell City, but an address in a neighboring city. Sure enough, that was a place where Cui Wan had hidden herself. Although she got along well with her neighbors, in reality, they knew very little about her. Not even her real name, Chu Xingzhou, was known to anyone. After going through all the documents, there was little useful information. And Shi Yuan returned the holographic computer to Colonel Zhou. She asked as for, "My dad sighed. How will you handle it?" "Colonel, it's a secret investigation. This is what I wanted to tell you. Before the military takes action, I hope you don't reveal any information to him." Regardless of the role Shi Yufeng played in this matter, he was already suspected by the military for not reporting what he knew about the laboratory. As Shi Yuan was a blood relative of Shi Yufeng and had learned quite a bit of information, she should be monitored by the military to ensure that no information leaks. Although the Shi family publicly claimed that Shi Yuan was an adopted daughter that could only deceive outsiders, the military had records of everyone's personal information, including marital status. Shi Yufeng's second marriage was known to the upper echelons who had the right to access personal information. Chu Min knew, and Colonel Zhou also knew. He felt deep down that Shi Yuan harbored resentment towards Shi Yufeng. With Chu Min's guarantee, Shi Yuan was granted her freedom. Shi Yuan realized this and quickly expressed her gratitude. After Colonel Zhou left, Shi Yuan leaned back in her chair and sighed. She was silent for a while before saying to Chu Xingzhou, "Chu Xingzhou, what should we do? My mom seems like a bad person." Chu Xingzhou was never good at comforting others and was extremely anxious inside. Finally, he could only say awkwardly, "It's not a definitive conclusion yet." Shi Yuan smiled faintly. "I was just casually saying it. Regardless of whether she is a bad person or not, I need to find out the truth about her death and let her truly rest in peace." The two walked out of the laboratory side by side, exiting from entrance A, arriving at the garbage transfer center. This place was also temporarily requisitioned by the military to accommodate experimental subjects. The entire laboratory had many experimental subjects. Some had already undergone experiments, and those who could be saved were rescued as much as possible. Those who could not be saved were euthanized. For example, those experimental subjects in Wang Pengfei's laboratory who had their brains dissected, death might be the easiest option for them. There were also some who had been captured and detained but had not yet undergone experiments. All were registered, and families were notified to come and pick them up. Those without families would remain for subsequent arrangements. As Shi Yuan entered the garbage transfer center, she spotted a familiar figure and instinctively called out, "Uncle Jiang." Jiang Rui turned around, and upon seeing Shi Yuan, exclaimed in surprise, "Sister Yuan, what are you doing here?" After the Starry Sky ship crashed on Garbage Star, 8 people ultimately survived, and Jiang Rui was one of them. Shi Yuan was the youngest among the 8, except for Qi Sui. But because of her strong combat abilities and outdoor survival skills, she single-handedly saved everyone, so they all called her Sister Yuan. Jiang Rui was nearly 50 and also followed suit in calling her that. After returning from Garbage Star, the 8 of them had agreed to meet again. But it hadn't happened until now. Having left the Alliance for 2 years, everyone had to readjust to life. Shi Yuan and Qi Sui, as students, adapted the best, while Jiang Rui, as a businessman, was extremely busy after returning to the Alliance. His business had been in disarray after he went missing and had even been divided up. For the past 6 months, he had been busy reorganizing. Jiang Rui's home was in the 4th star domain, and Shi Yuan was curious why he had suddenly appeared in the 3rd star domain's Nightwolf star. Jiang Rui sighed, "It's because of my daughter. She was abducted, and I'm almost going crazy. I just received a notification from the military saying they found her, so I couldn't care about anything else and rushed over. Luckily. Chapter 53. Have you played Doomsday Arrival? Jiang Rui doted on his daughter. During the 2 years on the Garbage Star, he endured it all with the belief that he would return to the Alliance and reunite with her. He looked haggard, and one could only imagine how hard it was for him during the time his daughter was abducted. But his eyes shone brightly, and Shi Yuan guessed that his daughter must be safe and sound. Sure enough, Jiang Rui called over a girl and introduced her. "Sister Yuan, this is my daughter Jiang Ye. Yeah, this is your dad's companion from the Garbage Star. If it weren't for her, your dad probably wouldn't have made it back." Jiang Ye looked at Shi Yuan, her surprise evident in her eyes. After her dad returned, he talked about life on the Garbage Star, and the one he mentioned the most was Shi Yuan. He said that when everyone crawled out of the wreckage of the Starry Sky and called out to the heavens and the earth with no response. It was Shi Yuan who organized them to find a cave on a nearby hill to settle down. He also said that Shi Yuan managed to hunt a lot of game every time she went out, even when she had injuries on her body at the beginning. She still took the risk to go out and find food for everyone. The more he spoke, the more curious Jiang Ye became about Shi Yuan. However, in her imagination, someone as capable as Shi Yuan should be strong, fierce, and perhaps a bit rough, but the Shi Yuan standing in front of her was nothing like that. Shi Yuan was slender, but one could see that her muscles were toned. She was very beautiful, and her skin was fair, comparable to that of Star. How could someone like her be the person her dad described as someone who dared to fight beasts with her bare hands? Shi Yuan extended her hand. "Hello? I am Shi Yuan." Jiang Ye quickly shook Shi Yuan's hand. "Hello, I'm Jiang Ye. Thank you for saving my dad." After chatting for a while, Jiang Rue suddenly thought of something and asked in shock, "Sister Yuan, what are you doing here? This place is full of abducted people. Could it be that you?" Shi Yuan smiled and said, "Uncle Jiang, you're overthinking. I came here to travel with my classmates and happened to encounter the military needing help. We are military academy students, so we came to assist." Jiang Rue felt he was making a fuss and said, "That's right, with your abilities. They wouldn't have abducted you." Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou were about to leave, while Jiang Rue and Jiang Ye still had procedures to go through, so they had to stay for a while. They agreed to meet in Bayer City and then parted ways. Back at the hotel, Shi Yuan was feeling bored and restless. Chu Xingzhou then suggested, "How about playing a game? You just piloted a real mecha a few days ago, so jumping into a game now should feel quite good." Shi Yuan thought it made sense. After all, she was just sitting around doing nothing, so she decided to play a game with Chu Xingzhou. Perhaps it was the frustration of being confined in such a small space in the lab. Shi Yuan specifically chose an open area in the game, and her opponent was a beast, and she fought fiercely, letting off some steam. Just before logging off, Chu Xingzhou casually asked, "Have you played Doomsday Arrival?" Shi Yuan replied, I have an account. Do you want to play together?" Chu Xingzhou didn't answer that question, but instead asked, "Which region are you in? We might not necessarily meet." Shi Yuan reported a region number, which was a high-risk area. Chu Xingzhou's heart raced. That region number was the same one he had been playing in with his fraudulent wife. He said, "It's a high-risk area. I heard it's not easy to get into. Most people take years to reach this region." Shi Yuan answered nonchalantly, "No, I just started playing after returning from the garbage star, and I bought the account. I started in this region." Chu Xingzhou felt his heart pound violently, sending a shiver through his entire body. After a moment, he said under Shi Yuan's puzzled gaze, "Let's play together if we have the chance in the future." Shi Yuan thought that his account might not have reached the high-risk area yet, so she replied, "Sure. Whenever you come to this region, feel free to find me. I've also met some people in the area, and we can team up to kill zombies in the wild." That night, Chu Xingzhou tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. He simply got up, went online to look for news about the Starry Sky. Comparing the time the survivors of the Starry Sky were rescued with the time he had been playing games in place of Luo Qi, Chu Xingzhou slowly pieced together the truth. The scammer playing games with Luo Qi was the original owner of the account Nanxiang, which Shi Yuan later bought. Shi Yuan was not the scammer. The person playing games with Luo Qi was not Shi Yuan. The one who played games with him was indeed Shi Yuan. Thinking of this, Chu Xingzhou felt inexplicably pleased. The next day, Shi Yuan received a message from Jiang Rue, saying that he had an urgent business matter to attend to and could not meet with her. After thinking for a moment, Shi Yuan decided to go to the starport to see him off. Chu Xingzhou also said he wanted to go, and as soon as Luo Qi heard this, he pulled Yin Siruo along as well. The two of them had played enough these days and didn't want to wait aimlessly in the hotel anymore. At the Nightwolf starport, when Shi Yuan and the others arrived, Jiang Ye had gone to the bathroom, and Jiang Rue was sitting and waiting to board the ship. Upon seeing Shi Yuan, Jiang Rue was very happy. When Jiang Ye returned, she was wearing a mask and sunglasses, covering her face tightly. Even Jiang Rue was startled and asked, "Ye, what happened to you?" Jiang Ye replied in a calm voice, "A sister from the military told me that our information has been obtained by human traffickers. Now that their stronghold has been taken down, they might retaliate. Just to be safe, I need to disguise myself when leaving Nightwolf Star. Upon hearing this, Jiang Rui became nervous. He looked around and felt that anyone could be suspicious, quickly saying, "What you did was right. We should be careful." Saying this, he also took out a hat and mask from his backpack to wear. Shi Yuan thought it was too exaggerated, but after a moment's thought, she realized that doing so might give them a greater sense of security, so she said nothing. As the time approached, Jiang Rui bid farewell to Shi Yuan and boarded the spaceship with Jiang Ye. Once on the spaceship, Jiang Ye took off her mask and took a few deep breaths. Finally feeling less stifled, she asked, "Dad, were those brothers just now all Sister Yuan's friends?" Jiang Rui replied, "Yes, they all have significant backgrounds. I knew Sister Yuan was impressive. Only impressive people can attract equally impressive people." Jiang Ye urged, "Dad, tell me about them." Jiang Rui thought for a moment and felt there was nothing wrong with sharing. The boy who looked the youngest was named Yen Siruo, who hadn't turned 18 yet. He was born into a famous designer family and won first place in this year's student mecha weapon design competition. Jiang Ye asked, "What about the other two?" Jiang Rui continued, "The one dressed quite fancily has a strong family background. His name is Luo Qi from the Luo family, the richest family in the alliance. And the one in black, whom you saw yesterday, is named Chu Xingzhou. I don't know his identity, but from his aura, he must be either rich or noble. They all study at the Xingyuan Military Academy. Anyway, they're all people we ordinary folks can't reach." After hearing this, Jiang Ye was astonished. Chapter 54, I want to go to Capital Star to find Sister Yuan on the way. Jiang Ye was distracted, and Jiang Rui thought she was just scared. When they got home, Jiang Ye excused herself to rest and casually ate something before returning to her room. Jiang Rui was a capable person who had built a considerable fortune from scratch. After he went missing, his business was divided up, and only a few loyal subordinates struggled to keep it afloat. Fortunately, he was back now, and the once precarious business had stopped declining, starting to show signs of growth within just 6 months. After making money, the first thing Jiang Rui did was buy back the family house and redecorate it to its original state. His wife had passed away early, leaving behind a daughter. Jiang Rui was very fond of Jiang Ye, and after 2 years of hardship for her, he felt guilty and spoiled her even more upon his return. If it were the old Jiang Ye, she would have been satisfied, but after 2 years of setbacks, her mindset had changed. She wanted more. After a quick shower, Jiang Ye couldn't wait to log onto the Star Network. She dug out the transaction record from half a year ago and sent a message to that person. Half a year ago, she had hurriedly sold a game account, and now she wanted to buy it back. The buyer was offline, and even though Jiang Ye felt anxious, she could only wait. Lying in bed, her mind uncontrollably recalled that figure. Luo Qi, the silly person who had been tricked into spending money on her in the game. She had thought he was just a pretentious fake rich guy, but it turned out he was actually the child of the wealthiest family in the alliance. Every time she thought about having missed out on the child of the richest family, Jiang Ye felt regretful and frustrated. But at that time, she had no choice. 2 years ago, when Jiang Rui went missing, everyone thought he was dead. At first, Jiang Ye held on to hope, but as the days passed, she had to accept her fate. At that time, she was still a minor, and the court granted custody to her uncle, who lived in the Second Star region. When her uncle and aunt came to pick her up, they were very caring and enthusiastic, and Jiang Ye thought she was just changing her living environment. However, upon arriving in the Second Star region, Jiang Ye realized that things were not as she had imagined. Her uncle's family only wanted to seize her father's assets, and they had already succeeded. Jiang Ye thus went from being a rich girl to a pitiful dependent. The drastic change was unbearable for her, especially since her uncle took over her family's property and didn't even give her a penny for pocket money, only covering her tuition and basic living expenses. Unable to endure it, Jiang Ye wanted to earn her own money, so she borrowed her cousin's gaming pod. She played games quite well and initially just wanted to make money by helping others level up. Who knew she would inadvertently discover a faster and more comfortable way to earn money? Luo Qi was not the first person she had deceived, but he was the most generous, buying her equipment and weapons without blinking. Jiang Ye sold these items and would tell Luo Qi they were broken, and he would buy her new ones. Just when she thought she had finally hooked a big fish, Luo Qi's actions shattered her dreams. When she expressed her desire to buy a house in the game's safe zone, Luo Qi agreed. But he refused to buy her a villa in the center of the safe zone and only bought her a small apartment near the center. She suddenly realized that this person probably wasn't as rich as she had thought. In fact, if Luo Qi knew her thoughts, he would be shocked. His refusal of the villa in favor of a small apartment stemmed from a mindset similar to someone who, having eaten too much delicacy, wanted to try some simple vegetables. But Jiang Ye misunderstood him. Although she felt somewhat disappointed, it didn't matter as long as she could still make money from Luo Qi, however. A twist of fate occurred when Luo Qi secretly came to the second star region to meet her. Jiang Ye had seen Luo Qi's photo, and that day, while shopping with her fiancé, she caught a glimpse of Luo Qi out of the corner of her eye and felt a jolt of panic, knowing something was wrong. Her fiancé was a classmate from her school and came from a well-known wealthy family in the second star region. She had worked hard to win him over and couldn't let Luo Qi's appearance disrupt that. Fortunately, Luo Qi didn't approach her for questioning. He came quietly and left quietly. Just then, Jiang Rui returned alive, and Jiang Ye was both shocked and delighted. She couldn't wait to go home with her father. Therefore, selling the account was the best choice. Once she left the second star region, the identity information tied to the account would also be changed, making it impossible for Luo Qi to seek revenge. As for her fiancé, Jiang Ye planned to keep him hanging for now. After all, her father's business had shrunk significantly and was no match for her fiancé's family. The situation had been resolved. Her life had returned to normal, and her father's business was slowly improving. But then an unexpected discovery occurred. She found out that Luo Qi's family was actually so wealthy that the combined wealth of her father and her fiancé's family didn't even compare to the loose change from Luo Qi's finger. She regretted it immensely. If she just gave up like this, she felt unwilling. She had to fight to recover. Jiang Ye's mind conjured up the figure of Shi Yuan, a friend who had gone through thick and thin with her father. Moreover, she had secretly observed Shi Yuan and Luo Qi for a long time that day, and they seemed to be just ordinary friends, not rivals for her affections. If she couldn't buy back the account, she would only have one path left to take. She had to seek Shi Yuan's help. With that thought, she immediately got up to find her father. Jiang Rui was about to leave for work when he saw Jiang Ye hurriedly coming downstairs and stopped to ask, Ye, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Ye smiled and said, No, Dad, I have something I need your help with. Jiang Rui asked, What is it? Jiang Ye wrapped her arms around his and said sweetly, Dad, I've thought about it. This time I was kidnapped. It's all my fault for being too weak. I think if I were as strong as Sister Yuan, there wouldn't have been any trouble, and you wouldn't have to worry. Jiang Rui nodded in agreement. That's right. If Sister Yuan encountered a human trafficker, it wouldn't be the trafficker who could kidnap her. It would be the other way around. Jiang Ye continued, Dad, you're looking for a school for me, right? How about letting me go to Capital Star? The schools there have good teaching quality, and Sister Yuan is there too. During holidays, I can learn from her. Jiang Rui was a bit tempted. Jiang Ye's previous university in the second star region was not good because her uncle's family treated her poorly, and her grades naturally suffered, resulting in her attending an average school. After returning, Jiang Rui severed ties with his brother-in-law's family and brought Jiang Ye back to find her a new school. He wanted to keep Jiang Ye by his side, but he knew he was busy with work and wouldn't have time to accompany her. If Jiang Ye went to Capital Star, with Shi Yuan there to look after her, he would feel more at ease, and Qi Sui would also be there. She and Jiang Ye were about the same age and could become good friends. Jiang Rui then said, All right, I'll ask Sister Yuan. If she's available, I'll send you to Capital Star. Chapter 55 The Yuan family's predicament. Yuan Xuanning returned home and was surprised to see her brother Yuan Xuechen. She hurried over to stop him. Brother, has the situation at home been resolved? Yuan Xuechen waved his hand to send the servants away. And when it was just the two of them, he lowered his voice and said, Not so good. The laboratory on Night Wolf Star in the third star domain was raided by the military. Yuan Xuanning was shocked. That laboratory was very hidden and had not had any incidents for over 20 years. How could it have been discovered? Yuan Xuechen explained. It's because of the information leaked by Black Crow. The Yuan family had been secretly training assassins, all of whom had no names, only code names. Black Crow was the one captured during the practical exam by Shi Yuan and Wen Fei, who had the ability to control exotic beasts. Yuan Xuanning shook her head. Impossible, I saw Black Crow die with my own eyes. Yuan Shuechen replied, I'm not saying he betrayed us, but I've received news that the military has a special ability user who can invade people's brains and view their memories. They might even see some things after a person dies. Black Crow had been responsible for the security of the Night Wolfstar laboratory for some time and had lived there for several years. He must have many memories of Night Wolfstar, so it wasn't surprising that he was discovered. Understanding this, Yuan Xuanning could only sigh about their misfortune. Is the impact significant? She asked. Yuan Shuechen sighed. Yes, very significant. After the incident with Doomsday arrival, our people were kicked out, and we already lost a portion of our profits. Now with the Night Wolfstar laboratory being raided, our income has drastically reduced, and other projects won't be able to support us for long. The family is currently looking for solutions. Yuan Xuanning recalled how everyone in the family had a lot of troubles to deal with when the Doomsday arrival incident happened, and even she had taken leave from school to help. As one of the two major games in the Alliance, Doomsday Arrival was very profitable. The Yuan family was originally a shareholder in this game, but they were not the only shareholders, and relations among several shareholders were not harmonious. Recently, someone from the Yuan family who was arranged to be in a high position in Doomsday Arrival was sabotaged. The opponents deliberately created several zombie attacks on the city and concealed the information, catching players off guard and causing heavy casualties, which led to much dissatisfaction. Using this excuse, the Yuan family's people were kicked out, and many shares were opportunistically acquired by others. Now, although they were still shareholders of Doomsday Arrival, they had almost no say, and the money they earned had decreased significantly. Fortunately, the Yuan family still had other income sources. Although the losses were severe, it had not reached the point of crippling them. But now, the Night Wolfstar laboratory had been raided. Originally, the Night Wolfstar laboratory was a dispensable existence among the Yuan family's laboratories. It was small, had little funding, and the results were not impressive. However, a few years ago, the Night Wolfstar laboratory produced a type of fake crystal core that could evade machine detection. They sold the fake crystal cores without fear of being discovered, as the machines detected no issues. And the process of handling the crystal cores during weapon production could easily ruin them. Buyers of the fake crystal cores would only think it was a processing issue if they encountered problems. The Yuan family made a lot of money selling fake crystal cores, and in recent years, they not only built many new laboratories but also increased several projects. Now, the fake crystal cores from the Night Wolfstar laboratory had become the Yuan family's largest source of income. Having tasted success, the Yuan family planned to increase several laboratories dedicated to producing fake crystal cores, and the laboratories were already built and under renovation. They had also selected responsible personnel and researchers, preparing to send them to Night Wolfstar to learn how to produce fake crystal cores. Who would have thought that just then, the Night Wolfstar laboratory would be raided, and the researchers who produced the fake crystal cores would be captured by the military? Losing both Doomsday Arrival and the Night Wolfstar laboratory, the Yuan family was now in a dire situation. Their current funds were only enough to support the family's already existing laboratories for 2 months. Yuan Shuechun sat wearily on the sofa, and Yuan Xuanning's expression also turned grim. The two siblings sat in silence, both exhausted. Suddenly, Yuan Shuechun thought of something and asked Yuan Xuanning, "How are things going with Chu Xingzhou? Any progress?" Yuan Xuanning's expression darkened, and she stiffly shook her head. Yuan Shuechun sighed. Now that the family is in trouble, we can't get through this relying solely on ourselves. We need to find allies. If we have the Lin family as support, we can not only easily overcome this hurdle, but also rise to the next level. Xuanning, do you understand? Yuan Xuanning replied, I know. But even with Chu Xingzhou, it might not necessarily persuade the Lin family. Yuan Shuechun countered, you don't need to worry about that. As long as Chu Xingzhou becomes our Yuan family son-in-law, I have a way to convince the Lin family to cooperate with us. Yuan Xuanning fell silent. Yuan Shuechun encouraged, Sister, I know you are reserved outside, but matters of the heart require interaction to develop. You need to take the initiative to pursue Chu Xingzhou. Otherwise, if one day someone suddenly appears beside him, it would be troublesome. He was still unaware of Shi Yuan's existence, and thought that Chu Xingzhou was still the same as before, with no one close to him except Luo Qi. His words made Yuan Xuanning feel a lump in her throat. She had always thought this way before, because Chu Xingzhou never had any close female friends. So she had always felt at ease and had been waiting for him to take the initiative. But who would have thought that Shi Yuan would appear? Yuan Xuanning replied with a serious face, "Brother, I understand. I will quickly confirm my relationship with Chu Xingzhou." After returning from Nightwolf Star, Shi Yuan took a rare break for herself. She didn't go home or stay in the dormitory, but instead borrowed a place to stay at Shi Sui's house. When she received a message from Jiang Rui, she remembered Jiang Yuyu, who seemed like a shy girl. Without thinking, she agreed to Jiang Yuyu's request to learn self-defense techniques. She also told Shi Sui about this. And upon hearing that Jiang Yuyu was about the same age as her, Shi Sui looked forward to meeting Jiang Yuyu. However, Jiang Yuyu wouldn't arrive so soon. She would only come to Capital Star just before school started. Shi Yuan stayed at Shi Sui's house, occasionally helping her with her studies. Not to mention other subjects, when it came to Earth history, Shi Yuan claimed to be a study genius, and she could quickly and accurately answer any questions Shi Sui had. During this time, Shi Yuan logged into the Star Network and saw that the seller who had previously sold her the account wanted to buy it back. She refused, as she had gotten used to that account and didn't want to switch. After feeling down for a while, Shi Yuan finally remembered she had a little disciple. After returning from Nightwolf Star, Yin Si-Ruo had basically gone silent. Before they parted, Shi Yuan knew his mother had come to Capital Star for a temporary stay. Although there had been some unpleasantness, they were still mother and son. Shi Yuan thought they might want to use this holiday to mend their relationship. So she hadn't contacted Yin Si-Ruo much. But it had been so long, and Yin Si-Ruo had not taken the initiative to reach out to her, which felt a bit off. Chapter 56. Sister points you in the right direction. Yin Si-Ruo felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He occasionally stole glances at the lady across from him, who was chatting animatedly with his mother. He recognized her as Shi Yuan's nominal mother, and he remembered that her surname was Yang. After returning from the third star domain, Yin Si-Ruo learned that during this time, Shi Yuan's sister, Shi Yan, and her fiancé, Xiaming Xian, often visited. Yan's mother, being alone in the Capital Star, was bored, and as Shi Yan and Xiaming Xian visited frequently, their sweet talk gradually made her very fond of them, especially during the time Yin Si-Ruo was away in the third star domain. Yan's mother practically came to treat Shi Yan and Xiaming Xian as her own children. Yesterday, Shi Yan's mother, Yang Huili, came to the Capital Star, reportedly to visit her child, and she paid a visit to Yan's mother early today. Yang Huili had always maintained an image of a gracious and capable wife and mother in public. However, due to Shi Yan's engagement banquet, the mother-daughter duo spared no effort in tarnishing Shi Yuan's reputation, which revealed their true colors to some people. Later, Yang Huili regretted allowing Shi Yuan to attend the engagement banquet, as it would have spared her a lot of trouble. During the past 6 months, she had been busy in Beimang Star trying to rebuild her image, hosting her own parties and attending others, and she finally saw some results. At the beginning of the holiday, when Shi Yan said she wouldn't return home, Yang Huili was somewhat displeased, as she hadn't seen her daughter for a long time. After a while, Shi Yan contacted her again, mentioning the Yin family and Master Ten's matters, hoping Yang Huili could come to the Capital Star to help her win over Yan's mother. Yang Huili shared this with Shi Yufeng, and as soon as he heard Master Ten's name, he immediately agreed. Although he held a high position and rarely went to the front lines, he was originally a mech engineer, so naturally, he supported the idea of winning over a design master. Thus, Yang Huili came. When Yan's mother saw Yang Huili, she was indeed very happy. Previously, they were merely acquaintances, but during this time, Yan's mother had been alone in the Capital Star. Although the Yin family held a good reputation in the alliance, Yan's mother was still not qualified to represent the entire Yin family. She rarely left the second star domain and was unfamiliar with the social interactions in the Capital Star. After being there for so long, and with Yin Si-Ruo often out and about, Yan's mother had mostly stayed at home. Although she enjoyed Shi Yan and Xiaming Xuan's occasional visits, they were younger and it was hard to develop a deep friendship. Yang Huili was different. They were of similar age, and since Yang Huili was Shi Yufeng's wife, Yan's mother felt that their statuses were comparable, making them more comfortable around each other. In just half a day, Yan's mother had already considered Yang Huili a close friend. Shi Yuan and Xie Mingxian were pleased to see this, as their thoughts had proven correct. With Yang Huili's help, their efforts were far more effective than their own over the past half-month. After a distracted half-day, and after lunch, Yan's mother planned to go shopping with Yang Huili, and Yin Siruo seized the opportunity to slip away. He checked his holographic computer and discovered that Shi Yuan had sent him a message, asking if he wanted to play a game together. Yin Siruo realized he hadn't logged into a game for a long time, so he hurried back to his school dormitory, logged in, and found Shi Yuan online. He sent her a message. Shi Yuan was outdoors, and upon seeing Yin Siruo's message, she glanced regretfully at a zombie approaching in the distance before deciding to focus on her little apprentice first. When Shi Yuan returned home, she found Yin Siruo sitting on her sofa, staring off into space. "What's wrong?" Shi Yuan asked while drinking water. The current holographic games were so realistic that players hardly felt a difference between the game and reality. They needed to eat, drink, and sleep. Yin Siruo looked at Shi Yuan and sighed deeply. Shi Yuan walked over and playfully hit his head. "You're so young. Why are you learning to be melancholic?" Yin Siruo covered his head and complained, "Sister, I'm feeling troubled." Shi Yuan was unfazed. "If you want to say something, say it. If not, then don't." Yin Siruo sighed again. "I'm afraid if I say it, you'll be troubled too." Shi Yuan replied, "Then don't say it." After a moment of silence, Yin Siruo couldn't resist. "My mom has temporarily moved to the capital star. She's been wanting to meet my master, and I've been trying to stop her, but I don't know how long I can keep it up." Shi Yuan said, "Then just bring her to meet me." Yin Siruo pouted. "She definitely won't believe you're my master. She'll just think we're teaming up to fool her." Shi Yuan shrugged. "Then you can only con her." Yin Siruo frowned. "If I had the gift of gab, would I be worried? I can't wait for school to start, so I have an excuse not to go home." Shi Yuan felt a bit sympathetic towards Yin Siruo. She sat down next to him, thinking about a solution, and suddenly came up with an idea. "I got it. Go find Luo Qi and ask him to take you on as an assistant." Yin Siruo was momentarily taken aback. Shi Yuan explained, "Luo Qi has been thrown into the Mecha Mercenary Association by his family again. If you become his assistant, you can move into the association's dormitory legally, and your mom won't be able to say anything." Speaking of this, Shi Yuan admired the Luo family. Even though they had enough money for their descendants to squander for several generations, the elders of the Luo family still demanded that their descendants achieve something on their own. The day after Luo Qi returned from Night Wolf Star, his grandfather packed him off to the Mecha Mercenary Association, requiring him to repair mechs for free in order to solidify his knowledge through practice. Yin Siruo's eyes lit up. Right? Why didn't I think of that? The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, and he wanted to log off immediately to find Luo Qi, but he hesitated. He looked at Shi Yuan. "Sister, there's one more thing I need to tell you. Your adoptive mother is in the capital star now, and she came to see my mom today." Shi Yuan was genuinely surprised. "What is Yang Huili doing in the capital star? And why is she getting close to your mom?" She couldn't figure it out for a moment, so she decided not to think about it. "Whatever. As long as it doesn't cause trouble for me, if it does, I'll just deal with it and see who can outlast whom." Yin Siruo felt a surge of admiration. Indeed, she was his master. He realized he had been worrying unnecessarily, so he happily logged off. When Chu Xingzhou logged on, he saw Shi Yuan sitting alone on the sofa. "You're actually here? Not out playing in the wild?" Shi Yuan hadn't seen him for a while, and upon seeing him, she felt that there was no awkwardness between them, as if they had been together every day and were very familiar with each other. She replied, "I was in the wild, but just now, Ruofeng had some troubles and came to find me, so I guided him a bit." Since he had guessed that Nan Xiang was Shi Yuan, Chu Xingzhou knew that Ruofeng was Yin Siruo. He didn't know that Yin Siruo's mother had come to the capital star, but he knew that as Master Ten's currently known only disciple, Yin Siruo was the only one who could contact Master Ten. So he must have been bothered by many people during this time. Although it was annoying, it probably wouldn't be much trouble. So Chu Xingzhou didn't ask further. "Want to go out and play?" he asked. Shi Yuan replied, "Sure." Chapter 57. Returning to familiar grounds in the game, Shi Yuan thought that since it was a holiday and she had plenty of time, She might as well find a team to take on a mission. The more people there were, the better they could delve into the zombie horde. Chu Xingzhou agreed. The two went to the mission hall, where Shi Yuan carefully examined the list of missions, while Chu Xingzhou stood behind her. Suddenly, he felt a gaze on him from behind. He turned around and saw a short-haired beauty smiling at him. Chu Xingzhou said to Shi Yuan, "I see a familiar face. I'll go say hello." Shi Yuan waved her hand, urging him to go quickly and come back. Chu Xingzhou pulled the short-haired beauty aside and whispered, "Sister, what brings you to play this game?" She looked him up and down and said regretfully, "Oh, so you're Xingzhou? I thought it was that lazy guy Chi. I was hoping to catch him slacking off and report him. What a pity." Chu Xingzhou smiled helplessly. She was Chi's cousin and had always enjoyed teasing him, but the sibling relationship was actually quite good. Chu Xingzhou and Chi had grown up together, so he was also quite familiar with Shi. Shi looked at Shi Yuan with interest and asked, "You seem really eager to play this game? You turned me down when I asked you to play before." Chu Xingzhou replied, Chi didn't have time to play, so he gave me his account. I was bored, so I came to play. She said meaningfully, "Oh, I'm just here to pass the time too. Do you and your companion want to take on a mission together? How about we team up?" She was a free mercenary in real life and quite powerful. Chu Xingzhou agreed. "All right, we want to take on something a bit more challenging." She waved her hand, and a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes walked over. She took his hand and introduced, "This is my boyfriend, Claysite." Chu Xingzhou had heard from Chi that she had a boyfriend, but he didn't expect to meet him before Chi did. He shook hands with Claysite, who seemed a bit shy and didn't say much. Shi Yuan had her eye on a mission and turned to discuss it with Chu Xingzhou, only to see him chatting with a man and a woman. She checked their information and found their nicknames amusing. The girl was called Black Wu Cheng and the boy White Wu Cheng, clearly couple names. Chu Xingzhou noticed Shi Yuan approaching and introduced, "This is my friend. Both of them are quite strong and want to team up with us for a mission." Claysite weakly raised his hand, saying, "I actually don't have much strength, but I'm a doctor, so I can still be useful." She wrapped her arm around his and affectionately said, "Baby, don't underestimate yourself. If you talk like that, it makes me sad." It was a sweet talk, but coming from Shi, it didn't sound cheesy at all. Instead, it had a charming flair. However, even without the cheesiness, Chu Xingzhou found it a bit hard to take. He cleared his throat and asked Shi Yuan, "Which mission caught your eye?" Shi Yuan pointed to a task on the list, saying, "This one looks interesting." She was pointing at one of the rare S-level missions. Rescue the survivors of Protection Zone 17. Recently, Protection Zone 17 had been besieged by zombies, and after holding out for several days, the walls were finally breached, leaving only a few survivors hiding in the administrative building of the Protection Zone waiting for rescue. The so-called Protection Zone 17 was composed entirely of NPCs, and all the survivors were NPCs as well. However, this S-level mission had been posted for the second time, meaning someone had taken it previously and failed, so some players from the first rescue attempt would be mixed in with the NPCs. The bounty for the mission was even higher this time because the trapped players had increased the reward, hoping someone could rescue them to avoid dying and returning to the novice village. Shi's eyes lit up at this mission, saying, "This is a good mission. Even if we don't run into you guys, we'll join this mission." She had always been bold, whether in reality or in the game. She was either on an adventure or on the way to one. Shi Yuan and She were both satisfied, and Chu Xingzhou and Claysite wouldn't back out. So the four formed a temporary team and signed up for the mission. Time was of the essence, and they were to set off the next day. Today, they each returned to prepare their supplies. Shi Yuan, being experienced, led Chu Xingzhou around the trading market, buying mostly medicines and food, as well as some weapons. However, since everyone was an ability user, weapons weren't as crucial. They only prepared a little water, as Shi Yuan was a water-type ability user, and they had plenty to drink. The next day, everyone gathered in an open area outside the protection zone, and as soon as it was time, they set off. Those who arrived late either caught up or abandoned the mission. Most of those taking on this mission were well-known mercenary groups in the game, while the four of them were a makeshift team with no prior combat record, so they were placed at the back of the convoy. Hundreds of vehicles set off in a grand procession. Chu Xingzhou drove, with Shi Yuan in the passenger seat, while Shi and Claysite sat in the back. Appearing as though they were on a vacation, being very affectionate with each other. Shi Yuan initially felt a bit uncomfortable, but as time passed, she became numb to it. After 7 or 8 days, the convoy was finally nearing Protection Zone 17, and the number of zombies around had increased. The closer they got to Protection Zone 17, the more casualties there were. Meanwhile, Shi Yuan's team had managed to move from the back of the convoy to a more central position, thanks to their combat strength and Clayside's medical skills. In the game Apocalypse Descends, not all players could possess abilities. Following the ratio from the apocalypse on Earth, about 30 of humans would awaken abilities, and the game reflected this proportion. Whether players had abilities when creating their accounts was purely based on luck. If one was lucky enough to have abilities, it became easier to use their ability points to exchange for skills. If not, they could only lament their bad luck, as spending money wouldn't help. Claysite was one of those without abilities, but in real life, he was a doctor, and this skill remained valuable in the game. The 4-member team garnered attention from the larger group, largely because Claysite had been healing players for free along the way, and he had now become a key protected figure in the team. The convoys stopped to rest, and it was their group's turn to scout ahead. This task was too dangerous, so Claysite was asked to stay with the larger group. Seeing this, Luoshi also wanted to stay. Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou agreed. They weren't incapable of completing the mission, so there was no need to separate the couple. Shi Yuan looked at the surroundings with deep emotion. She had been to this city in her previous life. Although there were some discrepancies with reality, most of the scenes were quite well reproduced. This city had once been a military base, filled with many soldier zombies, which were difficult to deal with. She sincerely sighed, as in her last life. She had been bitten by a zombie here and, subsequently, awakened her second ability. Chapter 58 targeted Shi Yuan, looked at the familiar scenery, and sighed. Chu Xingzhou smiled and said, "You know a lot." Shi Yuan replied, "I'm particularly good at history." After being out for more than half an hour, they surprisingly hadn't encountered many zombies, which made both Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou feel something was off. Shi Yuan frowned slightly, considering the possibility that a high-level zombie had appeared here, one that could control lower-level zombies. Throughout their journey, they had encountered several high-level zombies, but none had the ability to manipulate lower-level ones. As Shi Yuan voiced her thoughts, Chu Xingzhou also picked up on some clues. He looked towards a distant alley, across a wide road, where they could vaguely see the silhouettes of zombies. These distant zombies looked as if they were monitoring them. Typically, places where high-level zombies were present would see lower-level zombies avoiding them. But the current situation was clearly unusual. "What should we do?" Chu Xingzhou asked, as he was accustomed to following Shi Yuan's lead in this game. Before Shi Yuan could respond, a voice came through the radio from the vehicle ahead. "There's a mall up ahead. Let us go in and scavenge for supplies." Shi Yuan leaned forward to take a look. A half-fallen sign hung in the air, indicating the mall's location on the first and second underground floors. She immediately stopped them, saying, "We can't go underground. If we get cornered by zombies, there's no way to escape." An impatient voice from the front vehicle replied, "There are no zombies around right now. If we move quickly, nothing will happen." Others chimed in, "It should be fine. We've been on the road for so many days, and food is already scarce. The weather is getting colder. Winter is coming, and we need to find thicker clothes." Shi Yuan still refused to go. Someone from the front vehicle angrily said, "If you're not going, then we will go ourselves. Everything we scavenge will belong to us. And you want tea, get a single grain of rice." Shi Yuan replied, "Then you go. I don't want anything." The front vehicle then headed straight for the mall. A total of 5 vehicles had come out to scout. 3 chose to go to the mall, while Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou, along with another vehicle containing 3 people, hesitated but ultimately decided to stay on the surface. Shi Yuan connected with the people in that vehicle, saying, "If you want to survive, follow me." After saying this, she instructed Chu Xingzhou to drive. The people in the back vehicle, whether out of trust in Shi Yuan or fear of being left behind, didn't hesitate and immediately followed. The 2 vehicles turned onto a side road, and the zombies that had been wandering on that road were nowhere to be seen, further confirming Shi Yuan's suspicions. She shared her thoughts with the people in the back vehicle, and they gasped in shock, asking in panic, "What should we do now? Are we really going to die here?" Shi Yuan replied, "It doesn't plan to let us go. We'll do our best, and leave the rest to fate. Her words sounded lighthearted, leaving others uncertain, not knowing that Shi Yuan was feeling deeply relieved that this was just a game. If it were reality, she wouldn't be able to take it so easily. Chu Xingzhou also asked, should we go back? He meant whether they should return to the main group. But the people in the back misunderstood, thinking he was asking if they should go back to the mall. Should we go back to the mall? We should have been waiting for them on the ground. Isn't it bad to leave now? Shi Yuan coldly refused. Going back now will only mean collecting their corpses. The moment they enter the underground, they've already been targeted. After dealing with them, that high-level zombie will come looking for us. Crying and pleas for help came through the communication channel from the vehicle that had entered the underground mall. Even if they were killed, they wouldn't truly die. But the terrifying feeling and fear of facing death wouldn't disappear. Help! Someone save us! Help! Zizi! The signal was completely cut off. Shi Yuan quickly searched the street and ultimately chose a gold jewelry store as their hiding place. The two stopped the car, entered the store, and eliminated all the zombies inside before signaling the people from the back vehicle to come in quickly. As they closed the door, everyone heard deafening zombie howls coming from the direction of the mall, and with the howls, the surrounding zombies became agitated. One of the three people in the back vehicle was an ability user, while the other two were ordinary people. Shi Yuan called the ability user over, and together with Chu Xingzhou, they formed a small team of three, climbed onto a table, and removed the vent cover. The three used their abilities to attack the zombies outside that were banging on the door, hoping to buy some time. The remaining two were tasked with contacting the main group for rescue. The oppressive atmosphere grew heavier, and while the others were still confused, Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou knew that the high-level zombie was approaching them, getting closer. We've made contact. One of the people responsible for contacting the main group shouted. They had connected with the communication channel of the main group. The main group received the distress signal and immediately set out to provide support. Shi Yuan let out a sigh of relief. She was truly afraid that the main group would abandon them and take a detour. In her previous life, she had encountered such a situation when their red flag mercenary group was on a mission with other teams. That day it was their turn to scout, and they ran into huge trouble while calling for help. However, the other teams didn't hesitate to abandon them. That battle resulted in heavy losses for the red flag mercenary group, and since then, Shi Yuan had become suspicious and never trusted anyone outside her companions. Returning her thoughts to the present, Shi Yuan said, "You all hold the fort here. I'll go intercept the high-level zombie." Chu Xingzhou immediately replied, "I'll go with you." They looked at the remaining ability user. The person was sweating profusely but was still clear-headed, knowing that the two were likely heading into a perilous situation, and understood that they were doing this to buy time for the others. He trembled as he patted his chest, saying, "I'll take care of this. I can hold it." Shi Yuan reassured him, "We won't go far. The main group will arrive soon. The doors and windows of the jewelry store are sturdy. It won't be easy for them to break through. Don't panic. Your chances of survival are high." The remaining two also cried, making the scene incredibly tragic. Shi Yuan said she was actually quite confident in surviving. But the three didn't believe her, thinking she was just trying to comfort them, and they cried even harder. They felt useless, clearly. They had more people on their side, and everyone was just passing acquaintances, yet Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou were willing to risk their lives to save them. Shi Yuan was speechless and said, "Stop crying. Come and guard the door." The three immediately stopped crying, and the ability user continued to use his powers to attack. While one of the non-ability people stood guard at the back door, and the other took up a gun to shoot. Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou left through the back door. The back door was narrow, and there were almost no zombies outside, so they smoothly exited the jewelry store and found a random vehicle to set off. The pressure from the high-level zombie grew heavier, and Shi Yuan told Chu Xingzhou to stop the car. They got out. She looked up to see a high-level zombie standing on the roof of a tall building, watching them. Chapter 59. Naturally attracting psychic ability, users. The wind swept up the dilapidated billboard, crashing it to the ground with a loud noise. The two people on the ground locked eyes with the zombie on the rooftop, neither of them diverting their gaze. Just a glance was enough for Chu Xingzhou to discern the situation. He said to Shi Yuan, "It should be a psychic ability zombie." Shi Yuan asked, "Are you guessing?" Chu Xingzhou shook his head slightly. I'm a psychic ability user in real life, so I can probably sense it. After saying this, he nervously stole a glance at Shi Yuan, feeling a strange sense of anticipation in his heart. Shi Yuan was a bit surprised. What a coincidence. I have a friend in real life who is also a psychic ability user. She thought it was quite a coincidence. Even during the apocalypse on Earth, when 30 of humanity awakened their abilities, psychic ability users were still very rare. There was one companion in the Red Flag Mercenary Corps who was a psychic ability user, and now, after the crossover, Chu Xingzhou was also a psychic ability user. Was it possible that she naturally attracted psychic ability users? She thought about a lot of mixed ideas, but in reality, only a few seconds had passed. The zombie on the rooftop had clearly developed some cognitive ability. It observed Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou and, thinking it could win, charged down. The advanced ability Zombie moved with lightning speed, descending from the rooftop in the blink of an eye. But unfortunately, it encountered Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou, both of whom caught its movements. Without any words, they instinctively split apart, one to the left and one to the right, encircling the advanced zombie in an instant. Luo stood outside a jewelry store, looking into the distance. About several streets away, the sounds of fighting were as loud as thunder, and even a fool would know that a fierce battle was taking place there. They had cleared the zombies outside the jewelry store 10 minutes ago and rescued the people trapped inside. The three people were crying, their tears and snot mingled together, saying that the people from North Street and South Alley had intercepted the advanced ability zombie to buy them time to survive. At this point, the main group realized that the fighting in the distance was between two people and the advanced ability zombie. The battle was not over and showed signs of becoming more intense. Some wanted to rush over to save them, but the journey to the jewelry store had felt like entering a zombie nest with heavy losses. Most of the people were injured, leading to differing opinions within the group about whether or not to go for rescue. Regardless of whether they wanted to rescue or not, the immediate task was to rest. As a doctor, Klazit did not stop for a moment after entering the jewelry store. Luo, she wanted to go for rescue. Although she was confident in her abilities, she was also self-aware. She knew that if it was just her alone, she would likely be devoured by the zombies on the way before even reaching the battle center. So she could only wait in place. After more than an hour passed, the battlefield fell silent, indicating that the battle was over. Luo, she hurriedly checked her friend list and saw that Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou were still alive, instantly letting out a sigh of relief. The battle had been so intense that several buildings had collapsed, and the smoke had not yet cleared. Shi Yuan was sitting on the ground, her chin cut and bleeding, looking quite terrifying. Chu Xingzhou sat on the other side, panting. He had never encountered such a strong opponent in reality and had fought to this extent for the first time, using an unfamiliar ability, which consumed even more energy than Shi Yuan. He looked up at Shi Yuan with the body of the advanced zombie between them. The blood dripping from Shi Yuan's chin was too frightening. Although he knew it wouldn't harm her physical body in reality, he still couldn't bear to see her like this. He punched his thigh to force himself to stand up and walk over. As soon as Shi Yuan looked up, she saw Chu Xingzhou walking toward her, and from her peripheral vision, she noticed the advanced zombie on the ground. Her pupils constricted, and her body erupted with a tremendous force as she ran towards Chu Xingzhou, shouting, "Don't come over." She forgot to tell her companion that even after a psychic ability zombie dies, its mental power does not dissipate immediately. At that moment, anyone too close would be affected. If they couldn't escape in time, they could easily become a vegetable or a fool. Even if it was just a game, she dared not take the risk. But ultimately, she was a step too late. Chu Xingzhou had already reached the psychic zombie's side. The advanced zombie had half of its head blown off, and suddenly, the crystal core began to glow. Chu Xingzhou realized the danger and hurriedly stepped back, but he still couldn't catch up to the speed of the light emanating. Just as he thought he would be surrounded by the light, a figure blocked him. Before losing consciousness, Shi Yuan could only curse inwardly, thinking that even she, an old hand in the apocalypse, had a day where she stumbled. When she opened her eyes again, she saw a familiar yet strange ceiling. She propped herself up and looked around, confirming that she was in the Red Flag orphanage. Yuan, you're awake? Lin came in with a basin of water. Lin, How come you're here? Shi Yuan asked. Lin smiled. Where else would I be? Did you get your head burned from a fever? Shi Yuan touched her forehead. It was indeed a bit hot. Was I playing a game? How could I be here? Lin wrung out a handkerchief to wipe her down, saying, You're this sick and still thinking about playing games. You truly are you. Shi Yuan knew she was in the game and also realized she had suffered the final backlash of the psychic ability zombie. This was probably the gentle place the advanced zombie had woven for her. Although she knew, seeing her sister whom she hadn't met for a long time still moved Shi Yuan to tears. Lin helped her wipe her hands, and when she looked up and saw her shedding tears, she was surprised. The fearless Shi Yuan is crying. Shi Yuan smiled. I miss you all. After the apocalypse began, many people in the orphanage directly turned into zombies, and those who remained were mostly defenseless elderly or children who could hardly escape death. That day, Shi Yuan and Lin happened to be outside doing odd jobs, narrowly escaping. Later, Shi Yuan awakened her water ability, and Lin awakened her psychic ability. After that, the two of them established the Red Flag Mercenary Corps, becoming key members who supported each other through many difficult times. When Shi Yuan perished alongside the Zombie King, Lin was still alive. Later, Shi Yuan checked the records and found that Lin lived a long life. Her descendants had developed into a large family in the Alliance. Her worried heart finally settled, but sometimes when she was alone, she would always think of this sister who had accompanied her since childhood. In the dream, Lin was just like in reality. After hearing Shi Yuan's words, she smiled gently and said, If you miss us, just stay. Let us live here together, okay? Shi Yuan wiped her tears and said no. Lin was surprised. Why not? Don't you want to be with me? Shi Yuan shook her head. I do want to, but I know it's impossible. The orphanage is already in the past, and, Sister Lin, you have also become my past. I want to indulge in the past. I need to move forward, so I'm sorry. Chapter 60. It's Choi Sung-in with Shi Yuan's rejection. Cracks appeared on Lin's face, spreading throughout the room, causing the dream to collapse. The scenery changed, and Shi Yuan opened her eyes to see a blue sky, with white clouds leisurely floating above. In the distance, the howls of zombies could be heard, and Shi Yuan thought she had returned to the game. She looked around but didn't see her teammates. Instead, she saw something else. She raised her left hand and saw a grotesque bite mark on her arm, the skin around it taking on a terrifying black hue. Shi Yuan stared at the bite mark for a long time before finally recalling when it happened. In her previous life, she accidentally got separated from her team and was bitten by a zombie. Believing she was going to die, she found a rooftop to wait for death. In the end, she didn't die. Instead, she became a dual-element supernatural being. Now was the moment she was still trapped in the dream woven by a high-level zombie. In her past life, she had left after confirming she wasn't dead and hadn't encountered a living person before finding her team. So there shouldn't be anyone appearing now. Shi Yuan thought for a moment and realized this was the high-level zombie scheme. The first scene was the orphanage, along with Lin, intending to make her drown in the happiness of the past and lose herself. The second scene was when she was at her most desperate, the closest to death. The high-level zombie wanted her to be trapped in fear and nightmares without being able to escape, but it was mistaken. Shi Yuan was no longer afraid of these things. The dream had not yet shattered. Shi Yuan decided to go for a walk. She opened the rooftop door, and immediately a zombie lunged in. Shi Yuan walked straight towards it without any dodging movements. Sure enough, those zombies couldn't harm her. Each one would disappear just as it was about to touch her. Shi Yuan wandered aimlessly on the street and stopped at an intersection, looking up at the building in front of her. It was a bank, the entrance dilapidated, and she could vaguely see zombies in uniforms walking around inside. Shi Yuan felt a slight headache. She always felt like she had forgotten something. She told herself something was off because, in her memory, the bank wasn't located at the intersection. This was wrong. But she ultimately took a step forward and walked inside. The zombies in the bank all lunged at her at once, surrounding Shi Yuan. Unlike other zombies, they just circled her without attacking or disappearing. Facing the zombies up close, Shi Yuan seemed to smell the putrid odor emanating from them. It was disgusting, but she was here because the high-level zombie had peaked in her memories. Believing there was something here that could defeat her, even though she had forgotten this memory herself. Holding back her disgust, Shi Yuan stepped further in, with zombies continuously lunging out from inside. She kept walking until she reached the staircase, where she saw a special zombie. This zombie didn't lunge at her like the others. It stood on the stairs, looking down at Shi Yuan with a smile on its face. It was well known that zombies, as the living dead, wouldn't have expressions, but it was indeed smiling. Shi Yuan looked at its face and the uniform it wore, and suddenly remembered. This was the zombie that bit her. However, in reality, she wasn't bitten in the bank. This zombie, which was originally a bank employee, had left the bank and bitten her outside. No wonder she didn't have any memories of this bank. But it was the same zombie. Shi Yuan coldly looked up at it. When she was bitten back then, she was indeed scared and harbored resentment towards this zombie. But after surviving and awakening her powers, her fear and resentment had long since vanished without a trace. On the contrary, she felt a bit grateful to this zombie for giving her a brand new power. When the high-level zombie peeked into her memories, it probably only saw half of it. Shi Yuan was not afraid. Instead, she actively walked up the stairs, approaching this zombie with a smile. "Thank you. You gave me such a great gift. Because of you, I was able to live for so long and even defeat the Zombie King." She continued, "If there is a next life, I hope you can also be reborn in a place without zombies, live a good life, and this time, live safely until old age." As she spoke, the surrounding scenery slowly cracked, and the dream collapsed. Shi Yuan took one last look at the zombie in front of her and thought, "Rest in peace." Her gaze fell on the zombie's name tag. The moment she saw the name of the zombie, her mind went blank, followed by intense pain like being pricked by needles. Chu Xingzhou. This was the zombie that bit her and allowed her to gain the ability to transfer powers. Its name was Chu Xingzhou. Shi Yuan lost consciousness. Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan. Wake up. In a daze, Shi Yuan heard someone calling her name urgently. Chu Xingzhou? She struggled to open her eyes, realizing she was being held by someone. It was Bei Jie, so it wasn't Chu Xingzhou. Shi Yuan didn't know why she felt a bit disappointed inside. "Are you okay?" Shi Yuan shook her head to indicate she was fine. She sat up and discovered they were not on the street, but inside a room. Chu Xingzhou said, "After the high-level zombie died, other zombies would quickly come over. You suddenly fainted, and it wasn't safe for us to stay there. So I moved us." They were in a high-rise residential building. The zombies on the nearby floors had already been dealt with by Chu Xingzhou. The building was too high. The zombies downstairs couldn't smell the presence of living people and wouldn't come looking for them. They could relax for the time being. "How long was I unconscious?" Shi Yuan asked. "About 4 to 5 hours, Chu Xingzhou replied. The sky had darkened, so Shi Yuan knew it hadn't been short. Chu Xingzhou took out the crystal core of the high-level zombie's mental power and handed it to Shi Yuan, asking, "Did you completely lose consciousness while you were out? Or were you attacked in the spiritual world?" Shi Yuan, filled with anger and grief, said, "It attempted to corrode my soul, try to make my soul fall into a gentle abyss with no return." Chu Xingzhou. So what did it do? Shi Yuan recalled the zombies in the bank that had gone mad in front of her. "It created a few young, handsome guys in front of me, trying to seduce me." Chu Xingzhou. Shi Yuan. "But how could I be so easily tempted? Besides, I'm not interested in young, handsome guys. I like muscular men." Chu Xingzhou silently looked down at his own physique before realizing they were in a game, and this wasn't his real body. After joking, Shi Yuan pushed it to the back of her mind, but she kept thinking about the name Chu Xingzhou. However, since the mission was only halfway through, she couldn't suddenly log off. "Where's the main team?" she asked. Chu Xingzhou said, "They've already moved ahead. The black and white impermanents can see our status. They should leave us markers along the way. We'll rest here for the night and catch up after dawn." Chapter 61. Do you know the Lin family? Whether it was because she had slept too long while in a coma, or because she was hiding something in her heart, Shi Yuan didn't sleep well all night. In the early morning, it started snowing outside. Chu Xingzhou opened the window, and the cold wind mixed with snowflakes blew in. Shi Yuan said, "Let's set off early. The colder it gets, the more inconvenient it is for us to move. Zombies don't fear the cold, but humans do. The colder it gets, the slower we become, and the greater the danger when encountering zombies. Moreover, Shi Yuan wanted to quickly finish the mission and return to reality to investigate matters related to Chu Xingzhou. Luo Shi indeed left marks along the way, and they followed those marks, catching up with the main group by the evening of the next day. When Luo Shi saw them, he only smiled faintly and said nothing. Kleister checked the two of them for any issues and only stopped when he found none. The three people left to guard the jewelry store were in a state of both crying and laughing upon seeing Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou. The girl hugged Shi Yuan tightly, and the boy wouldn't let go of Chu Xingzhou either. After a lot of commotion, they finally calmed down. Typically, travel is avoided at night, but upon seeing the distance, the main group realized they could reach the outskirts of the number 17 protection zone in another 3 hours. Several leading mercenary groups discussed it and decided to travel through the night. Shi Yuan basically agreed with this plan, as the remaining path was mostly wild mountains and fields, where the threat of exotic beasts was greater than that of zombies. At night, when the temperature is low, some cold-sensitive exotic beasts would not appear. There were no major accidents along the way, and the group successfully arrived at the outskirts of the number 17 protection zone. Moving further meant encountering hordes of zombies. And without rest, no one suggested going deeper. However, it didn't do nothing. Those skilled in radio communication within the main group had already begun trying to contact people inside the number 17 protection zone. Until dawn, they had no success, and everyone could only force their way in. The protagonists were several well-known, large mercenary groups, with Shi Yuan and her three companions blending in. Shi Yuan was preoccupied with her thoughts and lacked enthusiasm, while Chu Xingzhou was the same, trying to take advantage of the situation. On the contrary, Luo Shi was excited, and the two of them consciously became Luo Shi support. In the end, more than half of the personnel from the main group were lost, but they finally rescued the survivors. After the convoy left the number 17 protection zone and entered the mountains, the danger significantly decreased. Because they had scavenged a lot of supplies in the number 17 protection zone, the four-person team drove 2 vehicles. Shi Yuan sat in the passenger seat, resting her head on the window, watching the snow. She suddenly asked, "Do you know the Lin family?" Chu Xingzhou's heart skipped a beat, and he casually replied, "That ancient family?" "Yes," Shi Yuan said. She didn't continue asking, but Chu Xingzhou couldn't help but ask, "Why bring this up all of a sudden?" Shi Yuan replied, "I want to understand something. The Lin family is an ancient family that has been passed down since the Earth era. They should know a lot." Before Chu Xingzhou could think of how to respond, Shi Yuan added, "I was just thinking out loud. I don't know any members of the Lin family, and besides, some things might not even be known to them." Chu Xingzhou remained silent, but took note of it. After returning to the city and submitting their mission, the two returned home and bid farewell to each other tacitly. Chu Xingzhou lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He opened and closed his light brain several times, and in the end, he clicked on a blacklist and revealed one of the contact numbers. After struggling for half an hour, he finally sent a message to that contact number. "I have something to check and would like to visit the Lin family's library. Is that convenient?" The moment the message was sent, he regretted it a bit and quickly sent another message. "Forget it. I'll think of another way." After all, Shi Yuan asked about the Lin family because they, as an ancient family, knew many secrets. It didn't have to be the Lin family. He could think of other ways to find other ancient families. But the other side had already replied, "No problem. You can come whenever you want. Do you need me to pick you up? Does your mom know?" Chu Xingzhou braced himself and replied, "No need. I'll come this weekend." Once things were settled, he finally fell asleep. The next day, he wanted to tell Chu Min about this, but she wasn't home, so he had to make a video call. Chu Xingzhou hesitated and eventually told Chu Min. After a moment of silence, she said, "If you want to go, then go. I have conflicts with your father, but he hasn't wronged you. I've never stopped you from seeing him." Chu Xingzhou replied in a muffled voice, "I don't need to interact with him." Chu Min smiled slightly. "All right, I know you're doing it for me, but he has resources, and it's better to use them than not." Chu Xingzhou thought that made sense. On the weekend, he packed his bags and boarded the spaceship. The Lin family's main residence was also in the Central Star area, so the travel time was short. In the Central Star area, Phoenix Star, which belonged to the Lin family, was a private planet, and Chu Xingzhou hadn't been here for a long time. As soon as he got off the spaceship, someone came to greet him. Lin Yu suppressed his excitement as he stood before Chu Xingzhou, maintaining his composure. He revealed a perfectly timed smile. Xingzhou, you're here. Chu Xingzhou avoided his gaze. It had been several years since the father and son had seen each other. Ever since Chu Xingzhou decided to live with Chu Min, he had consciously distanced himself from all Lin family members. It seemed that only by doing so did he feel he was truly on Chu Min's side. Unfortunately, he was back now, and he felt a bit angry with himself. But thinking of Shi Yuan, he felt no regret. Although he didn't know what information Shi Yuan wanted to find, he felt that if he didn't make an effort this time, he would definitely hate himself in the future. So he returned. I just want to take a look at the Lin family's library. Is that okay? Chu Xingzhou asked. Lin Yu smiled. You're a member of our Lin family. Of course you can enter the library anytime. Chu Xingzhou wanted to say he was not a member of the Lin family, but he had a request, so he could only swallow the words. The Lin family had a history of thousands of years. Although the library was called a pavilion, it was by no means just a single building. The entire library consisted of more than a dozen buildings, covering an area as large as half of the Xinglan Military Academy. Upon arriving at the library, Chu Xingzhou found himself in a bit of a dilemma. He didn't know what information Shi Yuan wanted to look up. Lin Yu happened to ask this question. Xingzhou, what do you want to check? After thinking for a moment, Chu Xingzhou said, information from the Earth-Apocalypse period. Lin Yu then took him to one of the buildings, which contained all the data from the Earth-Apocalypse period. You've been here before. You can find it yourself, right? Chu Xingzhou hurriedly replied, I can do it myself. Lin Yu nodded, stood in place for a moment, and finally said, there are many things at home. I need to go and get busy. If you have any questions, come find me. After looking back at Chu Xingzhou reluctantly, Lin Yu left the library. Chu Xingzhou let out a sigh of relief. He actually didn't know how to interact with Lin Yu, and with Lin Yu leaving on his own, he felt much more relaxed. What followed was a long search. Chu Xingzhou took a deep breath and walked to the retrieval machine to start browsing. Chapter 62, about the Lin family. Chu Xingzhou set a date for himself. A week's time. If he couldn't find anything by then, he would leave Phoenix Star and go home. This was the 4th day of his aimless research. And with 3 days left, he had to leave. Thinking of this, Chu Xingzhou roughly grabbed his hair, feeling a bit frustrated. Lin Yu entered with lunch and saw Chu Xingzhou pulling at his hair while looking through materials. Many of the documents from the Earth period were in paper format. Some were later made into electronic versions, while others were classified and never digitized, so he had to go through them book by book. After 4 days, feeling exhausted, Chu Xingzhou was less guarded against Lin Yu than he had been at the beginning. After putting down lunch, Lin Yu didn't leave. He cherished every opportunity to mend his relationship with his son. For the past few days, he had come twice daily to bring Chu Xingzhou meals and noticed that Chu Xingzhou was actually searching for information without a clear goal. He tentatively asked, are you trying to learn about the Earth period? I know some things and can explain them to you. If I mention something you want to know, you can look for written materials later. As the current head of the family, Lin Yu's understanding of the family history surpassed that of anyone else. Chu Xingzhou thought for a moment and agreed, seeing it as a good plan. Lin Yu sat down beside him, organized his thoughts, and decided to start with their ancestor. Our Lin family ancestor was named Lin Lin. Before the apocalypse began, she was an orphan living in a place called the Hongqi Orphanage. At the beginning of the apocalypse, the orphanage fell, but she and another companion were not there at the time, so they escaped the disaster. Later, both of them awakened their abilities and established the Hongqi Mercenary Corps, which later became the most powerful mercenary group on Earth at that time. By the way, you must know her companion. She is the creator of humanity's dawn. Chu Xingzhou said, you mean Ms. Yuan? Lin Yu smiled. That's right, it's Ms. Yuan. But actually, most people don't know that she doesn't really have the surname Yuan. The given name is Yuan. Many people misunderstand. This was the first time Chu Xingzhou had heard such a secret, and he also understood why several ancient families from the Huawu region did not acknowledge the Yuan family. Because these old families all knew that Ms. Yuan did not have the surname Yuan and, most likely, had no descendants. He casually asked, so what is Ms. Yuan's real name? Lin Yu replied, it's Shi Yuan. Chu Xingzhou paused with his chopsticks, wondering which Shi and which Yuan. Lin Yu gestured with his chopsticks in the air, and Chu Xingzhou was taken aback. It was the exact same characters. What's wrong? Lin Yu asked. Chu Xingzhou said, nothing. I have a friend named Shi Yuan. The exact same name. Lin Yu was curious about his son's friend. but knowing the current father-son relationship wasn't suitable for discussing such matters. He continued with the story about their ancestor. Chu Xingzhou listened attentively. It was the first time he had heard these stories. However, after the story ended, he still felt lost. Can I learn about Ms. Yuan's matters? Chu Xingzhou asked. His intuition told him that there were important secrets hidden in Ms. Yuan's story. Perhaps something Shi Yuan wanted to know. After finishing his meal and neatly arranging the dishes, Lin Yu finally said, regarding some matters about Ms. Yuan. A few ancient families' ancestors set rules against disclosing them casually. However, you're a member of the Lin family, so there is no need to keep these things from you. Chu Xingzhou did not refute. Lin Yu felt a surge of joy and slowly said, Ms. Yuan is known to be a water-type ability user, which everyone knows. However, in fact, very few people know that Ms. Yuan was the only dual-type ability user in history. Besides her water ability, she had another unique ability. It was a special ability that no one else has been found to possess. Later, Ms. Yuan named this ability transfer. It could transfer her wounds and zombie virus to others, and she could also transfer abilities and stamina from others to herself. This frightening ability made Ms. Yuan nearly invincible. Chu Xingzhou understood the power of this ability just by listening. It made sense that the Hongqi Mercenary Corps became the top mercenary group, and that Ms. Yuan could kill the Zombie King. However, he also had questions. Why does this need to be kept a secret? Lin Yu replied, the awakening of abilities is innate, not just now, but also during the Earth apocalypse. However, Ms. Yuan's transfer ability is not. She awakened her transfer ability after being bitten by a zombie. During the transformation process, her zombie toxin was transferred to a passing zombie, reversing the transformation process. Chu Xingzhou's expression was astonished, and he instinctively held his breath. After that, Ms. Yuan and her companion met up, and they privately sought ways to reverse the transformation but failed. Ms. Yuan's mutation was unique and could not be replicated. During that time, to combat the zombie virus, humanity established many laboratories, some of which abandoned ethics. If outsiders learned about Ms. Yuan's experiences, she would become an excellent specimen for those laboratories, putting her in a very dangerous situation. However, humanity could not do without Ms. Yuan. They needed her combat power, which the Zombie King later proved. This was the reason why Ms. Yuan and those in the know concealed the transferability. Later, when Ms. Yuan died, it became meaningless to disclose it. To avoid complications, the ancestors decided to continue the concealment. Chu Xingzhou recalled the events regarding the Night Wolf Star Laboratory and felt that there were some things he could tell Lin Yu. Due to the conflict between his parents, he harbored some resentment toward Lin Yu, but he always believed in his character. He briefly mentioned Shi Yuan's speculation, and Lin Yu fell silent after hearing it. After a long time, he exhaled. Perhaps those laboratories during the Earth apocalypse were never destroyed. They just went into hiding. Chu Xingzhou sighed as well. That's right. My friend's mother used to be a researcher at the Night Wolf Star Laboratory. Later, she faked her death to escape the laboratory. He thought for a moment and added, Mom also knows her mother, Shi's Aunt Chu Yuan. At that time, Lin Yu and Chu Min hadn't fallen out yet, and Lin Yu remembered Chu Yuan. It turned out to be her. Chu Xingzhou said, that's right. Aunt Chu Yuan wasn't originally called Chu Yuan. Her name was Chu Xingzhou. After faking her death, she took on the name Chu Yuan. Lin Yu's expression changed, and he dove into a pile of books to search for a file, his face growing increasingly grim. He handed the file to Chu Xingzhou. The zombie that bit Ms. Yuan and made her awaken the transferability was named Chu Xingzhou. Chapter 63. I became friends with the nth generation grandson of my good sister a week later. Chu Xingzhou left Phoenix Star and returned to Capital Star. This time, he did not refuse Lin Yu's offer to see him off. After disembarking the spaceship, Chu Xingzhou immediately contacted Shi Yuan, hoping to meet her. Shi Yuan was sitting in a CAF, finishing her messages when she looked up and saw Yin Siruo's mother walking in. She stood up to pull out a chair for Aunt Yin and only returned to her seat after Aunt Yin was seated. Aunt Yin, I wonder why you wanted to see me? Shi Yuan asked after a long silence from Aunt Yin. The coffee that was brought to Aunt Yin remained untouched. She had been sizing up Shi Yuan since she sat down. Since you asked, I won't beat around the bush. What conditions do you want in order to stay away from my son? Aunt Yin asked. Shi Yuan replied, Auntie, You misunderstood. I'm not in that kind of relationship with Yin Siruo. We're just good friends. Aunt Yin snorted coldly. You still dare to dream of a closer relationship with Siruo? Let me tell you, I want you to sever all ties with him, not even as friends. Shi Yuan's expression turned cold. Mrs. Yin, if I remember correctly, Yin Siruo has just turned 18 not long ago. He is legally an adult and can make his own decisions. You are overstepping your boundaries. I am his mother, and I won't let him be used by some people with ulterior motives, Aunt Yin said, her tone growing more agitated. Shi Yuan replied, but you can't prove that you are definitely right, can you? Just like you think Yin Siruo lacks design talent, but in fact his talent is better than anyone else's. Aunt Yin, having hit a sore spot, became breathless with anger. You're trying to sow discord between us, aren't you? Shi Yuan recalled that Yin Siruo had mentioned not long ago that Yang Huili had come to Capital Star and even met with Aunt Yin. She instantly understood why Aunt Yin had such a strong opinion of her. She had a lot of opinions about Aunt Yin as well. Yin Siruo was a good kid, but he was being driven to the brink of depression by his own parents. Aunt Yin actually had the audacity to interfere with her. Shi Yuan almost laughed in anger and became less polite in her speech. I will not cut ties with Yin Siruo unless he comes to tell me personally. If you think I am affecting your mother-son relationship, then please discuss it with Yin Siruo. Aunt Yin said, I knew you wouldn't easily let go of Siruo. Speak up, what do you want? I heard you are not well regarded in your own family. I can give you money to improve your life. Shi Yuan genuinely laughed this time. Auntie, before you negotiate with me, it would be better to understand the truth. It's not that the Shi family doesn't value me. It's that I don't value the Shi family. Also, I'm not lacking in money at all. Aunt Yin wanted to say more, but Shi Yuan suddenly stood up. I'm sorry, my time is very precious, and I don't want to waste it on such boring matters. Lastly, here's a piece of advice for you. No matter how close the relationship between parents and children, there should always be mutual respect. I hope you can learn this. After saying that, she left her seat, walked a few steps, then suddenly stopped and turned back to Aunt Yin, saying, by the way, I've already paid for the coffee. Today it's on me. Aunt Yin could hardly suppress her urge to curse, but looking at the bustling CF, the last bit of reason kept her from doing so, leaving her with a flushed face. As soon as Shi Yuan walked out of the CAF, she saw Chu Xingzhou waiting by his hover car. Her mood instantly brightened, and she walked briskly to him, smiling as she asked, what are you doing here? Chu Xingzhou smiled back, there are some important matters, and I just happen to be free, so I can pick you up. He helped Shi Yuan open the front passenger seat, and after she got in, he went around to the driver's seat. Aunt Yin stood at the CAF's entrance, watching Chu Xingzhou's hover car drive away. She muttered to herself sarcastically, humph, sounds nice in theory, but in reality, she's just a cheap girl who flirts with men everywhere. On the way, Chu Xingzhou did not speak first, so Shi Yuan shared what had just happened with Aunt Yin. After venting about Aunt Yin, she sighed deeply, unsure whether to consider Yin Siruo lucky or unlucky. Born into a prominent family, he should have a life free of worries, yet he ended up with such parents. Chu Xingzhou empathized deeply. Fortunately, he had grown up and had his own capabilities. As long as he was firm, his parents could do nothing to him. Shi Yuan was less optimistic. From Yin Siruo's behavior, it seemed he had not yet made up his mind to sever ties with his parents. He probably still harbored the hope that they could change their minds. Before today, Shi Yuan had also hoped Yin Siruo could repair his relationship with his family. But after meeting Aunt Yin, she felt that Yin Siruo had a long way to go. Not to mention, Aunt Yin was easily influenced by Yang Huili, indicating that she was not very clear-headed herself. Now that Yin Siruo's studies and career were just starting to flourish, Aunt Yin was eager to interfere. Shi Yuan couldn't determine if Aunt Yin genuinely thought she was doing it for Yin Siruo's good or if she merely saw him as a tool. After all, this was Yin Siruo's family matter. Although they were friends, they had no right to make decisions for him. This matter had to be kept a secret from him. Chu Xingzhou nodded in agreement, and just then, the hover car stopped, and they returned to his home. Once inside, Chu Xingzhou led Shi Yuan to his study and handed her a manuscript. I went to Phoenix Star a few days ago and found some things in the Lin family's library, he said. Shi Yuan opened the manuscript, and the handwritten Chinese characters were beautifully penned. Can you understand it? Chu Xingzhou asked. Shi Yuan nodded. Yes, I can. I know Chinese. Chu Xingzhou then explained. Actually, My dad is the current head of the Lin family. There have been some conflicts between him and my mom, so I haven't been in touch with them much in recent years. This time I went, and they were willing to open the library to me, where I found some information. It turns out that Ms. Yuan is a dual-powered individual. Her second ability is called Transfer, awakened after being bitten by a zombie. And the zombie that bit her was named Chu Xingzhou. Shi Yuan stared at him in shock. Chu Xingzhou understood her astonishment. I suspect it's not a coincidence. There may be secrets about your mother that we Haven-T discovered yet. Shi Yuan blinked and looked away, trying to conceal the turmoil in her heart. She was not surprised by the name Chu Xingzhou. She was shocked that Chu Xingzhou was actually a descendant of Lin Lin. I became friends with the nth-generation grandson of my good sister. It felt strange to think about it, and when Shi Yuan looked at Chu Xingzhou again, the feeling in her heart was very peculiar. Chu Xingzhou was puzzled, watching Shi Yuan's changing expressions, feeling uneasy. Chapter 64. Do you want a cookie? Chu Xingzhou was at a loss, his gaze sweeping over the cookies placed on the table. He didn't really like snacks. These were left behind when Luo Qi came to visit last time. For some inexplicable reason, he opened a packet of cookies and held it up to Shi Yuan's mouth. Asking, "Want a cookie?" Shi Yuan instinctively lowered her head to bite the cookie. When she looked up and saw Chu Xingzhou's face, she suddenly realized what she was doing. She felt her whole face heat up, her cheeks slightly flushed. Just moments ago, her mind was filled with thoughts of Lin Lin, who was her close older sister and used to love feeding her snacks. But the person feeding her just now was Chu Xingzhou. Shi Yuan thought she should play dumb at this moment, so she held the cookie in her mouth and stared blankly at Chu Xingzhou. His heart raced. With his S-rank mental power, he could almost hear the sound of blood rushing through his body. He still held another cookie in his hand, raised it in the air, and nervously asked, "Is it good?" Shi Yuan nodded. Chu Xingzhou said, "Next time, I'll buy more, and there are other flavors too." Shi Yuan swallowed the cookie whole, surprised that he liked snacks as well. Chu Xingzhou's face turned red too. Fortunately, his skin wasn't very fair, so it wasn't too noticeable. But he was sure that if this continued, he would embarrass himself in front of Shi Yuan. It's not good to just eat cookies. I'll go prepare some tea. He hurriedly stood up and left the study. Shi Yuan looked at the juice on the table, which she had barely touched, and fell into silence. After Chu Xingzhou left the study, he quickly returned to his room, rushed into the bathroom, and splashed water on his face. He didn't stop until the heat on his face subsided. Coming out of his room, he went to the kitchen, made Shi Yuan a cup of red bean milk tea, and poured himself a cup of black coffee. When he returned to the study with the milk tea and coffee, he immediately spotted the juice on the table. Shi Yuan took a sip of the red bean milk tea and said, "I was just thinking of having some milk tea." The awkwardness returned. Just as Chu Xingzhou was contemplating what excuse to use to run out again, Shi Yuan handed him the manuscript. She asked, "Does this mean that only a few people knew about Chu Xingzhou's matter at that time?" Talking about serious business made Chu Xingzhou lose his awkwardness. He leaned over to look at the records on the manuscript. This manuscript was written by Lin Lin's daughter and was essentially her diary, originally a cultural relic. The one they had now was a handwritten copy by Lin Yu. At that time, humanity had already gained an absolute advantage and was organizing to clear out the remaining zombies. Lin Lin's daughter had just reached adulthood and was participating in the work, with Lin Lin personally teaching her. The diary recorded some of her feelings and reflections. Many things were told to her directly by Lin Lin, so the authenticity was unquestionable. There was a section of text that recorded matters related to Chu Xingzhou. The search team sent out last month returned empty-handed again. The cleanup work is getting faster, and Wanhua County will soon be next. They're getting more anxious. Mom advised them, but they insisted on their own way, sacrificing many people and consuming a lot of resources. Even so, they still wouldn't stop. Mom said, "Aunt Yuan is definitely not someone who would suffer losses. She's probably already vented her anger by tearing that zombie called Chu Xingzhou apart. Now that they're trying to find him, they definitely won't succeed." Seeing this, Shi Yuan silently nodded in agreement. Lin Lin truly understood her best. In her previous life, after realizing she wasn't dead and wouldn't turn into a zombie, she indeed went back and gave that zombie named Chu Xingzhou a severe beating. She kicked his head like a ball and absorbed the crystal core on the spot, leaving no scraps behind. The next part of the text made Shi Yuan furrow her brows. The existence of Chu Xingzhou and the ability to transfer her powers was leaked. Mom hasn't come home for several days. The situation was finally brought under control. Although the news was leaked, fortunately, the scope was not large. And those with ulterior motives have been dealt with by our Red Flag Mercenary Corps. Mom said there's still 1 or 2 fish that slip through the net, but they won't amount to much. Chu Xingzhou happened to see this section as well. Combining it with what Lin Yu had explained, he knew a bit more. Initially, only a few high-ranking members of the Red Flag Mercenary Corps knew about Chu Xingzhou's existence. After Ms. Yuan's death and the start of humanity's counterattack, the Red Flag Mercenary Corps intensified cooperation with high-ranking officials in Huagua, and the matter of Chu Xingzhou came to the attention of Huagua's higher-ups. They believed that Chu Xingzhou was key to researching the zombie vaccine and antidote, so they organized many personnel to search for Chu Xingzhou in Wanhua County. The Red Flag Mercenary Corps disagreed with this decision, believing that the zombie virus evolved too quickly, and even if Chu Xingzhou was indeed key, it would not withstand the evolution of the virus. More importantly, they believed that Chu Xingzhou no longer existed, and it wasn't worth expending manpower and resources to search for him. Later, the news leaked, and some people outside Huagua found out. As noted above, there were still fish that slipped through the net at that time. Shi Yuan listened carefully and concluded that overall, very few people knew about zombie Chu Xingzhou at that time, and even now, there should be even fewer who know. Chu Xingzhou agreed. That's right. I've already asked my dad to inquire with other ancient families. Shi Yuan knew that being anxious now was useless. She could only wait for news. After discussing serious matters, she suddenly became curious about the relationship between Chu Xingzhou and his father. So she tentatively asked, "Isn't it a bit troublesome to bother your dad?" Chu Xingzhou shook his head. "It's fine. It's not a big deal." Shi Yuan said, "You never mentioned your dad before. I thought your relationship wasn't very good." Chu Xingzhou didn't answer immediately. Shi Yuan wanted to find an excuse to change the topic. Before she could think of a way to shift the conversation, Chu Xingzhou spoke. "We were very close when we were young, but things got bad later." He paused before continuing. "Actually, he's quite good. It's just that later on, he chose the family over my mom. I don't know the details, but I know that during that time, my mom was very unhappy, and it took her a long time to get through it." Shi Yuan said, "No matter what, thank you, and please thank your dad for me as well." Chu Xingzhou zet ponde. That night, Shi Yuan stayed overnight at the Chu family. Chu Xingzhou had brought back a lot of materials from the Lin family, and Shi Yuan couldn't wait for a moment, diving into these materials in an attempt to find some clues. Chu Xingzhou had already looked through these materials, and now he was just accompanying Shi Yuan to review them again, so he wasn't as serious about it. In the study, there were just the two of them. Chu Xingzhou deliberately sat behind Shi Yuan, occasionally stealing glances at her profile. Afraid of being discovered, he was highly tense, feeling more like a thief than during a battle. There was a sense of excitement that even combat didn't bring. Meanwhile, Shi Yuan, who was originally a very sensitive person, was in a safe environment and had too many things on her mind, so she didn't notice anything at all. Chapter 65. Jiang Yi arrives with less than a week until school starts. Jiang Rue contacted Shi Yuan again. He had already sent Jiang Yi off on the spaceship to Capital Star. Originally, he wanted to personally send Jiang Yi, but she declined, citing his busy work schedule as the reason. The concerned father had no choice but to ask Shi Yuan to pick her up at the starport, which Shi Yuan readily agreed to, and Chi Sui was also excited to join. Shi Yuan borrowed a hover car from Chu Xingzhou. Recently, when Chu Xingzhou was back at the Lin family to gather information, she took the opportunity to get her driver's license. The starport of Capital Star was always bustling with people. Shi Yuan and Chi Sui squeezed through the crowd, and after waiting for more than an hour, they finally saw Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi ran over with her luggage, cheering, "Sister Yuan, I'm so sorry. The spaceship was delayed, and I made you wait." Shi Yuan smiled as she took her luggage to help her, saying that delays were common and there was no need to feel bad. Jiang Yi shyly smiled down. Chi Sui grinned and asked, "Are you Jiang Uncle's daughter, Jiang Yi?" "Hello, I'm Chi Sui." Jiang Yi immediately replied, "I know you. Dad said you were the most capable person after Sister Yuan. Thanks to you, he was able to come back safely, and you're even a little younger than me." "That's amazing." Chi Sui felt a bit flattered by the compliment. But Jiang Ye was speaking the truth. Chi Sui was an A-level psychic, the strongest among the 8 stranded on the garbage star. Initially, she had raw psychic power, but fought only with brute strength. After Shi Yuan discovered her talent, she consciously trained her. In the later stages, Chi Sui's strength increased significantly, greatly relieving Shi Yuan's pressure, indeed making her the best among Shi Yuan's subordinates. After picking up Jiang Ye, the 3 went for lunch first, and in the afternoon, they visited Jiang Ye's new school. Shi Yuan discovered that the university Jiang Ye attended was not far from Xinglan, just a half-hour walk. Jiang Ye shyly said, "Dad was too nervous and always worried I would get into trouble, so when choosing a school, he picked the one closest to Xinglan. If it weren't for my lack of ability, he might have put me into Xinglan's logistics management department." Shi Yuan understood Jiang Rui's worries. This was quite good, making it convenient for everyone to meet in the future. Chi Sui also thought it was great, saying, "I'll be taking college entrance exams next year, and if I can get into Xinglan, it will be easier for us to meet." With her strength, getting into Xinglan was almost a certainty, so it felt quite lighthearted to talk about it now. Jiang Ye's eyes flashed with determination. Before coming, her plan was to get close to Shi Yuan, and once she got in with Luo Qi, she wouldn't have to worry about Shi Yuan anymore. But now, she had changed her mind. Just as the hover car passed by the entrance of the Xinglan Military Academy, she was taken aback by the imposing presence of the military school after just one glance at the gate. She had never paid much attention to the military, but started to learn about this military academy after finding out that Luo Qi was a student there. It turned out that among the current 5 marshals, 3 graduated from Xinglan Military Academy. Additionally, many high-ranking military officers in the military department also graduated from Xinglan. What Jiang Ye cared about was not just these facts, but that many students studying at Xinglan were children of prominent families. She was confident in charming Luo Qi. But no matter how wealthy the Luo family was, they were just merchants. If she could use Shi Yuan as a medium to get to know a few heirs from powerful families, wouldn't that be better than just a merchant family? And then there was Chi Sui. If she could really get into Xinglan, she would need to build a good relationship with her. Jiang Ye was even more confident in Chi Sui. Compared to Shi Yuan, Chi Sui seemed more lively and should be able to meet more people. Yeah. If you need anything or need help, just let us know, Shi Yuan said. Jiang Ye smiled and replied, "I don't lack anything. But Dad sent me to study at Capital, start to learn some skills by your side, at least to avoid getting kidnapped in the future. But I don't know if it will trouble you too much." Shi Yuan smiled. "It won't be a bother. In fact, during the holidays, I plan to train with Ye every day. If you're willing, you can join us starting tomorrow." Jiang Ye immediately said, "Okay, I'll start training with you tomorrow." Chi Sui then suggested, "Why don't you stay at my house? Sister Yuan is living with me now." Jiang Ye was about to agree, but was interrupted by Shi Yuan. There are only a few days until school starts, and Ye needs to familiarize herself with the campus and build good relationships with her classmates and roommates. There are many things to do, so staying at your house isn't convenient. Let's run a bit farther. We can change the training location to Ye's school from now on." Jiang Ye felt a bit disappointed, but she had to admit that Shi Yuan's reasoning was very sound, and she couldn't find a way to refuse. Chi Sui also agreed. "If that's the case, we'll come to find you tomorrow." In the evening, after having dinner with Jiang Ye, Shi Yuan took Chi Sui back home. On the way, Chi Sui asked, "Sister Yuan, I notice you don't seem very warm towards Ye." Shi Yuan smiled. "How did you see that I wasn't warm?" Chi Sui tugged at her hair. "How could I not notice? Although you smiled kindly all the way, there was a hint of wariness. If you were really close to someone, you wouldn't be like this." Shi Yuan was silent for a moment before saying, "I just feel that she seems to have another purpose for coming to Capital Star." Chi Sui asked in surprise, "What purpose?" Shi Yuan shook her head. "It's just my intuition. I have no evidence. I might be wrong about her." Chi Sui disagreed. She had seen how terrifying Shi Yuan's intuition was when they were on the garbage star, and the places she felt were wrong often turn out to be indeed wrong. She frowned, her face turning into a bitter melon expression. Shi Yuan chuckled. "All right, why think so much? She's Jiang Uncle's daughter. We just need to help Jiang Uncle take good care of her. As long as she doesn't harm us, what does it matter what her purpose is?" "That's right." Shi Yuan replied, appearing to accept it on the surface, but her heart remained vigilant. The next day, Shi Yuan and Shi Yuan came to find Jiang Ye as promised and began training with her. Less than an hour into their light jogging, Jiang Ye was already exhausted, her face pale. Shi Yuan and Shi Yuan then found a place to rest. Shi Yuan said, "Yeah, you really need to exercise more. We've only been jogging for a short while, and you can't handle it. This won't do." Jiang Ye was nearly furious and scared at the same time. Was this speed really considered light jogging? Shi Yuan nodded matter-of-factly, of course. Normally, we would be at least twice as fast. Jiang Ye felt hopeless. It was only the first day, and she already regretted coming up with such an excuse to come to Capital Star. Chapter 66. The Nolan explosion Jiang Ye endured for several days and finally awaited the start of the school year, almost moved to tears, only to hear Shi Yuan say she would come to find her for training over the weekend. Thinking about not having contacted Luo Qi yet, Jiang Ye gritted her teeth and agreed with tears in her eyes. Shi Yuan moved back to school from Chi Sui's house and began her new semester of study. This semester, the second-year combat department was somewhat special because there was an accident during the first practical exam, resulting in the sacrifice of students, and, as a result, the second-year combat department's exam was forcibly interrupted, and no rankings were ultimately determined. However, almost all the second-year combat department students unanimously believed that Shi Yuan was the top student this year. At the time of the exam interruption, Shi Yuan had obtained the most energy beads, and she had also captured an enemy alongside teacher Wen Fei, not to mention that she later went out to rescue many students. On the first day of school, when Shi Yuan encountered Yuan Xueqing, many people were waiting to see the drama unfold. One was the unanimously recognized top student, and the other was the former top student. Surprisingly, Yuan Xueqing seemed to ignore Shi Yuan entirely. The other person who often troubled Shi Yuan, Shi Yuan, kept her distance, almost fixated on Shi Yuan, and as soon as she approached, she immediately fled as if for her life. On the first day of school, the school addressed the unexpected incident during the final exam of the second-year combat department and held a memorial for the sacrificed students. Thus, the atmosphere in every class of the second-year combat department was very heavy. Class 1, although no students had sacrificed, still had someone who could not continue in the combat department due to serious injuries and ultimately transferred to the logistics management department. The dead would not return, and the living had to continue living. Having experienced too many separations between life and death, Shi Yuan detached more quickly than other students. She studied even harder while also keeping a portion of her energy focused on Shi Yuan. During the practical exam, she revealed her identity as an ability user in front of Shi Yuan to eliminate her, directly immobilizing Shi Yuan. At that time, she was certain that Shi Yuan would not expose her identity as an ability user, and after a holiday passed, the Shi family had made no moves, confirming that her guess was correct. While she was closely monitoring Shi Yuan was equally focused on Shi Yuan. Since the end of the practical exam, Shi Yuan had not slept a single stable night. The fact that Shi Yuan was an ability user weighed heavily on her, making it hard to breathe. She did not tell Shi Yufeng or Xian Mingxin about this, only confiding in Yang Huili. Yang Huili was shocked, but even more frightened than Shi Yuan. As Shi Yufeng's confidant, she understood better than Shi Yuan what kind of person he was. Shi Yuan thought that Shi Yufeng loved her as a daughter. But Yang Huili knew that love was only a small part. Shi Yufeng protected Shi Yuan at all costs, even at the expense of Shi Yuan, mainly because Shi Yuan's mental strength had reached a grade. In contrast with Shi Heng's mental strength at B grade and Shi Yuan's only at C grade. Shi Yuan's A grade made her more qualified to be Shi Yufeng's successor. However, if Shi Yuan's identity as an ability user were exposed, Shi Yuan's advantage would be nullified. Even with S-grade mental strength, it would not compare to an ability user, especially since Shi Yuan's water ability was highly offensive. Yang Huili's first reaction was that Shi Yufeng must not know. She did not understand why Shi Yuan was hiding, but this undoubtedly gave the mother and daughter a chance. She needed to destroy Shi Yuan before Shi Yufeng found out. So she came to Capital Star, hoping to use Madame Yin to eliminate Shi Yuan, but Madame Yin disappointed her. Yang Huili had returned to Beimang Star, leaving her trusted subordinates in Capital Star to keep a close watch on Shi Yuan and Madame Yan's movements. After just returning home from a gathering, Yang Huili contacted her subordinates. After listening to their report, she scolded, "Useless." The one she referred to as useless was Madame Yan. She had spent almost all her time in Capital Star on Madame Yan, hoping for her to take action against Shi Yuan. However, she never expected that Madame Yan only had one conversation with Shi Yuan and then nothing more, and it was said that Madame Yan had actually been at a disadvantage in that conversation. During this time, Madame Yan had been mingling in various ladies' gatherings in Capital Star and had no time to pay attention to Shi Yuan. Madame Yan's sudden integration into the ladies' circle of Capital Star was entirely thanks to Luo Qi after learning about Yan Siruo's predicament. Luo Qi not only took her on as an assistant, but also used family connections to get Madame Yan several invitations to gatherings. Since then, Madame Yan had been unable to stop herself. Compared to the unattainable 10, the now tangible ladies' circle of Capital Star was far more attractive to her. However, this report was not without gains. Yang Huili pondered over the name Jiang Ye repeatedly. She had her own intuition and felt that this person named Jiang Ye was getting close to Shi Yuan with some ulterior motive. Find a way to get in touch with this Jiang Ye, figure out her intentions, and if her intentions are beneficial to us, we might as well help her. On the first weekend after school started, Shi Yuan originally planned to continue training with Jiang Ye, but was hindered by something. The military found her, and the person was Colonel Zhou. As soon as Colonel Zhou saw Shi Yuan, he got straight to the point, saying that it had been a long time, and they should catch up, but time was pressing, so he had to be brief. Do you know about the Nolan explosion? Besides Shi Yuan, Chu Xingzhou was also present. Upon hearing this term, Shi Yuan was puzzled, but Chu Xingzhou knew about it. 10 years ago, Nolan's star experienced a massive explosion for unknown reasons, causing the entire planet to almost disintegrate, and all its residents perished. Even now, Nolan's star remains a prohibited area by the Alliance. Colonel Zhou nodded. The cause of the Nolan explosion remains unclear to this day, but there are some speculations among the military's upper echelons. After the Night Wolf Star laboratory was destroyed, we found some clues inside that might be related to the Nolan explosion. He looked at Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou. We need to investigate, but the matter regarding the laboratory must be kept confidential. You, as informed parties and possessing strength comparable to military elites, are hereby invited by the military to participate in this investigation. Of course, you have the right to refuse, he added. Without a second thought, Shi Yuan agreed, I'll participate. Chu Xingzhou also said, I'll participate too. Their choices were expected by Colonel Zhou, who looked pressed for time and immediately stood up to prepare to leave. We'll notify you once we have everything arranged. In the meantime, go about your business and maintain confidentiality. Shi Yuan went back to prepare, mainly focusing on her and Chu Xingzhou's mechs. In addition, she also prepared some personal weapons in case they encountered situations where they couldn't use their mechs, ensuring they had suitable weapons at hand. Chapter 67 fell into the hole a few days later. Colonel Zhou made a grand entrance at the school to find Shi Yuan, claiming he needed her assistance in investigating the attack on the starry sky. Since they had to return to the garbage star, the military stepped in to help Shi Yuan apply for leave from the school, which naturally had no objections. Shi Yuan then followed Colonel Zhou openly. As for Chu Xingzhou, he often received tasks from the military, so everyone was already used to him taking leave, and it didn't raise any eyebrows. After the few of them gathered, Shi Yuan took out the weapon she had made for Chu Xingzhou. It was a dagger about the length of a palm. Time was tight, so the weapon couldn't be made too well. This dagger was made from a thunder-type ability crystal core, possessing a paralyzing effect, suitable for close combat. Chu Xingzhou suddenly thought of his identity in the game, which was a thunder-type ability user. He glanced at Shi Yuan, who should not have realized that her husband in the game was actually him. This thunder dagger was just a coincidence. Upon boarding the military ship, Colonel Zhou led the two to the combat preparation room, where besides Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou, there were also a dozen military personnel waiting. As the person in charge, Colonel Zhou began to explain the mission. Everyone present had participated in the Night Wolf Star laboratory incident, so the mission details did not require confidentiality. We discovered a substance at the Night Wolf Star laboratory. This substance does not occur naturally. It was generated after the Nolan explosion. Our mission this time is to infiltrate Nolan's star and clarify the relationship between the two. He stated that the mission was tentatively considered not very dangerous. But due to many unknown factors, everyone still needed to remain vigilant at all times. After the meeting, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. After 3 days of travel, they arrived at the cosmic base near Nolan's star. Someone came to distribute uniforms. Colonel Zhou explained, "We need to disguise ourselves as cleaners to enter Nolan's star." These cleaners were not ordinary cleaners, but were specifically responsible for cleaning the explosion site of Nolan's star. After the explosion, the entire Nolan star was radioactive, and most of the cleaners were retired military personnel. Wearing the specially designed radiation-proof suits, they blended in with other cleaners and boarded the ship to Nolan's star. The surface of Nolan's star was shrouded in a light purple mist, clearly toxic. Colonel Zhou said, "This mist is not only toxic, but also has a shielding effect. It cannot be seen through with the naked eye, and radar cannot penetrate it. Once we reach the ground, we can only use specific communication devices to contact each other, and there are distance limitations." After landing, they formed groups of 5. Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou remained with Colonel Zhou, along with another male and female team member. Colonel Zhou sent the search area to everyone, and Shi Yuan noticed that their group's assigned area was very close to the explosion center. The outer perimeter of the explosion center was shrouded in an energy field, preventing even mechas from entering. So until now, the explosion center remained in no-go zone. Chu Xingzhou said he knew more about Nolan's star than Shi Yuan did. Shi Yuan regretfully glanced in the direction of the explosion center. Her intuition was telling her that there might be something she had to find inside. But for now, she could only follow the team to search. Colonel Zhou pried a rock from the ground and used a detector to examine its composition. Sure enough, although the appearance had changed, the composition was the same. The Night Wolf Star Laboratory had indeed taken something from Nolan's star. Unfortunately, after 3 days of searching, although they found this substance, there was no evidence proving that the Night Wolf Star Laboratory was related to the Nolan explosion. Shi Yuan felt that to find the key clues, they had to go to the explosion center. Boom! A deafening sound came from afar, and everyone immediately became alert. Shi Yuan looked in the direction of the noise. They had passed by there not long ago. "Something happened," Shi Yuan said. "That area is a residential ruin. There are at least 2 cleaning teams there." Giant tentacles whipped through the air like steel, raising a cloud of dust when they hit the ground, further obscuring visibility. Even at a distance, it was still terrifying. Colonel Zhou clicked his tongue. "This is a monster evolved from radiation. There are not many of them on Nolan's star. I didn't expect us to be so unlucky as to encounter one." After the explosion, the vast majority of life forms on Nolan's star died, and the few microorganisms that survived mutated due to radiation, becoming worthless monsters. Because their numbers were small, the military had not sent anyone to hunt them down. The female team member furrowed her brow. "Colonel, we can't ignore the cleaning teams over there. Though they are all veterans, they lack weapons and won't survive against the monsters." Colonel Zhou naturally understood this and thought for a moment before making a decision. "Xingzhou, Shi Yuan, you stay here and continue working. The 3 of us will go save them." Shi Yuan wanted to go too, but Colonel Zhou had already made a decision, and she wouldn't oppose it. After the 3 left, only Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou remained in the vast space. The ruins they were in were likely once an industrial area. The buildings had turned to dust in the explosion, but some items made from beast materials had not been completely destroyed. Shi Yuan pulled out a strip of cloth from the ruins, and the detector showed it was mixed with the silk of a red-eyed face spider. She handed the strip to Chu Xingzhou. "I remember the red-eyed face spider is a rare beast. I didn't expect to find cloth made from its silk here." Chu Xingzhou took it and also used the detector to check it. Previously, the red-eyed face spider was most abundant on Nolan's star, and after Nolan's star was destroyed, their numbers drastically declined. "So that's how it is," Shi Yuan lamented. "What a pity. The silk from the red-eyed face spider is very suitable for making binding-type weapons, and it must sell for a high price." Chu Xingzhou couldn't help but smile inwardly, thinking how dedicated Shi Yuan was while also finding her to be a little money-minded. She continued to explore and found another piece of cloth woven from the silk of the red-eyed face spider. Over there, Chu Xingzhou also found the same cloth. Could this be a factory that specifically produces red-eyed face spider fabric? She continued downwards, her peripheral vision catching a glimpse of a place in the ruins glowing red. She quickly called Chu Xingzhou over. When Chu Xingzhou came over to take a look, he said uncertainly, "I suspect it's the eyeball of a red-eyed face spider." Shi Yuan thought for a moment and said, "Why don't we dig it out and see if it is?" The two began to dig under the ruins. And just as they were about to reach the source of the red light, they both heard the sound of stones falling beneath them. Shi Yuan reacted immediately and shouted, "Be careful! It seems like there's an empty space below." To seemingly confirm her words, with a loud crash, the two fell down along with the falling debris. At the last moment, Chu Xingzhou managed to adjust his body position, holding Shi Yuan tightly in his arms, becoming her cushion. The two crashed hard into the underground cavity. Chapter 68. Faces on wings in the dim underground cave. Only the distant sound of dripping water could be heard. Shi Yuan was protected by Chu Xingzhou. Even after falling from such a height, she was unharmed. She quickly got up, turned on her headlamp to check the surroundings, and upon finding no immediate danger, returned to Chu Xingzhou's side. Chu Xingzhou had fallen hard and lost consciousness due to the impact. Shi Yuan used her portable medical device to examine him and was relieved to find no major issues, only a mild concussion. Once reassured, Shi Yuan looked up at the cave entrance. From below, she could only see an opening the size of a well. Water dripped from the cave entrance, and she thought to herself that their luck was really poor to encounter rain. The rainwater on Nolan Star was toxic and corrosive. Although the protective suits they were wearing had anti-corrosive properties, prolonged exposure to the rain would gradually damage the suits until they became ineffective. Shi Yuan moved Chu Xingzhou from the rubble and positioned him next to the stone wall, away from the open cave entrance. She then turned off her headlamp, held a dagger, and sat by Chu Xingzhou, remaining vigilant. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Xingzhou finally woke up. He held his head and sat up, finding the surroundings pitch black and unable to see anything. Hearing movement beside him, Shi Yuan quietly asked, "You're awake? Do you feel unwell?" Chu Xingzhou, experiencing lingering pain from the concussion, could tolerate it, so he replied, "No major problems." "Where are we?" Shi Yuan said, "Underground of the red-eyed face spider factory. I suspect this is an artificially excavated cave." During Chu Xingzhou's unconsciousness, she had kept watch and conducted a simple search of the area. The ground was level, and there were signs of artificial excavation on the stone walls, indicating it was definitely not a natural underground cave. "Do you want to explore a bit?" Chu Xingzhou asked, already familiar with Shi Yuan's character. "Yes, I haven't found any danger so far." "All right," Chu Xingzhou replied, feeling that further exploration was feasible. After Chu Xingzhou rested a bit more and the pain in his head subsided, they set off. Shi Yuan turned on her headlamp again. She had turned it off earlier, fearing that the light might attract unwanted attention, but now they needed to move forward, and they couldn't do so without light. The place where they had fallen looked like a corridor. After walking a short distance and turning a corner, they found themselves in a spacious area. Chu Xingzhou gently patted Shi Yuan's shoulder, saying, "Look up." Shi Yuan looked up and saw the cave ceiling filled with cocoons made of spider silk, faintly revealing something inside. "Should we get one down to take a look?" Shi Yuan boldly suggested. Chu Xingzhou felt it was risky but didn't refuse, saying, "I'll do it." He took out his gun, and even in the dim light, managed to sever one of the spider silk threads with a single shot. A cocoon the size of an elephant fell to the ground and bounced several times before coming to a stop. The two of them stood guard in place, and after a moment of nothing happening, they approached the fallen cocoon. The spider silk was tightly bound, and it took both of them considerable effort to pry open a small opening. Shining the light inside, they finally saw what was inside. Chu Xingzhou said, "It's a red-eyed face spider." Shi Yuan was puzzled. "No way, this is a captive beast?" "I remember the red-eyed face spider is incredibly strong. Who would have the guts to do something like this?" Chu Xingzhou, accustomed to Shi Yuan's occasional rebellious spirit, simply smiled and inserted a detector into the opening. After the detector completed its reading, he pulled it out and his expression changed dramatically. Shi Yuan leaned in to take a look and shared the same expression. The detector displayed that this deceased red-eyed face spider not only had the genes of its species, but also human genes. Human genetic experiments were strictly prohibited by the Alliance. Without saying a word, They began collecting evidence. Shi Yuan recorded the surroundings, while Chu Xingzhou used his dagger to cut off one of the spider's legs to take with them. After finishing these tasks, they continued forward. Along the way, there were several incubation spaces filled with hanging cocoons, and there were already over 100 unhatched red-eyed face spiders. Further ahead, although they were still in the cave, there were no more signs of artificial excavation. They heard the sound of water. "There's water ahead," Shi Yuan said. They cautiously moved forward, and after passing through a narrow path, they entered another spacious area filled with light. It was a huge underground lake with glowing moss covering the shores. "Be careful." Chu Xingzhou. Shi Yuan had already spotted the danger. A sleeping monster lay by the lake, its body color resembling the rocks, making it easy to overlook. Shi Yuan made a quick decision. "I'll kill it. You cover me." Chu Xingzhou had no objections. Given his current condition, he wasn't as capable as Shi Yuan. So he advised, "Be safe. If it gets too dangerous, retreat." Shi Yuan acknowledged and left the path, stealthily approaching the underground lake. Now less than 10 meters away from the monster. At this moment, she finally got a clear look at the monster. Its massive body resembled that of an ancient dinosaur, with a pair of black flesh wings on its back and no head above its neck. A sense of crisis surged within her, and without time to think, her combat instincts prompted her to make a choice immediately. The monster suddenly opened its wings and lunged toward her. It was pretending to be asleep. A water vortex swirled in the underground lake, rushing toward Shi Yuan. Just a second before the monster reached her, the vortex opened up in front of her. The monster crashed in the water screen, but didn't stop. However, that brief second of obstruction was enough for Shi Yuan to escape. She rolled aside, dodging the monster's attack. Chu Xingzhou watched the sudden turn of events, disregarding his own injuries and the initial plan to provide support. He rushed out from the path, hoping to draw the monster's attention. But the monster's focus remained on Shi Yuan, and after missing its first attack, it lunged at her again. Another water vortex appeared in the underground lake, and the two vortices enclosed the monster in the middle, slowly coalescing into an ice prison from the outside in. The monster was trapped in the ice prison, frantically slamming its body against the ice, causing shards to fly everywhere. At the rate the ice was being damaged, it would regain its freedom in under 10 minutes. Chu Xingzhou reached Shi Yuan's side, grabbing her and urging, "We need to leave immediately. We can't handle it." "Wait." Shi Yuan stood her ground, even taking a few steps closer to the monster. The close distance allowed her to see clearly that on the wings of the monster, there were two human faces embedded on either side. Looking at the familiar faces, tears welled up in Shi Yuan's eyes. She choked out to "Bao Xiao Bao. Is that you?" The frenzied monster suddenly stopped its assault on the ice prison, and the two human faces on its wings struggled in pain. Chapter 69, We No Longer Want to Be Monsters. The monster no longer crashed against the ice prison. Its pair of wings flapped wildly in the air, creating small tornadoes. Chu Xingzhou pulled Shi Yuan. "Let's go." Shi Yuan shook her head. "No, I want to stay. This monster is key. I recognize the two faces on its wings." Chu Xingzhou looked at Shi Yuan in surprise, but ultimately remained silent, gripping his dagger tightly, protecting her closely. Shi Yuan stepped closer and said with difficulty, Wincy, is it you?" The monster's frenzied movements paused momentarily, and the faces on its wings opened their mouths, speaking in a hoarse and unpleasant voice. Sister. Save us. Hurry, escape. Don't worry." It was really them. Tears streamed down Shi Yuan's face, and anger filled her heart, nearly driving her to madness. "Who turned you into this? I will avenge you." The expressions on the faces of the monster softened, tears sliding down their cheeks. "Sister, run." "No, don't. Worry about us. Sister, we want to live." Shi Yuan was already in tears. Her younger siblings, at this point, still cared about her survival. But how could she bear to leave them suffering here? Chu Xingzhou gently patted her shoulder and said, "Let me try. Psychic ability, hypnosis." The faces on the monster gradually closed their eyes. The huge wings wrapped around its body, and it collapsed to the ground, falling into a deep sleep. A thin layer of sweat formed on Chu Xingzhou's forehead. This monster was more powerful than he had imagined, consuming more psychic energy than expected. But fortunately, he succeeded. He helped Shi Yuan sit down nearby and said, "Rest for a while. It's under my influence now. It won't break free so quickly." Shi Yuan hugged her knees. Feeling weak, Chu Xingzhou, "Aren't you going to ask me why?" Chu Xingzhou reached out to touch her head through the protective helmet. "If you want to talk, then talk. If you don't want to, that's fine too." Shi Yuan sniffled, but said nothing. The two sat in silence for a while until Shi Yuan began to speak. The two faces on the monster, are named Chen and Chen. They are a pair of fraternal twins. Chu Xingzhou listened quietly, and when he heard these names, they sounded familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had heard them. Shi Yuan's next words provided him with the answer. Chu and Chen, they were members of the Red Flag Mercenary Corps. Chu Xingzhou. He had seen these names in the notes of his ancestor, Lin. As his thoughts returned, he recalled more details. "In the records I saw in the Lin family, the Chun siblings sacrificed themselves during the final cleanup operation in the apocalypse." Shi Yuan's eyes turned red. They didn't sacrifice themselves, they were captured. And those people turned them into monsters. Chu Xingzhou glanced at the monster lying on the ground, now peacefully asleep. What had initially seemed like a terrifying creature now evoked an indescribable heartache. They had been turned into monsters, longing for death yet unable to escape, struggling for over 2,000 years. Shi Yuan was also looking at them. "I want to find the truth." Chu Xingzhou said, "Okay, we'll find it together." After they spoke, they took action. Shi Yuan reinforced the ice prison, and Chu Xingzhou released his psychic ability. The monster slowly awakened, struggling in the ice prison for a moment, and the faces gradually regained control over their bodies, calming the monster once more. Shi Yuan stepped forward eagerly and asked Wen, "Are you still there? Do you remember?" Chen on the left wing was the first to regain her senses. She opened her murky eyes, stared at Shi Yuan for a long time, and finally said in a hoarse voice, "Yuan, Sister Yuan." Shi Yuan nodded repeatedly. "That's right, it's me. I'm here to take you home." Chen forced a painful smile, tears streaming down her face. "We can't go home." At this time, Chen on the right wing also regained his senses. He bared his teeth and said, Fake, not sister. She is too young." Shi Yuan glared at him through her tears. "You little brat, can't your sister take care of herself? There are no zombies now. I'm living well every day, and I look younger." Chen looked confused for a moment, but eventually believed Shi Yuan's words. He said slowly, Sister, young sister. Sister, beautiful." Hearing this, Chu Xingzhou suddenly realized that the Chun siblings were mistaking Shi Yuan for Ms. Yuan, and Shi Yuan was playing along. Ms. Yuan had not left behind any photos, but he had seen a sketch of her drawn by Lin. Shi Yuan indeed resembled Ms. Yuan quite a bit. Shi Yuan asked, "What happened to you? Why did you become like this?" Chen and Chen both froze. They had been monsters for over 2,000 years. Some memories were lost, and some were distorted. However, when they recalled together, they could still remember some things. Their minds became clearer, and as they spoke more, the initial awkwardness faded, and they could slowly articulate complete sentences. "We went to Wanhua County to clear zombies and encountered a high-level psychic zombie that self-destructed. We were seriously injured, but everyone thought we were dead. Later, we were captured and taken to a laboratory where they forced us to talk about you and Shui Chang'an. When we refused, they opened our heads, and it was very painful." The more they recalled, the more painful it became, and Shi Yuan couldn't bear it any longer. She quickly called for a stop. "Don't think about it anymore. It's all in the past, and it won't hurt anymore." Chen shook her head in tears. "Sister, we can't live anymore. We don't want to be monsters." Chen echoed her sentiment, and the siblings endured their pain, recounting everything they could remember. The siblings had entered a state of false death after being severely injured in the zombie explosion, and those who were with them thought they were dead. The surrounding environment was too dangerous to retrieve their bodies. In reality, both siblings, possessing healing abilities, had not died. Their powers gradually repair their bodies. However, the entire incident was a conspiracy. They were taken to a laboratory where those people wanted to extract information about transferring abilities and shui chang'an from them. The siblings refused to yield and were subjected to inhumane treatment. Their brains were opened, and their faces were transplanted onto a monster. controlled by the laboratory for over 2,000 years. Until the explosion in Nolan, when the entire population of Nolan Star died. They survived thanks to the monster's strong vitality, finally escaping the laboratory's control and have been lurking by the underground lake ever since. Sister, there's a passage in the underground lake that leads to the laboratory. We escaped from there. This was the last piece of information the siblings provided them. With tears streaming down their faces, they smiled, their eyes much clearer than at the beginning. Sister, please kill us. Chapter 70. Entering the explosion center, Shi Yuan looked helplessly at Chu Xingzhou, asking if there was no way at all. Chu Xingzhou shook his head, stating that even the most advanced medical technology of the Alliance could not turn them back into humans. Chen Wenxin smiled and said, Sister, there's no need to save us. We know that it's hopeless. Chen Wenxi added, Our minds are growing weaker. Instead of completely turning into monsters, we might as well leave now, but we still have thoughts. At least we know we have just died, not turned into monsters. Shi Yuan nodded through tears. Okay, I'll send you off. Chu Xingzhou asked, Do you need me to come? Shi Yuan shook her head. I'll go myself. I'll personally see them off. She walked toward the siblings, and the ice prison automatically opened a gap for her. As she stepped inside, the temperature around her dropped a little with each step. She stood in front of the monsters, reaching out to touch their faces. They were warm, unlike the rest of the monsters. Their faces had temperature. She opened her arms, wanting to embrace her brother and sister, but the monster was too large, and the wings were too far apart for her to hug them both at the same time. Chen Wenxin and Chen Wenxi sensed her feelings and folded their wings together, wrapping Shi Yuan in their huge wings. Their faces rested on either side of Shi Yuan's face, as if she were embracing them, with their faces resting on her shoulders. Frost began to solidify from the monster's feet, gradually turning it into an ice sculpture. Chen Wenxin and Chen Wenxi smiled. Sister, it's so good to see you before we die. Sister, even though we don't know what happened to you, you must live well. Shi Yuan promised with a smile. Yes, I will live well, and I will take revenge for you. Sister is indeed the best person in the world to us. But we hope you will be safe. If it's too difficult, then don't seek revenge. You must live well. The frost had already reached their wings, and a thin layer of frost covered their faces. Shi Yuan couldn't help but choke back her tears. Sister, okay, I promise you, I'll be fine. Even if I don't take revenge, I will still be fine. Chen Wenxin and Chen Wenxi slowly closed their eyes, and the monster completely transformed into an ice sculpture. With a loud crash, the ice sculpture shattered, turning into countless ice flowers that fell from the sky. From then on, there would be no more Chen Wenxin and Chen Wenxi. Shi Yuan collapsed to the ground, wailing, her heartbreaking cries echoing in the empty underground cave. Chu Xingzhou slowly approached her from behind and gently wrapped his arms around her. Shi Yuan didn't cry for long. She stumbled to her feet and walked to the underground lake, where she and Chu Xingzhou erected two small tombstones at the place where the monster had first lain. She stood in front of the tombstones for a while, her mind filled with memories of the lively and cute siblings who always loved to bicker. I'm sorry, sister. I must break my promise. I will definitely take revenge for you. Chu Xingzhou swam up from the underground lake and walked in front of Shi Yuan, saying, There is no danger in the lake. There is indeed a passage below, but I didn't go in. Shi Yuan composed herself, saying, Let us go. They wouldn't lie to me. That must be the way to the laboratory. I suspect that the laboratory is at the explosion center. Chu Xingzhou shared this suspicion. He had originally planned to meet up with Colonel Zhou before entering, but since falling into the pit, he had lost contact with the outside. It was unclear whether the problem was on their side or Colonel Zhou's side. As time dragged on, things could change. Chu Xingzhou left a message for Colonel Zhou and jumped into the lake with Shi Yuan. At the bottom of the lake was a huge passage, wide enough for the monster to pass through. Shi Yuan, as a water-based ability user, entered the passage first, with Chu Xingzhou following closely behind her. They encountered no danger along the way, and when they resurfaced, they found themselves in a river. Chu Xingzhou looked around and saw the mist not far away, confirming that this was indeed the explosion center. We bypassed the mist and energy field from underground. Shi Yuan looked up at the only building present at the explosion center. Nolan Crystal Core Detection Base, used for detecting crystal cores. It also stored crystal cores. So the entire building was constructed with the highest defensive materials of the Alliance. As the explosion center, other places had turned to ruins. But the crystal core detection base remained intact. Chu Xingzhou explained, the main site of the Nolan explosion was the Nolan Star Crystal Core Detection Base. The cause of the explosion is still unknown, but the most widely circulated theory is that it was caused by the simultaneous explosion of thousands of crystal cores inside the detection base. He checked with the detector and found the radiation levels in the environment to be very high, and their protective suits were operating at overload. We need to move quickly. We have to leave here before the protective suits fail. Shi Yuan replied, let us go in right away. The two activated the recording mode and entered the crystal core detection base together. Upon entering the crystal core detection base, they were fortunate to find a map of the base. The two decided to first check the legendary explosion site, the crystal storage room. The crystal storage room was on the first underground level, which should have required heavy security to access, but now it was completely unobstructed. As they entered the crystal storage room, both frowned in unison. Chu Xingzhou concluded, the explosion did not occur here. Shi Yuan agreed. And just as she was about to suggest they split up to search, a sense of crisis washed over her. Be careful. Step back. Chu Xingzhou was also very perceptive. At the moment Shi Yuan warned him, he sensed the danger as well and quickly shouted for them to move away from the door. The next second, a fat, big-eared monster jumped in through the door, drooling foul-smelling saliva from its sharp teeth. This monster resembled the fusion of Chun Wenxin and Chun Wenxi. But the difference was that this monster had a head, and there were no human faces on its wings. Chu Xingzhou feared that Shi Yuan might be emotionally affected by the sight, and reminded her, we need to kill it. Shi Yuan replied firmly, I know. It is the enemy and has nothing to do with Wenxin and Wenxi. The battle was about to begin, and Chu Xingzhou's mental powers activated, causing the monster's movements to become sluggish. Shi Yuan seized the opportunity, and together with Chu Xingzhou, they cooperatively strangled the monster. After a fierce battle, the monster finally fell to the ground with a loud crash. They had no time to rest and quickly moved forward. After confirming the monster was dead, they began to look for clues. Chu Xingzhou used the detector to check, and after seeing the results, he shook his head. There were human genes inside, as well as many different beast genes, but there was an unknown substance that was not in the detector's database. Shi Yuan cut through the monster's dark skin, revealing the flesh and blood inside. She observed carefully and even turned off the odor isolation system of her helmet, allowing the putrid smell to invade her nostrils. It was very disgusting, yet strangely familiar. She said, inside the monster, it's the rotten flesh of zombies. Chapter 71. Colonel Zhou was almost driven mad after leaving the underground level. The two ascended the stairs, searching one floor at a time, but found nothing. Chu Xingzhou looked down from the rooftop and pointed to a spot, saying, let's check the garage. Behind the main building of the Crystal Core Detection Base, there's a large garage specifically for staff use, 3 stories high. Here, they discovered a basement, and as soon as they entered, they confirmed that this was the explosion site. In the ruins, they could see shattered petri dishes and experimental liquids that had surprisingly not completely evaporated after so long. Shi Yuan stood guard on the side, while Chu Xingzhou collected evidence. There was another level below. Shi Yuan said that she could spread her ability water on the ground to detect gaps below, revealing a large space underneath. After collecting enough evidence, Chu Xingzhou asked, should we go down? Shi Yuan hesitated a bit, saying that there were 2 monsters below, and if they went down directly, she feared that fighting would damage the evidence below. Chu Xingzhou then said, I'll lure them up. He first found a safe place to hide the collected evidence, then located the entrance to the underground, carefully descending while holding his weapon. The stairs were dark, and Chu Xingzhou held his breath, placing his steps as lightly as possible. Once he reached the bottom, he could clearly hear the monster's breathing. Psychic ability, hypnosis. After activating his ability, Chu Xingzhou realized that the 2 monsters guarding the basement were as strong as the Chun siblings in the underground lake, and simultaneously controlling both monsters caused his head to throb painfully. He persisted without withdrawing his ability, manipulating the monsters to ascend the stairs. Moving from the second underground level to the first, and then to the surface with Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan, worried by Chu Xingzhou's pale face, hurriedly told him as soon as they reached the surface, "Quick, release your ability." Chu Xingzhou smiled weakly. "I'll take them down one by one." He released the ability on one monster, which immediately became furious and charged at Chu Xingzhou like a mad beast. Shi Yuan stepped in front of Chu Xingzhou, drawing the monster away. After dealing with the first monster, Shi quickly returned, and Chu Xingzhou hurriedly released the ability on the second monster. The two worked together, and the second monster was defeated even faster. Chu Xingzhou's complexion looked terrible. Fortunately, he was an S-class psychic. If it had been someone else, they would have already collapsed from shock by now. Let's rest a moment. Shi Yuan did not rush into the second underground level, but stood guard next to Chu Xingzhou. He did not refuse, and after half an hour, his complexion returned to normal before they entered the second underground level. Shi Yuan's ability water and Chu Xingzhou's psychic ability first scouted the area, and they found no danger. The second underground level was also severely damaged due to the explosion in the first underground level, but some things were still preserved due to the materials used in construction. This was clearly another laboratory, larger and older than the one at Nightwolf Star. Numerous half-finished monster corpses lay scattered around broken petri dishes, indicating this was the place where these monsters were created. The two searched around and were fortunate to find a fixed light brain that was not too badly damaged. After tinkering with it for a while, Chu Xingzhou surprisingly managed to start up normally. Shi Yuan was greatly shocked. "I didn't expect you had this skill." Chu Xingzhou smiled. "If you had a friend like Luo Qi, you would also have his repair skill." Shi Yuan was even more astonished, not expecting Luo Qi to be so capable. Chu Xingzhou explained his abilities were forced out by his family. They can't stand to being idle and always find him tasks. Whenever he fails to complete them, he comes crying to me for help. Shi Yuan understood that Chu Xingzhou's repair skills were learned while helping Luo Qi catch up on work. As they spoke, Chu Xingzhou opened the files in the light brain. Some data was damaged and needed a professional to repair, but Chu Xingzhou could only look at what was accessible. It was a record of experiments. Experiment No. 126654. Survival time, 138. For years, cause of death, organ failure. Experiment number 128790. Survival time, 170. 7 years, cause of death, brain atrophy. Experiment No. 139633. Production failed, reason for failure, under investigation. According to the recorded time, these were all logged shortly after the explosion on Nolan Star. And based on the experimental progress, the monsters they created had a maximum lifespan of 200 years. Shi Yuan continued reading, her gaze fixating on one particular record, which took up an entire page. Experiment number 1, survival time, 2137. 3 years, still alive. Inspection results, physical data normal, human consciousness awake time continuously decreasing. Healing abilities still present. Research direction, to prove whether healing abilities disappear alongside human consciousness. Researcher suggestion, it is recommended to separate the two healers from experiment No. 1, taking one to verify the research direction. Experiment number 1 is currently not feasible for mass production, but remains the most important experimental subject. Please treat it with caution. Upon seeing this, Shi Yuan felt a splitting headache. She couldn't imagine the cruel treatment when Xin and when she would have suffered had there not been this explosion. Chu Xingzhou patted her shoulder. "We need to collect evidence and find a mastermind behind this to avenge them." Shi Yuan took a few deep breaths. Forcing herself to calm down, "I know, let's move quickly." They had spent a considerable amount of time here, and their protective suits had started to alarm. They needed to leave immediately. Chu Xingzhou dismantled the core components from the light brain to take with them, and they gathered all the evidence and samples they could carry, moving anything they couldn't take to a safe hiding place. After finishing these tasks, they quickly evacuated, retracing their steps. After emerging from the underground lake, they followed the original underground passage, passing through the breeding room of the red-eyed human-faced spider. As they neared the collapsed hole, they received a communication signal from Colonel Zhou. Colonel Zhou was almost frantic. He had brought his team for a rescue, and after a hard fight with the monsters, one of his team members was seriously injured, forcing them to send the injured team member and a similarly hurt cleaner back to the ship. On the way back from the ship, the signals from Chu Xingzhou and Shi Yuan unexpectedly disappeared. Colonel Zhou's scalp tingled at the thought that if he lost these two, he would have to return and die in atonement. Fortunately, they arrived at the location, and after a short search, the signal was restored. Colonel Zhou then discovered that the two had fallen into an underground cave. He finally managed to pull them up and was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he heard Chu Xingzhou say, "Colonel, we've entered the explosion center." Colonel Zhou almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. These two kids always managed to give him a fright. Chapter 72. Is Luo Qi in a relationship? On the way back to the spaceship, Chu Xingzhou recounted to Colonel Zhou what had happened after the two of them fell into the pit. He spoke in detail, but omitted the matter concerning the Chun siblings, receiving a grateful glance from Shi Yuan. Given the importance of the situation, upon returning to the spaceship and changing into new protective suits, Colonel Zhou immediately set off with them to lead the main group back to the explosion center as quickly as possible. After learning that the two had entered the explosion center and brought back crucial intelligence, Colonel Zhou had recalled the other teams, and this time everyone, except for the injured team members, acted together. The monsters had long been cleared out by Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou, making this trip very smooth. Once the main group entered the explosion center, the 2S mission was complete. Colonel Zhou wasn't an unfeeling person. After entering the explosion center, he did not assign any tasks to them, making them appear quite relaxed compared to the busy others. They sat by the river, with Shi Yuan picking up small stones and tossing them into the water absent-mindedly. With nothing to do, Shi Yuan asked, "Do you think my mom has ever been here?" Chu Xingzhou replied, "I don't know, but no matter what the truth is, I will be by your side." Shi Yuan chuckled lightly. "So you're good at comforting people." Chu Xingzhou felt a bit embarrassed. "I'm speaking the truth." "I know. I believe you," Shi Yuan said softly. The atmosphere gradually became a bit ambiguous, and Chu Xingzhou felt a bit dizzy, thinking it might be due to overusing his abilities without recovery. Shi Yuan quickly noticed his unusual state. She reached out, pressed his head, and rested it on her shoulder. "Using your abilities excessively is tough. You should rest for a while," she said. Chu Xingzhou wanted to say he could hold on, but he didn't want to move his head from Shi Yuan's shoulder, so he maintained that position and unknowingly fell asleep. When Colonel Zhou found the two, he hesitated, unsure whether to disturb the young couple. In the end, he decided to play the bad guy. "Our work is almost done. We need to prepare to go back, or the protective suits will trigger an alarm," he said cautiously. Chu Xingzhou woke up the moment he spoke. Shi Yuan immediately asked, "How do you feel? Better?" Overusing abilities can vary in severity. You can't push through it. I've seen someone who overused their abilities and didn't take it seriously, and in the end, they went into shock and almost didn't make it back. She added. Chu Xingzhou awkwardly said, "I'm fine. I feel great now." In reality, he and reached the point of overusing his abilities. He just didn't want to leave Shi Yuan's shoulder. Colonel Zhou felt awkward upon hearing this. He thought he might have overthought it and that the two were simply resting due to the overexertion of their abilities. As for the cause of the overexertion, it was undoubtedly from dealing with the monsters. He suddenly felt very negligent. As the team leader, he should have been the one protecting the two kids. Yet he let them handle the dangerous tasks, and now they were coming back as if they were picking up the pieces. Regardless, they had made significant discoveries on this trip, so Colonel Zhou was still very pleased. He decided that, after returning, he would apply for a reward for Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou. After concluding the investigation, the group returned to the capital star, finished the military's routine questioning, and Shi Yuan prepared to go back to school. Chu Xingzhou needed to rest for a few more days, although he claimed to be fine. Colonel Zhou informed Chu Min about his overexertion, and Chu Min strictly forbade him from going to school, insisting he be hospitalized for an examination. Shi Yuan agreed. She didn't think there was anything wrong with Chu Xingzhou's health, but she felt that both of them taking leave together to return to school was too suspicious. So it was better to separate. After 2 days of classes, it was the weekend. Shi Yuan and Qi Sui went to find Jiang Ye, only to be told by Jiang Ye's classmate that she was out on a date with her boyfriend. Shi Yuan and Qi Sui exchanged glances, and Shi Yuan asked, "When did she get a boyfriend?" Qi Sui shook her head in confusion. "I hadn't heard about it." Unable to find her, Shi Yuan didn't push it. After training with Chi Sui, she went to the studio. Yin Siruo was at the studio. Ever since Luo Qi helped send Yin foreign away. Although it was a long-term solution, Yin Siruo visibly relaxed. Upon seeing Shi Yuan, Yin Siruo happily rushed over, chattering about her creative insights during this time, and showing Shi Yuan her new work for feedback. After receiving praise from Shi Yuan, Yin Siruo's mood improved even more, and she became curious to gossip with Shi Yuan. Sister, did you know? Luo Qi seems to be in a relationship. Shi Yuan thought to herself. Why are both of them getting into relationships at this time? Yin Siruo continued. You definitely can't guess who the person is. It's said to be the daughter of that Uncle Yu, and Chi Sui met on Garbage Star. Shi Yuan asked in surprise. Jiang Ye? Yin Siruo nodded. That's her. I asked Luo Qi, and he didn't admit it. He might want to keep it a secret until their relationship stabilizes before telling us. Shi Yuan was greatly shocked and immediately shared this gossip with Chi Sui, who also looked surprised. The three of them gossiped back and forth, but couldn't uncover anything new. Shi Yuan wanted to ask Chu Xingzhou, but upon remembering that he was currently lying in the hospital looking miserable, she decided not to bother him. Chu Xingzhou was indeed feeling miserable and very irritable. Yuan Xueqing had heard from somewhere that he was hospitalized and insisted on visiting him. Chu Xingzhou initially wanted to refuse, but Yuan Xueqing brought someone he couldn't avoid meeting along. Lin Zhuiying, while peeling an orange, complained, I told you not to always hang out with the military. You get hurt at the drop of a hat. What if one day you're not careful? Do you want to make everyone at home worry sick? When Chu Xingzhou was younger, before his parents had a falling out, he lived on Phoenix Star for a while and had a good relationship with his siblings. Later, after his parents separated, although he unilaterally cut ties with the Lin family, the bond forged from growing up together couldn't just be discarded. Lin Zhuiying was his cousin, and this semester she came to Capital Star as an exchange student. Not knowing how to get along with Yuan Xueqing, she was called over by her. Chu Xingzhou pinched the bridge of his nose and said, I'm fine, you don't need to come see me. I'll be discharged in a few days. Yuan Xueqing replied, Xingzhou, I came with Zhuiying because we were worried about you. I'm sorry, I didn't know you didn't want us to come. Lin Zhuiying threw the peeled orange at Chu Xingzhou and said angrily, Are you annoyed just seeing me now? Chu Xingzhou shot a glance at Yuan Xueqing, the one who stirred the pot. He helplessly reassured Lin Zhuiying, That's not what I meant. I just don't want you to go out of your way. Lin Zhuiying was immediately appeased. Fine, you have a conscience. I see you're not seriously hurt. Once you're discharged, you have to accompany me and Xueqing to go shopping. Chu Xingzhou reluctantly agreed. Chapter 73. The Fake. After finally sending off Lin Zhuiying and Yuan Xueqing, Chu Xingzhou hadn't even caught his breath before he was met by Luo Qi. However, Luo Qi's arrival was not a burden for him. On the contrary, he was quite eager to see Luo Qi now. Hey, Zhuiying told me you're dating someone? Chu Xingzhou couldn't wait to ask as soon as he saw him. He had just heard this news from Lin Zhuiying and initially didn't believe it. How long had he been gone? Luo Qi was already in a relationship, but since Lin Zhuiying spoke with such certainty, even claiming she saw them on a date, Chu Xingzhou began to doubt his own judgment. Now that he had caught Luo Qi, he needed to get to the bottom of it. Luo Qi, sitting on the sofa in the high-end hospital room like a big shot, was munching on the oranges left by Lin Zhuiying. It's fake, he said. Chu Xingzhou was not convinced. You better explain clearly. If it's fake, how could anyone misunderstand? Luo Qi asked mysteriously. Do you know who the girl I'm supposedly dating is? Chu Xingzhou grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. Luo Qi finally stopped being cryptic. It's Jiang Ye, the daughter of Jiang Rue, who was a companion of Shi Yuan and Chi Sui on Garbage Star. Chu Xingzhou suddenly remembered. Is she the girl who was abducted to Nightwolf Star? Luo Qi nodded. That's right. Turns out she has another identity that you definitely wouldn't guess. Chu Xingzhou didn't want to guess. He signaled with his eyes for Luo Qi to hurry up and tell him. Luo Qi exclaimed dramatically. It turns out she's the con artist wife I met in the End of Days. Chu Xingzhou nearly choked on his own saliva. Are you sure? Luo Qi confidently replied. I'm sure. I went to the second star domain to find her back then. I remember her face, and she admitted it herself. Chu Xingzhou was shocked. He asked Luo Qi, So, do you still like her? Luo Qi shook his head. No, but I've forgiven her. He recalled that day when Jiang Ye came to apologize, crying about her experiences of losing her father over the past 2 years. Luo Qi sighed deeply, realizing he couldn't bring himself to hate her. Jiang Ye said that after Jiang Rue went missing, she was mistreated by her uncle and aunt. She managed to meet Luo Qi in the game and found a bit of solace, but it was so short-lived. Her uncle disregarded her wishes and forcibly arranged a marriage for her for business reasons, which made her very distressed. Not knowing how to face Luo Qi, she reluctantly sold her account, hoping to end everything. Later, when Jiang Rue returned and took her away, he also annulled her engagement. She wanted to explain to Luo Qi, but the person who bought her account was unwilling to return it, leaving her unable to find Luo Qi just when she was about to give up. She unexpectedly saw Luo Qi again on Nightwolf Star. At that time, she hesitated and didn't dare to approach him, but regretted it immediately after leaving. Luo Qi sighed. She had it tough. Even knowing I might not forgive her, she still came to apologize. She said if she didn't do this, she'd never have peace of mind. Chu Xingzhou asked, "So you forgave her?" Luo Qi replied, "Yeah, she didn't mean to deceive me. She was also forced into it. But speaking of which, she sold her account. So who are you playing the game with?" Shi Yuan. Chu Xingzhou thought to himself. Luo Qi suddenly recalled what he had said when he handed the account over to Chu Xingzhou, and he exclaimed, "You didn't scam a stranger, did you? Did you scam money or feelings?" Chu Xingzhou rolled his eyes at him. "No scam, I just didn't play much." Luo Qi was relieved. "That's good. I almost made a big mistake." Chu Xingzhou still found it hard to believe. The alliance was so big, yet so small. The few of them unknowingly had so many connections. So, did Shi Yuan know that the original owner of the account she bought was Jiang Ye? She probably didn't know. Chu Xingzhou thought. There was no need for her to know. Putting Shi Yuan aside for the moment, he turned his attention back to Luo Qi. "Since you said you don't like Jiang Ye anymore, why would people still misunderstand that you're dating?" Luo Qi said, "Aren't I just taking care of her? Look at her tragic past, and she's the daughter of Shi Yuan's friend. She's all alone on Capital Star. I can't pretend I don't know." Shi Yuan was called away by the military, and as for Qi Sui, Jiang Ye said she didn't want to disturb Qi Sui's studies since she was about to take university entrance exams. Luo Qi felt she was too kind, always considering others, which ultimately made things harder for herself. So after learning about Jiang Ye's predicament, Luo Qi took on the responsibility of caring for her without hesitation. He thought the rumor of him dating Jiang Ye spread because he had taken her out several times in Capital Star. His intention was to help her get familiar with the surroundings, but to outsiders, it looked like they were on dates. What he didn't know was that the rumor spread largely because Jiang Ye subtly pushed it along. Every time she talked about Luo Qi with others, she would always smile shyly, and when others said Luo Qi was her boyfriend, she wouldn't refute it. Over time, everyone around them began to think they were dating. Chu Xingzhou was unaware of the details, but felt that the rumor couldn't continue. "Since you're not with her, you need to clarify things to avoid delaying her in finding someone and also delaying yourself." Luo Qi thought that made sense. He recalled that many people seemed to have misunderstood. Even the usually silly and slow-witted Yin Saruo had asked him about it, which showed how widespread the rumor was. "You're right. I need to find an opportunity to clarify this," Luo Qi said. Meanwhile, Shi Yuan and Qi Sui also met up over the weekend. They planned to go find Jiang Ye. Shi Yuan asked, "Do you know what's going on between Jiang Ye and Luo Qi?" Qi Sui shook her head. "If you guys hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have known. I invited Ye out a few times before, but she made excuses to turn me down. Now it seems she's dating someone but didn't tell me." Qi Sui felt a bit upset. She considered herself a good friend of Jiang Ye. But Jiang Ye had kept everything from her and even found excuses to brush her off. It felt like her genuine feelings had been misplaced. Shi Yuan was thinking about other things. She had known Luo Qi for quite a while and understood his personality. Luo Qi was lively and fun, a perfect friend. But as a boyfriend, Shi Yuan always felt he was a bit unreliable. She worried that if they broke up in the future, Jiang Ye would get hurt, and she wouldn't know how to explain it to Jiang Rue. Lost in thought, they had already arrived at Jiang Ye's school. Shi Yuan sent a message to Jiang Ye. Since Jiang Ye had contacted Luo Qi, Her attitude towards Shi Yuan and Qi Sui had become much colder. However, after going through so much, she had learned not to put all her eggs in one basket. So, she still pretended to be enthusiastic when meeting the two. Chapter 74. He came to explain to you Jiang Ye was very surprised when she saw Shi Yuan and Qi Sui. She pulled Shi Yuan and said, "Sister Yuan, I haven't seen you for a while. I heard you went on a mission with the military. Are all the military academy students this busy?" In fact, she was subtly trying to pry information. She originally wanted to ask Luo Qi out this weekend, but he refused, and she wanted to know if he was really busy or just didn't want to see her. Shi Yuan replied, "It is indeed quite busy, but this time I'm not going on a mission. I'm just guiding the people investigating the attack on the starry sky." Jiang didn't hear what she wanted to know, so she had to ask, "Sister Yuan, I've been in Capital Star for so long and haven't met any of your friends. I want to make more friends. Could you introduce me?" When it came to friends, Shi Yuan's first reaction was actually Bei Fuli, but with Bei Fuli's proud demeanor, she wasn't sure if she would be willing to hang out with her or meet her friends. She could only vaguely say, "She's quite busy." At this moment, Qi Sui interjected, "Yeah, I heard that you and Luo Qi are dating. Why didn't you tell us?" Jiang Ye shyly lowered her head and said softly, "Don't tease me. I have nothing with Senior Luo." Although she said that, her expression hinted that her relationship with Luo Qi was not ordinary. Seeing Jiang Ye's demeanor, Shi Yuan felt that even if she and Luo Qi were not together now, it would be soon. She thought, why not subtly nudge Luo Qi through Chu Xingzhou to treat Jiang Ye better? Just as she pulled out her holographic computer to find Chu Xingzhou's contact number, she heard someone calling her name. Xian didn't he expect to see Shi Yuan here? He happily called out to her, Yuan, I didn't expect to see you here." Shi Yuan was also surprised and said expressionlessly, "Well, we're about to leave, so you can do as you please." Xian, not wanting to let Shi Yuan leave easily, glanced at Jiang Ye and asked with a smile, "Is this your new friend? I'm seeing her for the first time." Jiang Ye was momentarily charmed by Xian. Objectively speaking, he was quite good-looking, and his smile was gentle. The original owner and Shi Yuan were initially captivated by his appearance. Jiang Ye was no exception. It was her first time seeing such a gentleman. She smiled and replied, "Hello, I'm Jiang Ye, a friend of Sister Yuan and Sui. I just came to Capital Star not long ago. Thanks to them for taking care of me." Xian smiled and said, "I see. I've known Shi Yuan since we were kids. I'm a third-year combat student at the Xinglan Military Academy." Shi Yuan interrupted, "All right, you seem busy, so you should go." Xian said, "I'm here to visit a friend from my father, but it's my first time here and I don't know the way." "Jiang, you're studying here, right? Can you show me the way?" Jiang Ye quickly nodded in agreement. Shi Yuan and Qi Sui exchanged helpless glances. They couldn't leave Jiang Ye alone, so they had to follow. Along the way, Xian chatted with Jiang Ye, but he occasionally glanced at Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan got annoyed by his stares and deliberately fell back a few steps, letting Qi Sui block her. No matter how much Xian wanted to prolong the conversation, they eventually reached their destination. He indeed had business to attend to today, so they reluctantly said goodbye. Jiang Ye was very happy. She was originally sad about not being able to see Luo Qi today, but unexpectedly, fate was kind to her and she met Xian. Their conversation made her realize that Xian's father was a high-ranking official on Tianhua Star in the 2nd Star region. Although she felt confident about winning over Luo Qi, having another option wouldn't hurt, would it? At the same time, she began to be curious about Shi Yuan's family background. Even her own father didn't know much about Shi Yuan's situation, only that her mother had passed away 2 years ago. The day passed quietly, and Shi Yuan returned to her dormitory to find Chu Xingzhou. Chu Xingzhou explained that Luo Qi was only being nice to Jiang Ye because they had played games together in the past. He didn't like Jiang Ye. Shi Yuan believed Chu Xingzhou, and it seemed that Jiang Ye was the one who was overly enthusiastic. Shi Yuan chose not to interfere in other people's emotional issues and let Luo Qi handle it himself. She then turned to ask about the progress on Nolan Star. Upon learning that the investigation on Nolan Star was still ongoing, Shi Yuan could only suppress her anxious heart and wait. On Monday, when Shi Yuan went to class, Bei Fuli mysteriously leaned in and whispered in her ear, Did you check the campus network? Shi Yuan shook her head. Why? What happened? Bei Fuli exclaimed. You really don't know? Yesterday, Yuan Xuanning went on a date with Chu Xingzhou. Shi Yuan paused while scrolling through her holographic computer, her expression unchanged as she said, Oh. Bei Fuli teased. You don't care at all? What should I care about? Chu Xingzhou and I are just friends. Who he dates has nothing to do with me. Bei Fuli pinched Shi Yuan. Being insincere, but you don't need to worry. I think Chu Xingzhou isn't interested in Yuan Xuanning. She opened a link on her holographic computer and showed it to Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan immediately saw a photo of Chu Xingzhou and Yuan Xuanning. Bei Fuli continued. Look at this photo. Doesn't it seem heavily staged? I suspect Yuan Xuanning tricked Chu Xingzhou into going out, then had someone deliberately take pictures to show off to you on the campus network. Shi Yuan felt that Bei Fuli was overthinking. Bei Fuli added, The point isn't this. The point is look at Chu Xingzhou in the photos. In every picture, he maintains distance from Yuan Xuanning, which clearly shows he doesn't like her. Shi Yuan asked, So? Bei Fuli's eyes lit up. So, I think you still have a chance. Shi Yuan waved her hand to tell her to back off. At that moment, Shi Yuan received a new message on her holographic computer. It was from Chu Xingzhou. Bei Fuli glanced at the sender's name, whistled, and winked at Shi Yuan. Look, he came to explain to you. Go for it. Shi Yuan, feeling both annoyed and embarrassed, shooed her away. How could it be an explanation? She and Chu Xingzhou were not that kind of relationship. There was no need for him to explain who he went out with to her. He was probably here because there was new progress on the Nolan Star investigation. Shi Yuan opened the message. Don't know if you saw the campus network. I'm not dating Yuan Xuanning. My cousin Lin Zhuying came to Capital Star, and she asked me to accompany her shopping. Yuan Xuanning came along by herself. Shi Yuan read the two messages repeatedly, feeling her ears getting a bit warm. Chu Xingzhou actually explained himself to her. But why? On the other side of the network, Chu Xingzhou was looking at his holographic computer, feeling helpless. He had only learned about those photos on the campus network today when someone asked him about them. The person taking the photos either did it intentionally or unintentionally, as none of them included Lin Zhuying, making it appear as if he was on a date with Yuan Xuanning alone. After realizing this, his first reaction was that he couldn't let Shi Yuan misunderstand. So in a moment of impulse, he sent the message. Chapter 75 Important Matters. While Chu Xingzhou was tangled about whether to withdraw the message, Shi Yuan was conflicted about how to respond. Time passed, and it was already class time, so Shi Yuan had to hurriedly reply and put away her holographic computer to prepare for class. I know. When Chu Xingzhou saw this reply, his heart, which had been anxious, raced with excitement. He quickly called Shi Yuan via video communication, only to find that her device was turned off. After a moment, he remembered that Shi Yuan was likely in class, so he had to suppress his feelings. After class, Shi Yuan opened her holographic computer and saw Chu Xingzhou's communication request. She suddenly felt a bit nervous, hesitated for a moment, and decided not to return the video call, but instead sent a message asking, What's wrong? Chu Xingzhou replied quickly, There's something. We need to meet and talk. They agreed on a location, and when Shi Yuan arrived, Chu Xingzhou was already waiting in his hovering car. Is there something important to discuss? Shi Yuan asked as she got in the car. Chu Xingzhou replied with a hum. I don't like Yuan Xuanning, and I didn't date her. Shi Yuan chuckled. I know. It seemed there was no need for more words. When they were apart, they guessed each other's feelings, and now that they were together, a glance or a word was enough for them to understand each other. Chu Xingzhou's nervousness instantly disappeared. So he brought up another matter. Just now, Colonel Zhou contacted me. It seems there has been some progress in the investigation regarding Nolan Star, and he wants us to go to the military department together. Shi Yuan joked, so this is the important matter. Chu Xingzhou quickly said, the earlier one was also important. In a secret military outpost on Capital Star, Colonel Zhou had been waiting for a while. As soon as Chu Xingzhou and Shi Yuan arrived, he immediately shared the intelligence discovered on Nolan Star. Chu Xingzhou and Shi Yuan looked at him in shock. Is it confirmed to be related to the Yuan family? Colonel Zhou nodded, confirming. The explosion on Nolan Star is basically confirmed to be an accident. There are many documents in that laboratory that were not deleted in time. Our technicians found some things, and, combined with the data from the Night Wolf Star laboratory, we can confirm the Yuan family's involvement. After a moment of silence, Shi Yuan said, besides the Yuan family, there should also be an ancient family from the Earth era. Colonel Zhou looked surprised. What do you know? Chu Xingzhou spoke first. I found information from the Lin family. Not many people know about the zombie Chu Xingzhou. Since the laboratory started researching Chu Xingzhou over 2,000 years ago during the Earth period, they must have known about the zombie Chu Xingzhou. Even though Chu Xingzhou and Shi Yuan concealed their encounter with the Chun siblings at the underground lake, there were indeed records of subject number 1 in the laboratory. The military personnel knew about the Chun sisters' plight, but they thought the Chun siblings, who had turned into monsters, had died in the explosion. Colonel Zhou asked, but the Yuan family is the descendant of Lady Yuan. They should know. No, Shi Yuan retorted excitedly. Chu Xingzhou explained again, the Yuan family is a fake. Lady Yuan had no descendants. The former members of the Red Flag Mercenary Corps never acknowledged the identity of the Yuan family as the son of the Lin family head. Chu Xingzhou's words held high credibility, and Colonel Zhou believed him immediately. So, during the Earth period, someone learned about the zombie Chu Xingzhou and established a laboratory for inhumane experiments, hoping to use Chu Xingzhou as a breakthrough to create and control the zombie virus. The Yuan family may have been the initial partner of that person or may have joined later. Chu Xingzhou nodded, exactly. And we can basically rule out those from the Red Flag Mercenary Corps. Colonel Zhou agreed, saying that there are actually not many families descended from the Red Flag Mercenary Corps. And not all members of the Red Flag Mercenary Corps knew about Chu Xingzhou according to records. Shi Yuan also agreed, stating that she and Lin established the Red Flag Mercenary Corps, and every member was carefully selected. Regardless of their strength, their character was definitely reliable. More importantly, if they were truly from the Red Flag Mercenary Corps, even if the Chun siblings were captured, they wouldn't be treated so cruelly. Thus, the range of suspects was narrowed significantly. Colonel Zhou recorded all this information, saying, I will report this. The military will follow up on the investigation. Now, back to the Yuan family. He gave Chu Xingzhou a meaningful look. I heard that a girl from the Yuan family is studying at Xinglan and is pursuing you. Chu Xingzhou immediately tensed up. I don't like her. Colonel Zhou laughed. No, that's not what I meant. What I mean is, if you're willing to sacrifice a bit of yourself to get close to her and gather intelligence from her, that would be fine. Shi Yuan smiled, but remained silent. Chu Xingzhou, feeling pressured, said, I think Yuan Xuening may not know about her family's matters. Colonel Zhou said, if you can extract intelligence, that would be best. If not, it wouldn't be a loss. Shi Yuan nodded, suppressing her laughter. That makes sense. Colonel Zhou continued, right? That's the point. And Shi Yuan, you and she are in the same grade. You need to assist Xingzhou. You two should work together to gather as much information as possible. Shi Yuan couldn't smile anymore. And when Chu Xingzhou heard that Shi Yuan was also being dragged into this, he instantly felt relieved. He said earnestly, Colonel Zhou, you can rest assured that Shi Yuan and I will definitely complete the mission. Colonel Zhou was very satisfied and then brought up another matter. He looked at Shi Yuan and said, there's another matter. We also found information about your mother in the Nolan Star laboratory. Shi Yuan took the holographic computer, which showed Chui Wan's birth report. Colonel Zhou continued, we have initially confirmed that your mother, Chui Wan, originally named Chui Xingzhou, was an experimental subject born in the Nolan Star laboratory, designated as subject number 371. She is also the only one among all the Chui Xingzhou experimental subjects who survived and grew naturally. Shi Yuan's hands trembled slightly, and Chu Xingzhou wrapped his arm around her shoulders, gently patting her to comfort her. Colonel Zhou continued, in addition to those monsters, the Nolan Star Laboratory had another key experimental project, which was to use Lady Yuan's genes, combined with the extract of a quasi-zombie virus obtained from monster subject number 1, to cultivate embryos, presumably aiming to replicate a new human with transfer abilities. Shi Yuan's vision went dark. The immense shock nearly made her faint, and Chu Xingzhou immediately activated his mental abilities to soothe her. After a long time, Shi Yuan finally calmed down a bit, her eyes red as she said, so, my mother can't even be considered a human? Chui Wan, Shi Hung, and the current body she inhabits all actually possess her own genes from her previous life? The abilities she has now, are they brought by her soul, or were they inherently possessed by the original host? So, their experiment may have already succeeded? Chapter 76. I'm short on money. Chu Xingzhou sent Shi Yuan back to school and thoughtfully asked for a day off for her. He only left after Shi Yuan assured him she was fine. Shi Yuan sat on her bed, flipping through the fairy tale book she had brought from Cui Wan's residence in Nightwolf Star. If there is no prince, would the little mermaid still be willing to leave the sea? This was a question Cui Wan asked herself, and in the end, she made a decision to escape the sea with all her might to seek the freedom she wanted. The next day, Shi Yuan didn't go to class and stayed in the dormitory all day. In the evening, Beverly knocked on the door. As soon as she entered, she questioned Shi Yuan. I thought you were capable, but I didn't expect you to give up on yourself just because of a man. I really misjudged you. Shi Yuan, confused, asked, "What is wrong with me?" Beverly, furious, replied, "You still ask what is wrong? Aren't you feeling down because of Chu Xingzhou dating Yuan Xuanning? And you didn't even go to class?" Shi Yuan was speechless. "What nonsense are you talking about? I took a leave for another reason, not because of Chu Xingzhou." "Really?" Beverly said, half skeptical. Shi Yuan rolled her eyes. "Believe it or not." Beverly wasn't upset by the eye roll. Instead, it made her believe Shi Yuan even more. She put her arm around Shi Yuan's shoulder and laughed. "I knew it. Those people in class are just talking nonsense. You don't seem like someone who would be so desperate over a man." Shi Yuan invited her to sit down, poured her some juice, and asked, "What do you know about the Yuan family?" Beverly put on a serious face. "You really do care." Shi Yuan replied, "I'm not concerned about Yuan Xuanning. I'm concerned about the Yuan family." Beverly looked unconvinced, but still shared what she knew about the Yuan family. It seemed that the current head of the Yuan family was Yuan Xuanning's father, and the designated heir was her brother, Yuan Xuechen. "I've met Yuan Xuechen, and I didn't get a good vibe from him. He seems like a gentleman on the surface, but I always feel he has a dark side. Also, I suspect their family is raising a bunch of spendthrifts. They're in desperate need of money. Not long ago, they even tried to steal business from my family, but my family doesn't take that line down and drove them away." Shi Yuan listened carefully, and only after she promised to attend class the next day did Beverly agree to leave. That night, Shi Yuan had a video call with Chu Xingzhou, and they laid out and analyzed the information they had. They concluded that Yuan Xuanning must know about her family's dealings, but she definitely wasn't a core figure in the Yuan family. Shi Yuan couldn't help but say, "I think we don't necessarily have to start with Yuan Xuanning." Chu Xingzhou chuckled lightly, causing Shi Yuan to blush. "I'm just speaking the truth." She absolutely refused to admit any selfish motives. Chu Xingzhou said, "I agree. Instead of starting with Yuan Xuanning, why not target Yuan Xuechen? We should think of a way to lure him to Capital Star. Once he is within my ability range, things will become easier." Shi Yuan asked, "They don't know you're an ability user?" Chu Xingzhou replied, "They should be able to guess, but they're not certain. However, it doesn't matter. Even if they find out, they can never know my ability level." The two brainstormed and actually came up with a way to lure Yuan Xuechen over. Lin Zhuing lay in the small garden of the Chu family, basking in the sun, while Chu Xingzhou placed some fruit on the table beside her. "I said to invite Xuanning too, but you disagreed. Otherwise, it would be livelier," Lin Zhuing complained. Chu Xingzhou said, "Annie, this is still a military and political district. You can come in because we are blood relatives, but Yuan Xuanning has no connection to me. Just the identity check alone would take a day." This was Lin Zhuing's first visit to the Chu family, and she didn't know the ins and outs, believing Chu Xingzhou's words to be true. If she knew that Shi Yuan, who also had no blood ties to Chu Xingzhou, frequently visited the Chu family, she would probably have different feelings. Not knowing, Lin Zhuing sincerely sighed. "What a hassle. If I had known, I would have suggested going out to play." Chu Xingzhou replied, "You only know how to play all day. I came to find you this time because I have something important to discuss." "What is it?" Lin Zhuing propped her head up, curious. Chu Xingzhou cleared his throat and said, "I plan to create a game." "What?" Lin Zhuing dug in her ear, suspecting she heard wrong. "Chu Xingzhou, you heard me right. I'm short on money lately and want to create a game to earn some." Lin Zhuing was incredulous. "You're short on money? Even if your mom is out of money, is our Lin family lacking? If you need money, just say so." Chu Xingzhou shook his head. "I don't want the Lin family's money. I want to earn it myself, completely in my own control. You understand?" Lin Zhuing understood and was somewhat tempted. She currently lived off the allowance given by her family, and not long ago, she had her allowance suspended for a while due to a mistake. Quick, tell me about this game. Is there a profit to be made? Chu Xingzhou explained the game he envisioned, which was a dress-up game targeting beauty-loving boys and girls. Lin Zhuiying's eyes lit up after hearing it. What a great idea. The games that are popular in the Alliance now are all combat games. People like me, who don't enjoy fighting, don't like them. But I'm very interested in this dress-up game. If it's made, it will definitely be profitable. Chu Xingzhou encouraged her. I think so too, but these are just ideas. It's too difficult to actually make it happen. Sigh, I guess we should think of other ways. No way. Lin Zhuiying was already hooked. How could she let Chu Xingzhou say he wouldn't do it? What would be so difficult? Chu Xingzhou explained to her, hinting that they were not professional game makers. Knew nothing about it, and didn't know any talents in this field. Lin Zhuiying was also frustrated, but after a while, she thought of someone. Isn't the Yuan family in the game industry? Let us go find Xue Ning. She must understand. Chu Xingzhou shook his head. You forgot she is a combat student at Xinglan. How would she know about this? Lin Zhuiying looked at him disdainfully. With those thick eyebrows and big eyes, how can you be so stupid? Xue Ning may not know, but her family must have someone who does. We can cooperate with the Yuan family. Chu Xingzhou asked. Can she represent her family to discuss cooperation with us? Lin Zhuiying patted her chest and assured, I don't know if she can represent them, but I can definitely persuade her to be our intermediary and contact her family. After saying that, Lin Zhuiying didn't even eat the fruit and hurriedly left the Chu family to find Yuan Xue Ning. Chu Xingzhou watched her back, secretly thinking, sorry, my silly sister, while unable to help but smile. Chapter 77, he became nervous. Yuan Xue Ning was looking for Lin Zhuiying. Last time, she used Lin Zhuiying to make people misunderstand that she was dating Chu Xingzhou, and when the photo was posted on the campus network, it had a great effect. She planned to continue this tactic and create a few more misunderstandings. However, she also knew that Chu Xingzhou would not go out with her alone, so she still needed to rely on Lin Zhuiying. Just then, Lin Zhuiying came to find her. Xue Ning, you have to help me. Lin Zhuiying immediately grabbed Yuan Xue Ning's hand and pleaded for help. Yuan Xue Ning gently asked, what happened? Lin Zhuiying said, it's because of my troublesome cousin. He said he is short on money lately and came up with a way to make some. Yuan Xue Ning nervously interrupted her. Xingzhou is short on money? Did something happen? Do you need my help? Lin Zhuiying replied, it's not an urgent matter. He just wants to upgrade his mecha. And he also wants to make a spare mecha and some weapons. I told him that mecha engineering is too expensive and he doesn't want to use family money. He insists on earning it himself. Don't you think he is just looking for trouble? Upon hearing that Chu Xingzhou wasn't in any real trouble, Yuan Xue Ning relaxed and her heart fluttered again, knowing the reason for his financial need. She liked this side of Chu Xingzhou. Only such a man was worthy of her. So, she said, how does Xingzhou plan to make money? I will definitely help as long as I can. Lin Zhuiying smiled and said, you will definitely be able to help. He wants to create a game. She briefly explained the concept of the dressing up game that Chu Xingzhou had told her, but she only had a vague understanding of it and was just repeating his words, some of which she didn't even remember. Even so, Yuan Xue Ning could see the potential in this game. What a great idea, Yuan Xue Ning exclaimed. Lin Zhuiying agreed, I think so too. So I decided to invest in this project without hesitation. But neither of us has the ability or experience to make a game. So we came to ask for your help. Yuan Xue Ning would definitely help. Not to mention that this could enhance a relationship with Chu Xingzhou, but also because if their Yuan family could get involved in this project, the profits would be considerable, especially since her family happened to be short on money lately. Yuan Xue Ning immediately promised Lin Zhuiying, I will tell my family about this project and have them evaluate it. Don't worry. I think the chances of success are very high. After bidding farewell to Lin Zhuiying, Yuan Xue Ning quickly found her brother Yuan Xuechun and told him everything. Yuan Xuechun had the same thoughts as Yuan Xue Ning, but he was a bit more cautious than her, instead of agreeing outright. He only promised to conduct an evaluation first. A few days later, Yuan Xuechun responded that he decided to personally go to Capital Star to discuss the matter with Chu Xingzhou. The surface reason for his visit was the game project, but the larger purpose was to use Chu Xingzhou to approach the Lin family and persuade them to join their plan. This didn't need to be explained to Yuan Xuanning. Once Yuan Xuanning received the news, she immediately told Lin Zhuing, who quickly informed Chu Xingzhou. The first step of the plan was a success. Colonel Zhou soon learned of this news. Since discovering issues with the Yuan family, the military had been secretly monitoring them. When they intercepted the news that Yuan Xuechan was coming to Capital Star, Colonel Zhou quickly found Chu Xingzhou and Shi Yuan to convey this good news. Then he realized that the reason Yuan Xuechan was coming to Capital Star was due to the conspiracy of these two. He awkwardly cleared his throat and said, "You've done well. The core members of the Yuan family rarely leave Liuguang Star. They have operated there for so many years, and many powers have been infiltrated by them. We can't act easily on Liuguang Star. In the 5th star domain, Liuguang Star, Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou exchanged glances. This place was where Chu Min had once mentioned. It was where she saw Cui Wan for the second time, and where Chu Xingzhou met the original owner for the first time. He said that at that time, the original owner was unconscious and being treated in a hospital. It turned out that Liuguang Star was the stronghold of the Yuan family. So did Cui Wan have any connections with the Yuan family? Was her death related to them? These remained unknown. Now, their most important task was to capture Yuan Xuechun and gather more information from him. The Yuan family's private spaceship discreetly landed at the 2nd spaceport of Capital Star. As Yuan Xuechun stepped off the spaceship, he saw Yuan Xuanning walking towards him. Yuan Xuanning complained a bit, "Brother, why didn't you land at the 1st spaceport? The 2nd spaceport is so much farther away." Yuan Xuechun didn't explain and only said, "It's the family's arrangement. You don't need to know too much. It was always like this." Yuan Xuanning felt a bit dissatisfied whenever there was something important in the family. She was always excluded. Compared to her brother, she felt like a tool working for the family, only called upon when needed and disregarded when not. Although she thought this way, Yuan Xuanning wouldn't voice it. She knew she was part of the Yuan family, and even if she wasn't valued at home, she still had the treatment she deserved. Only when the Yuan family was doing well could she be well off too. "Let us go, brother. I've already arranged to meet Zhuing. She will come with Xingzhou," Yuan Xuanning urged. The location was chosen by Yuan Xuanning under Yuan Xuechen's suggestion. It was somewhat secluded, a farmhouse restaurant, which made it convenient for them to arrange personnel nearby. Once Yuan Xuechen arrived at the place and arranged for personnel, there was still an hour until the meeting time. At this moment, Shi Yuan had already set up an ambush with Colonel Zhou and other military personnel near the farmhouse restaurant. Colonel Zhou looked at the map made by his subordinates and said to Shi Yuan, "The red dots on this map indicate the people Yuan Xuechun has stationed nearby. Once Xingzhou goes in, we will begin the capture plan." Shi Yuan remembered the map and replied, "Understood. I will find that person at the first opportunity and eliminate them." Yuan Xuechun had prepared very thoroughly for this trip to Capital Star. To guard against Chu Xingzhou, they specifically brought a psychic ability user. According to Yuan Xuechen's plan, this psychic ability user would secretly monitor Chu Xingzhou, and if they detected any intention from him to use his abilities, they would immediately counteract. Shi Yuan's task was to cooperate with Chu Xingzhou and eliminate the psychic ability user at the first opportunity, while Chu Xingzhou used his psychic abilities to control Yuan Xuechun and Yuan Xuanning. The military would eliminate others when the two acted. Chu Xingzhou and Lin Zhuing arrived 10 minutes early and entered the farmhouse restaurant together. He became nervous. Shi Yuan said. Colonel Zhou chimed in, "Not really. I've worked with this kid many times. And he wouldn't know what being nervous is even with a knife to his throat." Shi Yuan still insisted on his view. But Chu Xingzhou was genuinely nervous. And it stemmed from Lin Zhuing, who knew nothing. Chapter 78. You know nothing about the apocalypse, and zombies. Lin Zhuing complained all the way. After getting off the car and looking at the surroundings, her resentment diminished significantly. Xuanning said the environment here is good, and it seems she was right. However, I still feel like we ran too far. There are plenty of good restaurants near the school. She boldly walked in, while Chu Xingzhou followed behind, feeling apprehensive. If only Lin Zhuing weren't here, he could easily venture into a den of dragons and tigers alone. But clearly, Lin Zhuing was the intermediary, and she had to be present. The moment Chu Xingzhou and Lin Zhuing stepped into the farmhouse restaurant, Shi Yuan began to act. The opponent's mental type ability user was not as strong as Chu Xingzhou, but also not weak. Shi Yuan took the risk of transforming her body into a less detectable mist and floated closer to the enemy. As Chu Xingzhou and Lin Zhuiying entered the private room, Yuan Xuechen and Yuan Xuening immediately stood up to greet them. Yuan Xuening intimately linked arms with Lin Zhuiying, saying, "Zhuiying, this is my brother. Our family values our cooperation with you very much, so they specially sent my brother to the capital star to meet with you." All of Lin Zhuiying's complaints vanished, and she happily sat down with Yuan Xuening. Yuan Xuechen smiled and extended his right hand to Chu Xingzhou, saying, "Hello, I'm Xuening's brother, Xuechen. We met when we were kids. I wonder if you remember." Chu Xingzhou certainly remembered. Both families have been passed down from the apocalypse on Earth. And even if the Lin family did not acknowledge the Yuan family as descendants of Ms. Yuan, there had still been interactions between them. Yuan Xuening had gotten to know Lin Zhuiying this way. As for Yuan Xuechen, he was quite the social butterfly when they met as children, able to chat with anyone and easily making friends. Later, as he grew up, he hardly left Liuguang's star and gradually lost contact with those he had known as a child. Now it seemed that it was because Yuan Xuechen started to engage in the Yuan family business, making it inconvenient for him to continue appearing publicly. Chu Xingzhou lightly grasped Yuan Xuechen's hand, saying, "It's been a long time. Let's all go out and have fun sometime, though you seem very busy. I wonder if you have the time." Yuan Xuechen felt a surge of joy in his heart, thinking that Chu Xingzhou was showing him goodwill and expressing a desire for their families to be closer in the future. He secretly gave Yuan Xuening a look of approval and said to Chu Xingzhou, "I am indeed busy with work, but I can still find time to relax. If there's a chance in the future, I will definitely invite you and your family to visit Liuguang Star." After the pleasantries, the four of them took their seats. Yuan Xuechen wanted to discuss cooperation between their families, but Chu Xingzhou firmly insisted that it had nothing to do with the Lin family. It was a matter solely between him and Lin Zhuiying. Lin Zhuiying, thinking of her allowance, also insisted it was unrelated to the Lin family. Yuan Xuechen felt helpless. He couldn't tell whether Chu Xingzhou and Lin Zhuiying were being cautious or if they genuinely did not intend to involve the Lin family. He told himself not to rush and planned to settle the gaming matters first. Once both sides began cooperating and had more opportunities to interact, there would surely be a time to connect with the Lin family. As the people at the dining table were talking, Shi Yuan initiated the attack. The opponent's mental type ability user was not to be underestimated and immediately sensed the attack, retaliating in an instant. Shi Yuan had a mental type powerhouse named Lin Lin by her side in her previous life, and now she had Chu Xingzhou with her. Her familiarity with mental type abilities was only slightly less than her mastery of water and teleportation abilities. After being attacked by the mental type user, Shi Yuan broke free from control in just a few seconds, which was, of course, related to the opponent's ability level not being very high. However, in those few short seconds, Yuan Xuechen had already received the news. His face changed dramatically as he suddenly looked at Chu Xingzhou sitting across from him. Chu Xingzhou looked at him, puzzled. What's wrong? Yuan Xuechen hesitated. Could it be that it wasn't Chu Xingzhou? Then who could it be? The tiny communicator in his ear went silent, making Yuan Xuechen even more anxious. Meanwhile, Yuan Xuening, who had been chatting happily with Lin Zhuiying, noticed her brother's unusual behavior and quietly asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" Just then, a shadow crashed through the window and rolled in, startling both Yuan Xuening and Lin Zhuiying, with Lin Zhuiying even letting out a scream. Yuan Xuening focused her gaze and saw that the one who had rolled in was the mental type ability user who had been following her brother, now encased in a large block of ice and seemingly unconscious. How could this happen before she could finish her sentence? More people jumped in through the window. Shi Yuan landed, brushed off the dust from her clothes, and said to Chu Xingzhou, "All done." Chu Xingzhou smiled indulgently. "Great job. What on earth is going on?" Yuan Xuening nearly broke down upon seeing Shi Yuan. Brother, she instinctively turned to her brother for support, but found Yuan Xuechen sitting beside her with a dim expression, looking detached from a situation. Chu Xingzhou looked at Yuan Xuening and said, "Being controlled by a mental type ability user has a chance of turning one into a fool. Since we are alumni, I won't control you." Yuan Xuening looked at Chu Xingzhou in disbelief. "You deliberately lure my brother here? How could you be so heartless? How could you do this to me?" Chu Xingzhou replied with an indifferent expression. The Yuan family is committing acts that endanger humanity. They must be removed. Yuan Xuanning shouted, no. Everything we do is for the future of humanity. We are in the right. She shouted endlessly, but couldn't articulate what was right about the Yuan family. From the moment she learned about her family's business, she had been indoctrinated with this belief. But no one had ever told her why it was right. Shi Yuan said, you're trying to recreate the apocalypse, trying to bring disaster upon us once more. Is this what you call humanity's future? You know nothing about the apocalypse and zombies. Yuan Xuanning shot a venomous look at Shi Yuan. It must be you. You have bewitched Brother Xingzhou. You are the one who is sowing discord between us. A water whip appeared out of nowhere from her hand, attacking Shi Yuan, while another whip aimed at Lin Zhuiying, trying to capture her as a hostage. Shi Yuan raised her hand and gently waved, dispersing the water whip that was aimed at her, and with another wave, a water curtain appeared in front of Lin Zhuiying, blocking the attack. Lin Zhuiying was completely stunned. A water cushion appeared beneath her, lifting her up and carrying her to the back of Chu Xingzhou. Even if she were slow, Yuan Xuanning understood what had happened. She looked at Shi Yuan in shock. You are also a water-type ability user. The one who diverted the beasts in the mountains was you. You have ruined my family's big plans. At that moment, Colonel Zhou entered from the door, having cleaned up the small bugs outside. This operation had gone quite well. Shi Yuan pointed at Yuan Xuanning and said to Colonel Zhou, this person is crazy. Take her back and lock her up. Chapter 79. Do you like her? Yuan Xuechen and Yuan Xuanning were taken away by Colonel Zhou. The military had its own psychics to conduct the interrogation, and there was no need for Chu Xingzhou, an external personnel, to assist. Lin Zhuiying followed Chu Xingzhou anxiously, gripping his clothes tightly. What happened? Why were Xuanning and her brother taken away? Also, did Xuanning just try to attack me? Chu Xingzhou pried her hands off, clearly indicating that this lesson should teach her to choose her friends wisely. Lin Zhuiying burst into tears, asking, what about our game? She was still thinking about the game. Chu Xingzhou comforted her, saying, you should take a good rest and calm down. We can find someone else for the game. Lin Zhuiying nodded through her tears, saying, you should find someone. I can't do it. Shi Yuan, who was listening nearby, felt a bit reluctant. Lin Zhuiying had probably been overly protected by her family since she was young. She was too naive and hadn't even realized she was being used. Chu Xingzhou felt a rare sense of guilt and coaxed Lin Zhuiying, saying, you can ask for a few days off from school and move in with me. It's safer there. Don't worry about the game. I'll definitely take care of it. From now on, your pocket money will be earned by you, and next time if things go awry, your family won't be able to control you. Lin Zhuiying was indeed comforted by his words. She quickly took out her light brain to ask for leave and wanted Chu Xingzhou to take her back to pack her things so she could hide at the Chu family. Chu Xingzhou looked at Shi Yuan helplessly and gestured that he would take Lin Zhuiying. Shi Yuan gave an okay sign, staying behind to help the military handle the follow-up matters. After getting into the hover car and returning to school to pack her things, on the way to the Chu family, Lin Zhuiying finally calmed down. She slowly recalled what had just happened and thought of someone. Who was that girl who jumped in through the window? She was so beautiful and seemed very powerful. She even saved me, and I haven't thanked her yet. Hearing Lin Zhuiying praise Shi Yuan, Chu Xingzhou felt pleased and introduced her. Her name is Shi Yuan, a second-year combat student at Xinglan. Her strength is indeed impressive, and she is a good person. We completed many tasks together. Lin Zhuiying was generally slow on the uptake, but in certain matters, she was eerily sharp. She looked at Chu Xingzhou suspiciously and asked, do you like her? Chu Xingzhou paused for a moment and then replied, yes. Lin Zhuiying whistled and said, I like her too. She is really nice, way better than Yuan Xuanning by thousands and thousands of times. Lin Zhuiying was genuinely fed up with Yuan Xuanning now. After settling Lin Zhuiying at the Chu family, Chu Xingzhou immediately went to the military. Shi Yuan had just finished the process and came out. As soon as they met, Chu Xingzhou remembered his conversation with Lin Zhuiying on the way. Looking at Shi Yuan again, he confirmed once more that he liked her. Shi Yuan was completely unaware. She was talking to Chu Xingzhou about what happened after he and Lin Zhuiying left. Yuan Xuechen woke up from the control of the psychic powers but didn't turn into an idiot. He remained in a daze for a while and after recovering, refused to speak. The military decided that if he continued to be uncooperative, they would have to deploy the military's memory-reading psychic, at which point, the mental damage Yuan Shiuechen would suffer would be irreversible. The outcome depended entirely on his personal choice. As for Yuan Swenin, she also refused to speak. But her cunning was no match for Yuan Shiuechen. The old foxes in the military managed to extract quite a bit of information from her without her realizing it. However, she was not highly regarded in the Yuan family. Although she knew about the family's dealings, she had never truly been involved. So the intelligence she could provide was limited. What is currently known is that during last semester's final exams, the black-clad people appearing in the mountains were the dead soldiers raised by the Yuan family. Yuan Swenin, and they were in cahoots, allowing them to evade the school's surveillance and infiltrate the mountains. Based solely on this, the military already had sufficient reason to conduct a forced search of the Yuan family, and it was believed that results would soon follow. Shi Yuan returned to school for her normal classes. The official word regarding Yuan Swenin was that she was on leave, but some well-informed individuals with connections at home had already sensed something was amiss. For instance, Bei Fuli, Shi Yuan, and Xiaomingxian. Bei Fuli approached Shi Yuan and asked, "Do you know what is going on with the Yuan family lately?" Shi Yuan was considering how to respond when Bei Fuli continued, "I got news from home that the Yuan family is going to be in big trouble. They might all end up in jail. I don't know what they did." Shi Yuan thought that Bei Fuli's family seemed to know quite a bit. In fact, she knew even more, but couldn't say anything, so she finally replied, "We'll know when it's time for us to know." Bei Fuli nodded in agreement. That's true, but it's unfortunate for Yuan Swenin to be implicated by her family. Although I'm not fond of her, I acknowledge her strength. Yuan Swenin was indeed not unfortunate. She was involved herself, and when the truth could be revealed, Bei Fuli would probably find out. As for Shi Yuan, upon hearing that Yuan Swenin might have committed a crime, she happily exclaimed a few times, then continued to worry about Xiaomingxian. Xiaomingxian had been getting close to Jiang Ye lately, and Jiang Ye had temporarily surpassed Shi Yuan to become Shi Yuan's most disliked person. Shi Yuan heard a bit from Qi Sui that Qi Sui was now disappointed in Jiang Ye and was not as close to her as before, but after all, Jiang Ye was Jiang Rui's daughter, and they couldn't just ignore her. Recently, Shi Yuan had important matters to attend to in the military, so Qi Sui took the initiative to take care of Jiang Ye. Although Jiang Ye was old enough not to need caring for, Qi Sui felt that if she continued to neglect her, something big would happen sooner or later, so she could only keep a close watch on her. She had also told Jiang Ye that Xiaomingxian had a fiancé, but Jiang Ye said that she and Xiaomingxian were just ordinary friends. What else could Qi Sui say? As for Yin Siruo, her mother had started to mix in the social circle of the capital's elite ladies and was no longer as flustered as at the beginning. Now she was quite adept at socializing and was increasingly leaning towards Master Ten. Yin Siruo tried her best to block it, but she didn't know how long she could hold out. Amidst a pile of trivial matters, Shi Yuan received an unexpected communication from Shi Hung. On the video call, Shi Hung looked radiant and said, "Yuan, I've awakened my abilities. Dad will hold a banquet to celebrate for me. You can come back to congratulate me, right?" Shi Yuan asked, "What ability?" Shi Hung replied, "Water abilities." Shi Yuan felt a sinking sensation in her heart and immediately responded, "I will definitely come back." Shi Hung was very happy to hear this. "Yuan, I was a bit excessive towards you recently, but I've reflected on it, and I won't do that anymore. I can protect you from now on." Shi Yuan ambiguously responded, making an excuse to hang up the video call because she had to go to class. And then she immediately found Chu Xingzhou to discuss this matter. Shi Hung was also Cui Wan's child. Did his awakening of abilities have anything to do with Cui Wan? More importantly, how much did Shi Yufeng know about this matter? And what role did he play in it? Chapter 80, Attention, Enemy Attack. A few days later, Chu Xingzhou found Shi Yuan and said that Chu Min had received an invitation from the Shi family, and even the Luo and Yin families had received one. Prominent figures and major families in the alliance had all been invited. Shi Yuan felt something was off if Shi Yufeng knew about Cui Wan's background. After Shi Hung awakened his abilities, he should have concealed this matter, whether to protect Shi Hong or to capture him for experimentation, rather than announcing it to the world. With her doubts, she found Shi Hong to understand the circumstances of his awakening. Shi Hong had awakened in a public place. He had already entered the military as a civilian employee, knowing that in Shi Yufeng's eyes, he was inferior to Shi Yuan, and all family resources would tilt towards Shi Yuan. Shi Hong felt very unwilling when he learned of Shi Yuan's existence. But the entire Shi family was under Shi Yufeng's control, making it impossible for him to resist. Later, to climb higher, he turned to Yang Huili and Shi Yuan while working tirelessly, hoping to achieve results that would make Shi Yufeng not completely give up on him. Under this pressure, Shi Hong worked overtime for a month on a task, and when he completed it, he was so physically drained that he stumbled and fell down the stairs in front of everyone, just as everyone thought he was either dead or seriously injured. A net made of water appeared beneath him, catching him completely before he hit the ground. At that moment, Shi Hong was still dazed, but those with knowledge immediately realized it was an ability, and thus he was taken for testing, surrounded by a group of leaders and colleagues. Because he had just awakened, his abilities were very unstable, but the machine results clearly indicated that this was indeed an ability. The news of Shi Hong awakening as an ability user quickly spread throughout the military. At that time, Shi Yufeng happened to be away, and by the time he found out, not only the military but also many influential figures on Beimang Star were aware. Some had even come to congratulate him. Shi Hong excitedly recounted the details of his awakening, and after hearing it, Shi Yuan understood that Shi Yufeng had no chance to suppress the news. As the eldest son of the Shi family awakening abilities, everyone knew this was a significant event considering how few ability users there were in the entire alliance. Even if Shi Yufeng wanted to be low-key, he could not avoid making a statement at this moment. Hence, the banquet was organized. Shi Yuan asked a few more questions and learned that Shi Hong was currently living in the military, and his task was to learn how to control his abilities from other ability users. She felt relieved knowing that Shi Hong would not be in danger for the time being. Subsequently, Shi Yuan took a leave of absence to prepare to buy a ticket back to Beimang Star. Chu Xingzhou mentioned that the Luo family would also send someone, and they would take the Luo family's private spaceship. After getting to know Luo Qi, Shi Yuan had taken the Luo family's private spaceship several times, and she was now quite accustomed to it. On the day of departure, Shi Yuan realized how naive she had been. Previously, she had only taken Luo Qi's small spaceship. But this time, since the elders of the Luo family were also going, the scale of the spaceship was incomparable to Luo Qi's small one. As expected of the richest in the alliance, the difference was immediately apparent. Besides Shi Yuan, Yan Xiyue and his mother were also aboard the spaceship. When Luo Qi invited him, Yan Xiyue initially refused. It was fine for him to go alone, but when his mother insisted on going too, before he could finish refusing, his mother heard him and readily agreed, leaving Yan Xiyue helpless. Yan's mother, dressed elegantly, walked ahead with an air of superiority. Upon seeing Shi Yuan, she raised her head and snorted coldly as she passed by. Yan Xiyue, feeling drained, walked behind, and seeing his mother's attitude toward Shi Yuan, he was furious but couldn't lose his temper in front of so many people, so he could only run over to apologize to Shi Yuan with his head down. Shi Yuan affectionately patted his head and comforted him. "You've worked hard." When Yan Xiyue heard this, he nearly cried. He had been feeling so gloomy lately. Shi Yuan patted the seat beside her, indicating for him to sit with her, and Yan Xiyue sat down. At this moment, Chu Xingzhou also arrived, accompanied by Colonel Zhou and Lin Zhuiying. Colonel Zhou was representing Chu Min at the banquet. He was Chu Min's trusted aide. Although his rank was only colonel, he was young and had a bright future ahead as long as he didn't make major mistakes. Having him represent Chu Min was not at all inappropriate. Shi Yuan, who had been involved in the Night Wolf Star laboratory, knew that Colonel Zhou's visit was not just to congratulate Shi Hong. As for Lin Zhuiying, since the Lin family and other major families were also invited, the Lin family would send someone to attend. Lin Zhuiying planned to attend Shi Heng's celebration banquet before returning to Phoenix Star with her family. She came to Capital Star originally as an exchange student, and ending her exchange early wouldn't have much impact. More importantly, she wanted to see Shi Yuan. Now that she had seen her, she quickly stepped forward, sitting beside Shi Yuan and linking arms with her. thank you for last time. I was so dazed that I didn't get to thank you. Shi Yuan smiled and replied, It's nothing. It was what I should do. Besides, even if I hadn't acted, your brother wouldn't have let you get hurt. Lin Zhuiying still clung to her arm. I don't care. You're my lifesaver. I want to invite you to my home in Phoenix Star as a guest. Shi Yuan thought about it. The owner of Phoenix Star, the Lin family, were descendants of Lin, and she also wanted to meet them, so she agreed. Okay, I'll definitely come to disturb you when I have time. Chu Xingzhou sat beside Lin Zhuiying, secretly pleased, deciding to treat her better in the future. Once everyone had gathered, the spaceship took off. Shi Yuan and the others followed Luo Qi to visit his elder, who was an aunt of Luo Qi. The two parties exchanged polite greetings. And due to the age difference, they soon divided into two circles, each enjoying their own company, making for a relaxed atmosphere. On the second day of the journey, the spaceship had left the Central Star region and entered the unclaimed cosmic route. In 3 days, they would be able to enter the second star region through the jump point. However, an unexpected incident occurred at that moment. The spaceship's alarm lights flashed a terrifying red light, and the alarm echoed throughout the ship. Attention, enemy attack! Attention, enemy attack! At that time, Shi Yuan and the others were in the gym when Luo Qi rushed in, panicking. We're in trouble. We've encountered star pirates, and they want to hijack the ship. Colonel Zhou, who had been chatting with the pilot in the cockpit, was instantly furious and grabbed the mecha key, ready to go out and fight the star pirates. But he only said this. A single mecha would be insufficient against the star pirates' warship. When Shi Yuan, Chu Xingzhou, and the others arrived, he was directing the pilot to dodge the cannon fire. Have you contacted the military patrol fleet? No, the signal is blocked. Damn it, this route has always been safe. How could this happen? Shi Yuan immediately sensed something was amiss, but the most pressing issue now was to escape. Chapter 81. Mother Yin wants to seek death again. The main ship of the space pirates swaggered close to the flight path, with countless smaller warships and spacecraft trailing behind it. Although the Luo family spacecraft was equipped with some weapons, it was not a dedicated warship, and its weaponry was limited and not very powerful. We can't let them surround us, said Chu Xingzhou. Colonel Zhou was in a difficult position. He had never encountered a battle where his side was at such a significant disadvantage. Fighting was impossible. They had to escape. Shi Yuan also felt that fighting was not an option. She said, we can only leave the flight path now. Colonel Zhou and Chu Xingzhou had the same thought. Before they could speak, Luo's aunt and Mother Yin entered the cockpit together. Mother Yin happened to hear Shi Yuan's words and shouted, Are you crazy? Although I'm not a professional, I know that once we leave the flight path, we won't be able to use the map. Who knows where the ship will drift? If we can't find our way, we'll just float in space waiting to die. Shi Yuan replied, If we don't leave the flight path, we'll die right now. Mother Yin disagreed, saying, They are space pirates. They just want money. We can pay them. Even if we are kidnapped, our family can ransom us back. Everyone on this ship had money. Mother Yin thought that paying for their lives was the wisest move. Luo's aunt had remained silent since entering, and now she finally spoke. Colonel Zhou, what is your opinion? Surrender or leave the flight path? Colonel Zhou replied seriously. My suggestion is to leave the flight path. Space pirates are not reasonable people. They are inherently brutal. Even if we pay, we can't guarantee they won't kill us. The number of people who die at the hands of space pirates every year is countless. We can't gamble on their humanity. Mother Yin wanted to rebut, but Luo's aunt made the final decision. Then let's leave the flight path. All pilots, follow Colonel Zhou's orders. This was the Luo family ship, and the person in charge was Luo's aunt. Since she spoke, no one dared to disagree. Although Mother Yin did not agree, she did not dare to voice it, only glaring fiercely at Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan did not look at her, but focused intently on the space pirate fleet across from them, deep in thought. The pirates' attacks continued and were getting closer. Those without combat capability, like Luo Qi and Yin Saruo, had already been arranged into the escape pods. If they failed to escape, the pods would eject immediately, hoping to give them a glimmer of hope. Luo's aunt should have entered the escape pod as well, but she insisted on staying, and Colonel Zhou did not force her. Buckle up, secure your seatbelts, Colonel Zhou ordered. Chu Xingzhou, Shi Yuan, and Luo's aunt quickly found vacant seats, sitting down and fastening their seatbelts. Under Colonel Zhou's command, The ship flew out along a strange route, narrowly avoiding the pirates' shells each time. Although it was perilous, they were hit very few times. After a series of maneuvers, the ship successfully left the flight path, increasing the distance from the chasing pirate warships. But this was not the end. The pirates unusually pursued them relentlessly. Colonel Zhou gritted his teeth and ordered them to continue distancing themselves from the flight path. It was only when they were far enough away that they couldn't be detected and encountered a small cosmic storm that the pirates finally gave up. Colonel ou her.Moreover. Those damn bastards. They deliberately forced us to leave the flight path. They want us to get lost in space. Luo's aunt's face was pale, but her demeanor remained calm. They want to kill us. When they found they couldn't, they forced us to completely leave the flight path. As long as we can't find the right way, to outsiders, it's no different from being dead. But why? Generally, space pirates conduct such large-scale operations for profit. Could it be because we escaped from them, and they are embarrassed and angry? At that moment, Shi Yuan said, "The pirates just now seem to be the same ones that attacked the starry ship." Colonel Zhou asked, "Are you sure?" Shi Yuan shook her head. "I'm not sure. The warships have different colors now, but aside from the color, everything else is the same. The exterior coating color of ships, warships, and mechas can be changed at any time, but the shape can't be changed so easily." Colonel Zhou pondered for a moment. It seemed that the investigation into the starry ship needed to be prioritized. The investigation of the starry ship had been ongoing, but it was not a high priority. Although there had been some progress, it was limited. If they could survive and return to the Alliance, Colonel Zhou vowed to take over the investigation of the starry ship. Just as he was thinking, a series of urgent alarms sounded. The pilot anxiously said, "Energy chamber number 2 has been hit by a shell, and the energy liquid is leaking continuously." Just as the people who had just come out of the escape pod arrived at the cockpit, Mother Yin did not know what had happened, but Luo Qi and Yin Siruo's faces changed drastically upon hearing this. The pilot continued, "Emergency procedures have been activated. The energy liquid leakage from chamber number 2 has stopped, but the remaining energy liquid is only enough for the ship to continue for 1 hour." Mother Yin looked confused and said, "If number 2 is not enough, we can transfer from other energy chambers. What's the big deal?" Yin Siruo said with a dark face, "Mom, you shouldn't speak carelessly if you don't understand. Transferring energy liquid is not that simple. The Alliance's highest technology currently cannot transfer energy liquid between energy chambers while the ship is in operation." Luo Qi added an explanation. "Each energy chamber has its own functional range. Once the energy in chamber number 2 is exhausted, the ship will not be able to maintain balance, and the risk of falling is very high." Mother Yin understood now and panicked, complaining, "So why do we have to leave the flight path? As long as we obediently pay, we wouldn't have these problems. What should we do now?" As she spoke, she shot a glare at Shi Yuan, blaming all the issues on her. Some people are just troublemakers. If they want to die, they should find a place to do it themselves. Now everyone else had to suffer because of her. Chu Xingzhou was furious and was about to curse at Mother Yin without regard for Yin Siruo. Luo's aunt spoke first. "Madam Yin, please return to your room." Mother Yin looked at Luo's aunt in disbelief. "Why do I have to leave? Why can that troublemaker stay here? I want to stay. Otherwise, you all will be fooled by her and make some outrageous decisions." Luo's aunt said sternly, "The decision is mine. If Madam Yin has any objections, come at me." Mother Yin instantly closed her mouth. She did not dare to offend Luo's aunt. Yin Siruo felt embarrassed and wished she could find a hole to hide in. She pulled Mother Yin and said, "Mom, let's go back to the room." Mother Yin unwillingly allowed Yin Siruo to lead her away. At that moment, Shi Yuan said, "Yin Siruo should stay." Luo Qi went over to hold Yin Siruo. "You're a repair student, and we face a big problem now. Even though we haven't graduated yet, having one more person means more strength. Maybe we can find a solution." In fact, he and Shi Yuan had the same goal, to separate Yin Siruo from Mother Yin. Luo's aunt also said, "Madam Yin is already such a grown woman. She can't possibly not find her way back to her room." Mother Yin snorted coldly and left alone. Chapter 82. Stranded on a desolate planet, Colonel Zhou ordered, "Detect nearby landing spots." All the pilots and inspectors in the cockpit sprang into action, and soon they found a target. There was an uninhabited planet nearby that met the landing requirements, and it would take half an hour to reach. Colonel Zhou made a decisive decision. That's the place. Land the ship there to avoid crashing after losing power. Half an hour later, the spaceship landed on the designated uninhabited planet. The entire planet had more ocean than land, and the pilots searched for a while before finding a slightly larger piece of land to land on. Shi Yuan looked out the window. This uninhabited planet appeared even more desolate than the uninhabited planet where the starship had crashed. However, fortunately, the private spaceship of the Luo family was equipped with much better facilities than the wrecked starship, and the main body of the spaceship was undamaged. They could at least stay inside the ship and didn't have to search for caves. The maintenance engineer first went to check the condition of cabin 2, while others took the opportunity to rest or eat and arrange for security. Shi Yuan instinctively gave orders. Colonel Zhou didn't pay much attention. After all, Shi Yuan had experience surviving on desolate planets, and her arrangements were fine. There were 5 maintenance engineers on the spaceship, along with Luo Qi and Yen Siruo, making a total of 7 people who unconsciously followed Shi Yuan to cabin 2. After the inspection, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The door of cabin 2 was not severely damaged, and they could complete the repairs with the existing materials on the ship. As for the remaining sigh of relief, it was due to their inability to transport energy liquid from other energy cabins. The transport of energy liquid is usually accomplished at energy stations relying on robots and large pipelines, and ordinary maintenance engineers basically do not understand this technology. The engineers on the Luo family spaceship did not know how to do it either. Shi Yuan said, "Let's fix the cabin door first. We'll figure out the rest later." For now, there was no other way. Repairing the cabin door was not difficult. The 5 maintenance engineers could take shifts and would only need a day to complete the repairs. Shi Yuan then decided not to stay here any longer and went to the dining room for a meal. After eating, she found Colonel Zhou and Aunt Luo. Chu Xingzhou was also here. Upon seeing Shi Yuan, Chu Xingzhou said, "We plan to go out and explore this planet, at least to find some food." The food on the spaceship could last everyone for a month if rationed, but they couldn't guarantee that the Alliance's rescue would arrive within that month. Shi Yuan nodded. "I'll leave it to you. I want to go." Chu Xingzhou was a bit surprised. She thought Shi Yuan would follow them to explore the planet. Shi Yuan said, "I'll stay behind to check the materials and think about the repairs." Chu Xingzhou understood. "Then we'll go out. This trip is mainly for reconnaissance, and we'll report back to you with the results." The spaceship itself was equipped with bodyguards, and there were quite a few combat personnel. Colonel Zhou arranged for some people to stay behind and set off with a few others. Shi Yuan plunged into the spaceship's maintenance room, carefully checking the materials inside and formulating a plan. When she came out, Colonel Zhou and Chu Xingzhou, along with the others who had gone out to explore, had just returned bringing good news. There are edible fish and exotic beasts in the ocean. At least we won't have to worry about food while we're here. Shi Yuan walked over to Chu Xingzhou. "What exotic beasts are there on the planet? Can you show me?" Chu Xingzhou handed her the holographic device she had been recording on the way. It contained all the detectable exotic beasts, and there were quite a few. Indeed, the uninhabited planet was a breeding ground for exotic beasts. Shi Yuan took it and began to examine it carefully. After a moment of hesitation, Yen Siruo finally asked, "Sister Yuan, do you have any ideas?" Shi Yuan nodded while looking. "I do have a few." She didn't say much, but those who knew her understood that what she meant by a few was actually a lot. Yen Siruo was filled with anticipation. After reviewing the list of exotic beasts, Shi Yuan already had a plan in mind. She circled a few types of exotic beasts and said to Chu Xingzhou, "Next time you go out, catch some of the exotic beasts I circled. They have the materials we need." Chu Xingzhou asked, "Are you planning to make a pipeline for transporting energy liquid?" Shi Yuan replied, "Just to give it a try." Chu Xingzhou said, "All right, I'll bring some back for you." Aunt Luo handed over command to Colonel Zhou, who only requested the authority to allocate combat personnel, while other matters on the spaceship were still handed back to her. Aunt Luo was prepared for a long struggle, with sufficient food available. She instructed the combat personnel to hunt. On the second day after landing, exotic beast meat appeared on the dining table, mixed with the spaceship's stored food. Yan's mother took a bite and put down her knife and fork. The taste and texture of the exotic beast meat made it hard for her to swallow. In the dining room, apart from her, others were showing similar reactions. all of whom were wealthy merchants who had received invitations from the Shi family and set off on the Luo family spaceship. They didn't lack for spaceships at home. The reason for taking the Luo family ship was to strengthen their relationship, hoping to negotiate 1 or 2 business deals along the way. Who knew they would encounter such an incident? Many people had already regretted it, and now eating this fishy and tough exotic beast meat made them even more regretful. People with the same mindset gathered together, and a common topic emerged. Complaints echoed in the dining room. Yan's mother found a kindred spirit and chattered nonstop. Aunt Luo remained indifferent. When someone came to complain, she simply said, "If you're not satisfied, I can provide you with some food, and you can leave my spaceship and find your own way out." Once these words were spoken, everyone dared to be angry but didn't dare to speak out. Although they had bodyguards, what use were they on an uninhabited planet? If the Luo family abandoned them, they could only fend for themselves. On the other side, through Chu Xingzhou and Colonel Zhou, Shi Yuan gathered the materials needed for making the energy transport pipeline. She spent half a day drawing up the design, then summoned all the maintenance engineers. Looking at the design, the engineers felt uncertain. They had never dealt with energy transport pipelines and didn't know if it would be useful once made. In the end, it was Luo Qi who said, "Let us make it first. Anyway, most of the materials come from the exotic beasts on this planet, so we won't lose much if we fail." With the boss speaking up and making a reasonable point, the engineers divided the work. After spending another day, the energy transport pipeline was finally completed. As for whether to use it, they still needed to discuss it with others. Chu Xingzhou definitely stood on Shi Yuan's side, while Colonel Zhou and Aunt Luo were somewhat hesitant. Colonel Zhou asked, "If we fail, will there be a problem with the spaceship?" Shi Yuan nodded. "If an accident occurs during transport and the energy liquid detonates, the entire spaceship will be blown up. Therefore, before implementation, we need to find a safe place outside and transfer people there." Chapter 83. How could she be Master 10? Aunt Luo hesitated for a moment, while Colonel Zhou pondered and felt it was worth a try. At this moment, Chu Xingzhou said, "If we don't try, our spaceship can't take off, and we'll just have to wait for rescue here. But if it succeeds, we can look for a way out while waiting for help." Luo Qi also said, "If we fail, we only lose a spaceship. Right now, the spaceship is just a place to stay for us. Even if we lose it, we can find another place to live, though it might be a bit tough." Although he came from a wealthy family, Luo Qi was not someone who couldn't endure hardship. He felt that if Shi Yuan and the others could live on the garbage planet for 2 years and wait for rescue, then as able-bodied men with so many combat personnel and mechs, it would be unacceptable if they couldn't endure it. Aunt Luo was clearly someone who could endure hardship as well. After careful consideration, she thought it was indeed worth a try, so she began preparing to evacuate the crowd, but encountered obstacles. A group of wealthy individuals, led by Yan's mother, insisted on not leaving the spaceship. "Why should we leave the spaceship? It's so dangerous outside, and we're not combat personnel. Who will be responsible if something happens?" "Exactly, we're fine inside the spaceship, just waiting for the Alliance's rescue. Why do we have to mess around? Do you want to make things difficult for us on purpose? I heard your maintenance technician say that if the energy liquid is transported and fails, it will explode. Are you trying to secretly carry this out? If the spaceship explodes, will we have to sleep in the wilderness?" A fat, bald businessman said this, immediately scaring a group of people. "Explode? Ms. Luo, it's not that we're making things difficult on purpose. Shouldn't you clarify this? Will it really explode? If a spaceship explodes, where will we stay?" The group of people chattered nonstop, making Aunt Luo feel flustered. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she said, "That's right. Our maintenance technician thought of a way to transport the energy liquid. Once you are all evacuated from a spaceship to a safe distance, we will begin implementation." Confirming the words of the fat businessman, the crowd became even more chaotic. Someone asked, "What will happen if it fails and the spaceship explodes?" Aunt Luo replied, "Losing the spaceship just means losing a place to stay. Although this planet has a large ocean area, it also has land. We will always find a place to live." Yan's mother was the first to object, shouting excitedly, "No way. This is a deserted planet. If we live in the wild, won't we be like savages? We are people of status. If we return to the Alliance in the future and others find out, where will we put our faces?" Someone echoed, "Exactly. We can clearly stay in the spaceship. Why take the risk? Moreover, there are alien beasts outside. What if we encounter danger out there? Colonel Zhou said loudly, "Everyone, don't worry. We have plenty of combat personnel. Even in the wild, we can ensure everyone's safety." Some people were unconvinced, saying, "You say that, but when something really happens, you'll just hide in your mechs. And what about us without mechs? Won't we just be cannon fodder?" Colonel Zhou was stunned. Having served in the military for so long, it was the first time he heard such malicious words, and he didn't know how to respond. As the argument grew more intense, Shi Yuan stepped forward and said, "Enough." Although she was just a 20-year-old girl, many here were of her parents' generation. But her two words stunned the crowd. Shi Yuan coldly looked at them. "The energy transport plan was made by me, and I designed the transport pipeline. If anything goes wrong, I will take full responsibility." Everyone stood there in shock. Yan's mother reacted and angrily scolded Shi Yuan. "So it's you, the troublemaker. Do you think you're so capable? If that thing was designed by you, it will definitely have problems. You just want to drag us all down with you." Yan Saruo shouted, "Mom, what are you talking about? If the things designed by Sister Yuan aren't good, then there are hardly a few people in the entire alliance who can design them." Yan's mother was exasperated. "Saruo, you are too naive to be deceived by her. Do you really think she considers you a friend? She just sees you as a stepping stone. Once she connects with Master 10 through you, she'll kick you aside." Yan Saruo shouted in despair. "Sister Yuan is my master, Master 10. You don't know anything, so stop talking nonsense." Yan's mother was stunned for a moment, her anger growing. "Saruo, are you lying for her in front of your mother? How could she possibly be Master 10? How could it not be possible?" Chu Xingzhou walked to Shi Yuan and said, "The weapon I used was made by Shi Yuan for me. No one but Master 10 could have made such a weapon." Colonel Zhou immediately reacted. "Is it that bow-shaped weapon of yours?" Chu Xingzhou nodded. Colonel Zhou immediately rushed to Shi Yuan's side. "Shi Yuan, no. Master, I was blind before. Can you make me a weapon too?" Shi Yuan smiled and said, "It will cost money." Colonel Zhou nodded vigorously. "Of course, not a penny less." As they chatted, Aunt Luo looked at Luo Qi and saw that he was not surprised at all, knowing he was also in the know. Luo Qi felt his aunt's gaze and quickly said, "Aunt, what Yin Saruo said is true. I've helped in Shi Yuan's workshop and seen her designs. I can confirm she is Master 10. The maintenance technicians on the spaceship also stepped up to speak. The maintenance team leader said, "We are not just unknown maintenance technicians. We have worked with many design masters. When a young girl presented the energy transport pipeline design, we were very surprised. Such a design might not even be accomplished by many design masters in the Alliance. We were puzzled. How could a young girl design this? If she is Master 10, then everything becomes possible, with even the maintenance technicians validating Shi Yuan's abilities. Others had no reason to continue doubting and could only stand by and marvel at how the Master 10, praised by countless people in the Alliance, turned out to be just a girl who hadn't yet turned 20. Yan's mother was left stunned, unsure of what to do, but now no one was paying attention to her. Aunt Luo said, "Now that everyone knows Shi Yuan's identity, does anyone have any objections to the energy transport plan?" This time, the opposing voices were much quieter, but some still didn't want to take the risk. "ISNT, there's still a risk. Can't we wait for the Alliance's rescue? We can eat alien beast meat. Since we can hold on, why take the risk?" Colonel Zhou said, "I understand your thoughts. You think that because you come from prominent families in the Alliance. The Alliance won't treat you like the survivors of the Starry Sky, and they will organize a rescue for you at the first opportunity, right?" No one spoke, but their expressions indicated that Colonel Zhou was right. Chapter 84. Energy transfer completed. Colonel Zhou sighed. "You are thinking too simply about the situation." Their current predicament seemed similar to that of the Starry Sky, both having been attacked by space pirates and then gone missing, but a closer examination revealed they were entirely different matters. The Starry Sky encountered space pirates because a spy had infiltrated the crew, taking hostages and diverting the ship from its course before the attack. In contrast, their current encounter involved space pirates directly entering the shipping lane and jamming military signals to attack them. The audacity of the space pirates likely indicated a traitor within the military, boldly provoking them. Therefore, the military's immediate priority was to root out the internal traitor and strike against the pirate group. Rescuing people could only be postponed. Not to mention the pressing matters concerning the Yuan family and Nolan Star, which Colonel Zhou did not mention. After hearing this, everyone fell silent. They indeed came from prominent families, but none were the decision-makers in their clans. Even if they were lost, their families would only lose a few members, which wouldn't cause any significant damage. Some were even more frightened, as they had rivals within their families who would wish for their demise. Content as long as their military didn't interfere with the rescue efforts. Colonel Zhou continued, "We may seem well supplied and able to use mechs now, but as time goes on, our energy will dwindle. We can currently repair the damaged parts of the mechs involved in combat with the alien beasts, but the materials are not endless, and there will come a time when we run out. At that point, the mechs won't be usable, and with just a few of us, we cannot guarantee the safety of all of you." Upon hearing this, those who had previously opposed him were frightened into silence and dared not voice any objections. Lin Zhuing stepped forward. "Colonel, let us proceed according to your plan. The military has always protected the citizens of the Alliance, and I trust that your judgment places our lives as the top priority." Since the incident, Lin Zhuing had not said much, quietly remaining among the crowd, doing whatever Chu Xingzhou asked without causing any trouble. Now that she spoke, every word resonated with Colonel Zhou. Colonel Zhou, who had just been questioned, felt deeply moved. "Miss Lin, it is a soldier's duty to protect the people. I assure you, should anything happen, I will be the first to perish." With that, there was no further opposition, and everyone began to leave the spaceship in an orderly fashion, escorted by mechs to the prepared base, where tents had already been set up by Chu Xingzhou and others for everyone to rest. After all passengers had evacuated, Shi Yuan asked the maintenance crew to leave as well, choosing to stay alone. The maintenance crew was initially reluctant, but Shi Yuan insisted, "I have a mech. If danger arises, I can jump into the mech to survive. You are unarmed. If there is an explosion, you might not even find your ashes." Her words were blunt, but no one held it against her. The maintenance team leader jokingly said, "We won't fail, but since you worry so much, do as you please. We won't hold you back here." Once everyone evacuated, Shi Yuan prepared to initiate the energy transfer. Just as she was about to press the button, she heard a door open behind her. Chu Xingzhou walked in. "I came to keep you company. I'm fine alone. You can't do much here." Shi Yuan said this, but she felt happy inside. Chu Xingzhou replied, "I may not be of much use, but at least I can keep you company. 3 days is a long time. Won't you be bored alone?" The estimated transfer time would take 3 days, and during this time, according to Shi Yuan's plan, she would wait here alone. "Stay if you want." In the end, she said to Chu Xingzhou. Pressing the button, the massive energy transfer system began to operate, and both Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou entered their respective mechs, connecting their communication channels and chatting casually. Over the 3 days, Chu Xingzhou shared many personal stories, including the conflicts between his parents. Once a happy family, they were torn apart by an incident involving the Lin family, where Lin Yu's brother died, forcing Lin Yu to take over the Lin family. Initially, there seemed to be no issue with the couple living separately. However, conflict arose when the Lin family and the military had a clash of interests, and Chu Min became the person responsible for that matter. While Chu Min was still seeking a win-win solution, Lin Yu made his choice first, opting for his family over Chu Min. After that, their relationship rapidly deteriorated, eventually leading to complete estrangement, and Chu Xingzhou chose his mother over his father. These past events had never been shared with anyone other than Luo Qi, who had grown up with him. Shi Yuan was the first person he confided in. Shi Yuan could only listen quietly and offer a few words of comfort. In this matter, Chu Xingzhou himself felt powerless, and Shi Yuan could not help at all. Perhaps maintaining the status quo was the best option. While they were opening up to each other, a notification sound suddenly rang out, prompting Shi Yuan to immediately pilot her mech towards energy chamber number 2. Seeing that over half of the energy liquid was still remaining in chamber number 2, she tensed up. The energy transfer was almost complete. They just needed to successfully remove the energy pipe, and the transfer would be done. Chu Xingzhou was excited, but dared not move, even feeling it best to wait outside. "I'll wait for you outside." "Okay," Shi Yuan replied and began her operations. Chu Xingzhou nervously waited at the door. After more than 2 hours, Shi Yuan emerged from energy chamber number 2, her voice weary. "I successfully detached the energy transfer pipe from chamber number 2. Now, there's chamber number 1 and chamber no. 3 left. Don't rush. Rest first, Chu Xingzhou suggested. Shi Yuan did not push herself. She exited the mech and followed Chu Xingzhou to the dining area, where they ate to replenish their energy. After resting for over half an hour, she re-entered the mech and headed to energy chamber number 1. It wasn't until it was completely dark that Shi Yuan finally emerged from energy chamber number 3, stepping down from her mech, drenched in sweat and appearing exhausted. But her eyes sparkled with brightness. "We did it. The spaceship can take off now." Chu Xingzhou excitedly hugged her. "You're amazing. Thanks to you, we can be saved." Shi Yuan leaned against Chu Xingzhou. "We're not saved yet. It's just a matter of time." They embraced for a moment before Chu Xingzhou escorted Shi Yuan back to her room to rest, then informed Colonel Zhou at the base. Upon hearing that the energy transfer was complete, everyone at the base cheered. Ignoring the darkness, they demanded to return to the spaceship immediately, after spending several nights outdoors. They had truly had enough. Chapter 85: A late arrival of a group of people in the North Mang star of the second star domain. Upon learning that the Luo family spaceship was attacked by star pirates on the way, and that Shi Yuan had gone missing along with many others on the ship, Shi Heng's joy from awakening his abilities was somewhat diluted. It was just like 2 years ago. But this time, Shi Heng no longer believed that Shi Yuan was in grave danger as he did last time. He felt that if Shi Yuan could return safely before, she would certainly be able to do so again this time. In the dead of night, Shi Heng tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Tomorrow was the scheduled banquet, and he had approached his father, hoping to postpone it until Shi Yuan returned. However, this suggestion was rejected. Shi Yufeng's reason was that there were more guests who had arrived and were looking forward to the banquet than those who were missing. They could not neglect the majority for a small number of people. This reason was very valid, but Shi Heng felt uncomfortable, as if a thorn had pierced his heart. He thought that if Shi Yuan really never returned, this thorn would follow him for life, occasionally pricking him. This discomfort likely stemmed from his guilt towards Shi Yuan. Clearly, their mother had repeatedly urged him to take good care of Shi Yuan before she passed away, but when Shi Yuan went missing and Yang Huili and Shi Yan appeared, he had almost no struggle and leaned towards them. As a result, when Shi Yuan returned, she found herself isolated and helpless. He knew it was unfair to Shi Yuan, but what could he do at that time? His mental strength was only at B level, and he knew that from the moment he was tested, Shi Yufeng had never been satisfied with him again. Meanwhile, Shi Yan possessed A-level mental strength, and Shi Yufeng had made his choice. He did not want to become a pawn and could only follow Shi Yufeng's decision. He had already boarded the ship of Yang Huili and Shi Yan, and at that time, he felt he could not turn back. But heaven truly gave him a chance to turn back. After awakening his abilities, even if there were 10 more Shi Yans, they could not shake his position. He eagerly sought out Shi Yuan, unable to wait to share the news with her. He wanted to make amends to Shi Yuan and fulfill his promise to their mother to protect and take care of her. When Shi Yuan heard the news, she was indeed very happy. She immediately promised to return for the banquet, which made him happy for a long time. Shi Yuan's attitude gave him hope for their sibling relationship to return to its former closeness. But then an unexpected event occurred. As dawn broke, the servants in the Shi household were already busy. Shi Heng stepped out of his room just in time to see Shi Yan also coming out. Looking at that door, Shi Heng felt a blockage in his heart. That had originally been Shi Yuan's room, which he had helped Shi Yan take over 6 months ago. Shi Yan did not notice Shi Heng's emotions. She lifted her skirt and twirled in front of him, happily asking, "Brother, do I look good in this?" Shi Heng replied blandly, "Good." Shi Yan was not satisfied with his attitude. If it were in the past, she would have blown up at him directly, but now, under Yang Huili's repeated instructions, she was told not to offend Shi Heng and to please him. She could not flatter someone like a lapdog, especially someone who used to be far inferior to her, but she also dared not offend him and could only hold back her frustration as she went downstairs. Shi Heng also went downstairs, and upon seeing Shi Yufeng, he immediately asked, "Is there still no news about Yuan? Shi Yufeng shook his head, and Yang Huili's expression darkened before quickly returning to normal. She gently said to Shi Heng, Yuan will be fine. She may just not make it to the banquet. Today is your celebration banquet, and even if she can't make it, she would want you to enjoy today." Shi Heng nodded, his expression improving a little. The banquet started on time that evening. Shi Heng appeared in a custom high-end suit, alone, without a female companion. Originally, he wanted Shi Yuan to accompany him, but she was not there. Shi Yuan wanted to fill that position, but Shi Hung thought for a moment and refused. He now had the capital to reject Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan was very upset about this. When others asked, she could only bring up Xianming, saying she had a fiancé, so her male partner was naturally her fiancé. Others just smiled and did not say anything further. As the banquet progressed, Shi Hang's social interactions were endless, but he always looked toward the direction of the door, feeling foolish afterward. He was actually hoping that the next moment that door would be pushed open and Shi Yuan would walk in, come up to him, and personally congratulate him. As the banquet neared its end, guests with ordinary relationships began to leave one after another. Even with his enhanced physical condition after awakening his abilities, Shi Hung felt a bit tired. It was time to end things. Creak. The wooden door was pushed open, and a group of people appeared outside. Shi Yuan stood at the front of the crowd, walking toward Shi Hung. Shi Hung stood frozen in place until Shi Yuan reached him and smiled, saying, "Brother, congratulations." Yuan, it's really you. I'm so glad you're okay." Shi Hung was overjoyed and hugged Shi Yuan tightly. Shi Yuan struggled for a moment, but then gave up and allowed him to hold her. Her feelings toward Shi Hung were very complicated. He was the biological brother of the original character, the biological son of Chu Yuan, and they had a good relationship when they were younger. However, Shi Hang's behavior during the time of Chu Yuan's death and the original character's disappearance made Shi Yuan feel disgusted. He was selfish, putting himself first far beyond familial ties. But what he did was not deserving of death. After being embraced for a while, Shi Yuan became impatient and patted Shi Hang's back, saying, "Brother, I brought you a gift. See if you like it." Only then did Shi Hung release Shi Yuan, and she handed him the gift. It was a water-type ability pistol, small and exquisite, perfect for carrying around. Because it matched his abilities, its power would be greater when Shi Hung used it. Originally, Shi Yuan had prepared it for herself, but now she took it out to appease Shi Hung. Shi Hung's eyes brightened. This was the first ability weapon he owned. "I really like it, thank you. We really are siblings. You always know what I want." As soon as he said this, Yang Huili and Shi Yan's expressions changed instantly. They could not let him continue. So Yang Huili hurriedly stepped forward to interrupt. "Our family can go home and have a heart-to-heart talk later. There are still so many guests here. We shouldn't neglect everyone." She was referring to the group of people who came with Shi Yuan, and at that moment, a group of people was quietly standing behind her. Hearing Yang Huili's words, someone in the crowd immediately said, "It's no trouble at all. Seeing these siblings reunite makes us happy too. Yes, the Shi family is truly fortunate. The son has awakened his abilities, and the daughter is a design master. Everyone at home has their own talents. Sooner or later, the Shi family will become a prominent family." Shi Yufeng felt happy upon hearing this, but he did not quite understand the comment about his daughter being a design master. Before he could voice his confusion, he heard someone say, "It's really enviable. In the future, young Master Shi won't have to worry about ability weapons, since his sister is Master 10. Others can't even ask for such weapons, and young Master Shi will have more than he can use." Chapter 86. Xianming regrets. It was like a sudden thunderclap striking the ground, shocking the Shi family to the core, leaving everyone stunned in place. After a long while, Shi Hung finally asked, "What 10 Master? What do you mean by an inexhaustible ability weapon?" Only then did everyone realize that the Shi family was unaware that Shi Yuan was actually 10 Master. Someone awkwardly chuckled. Since Shi Yuan hadn't mentioned herself, they all babbled about it, not knowing if Shi Yuan would be pleased. Others instantly became excited, feeling they had insider information, and eagerly recounted their experiences of being forced to land on a deserted planet by space pirates, filled with dramatic twists and turns. At the critical moment, 10 Master, who is also Miss Shi, pulled out a design blueprint and led the technicians to work overnight to create energy liquid delivery pipes, finally allowing them to escape from the deserted planet. Miss Shi was the savior of us all. This wasn't wrong. After taking off from the deserted planet, they were fortunate to encounter another group of space pirates on the third day. Although there were also pirates, this group only sought wealth and did not take lives. Colonel Zhou concealed his identity and struck a deal with this group of pirates, paying them to guide them to the nearest route. Pirates have extensive knowledge of space routes, often more than the military. Having received payment, this pirate group kept their word and truly led them to the route. After connecting to military communications, everyone learned a shocking piece of news. The pirates who attacked them had not given up. After the cosmic storm passed, the pirate fleet began searching for their whereabouts. Subsequent military probes revealed that the pirates later found the deserted planet where they had been forced to land. If they had left even a moment later, they would have been trapped on that planet, at the mercy of the pirates. For this reason, those who had originally been dissatisfied with Shi Yuan, thinking it better to wait for rescue, immediately fell silent. Even Yan's mother, who had always been at odds with Shi Yuan, thanked her in a subdued tone. Shi Yufeng and Shi Heng stared blankly at Shi Yuan. While Shi Yan's eyes were filled with venomous malice, she lowered her head, afraid of being seen. Yang Huili, however, could not care less about Shi Yuan being Ten Master. She quickly asked, "What happened to the pirates? Were they caught?" Someone replied, "Not yet, but I think it will be soon." By the time we contacted the military, they had already picked up on their traces. Yang Huili's face turned pale as she noticed Shi Yuan looking at her. She quickly forced a smile. "They must be caught. Otherwise, how could we dare to take a spaceship?" This statement received agreement from many. After going through this experience, they still felt lingering fear. Yang Huili managed to gloss over it. With the revelation of Shi Yuan's identity, the guests who hadn't left before became lively again. This time, not only Shi Heng, but also Shi Yuan, along with Chu Xingzhou representing Chu Min, Colonel Zhou, Aunt Luo, and Luo Qi representing the Luo family, all became the center of social interaction. Shi Yuan looked at Shi Yuan, who was chatting and laughing in the crowd, feeling dizzy. Her body leaned against the table, still feeling unsteady, and she reached out to Xian Mingxian next to her. "Mingxian, help me." There was no response. She turned her head to look. Mingxian, support. She saw Xian Mingxuan's expression, and the words she had yet to finish were stuck in her throat. Xian Mingxian was staring intently at Shi Yuan not far away. In his eyes, there was infatuation, indulgence, and regret. Xian Mingxian regretted abandoning Shi Yuan and choosing her. Thinking of this possibility, Shi Yuan felt pain even in her breaths. She wanted to explode right there, but found herself completely lacking the strength to confront Xian Mingxian. The banquet extended for over an hour before it officially ended. Shi Yuan said her goodbyes to everyone and returned to the Shi family home. As soon as they arrived home, Shi Yufeng asked, Yuan, how come you've never mentioned being Ten Master? I remember you never studied weapon design." Shi Yuan suppressed the urge to roll her eyes and replied bluntly, "You probably don't even know when my birthday is. Do you really know what I've studied and what I haven't tea?" Shi Yufeng was much more patient with Shi Yuan now, even after being retorted. He didn't get angry, but shot a glance at Shi Heng. Shi Heng then asked, Yuan, can you tell your brother what is going on?" Shi Yuan finally explained, "I learned a bit before. When I was on the garbage planet, I had to deal with alien beasts, and I couldn't do it without weapons, so I designed them myself. What can I say? I'm just talented." Shi Yufeng wanted to say more, but Shi Yuan cut him off. "I'm tired and need a rest." Ignoring everyone else's reactions, she went upstairs and locked her door, shutting everything out. Shi Yufeng had no choice but to send everyone off to rest. When Yang Huili entered Shi Yan's room, she found her sitting on the edge of the bed, silently crying. "Yin, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Yang Huili asked anxiously. Shi Yan clutched her chest and cried, "Mom, I feel like Mingxuan's attitude towards me and Shi Yuan has changed. He regrets being engaged to me. What should I do? Will he break off the engagement?" Hearing this, Yang Huili felt a headache coming on, but still breathed a sigh of relief. She took Shi Yan's hand. "Yin, now is not the time to think about romance. Our urgent task is to get rid of Shi Yuan and even Shi Heng." Shi Yan felt deflated upon hearing this. What can we do? Surviving 2 attacks from space pirates, she's so lucky. What do we do? Yang Huili also felt that Shi Yuan was resilient. She had repeatedly emphasized that it didn't matter for others, but they must eliminate Shi Yuan. Unfortunately, those pirates took the money but didn't do anything, allowing Shi Yuan to return unscathed. Shi Yan thought of this too and quietly asked, "Mom, will we be discovered if we hire those pirates?" Yang Huili had some worries but steadied herself. "No, Even without us, those pirates would still rob. We're just providing the Luo family's private spaceship's travel time. I'm very discreet when I work, and those pirates don't know our identity." Shi Yuan felt relieved upon hearing this, and then thought of Mingxian. "Mom, can you think of a way regarding Mingxian?" Yang Huili, feeling frustrated, said, "Why are you so inflexible? Let us not even mention that you've done nothing wrong. Mingxian has no reason to break the engagement. Even if he does, so what? Is he the only good man in the world?" Shi Yuan fell silent. Seeing Xian listened, Yang Huili dropped a bombshell. "Look at who's around Shi Yuan. It's Chu Xingzhou. How can Mingxian compare? If you insist on clinging to Mingxian, just considering men alone, you're already at a disadvantage compared to Shi Yuan." Shi Yuan's body jolted, as if struck by thunder. Chapter 87. Don't miss each other at 8 o'clock that night. Many people had trouble sleeping, but Shi Yuan had a good rest. The next morning, she asked Shi Hung if he wanted to go to the military superpower training base in Capital Star to study. Shi Hung was pleasantly surprised and was about to agree. However, Shi Yufeng strongly opposed it. Shi Hung was doing well in Bima Star, where he was familiar with everything and had established connections. There was no need to go to Capital Star, where he knew hardly anyone. Upon hearing this, Shi Hung hesitated again. He really wasn't familiar with Capital Star. He had lived, studied, and worked in Bima Star his whole life, and it was the place he knew best. Shi Yuan said, "It's not like you're never coming back. You are just going to Capital Star to study. The resources available at the military superpower base in Capital Star are far beyond what Bima Star can offer. And with so few superpowers in the entire alliance, you'll be in demand wherever you go. Since you've awakened your superpower, you shouldn't limit yourself to Bima Star." Her words resonated with Shi Hung. He had been enduring humiliation and trying to curry favor with Yang Huili and Shi Yuan for what? Wasn't Tia for power? Now that a great opportunity was right in front of him, how could he give it up? So he asked Yuan, "Can I really go to the superpower training base in Capital Star?" Shi Yuan nodded seriously. "You can definitely go. We have connections." Shi Hung suddenly thought of Chu Xingzhou. At the banquet yesterday, he had observed several important figures, and Chu Xingzhou was one of them. Shi Hung noticed the way Chu Xingzhou looked at Shi Yuan. It was filled with affection, and their interactions were extremely natural. Even if they weren't together now, they were not far from being so. With Chu Xingzhou's help, how could a mere training spot for superpowers be out of reach? In fact, Shi Yuan could obtain a spot without Chu Xingzhou's help. Given all she had done for the military over the past 6 months, including making contributions, she could easily secure a spot on her own. Shi Hung felt reassured and immediately agreed. Shi Yufeng furrowed his brows, but ultimately said nothing, and the matter was settled. After attending the banquet, they didn't leave immediately. Colonel Zhou had something to attend to and needed Shi Yuan to negotiate for him for a few more days. Just then, Shi Hung needed time to say goodbye to colleagues and friends, so Shi Yuan didn't need to find an excuse. On the day before their planned departure, Shi Hung secretly found Shi Yuan. He mysteriously handed her a note, saying, "I returned from outside today, and someone slipped this note into my car." Shi Yuan took it and saw that it was printed text, which read, "If you want to know about the matter concerning Cui Wan, come to Rose Manor in the outskirts tonight at 8 o'clock. Shi Hung lowered his voice and said, "Tonight at 8 o'clock, Dad is taking me to a private gathering, and it can't be canceled. Yuan, do you think this is a prank?" He hoped Shi Yuan would tell him it was a prank, so he could go to the gathering with Shi Yufeng without guilt, as it was related to his future. Shi Yuan thought for a moment and said, "You go to the gathering. I'll head over tonight." Shi Hung shook his head. "I'm afraid it's a trap. I'm a superpower user. I can protect myself, but you might be in danger if you go." He had been feeling a bit overconfident lately, thinking of himself as a superpower user, forgetting that Shi Yuan was a student in the combat department of Xinglan Military Academy. Shi Yuan was too lazy to prove anything and simply said, "I'll have Chu Xingzhou accompany me. You could trust him." Shi Hung felt reassured. He didn't know that Chu Xingzhou was a superpower user, but he knew he was an S-level mental strength user and the unshakable top student in the combat department at Xinglan alongside him. After seeing Shi Hung off, Shi Yuan stared at the note in a daze. She had her suspicions about its origin, knew about Cui Wan's matter, was aware that Shi Hung was going to a gathering tonight, and understood that they would be leaving Bima Star tomorrow, which made the timing of the note suspicious. It was either Yang Huili or Shi Yuan, or both together. The note's purpose was not to lure Shi Hung to Rose Manor, but to draw her there. She really intended to go, even if it was into a dragon's den or tiger's lair. By 7 o'clock that evening, Shi Yuan arrived at Rose Manor in the outskirts. She had been here half a year ago and found nothing. Last time, she visited during the day and thought the manor was vast and deserted. However, at night, the whole place felt different, with an added sense of eeriness that was quite frightening. Shi Yuan boldly walked in through the front door, and it was even scarier inside. Perhaps it hadn't been maintained for over 6 months, as the rooms were covered in dust, and spiderwebs filled the corners. It was a great location for a horror film. The fluctuations of superpowers in the hall grew stronger, and there were at least 3 superpower users hiding in the shadows. Shi Yuan didn't bother to play pretend and shouted directly, "Come out. I found you." 1 fire-type superpower user and 2 speed-type superpower users. The attack came the next second as the 2 speed-type superpower users surrounded Shi Yuan. Their speed was extremely fast, circling around her, and it seemed there was not a single gap in the encirclement. Bullets, accelerated by the speed users, were fired at Shi Yuan without restraint. Even an A-level mental strength user would struggle to react quickly. The 2 speed-type superpower users wielded dual pistols and shot at Shi Yuan as if the bullets were free, making it impossible to discern from which direction the next bullet would come. In the center of the encirclement, Shi Yuan lifted several tiles to shield herself from the bullets, which struck the tiles with a crisp shattering sound, creating clouds of dust in the center of the battle. Yang Huili and Shi Yuan were watching from the second floor, accompanied by a fire-type superpower user. The fire-type superpower user scoffed, "Is that all? Is this really worth the 3 of us getting involved?" She was also a superpower user and shouldn't be underestimated. Yang Huili said that, but her expression relaxed considerably. Only Shi Yuan remained anxious, tugging at Yang Huili's sleeve. "Mom, we can't relax until we see her corpse." She had truly witnessed Shi Yuan's powers, even though she wasn't a superpower user and couldn't perceive the levels of superpowers. The pressure Shi Yuan had exerted on her had given her nightmares for several nights. The fire-type superpower user glanced disdainfully at Shi Yuan. "If you're that worried, let us go down and see the corpse." In the hall below, the 2 speed-type superpower users had already run out of bullets. They had used this tactic against many people before, and no one had ever escaped from such a tight net. Today, they thought it would be the same. After exhausting their bullets, they stopped to wait for the smoke to clear, grinning at each other. However, the smoke seemed to be a bit too much and dissipated too slowly. The fire-type superpower user on the second floor was the first to notice the problem. He shouted down to his 2 brothers, "Get away from there." Before the 2 speed-type superpower users could react, another voice came from the center of the smoke. "Since you're here, why rush to leave?" In the darkness, a cold light flashed, and the 2 speed-type superpower users clutched their bleeding necks in terror as they fell. Chapter 88. How did Chu Xingzhou die? 3 ability users think they can kill me? Shi Yuan, you have been my classmate for half a year. Shi Yuan's voice came from behind the 3 of them. Shi Yuan and Yang Huili were so frightened that they turned around and backed away sharply. But unfortunately, there was a guardrail behind them, so they couldn't retreat far. "Protect us," Yang Huili shouted at the fire ability user. Yang Huili didn't receive a response, nor did she see anyone coming to protect them. The arrogant fire ability user had already had their powers taken away by Shi Yuan and was now encased in ice. Shi Yuan stood in front of Yang Huili and Shi Yuan, coldly saying, "Tell me everything you know about my mother's death, and I might show mercy and let you and your daughter go." Shi Yuan was furious. "You want to kill us? Shi Yuan, are you crazy?" Shi Yuan glanced at her. "I advise you to speak to me nicely. Otherwise, this time next year will be your death anniversary." Yang Huili angrily retorted, "You dare? Why wouldn't I dare?" Shi Yuan's tone remained calm. "What do you think you have to rely on now? Shi Yufeng? He has a better successor now. Can he still see Shi Yuan?" This statement struck at Yang Huili's innermost thoughts, stabbing her heart deeply. She wanted to retort, but deep down, she knew better than anyone that Shi Yuan was speaking the truth. She could replace Chu Yuan as Mrs. Shi because of her daughter, Shi Yuan. who had an A-level mental power. But now, the previously mediocre Shi Yuan had awakened his powers. And the once thought useless Shi Yuan was now one of the top mecha weapon design masters in the Alliance. Shi Yuan hadn't even secured a chief position. All her advantages were gone. If the two of them died here today, how would Shi Yufeng react? Yang Huili was frightened by her own thoughts and dared not ponder further. Shi Yuan, what do you want? Shi Yan's angry voice startled Yang Huili back to reality. Looking around, they realized that the floor beneath them had disappeared, and they were now standing on a block of ice floating in midair. If the ice block vanished, they would fall from midair. Yang Huili glanced down and saw countless ice spikes directly below them, glinting coldly. If they fell, they would surely die. The mother and daughter clung to each other, Shi Yuan trembling all over and softly sobbing. Yang Huili bit her lip. Though she was very unwilling, she knew she had to bow to Shi Yuan at this moment. I will tell you everything I know. Just let us go. Shi Yuan remained unmoved. Your lives are in my hands, and you dare bargain? She added, if you keep talking nonsense and I lose interest, I'll send you on your way. And I could go home to sleep earlier. Yang Huili finally gave up on any hope and had to tell the truth. Chu Yuan didn't die of illness. She committed suicide. Shi Yuan finally showed an emotional change. Impossible. The ice block shook slightly with her emotional shift, startling the mother and daughter. Yang Huili hurriedly said, it's true. Anyway, her death has nothing to do with me. Otherwise, Yufeng would never have let me into the Shi family. Shi Yuan calmed down a bit. What Yang Huili said made sense. Shi Yufeng was quite controlling. He wouldn't allow those around him to scheme under his nose. If Chu Yuan's death were indeed related to Yang Huili, her fate would certainly be tragic, as Shi Yufeng only cared about having Shi Yan as his daughter, who misses. Shi didn't matter to him. Tell me everything you know, Shi Yuan said in a steady voice. Yang Huili spilled everything like pouring beans. She committed suicide right here in this manner. She drank poison while sitting in a rocking chair in the garden. The maid thought she was watching the sunset. And when it got dark and she still hadn't gotten up, they went to check and found she was dead. When Yang Huili spoke about Chu Yuan's death, there was an involuntary satisfaction in her tone. At that time, Shi Yufeng had hidden her in this manner, and when Chu Yuan suddenly arrived, she could only hide in embarrassment. When Chu Yuan died, she was secretly watching from a window on the second floor. She hated Chu Yuan, especially knowing that Shi Yufeng didn't love her but still refused to divorce. She hated that Chu Yuan could have what she could not obtain. After Chu Yuan's death, Shi Yufeng had her clean up the manor, and she worked harder than anyone else, determined to erase all traces of Chu Yuan. Shi Yuan urged impatiently, what else? Yang Huili jumped in fright. There's more. She left a handwritten letter for Yufeng, which he burned after reading. I don't know what it said. Shi Yuan scrutinized Yang Huili, contemplating whether she was lying. I probably know why your mother committed suicide. Colonel Zhou appeared in the manor, with Chu Xingzhou following behind him. Shi Yuan looked over with a puzzled expression. Colonel Zhou pointed at Yang Huili and Shi Yan. First, hand them over to me. I'll tell you later. Hand them over for what? Are you going to take revenge for me? Shi Yuan asked in confusion. Colonel Zhou nodded. Yes, I'll take revenge for you. I'm going to send them to the military prison. Yang Huili and Shi Yan were both stunned, and Yang Huili cursed angrily. You, as a military colonel, dare to take personal revenge? Where do you get the guts? Colonel Zhou coldly replied. I'd like to know where you got the guts to collude with space pirates? Yang Huili and Shi Yan turned pale, almost unable to stand. Yang Huili stuttered. You don't slander us. Colonel Zhou said, whether it's slander or not, there's evidence to prove it. You colluded with space pirates. The evidence is conclusive. If you have anything to say, tell the military's interrogators. Behind him, several military personnel walked in, ready to take Yang Huili and her daughter away. Shi Yuan, seeing this, controlled the ice block to lower, directly sending them before him. By the way, Colonel Zhou said, your charges are serious. The ship that had the incident, the Luo family spaceship, is registered in Capital Star. And most of the passengers are also from Capital Star, so you need to be escorted back to Capital Star for questioning. Shi Yufeng cannot save you. When Yang Huili and Shi Yan heard this, they nearly fainted, being dragged away like dead dogs. After they left, Shi Yuan asked what happened. Chu Xingzhou said, that group of space pirates was caught. From them, We learn that your stepmother and stepsister once sought them out to buy your life. At this point, Chu Xingzhou's face darkened, almost dripping with ink, exuding a faint aura of rage, making people feel that he might rush out and tear Yang Huili and Shi Yuan apart at any moment. Shi Yuan hurriedly patted his arm to soothe him, and Chu Xingzhou held onto Shi Yuan's hand, not letting go. Colonel Zhou pretended not to see and coughed lightly. In the past few days, I found some evidence that can guess the reason for your mother's suicide. Shi Yuan's breath caught in her throat, staring intently at Colonel Zhou, waiting for him to explain. Chapter 89. The person she wanted to protect is no longer here since the start of the Night Wolfstar Laboratory. The mystery has grown larger and involved more parties. Under the leadership of Chu Min, the military established a special investigation team named the Doomsday Investigation Team. Colonel Zhou is one of the heads of the Doomsday Investigation Team. He brought Chu Xingzhou and Shi Yuan to the secret base of the Doomsday Investigation Team on Bimastar. He's inside. Colonel Zhou led them to the underground prison and pointed to one of the doors, saying, "He is in there." The guard carefully checked their credentials before opening the door and letting them in. The vast prison held only one prisoner, tightly bound by special chains and fixed to a torture rack. Colonel Zhou said to Shi Yuan, "Your mother's death is related to him." After saying that, he kicked the prisoner, "Stop pretending to be dead. If someone asks you questions, be smart and answer." The prisoner let out a weak, cold laugh, slowly turning his head away, clearly not intending to comply. Colonel Zhou stepped forward and kicked him again, cursing, "Do you still think you're some high and mighty boss? If I don't give you a taste of pain, you won't speak, will you?" Just as he was about to lift his foot again, Chu Xingzhou quickly stopped him, saying, "Enough, if we kill him, what will we ask?" Colonel Zhou muttered, "A person like him is not worth lamenting." However, he ultimately did not continue to strike. "Let me handle this," Chu Xingzhou said. In the next moment, the prisoner struggled in pain for a moment, letting out cries, but ultimately succumbed, his eyes dimming as he quietly awaited questioning. Chu Xingzhou asked in surprise, "Who is this person? His willpower is so strong." He had struggled under his psychic ability for so long. Although he ultimately failed, such a strong-willed person was rare for Chu Xingzhou. Colonel Zhou said, "This person has a significant background. He used to be a star pirate, but was recruited by the Yuan family and transformed into an elite. For years ago, he was sent by the Yuan family to Bimastar to develop. Here, he founded an entertainment company and became the boss, but secretly engaged in unspeakable activities. Do you remember the abducted experimental subjects from Night Wolfstar?" Shi Yuan immediately thought of Jiang Ye. Colonel Zhou continued, "His company appears to be an entertainment business, but in reality, he deceives young boys and girls, claiming to give them opportunities to debut as stars, but actually lures them in, finds suitable candidates, and abducts them as experimental subjects. Those from orphan backgrounds or unfortunate families simply go missing and no one cares. For those with families, they disguise it as accidents. With these methods, he has harmed countless people." Shi Yuan coldly glared at the scumbag and asked, "How do you know Chui Wan?" The scumbag, now under the control of Chu Xingzhou's psychic ability, could only answer obediently, "I don't know her, but I have a good memory. After seeing her information, I remembered her appearance." After taking a deep breath, Shi Yuan asked again, "What did you do to her?" The prisoner replied, "I threatened her." From his words, Shi Yuan gradually learned the truth about Chui Wan's death. The prisoner, named Qiu Cheng, was once a level 1 wanted star pirate by the Alliance. During a severe injury, he was saved by the Yuan family, who promised him a new identity as long as he worked for them. After that injury, Qiu Cheng wanted stability and didn't want to live in fear anymore, so he agreed to work for the Yuan family. They indeed kept their word, arranging for him to undergo genetic surgery. After the surgery, not only did his appearance change, but his genes also transformed, making him a completely different person. However, this came at a price. Due to the side effects of the genetic surgery, he had to take potions produced by the Yuan family's laboratory every month, or he would suffer from rotting flesh and die. Though Qiu Cheng was furious upon learning this, it was too late. He could only depend on the Yuan family for survival. Fortunately, the Yuan family was somewhat trustworthy, providing him with a new identity and substantial funding. He came to Bimastar to develop an intelligence network for the Yuan family, while also collecting experimental subjects. After 2 years of operation, he transformed from a star pirate into a member of the upper class and became a star. It was at this time that he met Chu Yuan. Although it was just a brief encounter on the street, he recognized her immediately from the photos he had seen. Although he didn't know why, he understood that this person named Chu Xingzhou was very important to the Yuan family. According to the records, Chu Xingzhou was already dead, but he knew without thinking that it was a fake death. If he could capture Chu Xingzhou and hand him over to the Yuan family, he would surely gain more. Thus, Chu Xingzhou began to investigate. He discovered that Chu Xingzhou had changed her name to Chu Yuan and had married a significant figure, but he could never find out who that figure was. In the end, he became impatient. Before passing the information to the Yuan family, he wanted to exploit Chu Yuan for some profit, so he secretly extorted her. Who would have thought that she had such a fierce personality, willing to die rather than pay? After she died, I originally planned to inform the Yuan family, but overnight, all the information disappeared. Shi Yuan stepped forward and kicked Xiao Cheng, causing him to curl up in pain, but he couldn't move due to the chains binding him. You killed her. Shi Yuan's eyes turned red. She was almost going mad, her hands forming icy blades as she fiercely stabbed at Xiao Cheng, instantly creating several blood holes in him. Even while still under control, he couldn't help but groan. Seeing that it was almost enough, Colonel Zhou quickly stopped Shi Yuan, saying, "All right, just make him half dead. He can't die. We still need to escort him back to the capital star for interrogation." Reluctantly, Shi Yuan stopped. Chu Xingzhou released his psychic ability, and Xiao Cheng immediately screamed in pain, his bloodied appearance terrifying, but none of the people present felt any sympathy for him. "Let's go, I'll take you back," Chu Xingzhou said as he wrapped his arms around Shi Yuan and left the prison. On the way back, Shi Yuan remained silent until the car reached the Shi family home. She sat in the car and wouldn't get out. "She committed suicide to protect us," she said hoarsely. As long as she died, her family would be safe, so she unhesitatingly chose to end her life. But was it worth it? The person she tried to protect, her husband, had long been unfaithful and even had an illegitimate daughter. After her death, her son sided with a third party for his own benefit. When she left a letter for Shi Yufeng, asking him to eliminate future troubles, did she ever think that the husband she protected with her life had already betrayed her, and that her child would not have a good life after she was gone? Shi Yuan asked tearfully if she knew her husband was that kind of person. Would she still choose to leave, putting all her hope in him? Chu Xingzhou gently held Shi Yuan's hand, saying she wouldn't regret it. As long as you still love her, she would never regret it. Shi Yuan couldn't help but cry out loud. But she isn't the person she wanted to protect. Chapter 90. The madman can't understand human words. Shi Yufeng was not at home. In the matter of Yang Huili and Shi Yuan being suspected of colluding with space pirates could not be hidden from him. The military department responsible for pursuing space pirates directly summoned him for questioning. Early in the morning, Shi Yufeng was called away, and he didn't have time to send Shi Hung and Shi Yuan off. Of course, even if he hadn't been called away, he probably wouldn't have sent them. "Let's go," Shi Yuan said to Shi Hung. Shi Hung took his suitcase and got into the car. After the car started moving, he still felt very uneasy. Yuan, what exactly happened? Auntie and Shi Yuan didn't come back after they went out yesterday evening, and this morning Dad hurriedly left, as if something significant happened. Also, did anything really happen at the Rose Manor last night? Since awakening his abilities, Shi Hung had refused to call Yang Huili Mom anymore. Shi Yuan replied calmly, "Last night was just a prank. I waited for a long time and didn't see anyone, so I came back by myself. As for Dad, doesn't he solve his own problems? Do we really need to worry about him?" Hearing Shi Yuan's words, Shi Hung felt it made sense and relaxed about the family situation. However, he began to feel anxious about his own future and grabbed Shi Yuan, asking about the capital star's ability user base. Shi Yuan, feeling annoyed by the questions, simply said she wasn't an ability user and didn't know the situation inside, which made Shi Hung stop asking. On the return trip, they still took the Luo family spaceship. Upon hearing that the space pirates had been captured, everyone felt much more at ease. Those who initially wanted to avoid going with the Luo family ultimately came along. Since boarding the spaceship, Shi Hung had been living in a situation where he was treated like a star, and since he was already good at socializing, it only got more intense. Shi Yuan let him be, hoping he wouldn't bother her. Upon arriving at the capital star, Shi Yuan thought for a moment and decided to personally send Shi Hung into the ability user base. On the way, Shi Yuan asked, "Brother, what are your plans after the training ends?" Shi Hung answered without thinking, "What else could I plan? After the training, I'll go back to Beimang Star." Shi Yuan frowned slightly. "Haven't you thought about staying in the capital star to develop?" Shi Hung said seriously, "I did think about it. But Dad talked to me and analyzed it for me. I feel it's better to go back to Beimang Star." Shi Yuan rolled her eyes internally. She had no idea what Shi Yufeng was up to. Shi Hung continued, "Dad is right. I have no foundation in the capital star. Even if I'm an ability user, I'm just a newly awakened one with low levels. No matter how scarce ability users are in the Alliance, they aren't lacking in the capital star. So, staying here gives me no advantage at all. It's better to go back to Beimang Star. That's our family stronghold. I have a high status there. And Dad's influence is also in the second star zone. I need to start from Beimang Star, then move to the second star zone, and gradually expand outwards." It sounded very reasonable, and Shi Yuan couldn't think of a counterargument, so she had to sigh secretly. Fortunately, the ability user training wouldn't end so quickly. Shi Hung wanted to return to Beimang Star, and the fastest it would take was 6 months. During these 6 months, she had to find a way to keep Shi Hung or find evidence related to Shi Yufeng and the Yuan family from the military department to formally arrest him. With time still ample, Shi Yuan decided to set this matter aside for now. After returning to school, just a few days of peaceful life passed when Xian came looking for her. Xian used the same old tactic, blocking Shi Yuan on her way after class. Shi Yuan had the ability to escape, but she thought that escaping once was nothing. If Xian came to block her every day, that would be disgusting. It was better to resolve it once and see what he wanted. Xian was pleasantly surprised to find that Shi Yuan was willing to listen to him. So he found a secluded place. About Shi Yuan and her mother, the military questioned me a few days ago. I just returned to school today. Yuan, you have to believe me. I really didn't know anything. If I had known, I would never have let them harm you. Shi Yuan coldly said, "Whether you were involved or not is not up to me or you to decide. The military will naturally investigate." In fact, his presence here already indicated that the military had determined he had not been involved after their verification. Otherwise, he wouldn't be standing here, but would be imprisoned in the military jail like Yang Huili and her daughter. Xian said, Yuan, I have decided to break off the engagement with Shi Yuan. She has a malicious heart and even try to harm you. I will not marry her." Shi Yuan responded with an "Oh, so what?" Xian smiled slightly. "So, there are no more obstacles between us. Yuan, we can go back to the time before Shi Yuan appeared. Now my family won't force me to separate from you." Shi Yuan almost vomited up her breakfast from yesterday, looking at Xian with a speechless expression. "What gives you the confidence to think that the whole world should revolve around you? You think you could just go back to whenever you want? If you want to daydream, just lie down and do it. Don't come to me and act crazy." Xian persisted. Yuan, I know you can't forget me. I also know you're angry. I will make it up to you. I will never leave you in the future. I will only listen to you." Shi Yuan rolled her eyes dramatically. "Forget it. A madman can't understand human words. Don't come looking for me in the future. I don't want to see you at all. Besides, we have never been together. Not in the past, not now. And definitely not in the future. Just give up." After saying that, she tried to leave, but Xian quickly grabbed her hand. Shi Yuan was about to break free when she heard Chu Xingzhou's voice. Chu Xingzhou appeared out of nowhere, and the coldness in his gaze directed at Xian was chilling. "Let her go." Xian stiffened his neck and said, "This is between me and Yuan. It has nothing to do with you." Chu Xingzhou stepped forward and grabbed Xian's hand with such force that it made Xian wince in pain. "I said to let her go. Are you deaf?" Xian still refused to let go. "I also said, this is our business. It has nothing to do with you. Are you deaf too?" Chu Xingzhou's anger was about to explode. "Shi Yuan's matters are my matters. I'll say it one last time. Let go." Xian wanted to continue arguing, but the aura emanating from Chu Xingzhou made him feel deep-seated fear. This was the pressure of a strong person. He was forced to admit once again that he was far inferior to Chu Xingzhou, and he unconsciously loosened his grip on Shi Yuan's hand. Shi Yuan broke free from his grasp, gently patted Chu Xingzhou's shoulder, and said, "Let's go." Chu Xingzhou glared at Xian and left with Shi Yuan. If he bothers you again, tell me, and I'll beat him up and throw him out of Xingluan. Shi Yuan laughed. It's fine. I can handle it myself. You don't think he is my match, do you? Chu Xingzhou hurriedly said. How could that be? You can knock him down with just one finger. Exaggerating, Shi Yuan said. But her squinting eyes betrayed her amusement. Chapter 91. Jiang Ye is in trouble. As soon as Shi Yuan returned to her dormitory, she received a message from Bei Fuli. She smiled helplessly. She had said it before. How could Chu Xingzhou just happen to show up? It turned out Bei Fuli had been tipping him off behind the scenes. Shi Yuan replied to her message, thanking her a few times. After that day, Xian hadn't contacted her, and Shi Yuan didn't know what was going on. She only learned from Bei Fuli that Chu Xingzhou had been causing trouble for Xian, whether he had business or not. They were in the same class, so it was too easy for him to create trouble. Xian didn't even dare to say a word in response to being reprimanded. Since Chu Xingzhou hadn't mentioned anything, Shi Yuan pretended not to know. A few days later, Qi Sui found Shi Yuan in a panic, saying that Jiang Ye had an accident. Jiang Ye had been hit by a car at the school gate. When Shi Yuan arrived at the hospital, the car owner was still complaining. It was her who dashed out. How was I supposed to know someone would suddenly seek death? The responsibility can't all be on me. Of course, his one-sided account didn't count, but after reviewing the car's driving records, it was clear that Jiang Ye had rushed onto the road and collided with a parked hover car. In the end, they determined shared responsibility, and the car owner paid a symbolic amount to settle the matter. Shi Yuan followed Qi Sui into the ward. Jiang Ye lay weakly on the bed, her right foot in a brace. When she saw Shi Yuan and Qi Sui arrive, she forced a smile. Sorry to worry you. I'm fine. The doctor said I could be discharged in 3 days. With modern medical advancements, when Shi Yuan had been bitten by a beast, she was discharged in just a few days. Jiang Ye's injuries weren't serious. 3 days would be enough for her to recover. Seeing her like this, Shi Yuan and Qi Sui were no longer worried. Shi Yuan asked, does your dad know? Jiang Ye shook her head. I don't want him to know. It's not a serious injury, so there's no need to make him worry. Shi Yuan nodded and fell silent. Qi Sui, puzzled, asked, how did you suddenly rush onto the road? That's really dangerous. Jiang Ye lowered her head and after a long pause said, it's my fault. I was preoccupied and didn't notice I had walked onto the road. I'll be more careful in the future. Qi Sui instinctively asked, what was on your mind? Jiang Ye remained silent, and Shi Yuan tugged at Qi Sui's sleeve, signaling her to stop asking. Qi Sui awkwardly changed the subject. Let's go buy you some fruit. You should eat more fruit when you're sick or injured. As they left the ward, they happened to run into Jiang Ye's attending physician. Shi Yuan then asked about Jiang Ye's condition. The doctor learned that the two were entrusted by the patient's father to take care of her. So he explained the situation in detail. Her physical injuries aren't serious. She could actually recover in a day. However, her mental state isn't good. She seems very down, and we decided to keep her in the hospital for a couple more days. As her friends and family, we hope you can encourage her to see a psychologist for mental treatment. Shi Yuan and Qi Sui exchanged glances, both surprised by this answer. Qi Sui felt frustrated. Why is that? I didn't notice she had any psychological issues at all. Shi Yuan felt even more guilty. She had promised Jiang Rui to take care of Jiang Ye, yet somehow she ended up with mental issues. She felt she couldn't face Jiang Rui anymore. We need to talk to her, Shi Yuan said. After buying fruit and returning to the ward, Shi Yuan and Qi Sui, following the doctor's advice, urged Jiang Ye to see a psychologist. Jiang Ye shook her head, covering her face and crying, insisting that she needed some time and could get through it on her own, but she refused to reveal the reasons. Shi Yuan and Qi Sui had no choice. Seeing that visiting hours were about to end, they had to leave. As they looked at the closed door, Jiang Ye immediately stopped crying and stared out the window with a gloomy expression. She sighed softly, feeling truly trapped. She hoped that this act of self-harm would somehow lead her to a glimmer of hope. Just as she was lost in thought, someone knocked on the door. With a rhythm of 2 long knocks followed by 2 short ones, then another long one, which filled Jiang Ye with immense fear. She nearly broke down, covering her head with the quilt and sobbing softly, I can't do this anymore. I won't do it again. Please, just let me go. The knocking stopped, and no one entered. It felt as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Jiang Ye collapsed weakly onto the bed. Her rapid breathing took a long time to calm down. When Luo Qi arrived, Shi Yuan was discussing several ancient families with Chu Xingzhou. He plopped down with a frown that could crush flies, making it impossible for anyone to ignore him. Chu Xingzhou asked helplessly, "Who has upset our young master Luo this time? What has made him unhappy?" Luo Qi said with a troubled expression, "It's not that anyone has upset me. It seems like I've upset someone else." Both Chu Xingzhou and Shi Yuan were intrigued and wanted to hear his story. However, Luo Qi asked Shi Yuan, "How is Jiang Ye doing now?" Shi Yuan replied, "The doctor said she doesn't have any major physical problems, but there are some psychological issues. And it's best for her to see a psychologist, but she is unwilling." Luo Qi sighed deeply. "It wouldn't be because of me, would it? I rejected her not long ago." Shi Yuan looked confused, her eyes wide. Chu Xingzhou, who knew the situation, shot a glance at Luo Qi. "You're overthinking it. You rejected her ages ago. She was fine back then. Is it possible that she only developed issues after such a long time?" Luo Qi blinked his clear, yet foolish eyes, and Shi Yuan shared the information she knew, which immediately perked him up. "So, after I rejected her, she was still fine for a while before something happened? Then it's not my fault." Shi Yuan said, "That sounds like it, but saying it like that makes you seem a bit heartless." Luo Qi reflected on himself. "I was wrong. I should still care about her." He pretended to think hard. And just when Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou didn't want to pay attention to him, he unexpectedly came up with some ideas. Could it be that Guy Li Jing did something? Shi Yuan asked, "Who is Li Jing?" Chu Xingzhou pointed at Luo Qi, his lifelong rival. Luo Qi slapped his thigh. Indignant, "It must be him. Not long ago, he thought Jiang Ye was my girlfriend and tried to steal her away, deliberately getting close to her." Shi Yuan immediately became wary of Li Jing. After Jiang Ye arrived at Capital Star, Shi Yuan had been busy with military matters, and most of her communication with Jiang Ye was online. There were some things Jiang Ye didn't mention, and she truly didn't know. Qi Sui had more face-to-face meetings with her, but Qi Sui said that Jiang Ye was clearly avoiding her, as she had been rejected twice out of 3 attempts to meet. Initially, Shi Yuan thought it was nothing. After all, Jiang Ye was an adult with her own social circle. She and Qi Sui were friends of Jiang Rui, not Jiang Ye's friends. So there was always a layer of separation. But now it seemed that she couldn't just ignore it any longer. Chapter 92. The Collapse of Jiang Ye, Shi Yuan said. "Tell me about this Li Jing matter." When it came to Li Jing, Luo Qi had a lot of grievances to share. He gulped down half a glass of water, intending to recount everything from childhood to the present. After listening, Shi Yuan sighed. "Li Jing is truly a bad person." Luo Qi nodded in agreement. "Exactly. He has never been a good person since childhood. We can't let Jiang Ye be harmed by him." Chu Xingzhou quickly interrupted. "All right, you shouldn't get involved in this matter. Otherwise, it might lead to misunderstandings and you'll end up getting hurt again." Luo Qi had been entangled with Jiang Ye before and had no intention of getting close again, which was why he came to find Shi Yuan. Upon hearing Chu Xingzhou's words, he nodded repeatedly. The next day, Shi Yuan went to see Jiang Ye with Qi Sui and found that Jiang Ye's mental state was getting worse. The attending physician helplessly said, "Last night, she was very tense. Our nurses took turns accompanying her, but it only helped her relax a little. She didn't sleep at all." Shi Yuan returned to the ward and looked at Jiang Ye's dark circles, which were as big as panda eyes. Her entire face looked haggard, not like a young girl, but rather like a middle-aged woman in her 40s, crushed by life. "Yeah, what exactly happened? Can you tell us?" Jiang Ye shook her head. "It's nothing. I'll be fine in a few days." Qi Sui said, "You're clearly getting worse by the day. If you tell us, maybe we can help you." Jiang Ye still shook her head. Shi Yuan, feeling helpless, threatened, "If you continue like this, I can only notify your dad. We can't persuade you, but surely he can." Jiang Ye suddenly grabbed Shi Yuan's hand. Her expression twisted with fear, and she shouted, "No, you can't tell my dad. Don't involve him." Shi Yuan calmly asked, "Why would involve him? What trouble have you gotten into?" Jiang Ye suddenly realized she had let something slip and quickly added, "I didn't cause any trouble. I just don't want my dad to worry." Chi Sui, confused, asked, if you don't want to tell your dad, what do you want to do? How about seeing a psychologist first? Jiang Ye still shook her head. It's useless. Seeing a psychologist won't help. Then what do you want to do? Jiang Ye hesitated for a moment and finally asked, why hasn't Luo Qi come to see me? What does that have to do with Luo Qi? Chi Sui realized. Could it be that Luo Qi bullied you? No, Jiang Ye quickly explained, her small face wrinkling as she nearly cried. It's not that he bullied me. I just want to see him. Can you let him come? Shi Yuan listened quietly and suddenly spoke. Was it Li Jing who bullied you? Hearing that name, Jiang Ye trembled violently and looked at Shi Yuan in fear. How do you know? Shi Yuan calmly replied, Luo Qi came to see me yesterday. He told me about Li Jing. He cares about you. But to avoid misunderstandings, he entrusted the matter to me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye lowered her head in disappointment, muttering, you can't help me. Only Luo Qi can. Shi Yuan remained silent, watching her. Only Chi Sui looked puzzled, not understanding what they were talking about. She usually asked questions when she didn't understand. What are you talking about? Who is Li Jing? What does he have to do with Luo Qi? Jiang Ye seemed not to hear and just cried with her head down. Shi Yuan finally couldn't hold back and said, Luo Qi won't come. He has no obligation to help you. We're only here because of our friendship with your dad. Besides us, I don't think anyone in the entire Capital Star is willing to help you. Jiang Ye stopped crying, feeling terrified by Shi Yuan's words. So, if you want to say something, just say it. If you don't, we'll think you're just having ordinary emotional issues, and at most, we'll help you find a psychologist. If anything else happens later, we won't be able to do anything since we know nothing, right? These words, almost a threat, completely broke down Jiang Ye's defenses. She sobbed. I don't know why things turned out this way. I just wanted to date Li Jing. I just wanted to marry into a wealthy family. What did I do wrong? Why did it end up like this? Her emotions were somewhat collapsed, but at least she was willing to speak now. Shi Yuan no longer urged her, but sat down to wait for her to calm down. After a long time, Jiang Ye finally spoke again. Sister Yuan, Sui. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to you both. I didn't come to Capital Star to sincerely learn from you. I just used you as an excuse. My real goal was to get to know Luo Qi during the 2 years when my dad was missing. I had a really hard time. At first, I made money from games, but then I went down the wrong path and used online dating to scam money. Luo Qi was one of the people I deceived. Later, he saw through my scam, and just when my dad returned, I sold my game account and cut off contact with him. Later, I saw him again on Wild Wolf Star and learned about his identity, so I tried to come to Capital Star to reconcile with him. He did forgive me, but he no longer liked me and started avoiding me. Hearing this, Chi Sui was dumbfounded. She looked at Jiang Ye, unable to imagine that this shy-looking girl had such deep thoughts. Jiang Ye continued, at first, my only goal was Luo Qi after he ignored me. I was thinking of ways to get his attention, but at that moment, Li Jing appeared. Mentioning this name again, Jiang Ye couldn't control her tears, not from sadness, but from fear. Chi Sui asked again, who exactly is this Li Jing? Shi Yuan, having learned about this person from Luo Qi, explained, Li Jing is Luo Qi's arch-nemesis. The Li family is one of the wealthiest in the alliance. While they can't compare to the Luo family, Li Jing's uncle is a prominent figure in the first star domain. Therefore, Li Jing believes his background is on par with Luo Qi's and even thinks he can overshadow him. In fact, Li Jing's rivalry with Luo Qi also has to do with Chu Xingzhou. The three of them are about the same age and met at a banquet when they were young. At that time, Chu Min wasn't the chairman of the alliance's military affairs, but was already a marshal with high authority. There was also the Lin family, and Chu Xingzhou had been someone many people wanted to befriend since childhood. Li Jing's family ordered him to befriend Chu Xingzhou. But no matter how he tried to ingratiate himself, Chu Xingzhou remained indifferent, treating him like a casual acquaintance. However, Chu Xingzhou's attitude towards Luo Qi, who also came from a merchant family, was very different. The two quickly became friends, which made Li Jing unhappy. He didn't dare to vent his anger on Chu Xingzhou, so all his resentment was directed at Luo Qi. Luo Qi wasn't the type to be submissive, and they have been at odds since childhood. Chapter 93. Members must contribute to the club. Speaking of Li Jing, Jiang Ye shivered as she crossed her arms, but she had already started to speak. She could only grab onto this lifeline offered by Shi Yuan. so she stuttered as she spoke. Li Jing pursued my activity. I knew he was doing it to annoy Luo Qi, but I didn't care. I thought that, given enough time, he would completely fall into my hands. At first, we really dated like a normal couple. He often gave me jewelry and took me to high-end restaurants. Everything was fine. Later, he took me to a high-end club where the members were all prominent figures. He even said that Luo Qi wasn't a member there because he's just a spoiled rich kid with no real power. The club wouldn't look at someone like him. I believed him at first. He got me a membership and paid for it. It was really great there. The food, drinks, and entertainment were all the best. And the people I met were all from prestigious families. I really couldn't control myself from getting deeper into it. Shi Yuan and Shi Sui couldn't help but shake their heads secretly upon hearing this. Jiang Rue was too indulgent with Jiang Ye, nurturing her into someone with wrong thoughts and no sense of crisis. This club clearly wasn't a good place. Luo Qi not being a member wasn't because the club looked down on him. It was because the Luo family wouldn't allow him to join. Jiang Ye continued. After I went there more often, my membership level kept increasing to the point where I could participate in activities on other planets with other members. I was initially very excited, but later, she couldn't help but cry again. Later, Jiang Ye discovered that most of the members participating in outdoor activities were girls like her, not powerful or from prestigious families. They were all brought in by someone. The first few outdoor activities went normally, so Jiang Ye dispelled her doubts and invested more in this social circle. Until one time, they were taken to an underground place. As soon as she entered, Jiang Ye fainted. When she woke up, she found herself in a small room with a huge one-way mirror in front of her. People outside could see in, but those inside couldn't see out. Having experienced being kidnapped into a laboratory before, Jiang Ye instantly understood that she had fallen into a trap again. No matter how much she shouted, no one came. Only robots came to deliver water and food at regular intervals. Jiang Ye spent the first day of her imprisonment in fear. The next day, something even more terrifying happened. She found her belly growing larger. In the following days, her belly kept getting bigger, like a pregnant woman. She really became pregnant in just 7 or 8 days. Her belly was as big as someone who was 10 months along. On the 9th day, she was taken into the delivery room. They cut open her belly and took out a baby. Thanks to advanced medical technology, Jiang Ye's body was fine the same night after giving birth, and she was sent back to Capital Star with other girls. But the nightmare didn't end there. They injected us with poison, and every half month, we had to be injected with an antidote, or we would die. We couldn't escape and could only be controlled by them. All were young girls after giving birth. They only needed half a month to recover, and then they could get pregnant again. Jiang Ye had already given birth twice and would soon be taken back to get pregnant and give birth again. Jiang Ye held her head, her expression pained. After I was released from my first delivery, I immediately went to the hospital for a checkup, but nothing was wrong. However, I could feel my body weakening. Many women who have given birth have bodies that are worse than before, but it wouldn't be to the point of being ill. So it was normal that Jiang Ye didn't find any issues. But in reality, it wasn't so normal. How could a normal person get pregnant and give birth in just 10 days? Shi Yuan asked, "Did you look for Li Jing afterward?" Jiang Ye nodded. I did look for him, but he said it wasn't a big deal. Every member has to contribute to the club, and as long as my contributions are enough, the club won't make me continue to pay. At that point, I'd be a full-fledged member. Did you believe him? Jiang Ye's expression stiffened for a moment. He lied to me. After my second delivery, I woke up a bit earlier and heard those people say that a girl had given birth 12 times before dying. The longest living one so far. I knew if I couldn't escape, I would meet the same fate. Shi Sui was so scared that the hairs on her body stood up, feeling the temperature in the ward drop. Shi Yuan only frowned tightly and asked, "So you intentionally got hit by a car to escape?" Jiang Ye nodded and shook her head. "Even if I'm injured, I can heal quickly. The reason I did this was just to see Luo Qi. He was my only hope. The only reason Luo Qi knew Jiang Ye was hospitalized was that Jiang Ye had planned it, deliberately leaking the information to him. However, she didn't expect that Luo Qi wouldn't come to see her right away, but instead went to find Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan ruthlessly shattered her hope. It's useless to look for Luo Qi, although he is Li Jing's arch-rival. It's only on the surface. He can't do much more than that. Jiang Ye's face turned pale. She leaned forward, holding on to Shi Yuan's hand tightly. Sister Yuan, I beg you to save me. Not only am I in danger, but my dad is too. They have people watching him, and if I make any moves, my dad will also be in trouble. Chi Sui looked at Shi Yuan worriedly. Sister, Uncle Jiang is in danger. We can't ignore it. Shi Yuan sighed deeply. I know. The other side clearly has a lot of power, and we can't act recklessly. She looked at Jiang Ye and asked, how long until next time? Jiang Ye said, 6 days. Shi Yuan pondered for a moment. You need to stay still these days and not let anyone find out you've leaked information. I will arrange for someone to secretly protect you. Before I give the next steps, you must not leave the hospital. Jiang Ye nodded quickly. When Shi Yuan and Chi Sui were leaving, she reminded them again to make sure they would save her. Shi Yuan felt uncertain, and Chi Sui was even more flustered, with no ideas at all. She asked Sister, what should we do? Should we go check out that club? Shi Yuan tapped her head. What are you thinking? You think just saying we will go means we can? Even if we really got in, our actions would only alert the enemy, harming Yiya instead of helping her. Then what should we do? Chi Sui asked with a pained expression. Shi Yuan said sternly, what else can we do? In the face of such obvious criminal activities as good citizens, we must seek help from the military immediately. Chapter 94, Finding Time to Visit the Temple. After listening to Shi Yuan's words, Colonel Zhou couldn't help but exclaim, why do you always encounter such troublesome things? Should we find time to visit the temple? Shi Yuan also felt that she had been quite unlucky and asked, can you recommend a temple that is a bit more effective? Colonel Zhou readily gave her an address. This is the one I usually go to. It really works. Whenever I'm overwhelmed with work, I go there to pray, and after that, I feel relaxed. I plan to visit again once the Yuan family's matter is settled. As the two became more engrossed in their conversation, Chu Xingzhou interrupted, don't listen to his nonsense. He only goes to pray after completing tasks. The military isn't that heartless. They usually give some rest time after big missions, so of course, he feels relaxed. Colonel Zhou's attempt to impress failed, and he cleared his throat to return to the topic. About that friend you mentioned, has she seen what she gave birth to? Shi Yuan shook her head. Both times she gave birth, she was first knocked out and then had a cesarean section. By the time she woke up, the baby had already been taken away, so she didn't see it herself. Colonel Zhou sighed. How unfortunate. To get pregnant for no reason is one thing, but to be forcibly separated from one's own flesh and blood is another. Chu Xingzhou's expression darkened. She probably doesn't want to be reunited with her child. That's true. Colonel Zhou agreed. It was born in less than 10 days. It must be a monster. I suspect it's related to human experiments. Shi Yuan said, we need to act quickly. She only has 5 days left. Colonel Zhou stopped joking. I will arrange for someone to protect her, but to avoid alarming the snakes. Our people won't show themselves until absolutely necessary. Chu Xingzhou suggested, can we send someone to disguise themselves and infiltrate? Colonel Zhou replied, we can, but according to that young girl's account, it took her a month or two from joining the group to becoming a vessel. We're only acting now, so the earliest we can expect progress is in another month or two. Jiang Ye has many other girls suffering who can't wait. Who knows how many will lose their lives in that time? I can use my abilities to infiltrate, Shi Yuan said. Chu Xingzhou immediately opposed. Their base is not on the capital planet. Even if your powers are high, you won't be able to maintain them for that long. For a moment, the three fell silent. After a moment of thought, Chu Xingzhou said, let me infiltrate instead. Colonel Zhou widened his eyes at him. While your spirit is commendable, no matter how you disguise yourself, you don't look like a young girl. Chu Xingzhou shot him a glance, who said, I have to disguise myself as a young girl. They travel on private spacecraft. It's impossible for there not to be a single male staff member. That's right. Colonel Zhou's eyes lit up. With an optical camouflage device and your psychic abilities, you might just be able to pull it off. You should rest well these days, and I'll handle everything else. He hurriedly left after saying that. Shi Yuan worriedly asked, getting on the spaceship puts you in an isolated and vulnerable position. If you're discovered, it's too dangerous. Why don't you think it over? Chu Xingzhou smiled. Don't underestimate me. Even if isolated, I can hold out until you come to support. To save Jiang Ye, someone must take the risk. Seeing that Chu Xingzhou had made up his mind, Shi Yuan stopped persuading him and finally said, we'll do our best to keep up. 3 days later, Colonel Zhou selected a target and brought the information to Chu Xingzhou. The target was a maintenance apprentice on that spacecraft, who held a low position and was usually inconspicuous. Our people have followed him for 2 days and noted some of his habits. You can go back and study them. It shouldn't be a problem. Shi Yuan was impressed by the military's efficiency. Just from her few words, they had already tracked down the spacecraft used by the club, identified the staff on board, and even thoughtfully selected a suitable target for Chu Xingzhou to imitate. The day before departure, the maintenance apprentice was secretly captured by Colonel Zhou's men, and Chu Xingzhou infiltrated among them, boarding the spacecraft a day early to begin assisting with maintenance work. That evening, Li Jing appeared in Jiang Yi's hospital room, and after a round of threats, Jiang Yi left the hospital in tears. Thanks to Shi Yuan's advice, although she was scared, she overcame her fear and nervously arrived at the club the next day to meet a group of girls who were also suffering. Once on the spacecraft, all the girls were injected with the antidote, but no one relaxed because they knew that even worse experiences awaited them. Chu Xingzhou blended in with a group of maintenance apprentices. They were of low status and could not enter the exclusive lounge for maintenance staff, so they could only sit in small groups in the maintenance area to slack off. "Dawu, why are you so quiet today? That's not like you." Chu Xingzhou curled his lips. "Don't provoke me. I've been in a bad mood these days." While speaking, he used his abilities to inject a thought into the minds of those present. Dawu has had a family issue recently and is in a bad mood. He doesn't want to play or talk. Someone advised, "Dawu, just let it go. It's not like your wife cheated on you. Just get a divorce. The next one will be better." Another chimed in, "We're working here. Even though we're just apprentices, we earn more than elsewhere. Just get a divorce. One person eats well, and the whole family is fed, like my brother. How carefree." Chu Xingzhou only gave them a mental suggestion and didn't fabricate any facts. So it was likely true that Dawu had been cheated on, and everyone seemed to know about it. Hearing them, Chu Xingzhou even felt a bit sympathetic towards this person named Dawu. Besides being cheated on, he was also facing imprisonment. But if everything went smoothly, everyone here would end up in jail with him. 3 days later, the spacecraft landed, and Chu Xingzhou was fortunate not to be discovered, mainly because the military's choice was excellent. He was just an inconspicuous figure. He slipped into the cabin, and apart from the other maintenance apprentices, no one paid him any attention. Those maintenance apprentices had low psychic levels and were non-psychics, so he managed to control them with ease. Once the club members and the girls disembarked, they headed to the experimental base, while others were free to move around. Chu Xingzhou immediately changed his disguise and followed from a distance. At the same time, the military spacecraft followed closely behind on the same flight path. After the club's spacecraft landed, Chu Xingzhou quickly sent a message. Upon receiving it, Colonel Zhou immediately ordered, "They've landed on Baiwa Star. Let's follow immediately and contact the station military near Baiwa Star to pull up the information on Baiwa Star." Shi Yuan quickly saw the data on Baiwa Star. Baiwa Star is a small star located on the edge of the central star domain. Although it belongs to the central star domain, it is geographically closer to the first star domain. The planet is quite small, with a low permanent population, making it an inconspicuous star. Colonel, according to the registration data, half of the ocean rights on Baiwa Star belong to a food company in the first star domain, and the owner of that food company is the owner of the club, named Du Fenghua. Chapter 95, Healing Wounds with Time. The Du Group is not particularly prominent in the first star region, consistently ranking between 30th and 50th among star region enterprises, and has little presence in the entire alliance. As an established company primarily in the food industry, the Du Group holds nostalgic flavor for the residents of the first star region and is often regarded as a local specialty to gift friends from other star regions. Despite being a reputable and quality enterprise, it ranks low, and outside the first star region, it is virtually unknown. Many residents who are aware of the situation say it is all due to the laid-back attitude of the group's owner. The current owner, Du Fenghua, has perfectly inherited the lethargic demeanor of his predecessors, focusing on maintaining the business rather than expanding, and he is very amiable, well-liked among the people in the first star region. Today is the day of the Du Group's new product launch, and the residents of the first star region have been looking forward to this for several years. Finally, the Du Group is set to release new products. Although there hasn't been much promotion, many who grew up eating Do products have become enthusiastic supporters, so the venue is crowded early in the morning. The launch event is held at one of the few self-operated malls owned by the Do Group, and Du Fenghua is also in attendance. As soon as the modestly dressed Du Fenghua appears, people begin to greet him. Boss Du is finally here. It's been a while since I've seen you go fishing. When are we going again? Du Fenghua shows no airs of a big boss. He is friends with many customers and replies with a smile. I've been busy with the new product launch. It's exhausting. Let me rest a bit before we go out. How can you be tired at such a young age? I'm in my 60s, 20 years older than you, and I look more energetic. Du Fenghua is good at self-deprecation, casually exchanging a few words, and laughter fills them all. Quick, it's time. The launch is about to start. Du Fenghua leisurely steps onto the makeshift stage, preparing to speak. Out of the corner of his eye, he sees a few unusual-looking individuals in the audience. They do not appear to be shoppers. They walk steadily, are lean, and have sharp gazes, moving through the crowded crowd without any hindrance. Suddenly, Du Fenghua has a bad premonition. Mr. Du, I am an investigator from the military stationed in the First Star region. The Yonghua Club you established is suspected of illegal activities, and we hope you will come with us to cooperate with the military investigation. Caught off guard, Du Fenghua finds military personnel standing behind him, and the microphone is not far away, broadcasting their words to the public. The audience erupts into chaos, with someone shouting, "Officer, you must be mistaken. The Du Group has never established a club." The military personnel respond confidently, "It is not a club in the First Star region, but one established in the Central Star region at Baiwa Star. This club has branches in many places in the Central Star region, and you, Mr. Du, surely remember it." Du Fenghua struggles to maintain his composure and replies in his usual gentle tone, "There seems to be such a matter, but that club is actually run by my friend, and I'm not aware of the details." The military personnel remain expressionless and say, "We will investigate. Please come with us." The situation progresses smoothly. The headquarters of the Yonghua Club has already been taken over by the military. Jiang Ye is in tears, clutching Shi Yuan, who comforts her, "Don't worry. The military will take care of you. The antidote will be analyzed soon." As Shi Yuan predicted, the military's research institute quickly analyzes the poison in the girls, and the antidote is already in production, thanks to Wenfei's ability to analyze toxins. 2 hours later, all the girls receive the antidote, and they will no longer be under the club's control. Jiang Ye and the other girls sit together. They have just been examined and found no major issues, allowing her to finally calm down completely. After giving her statement, Jiang Ye approaches Shi Yuan again. "Sister Yuan, do we really have to tell my dad about this?" Shi Yuan remains unmoved. "We must inform your father. Not just you, but other girls as well. Their relatives need to come to pick them up personally." Jiang Ye knows there's no way to salvage the situation. She sobs softly. "My dad will be very disappointed." Shi Yuan looks at the other girls, who share the same expression as Jiang Ye, all fearful of their relatives discovering their true circumstances. These girls were carefully selected by the club. They are all around 20 years old, with a strong sense of vanity. They have not experienced much hardship, are physically healthy, well-nourished, and suitable for bearing children. Additionally, they share a common trait of having very few close relatives, just like Jiang Ye, who only has Jiang Rue as her relative. The two have a good relationship, but Jiang Rue is very busy, and they spend little time together. The club's ability to manipulate Jiang Ye is not only due to the poison, but also because of Jiang Rue. More importantly, if these girls were to die, their few and busy relatives would find it hard to suspect anything unusual about their deaths, making it difficult for any issues to arise afterward. Understanding this, the military ordered that the girls must be picked up by their relatives in person. Once the relatives arrive, the military will arrange for someone to provide them with detailed explanations. Even if the military does not make arrangements, Shi Yuan will still notify Jiang Rue. Jiang Ye indeed needs to be disciplined. Jiang Rue arrives quickly. After the military notifies him, he immediately buys a spaceship ticket to rush over. Upon learning the truth, he is almost speechless in front of Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan takes the initiative to find him. During this meeting, Jiang Rue looks much older, with gray hair at his temples. When he sees Shi Yuan, he nearly bursts into tears. Sister Yuan, I'm sorry for you, and for Sui Sui. I had no idea Yaya would turn out like this, and I didn't know she came to the capital star for. He cannot bring himself to say more. Shi Yuan pats his shoulder. You're still young, and she has suffered a lot in those 2 years. It's inevitable to go down the wrong path, but thankfully no irreversible damage has been done. Take her home and teach her well. She is still so young, with a long road ahead. Don't lose hope now. Jiang Rui looks at Shi Yuan, feeling an overwhelming sadness. Shi Yuan is actually only a year older than Yaya. In those 2 years, while Yaya suffered, Shi Yuan endured even more hardship on the garbage star. How can their circumstances be so different? He shakes his head and follows the military personnel to handle the paperwork. Chu Xingzhou watches his retreating figure and asks, is he going to be okay? Shi Yuan sighs. How can he be okay? But it's only temporary. In time, things will get better. Chapter 96. Yin Siro's great justice against Qin after sending off Jiang Rui and Jiang Yi. Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou walked along the streets of Baiwa Star. Baiwa Star was known as the slum of the Central Star region. It was not as prosperous as other planets, but the street style had its own charm. In Shi Yuan's view, this was the planet closest to Earth that she had ever seen. She was enjoying the scenery when she suddenly heard Chu Xingzhou ask, Jiang Yi, did she deceive people through the game and was discovered, then sold her account? Yes, Shi Yuan replied. This kind of online fraud actually existed back in the Earth era, and many people fell victim to it. Chu Xingzhou thought of Luo Qi and said meaningfully, yeah, one careless move and you get caught. Shi Yuan suddenly laughed and said, speaking of which, the game account for Apocalypse that I bought is also linked to a husband, but it doesn't seem like it was obtained through deception. Chu Xingzhou immediately became nervous and cautiously asked, do you know who it is? Shi Yuan shook her head. I don't know. I played a lot when I first bought it, but I've been too busy lately and hardly play anymore. Chu Xingzhou hesita. He didn't know whether to tell Shi Yuan that he was her husband in the game. While he was struggling with this thought, Shi Yuan exclaimed, wow, there's an egg pancake over there. I haven't had one in a long time. Let's go eat. Chu Xingzhou immediately pushed aside his previous thoughts. It didn't matter whether she knew or not, as long as Shi Yuan was happy. On the 5th day after returning from Baiwa Star to the capital star, Shi Yuan finally heard some news from Colonel Zhou. The apparent owner of the Yonghua Club was Du Fenghua, but in reality, Du Fenghua was just a pawn on the surface. The real mastermind was someone else. The military would continue to investigate. But Shi Yuan knew that she was merely a temporary cadet helping out, and unless absolutely necessary, the military wouldn't ask her and Chu Xingzhou for help. Just like now, the military had enough manpower and didn't need them to take risks. Shi Yuan then returned to her student life, and before she knew it, it was finals time again. This time, there were no unexpected events, and she easily secured the top spot. Without Yuan Xuanning and Shi Yin, Beverly also easily claimed the second place. But she wasn't very happy. She knew the gap between her and Shi Yuan, ever since she learned that Shi Yuan was an ability user. She no longer regarded Shi Yuan as a rival. With Yuan Xuanning and Shi Yin absent, she always felt that her victory was unearned. Shi Yuan also learned about Shi Yin and Yuan Xuanning from Beverly. There was solid evidence that Shi Yin and her mother, Yang Huili, colluded with space pirates. When they contacted these pirates, they believed they had concealed their identities. But how could the pirates, who had been rampant for years, not have kept some backup? Therefore, their identities had long been known, and after the pirates were captured, they naturally couldn't escape. However, they only provided information about the departure time and route of the Luo family spaceship, bribing the pirates to kill Shi Yuan on the way. As for the military's internal traitors, they claimed to know nothing. In the end, the mother and daughter were sentenced to 10 years of exile on a lower-class planet. The lower-class planet was specifically used to imprison criminals, and the environment was hardly better than the garbage star, where everyone from the starship ended up. After hearing this sentence, Shi Yuan felt much more comfortable. As for Yuan Xuanning, the case against the Yuan family had not been conclusively resolved, so she was still being held in the military prison. Although the conditions of the military prison were better than those of the lower-class planet, the waiting before sentencing was the most agonizing, and she must be suffering as well. Once the top and second top of the Starlaw Military Academy fell to such a fate, it was truly lamentable. Starlon even took shame in them. After the incident, the school had organized several moral education classes. After the exams, it was vacation time. Shi Yuan still didn't return to Beimang Star, as Shi Hung was still at the ability user training base in the capital star, and she was keeping an eye on him. She moved back into Chi Suisui's home. Chi Suisui had been accepted into the combat department of Starlon, and after school started, they would be classmates. They celebrated together, but unfortunately, Yin Siruo did not come. On the second star region, Tianhua Star, in the Yin family's ancestral home, Yin Siruo found her grandparents with a mournful face. After listening to her complaints, Grandma Yin was so angry she could barely stand, leaning back in her chair for a long time without saying a word. While Grandpa Yin was so furious, he smashed a set of teacups. Damn it, these two worthless things have lived so many years. Yet their thinking is even worse than that of a child. Yin Siruo said, Grandpa, Grandma, it's my fault. I'm useless. I had no choice but to ask for your help. My mom is in the capital star, and I really can't focus on my studies. She even targeted my master. If my master finds out, how will I have the face to ask her for guidance in the future? Grandma Yin felt heartbroken. Siruo, don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. Grandpa Yin, with a stern face, said to the butler, call that troublesome couple here. Yan's parents were soon summoned, and at that time, Yin Siruo had already retreated to the inner room as per Grandma Yan's request. Yan's father and mother did not know she was there, but she could hear the conversation outside. Grandpa Yin slammed his cane on the ground a few times and demanded, what wrong things have you done recently? Yan's father, confused, replied, Dad, you know I've been busy with new designs lately. I've been working in the studio except for eating and sleeping. What had I done wrong? Yan's mother immediately said, I was with Siruo in the capital star and just returned. We didn't do anything. Grandpa Yin threw the cane in front of her, startling her, and she complained, Dad, what are you doing? What have you done in the capital star? Yan's mother felt guilty for a moment, then said assertively, everything I did in the capital star was for Siruo. Mom and Dad, don't listen to others' nonsense. She thought it must be that other families were envious of their recent prominence and were gossiping in front of the elders. Grandma Yin fixed her sharp eyes on her. Do you think targeting Siruo's master is helping her? Yan's mother became embarrassed, but didn't think she was wrong. Mom, Shi Yuan is only a couple of years older than Siruo. If they get together, Shi Yuan becomes part of our Yin family, which would be a huge benefit for the family. Yan's father also said, yeah, they're both unmarried. We're just trying to matchmake them. How is that wrong? Since learning that Tin was Shi Yuan, Yan's mother had become interested again. Although she noticed the ambiguity between Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou, they weren't married yet, so there could still be changes. She and her husband planned to set up Yin Siruo and Shi Yuan. If Shi Yuan married into the Yin family and became their daughter-in-law, all the resources in Shi Yuan's hands would be available for free use by them. After making this decision, Yan's mother had been looking for opportunities, but Yin Siruo had always rebuffed her. Watching the days pass with no progress, she became somewhat anxious and thus developed malicious thoughts. Chapter 97. Shi Hung requests leave to go home as long as the raw rice is cooked into mature rice. Isn't that enough? This was how Yan's mother thought, so she began to implement her plan. However, it wasn't long before Yin Siruo discovered it. Under Luo Chi's guidance, Yin Siruo had early on bribed the maid hired by Yan's mother in the capital star. As soon as the maid noticed something was off, she reported it to him. When Yin Siruo learned the truth, he could hardly believe that his mother would have such a vile thought. After a sleepless night, he decided to return to the Yin family to seek help from his grandparents. Seeing Yan's mother unrepentant, Grandma Yan's heart almost turned cold. She looked at her son and asked, do you think the same? Do you think we should go to any lengths to make Siruo's master one of us? Yan's father remained silent, but his expression showed he agreed with his wife's actions. All right, you can't have two different kinds of people sleeping in the same bed. I should have known better. You two are cut from the same cloth. I was old and confused before and didn't see your problems. Fortunately, Siruo hasn't been led astray by you. Yan's father complained, Mom. How can you say that? I'm your son. Grandma Yin scolded angrily. It's precisely because you're my son that if you were an outsider, you wouldn't be standing here now, but rather locked up in jail. Yan's father hadn't seen his mother so angry in a long time and didn't dare to press further. After a long silence, Grandpa Yin finally said, from today on, You two are the heads of the material mining factory on Double Moon Star. Pack your bags immediately and leave. Yan's father and mother looked at Grandpa Yan in disbelief. Yan's father panicked and asked, Dad, what do you mean by this? Why send us to such a place? Is it because my brother has been slandering us in front of you? Shut up. Grandpa Yan shouted angrily. Everything is your own doing. If you refuse to go to Double Moon Star today, I will publicly sever the father-son relationship with you on StarNet. From now on, you're no longer members of the Yan family. Yan's father stood frozen in place, and Yan's mother couldn't even stand, collapsing directly to the ground. Double Moon Star is a marginal star in the second star domain, with a harsh environment and no permanent residents. However, many large companies set up factories there due to its rich biodiversity. The Yan family also has a factory there. Yan's father knew that once he went there, it would mean completely leaving the power center of the Yan family. How could he compete with his other siblings then? He pleaded, but Grandpa and Grandma Yan didn't want to hear any more and had the butler throw them out. Yan Siruo walked out from the inner room, looking guilty. Grandma Yan hurried over and hugged him, saying, Siruo, it's not your fault. It's our fault, your grandfather and I. We didn't raise you properly, and you've had to bear so much. You don't need to feel sorry for them. Grandpa Yan also said, sending them to Double Moon Star is just temporary. If they behave honestly and sincerely repent there, I will let them come back. If they remain stubborn, then there's no need for them to return. Yan Siruo said, I understand, Grandpa and Grandma. I'm really sorry for troubling you this time. Grandma Yan patted his head. We're family. There's no such thing as trouble. You can stay here with us. Yan Siruo nodded. Meanwhile, Shi Yuan, far away on Capital Star, was unaware that a major upheaval had occurred in the Yan family because of her. Recently, she had been taking Chi Sui to train with Chu Xingzhou almost every day. Chi Sui was a prospective student of Star Lawn and could enter even before the school year started. The three of them reserved a training room at the school and had a great time every day. One day, while they were training as usual during their break, Shi Yuan received a call from the ability training base to keep an eye on Shi Hong. Shi Yuan had specifically gotten to know her instructor friend at the ability training base through Fei. As soon as the call connected, the person on the other end said, Shi Hong rushed to request leave to return to the second star domain this morning. Shi Yuan was taken aback. What? Why so suddenly? The other party explained, he received a call from your father this morning and left immediately. Today just happens to be my day off, so I couldn't stop him right away. I'm sorry. Shi Yuan quickly replied, I'm sorry to trouble you. I should be the one apologizing. After hanging up, Shi Yuan immediately contacted Shi Hong. By the time Shi Hong answered the call, he was already on the spaceship heading back to the second star domain. Upon connecting the video, Shi Yuan saw that his face didn't look good and asked what had happened. Shi Hong hesitated for a moment before finally saying, It's nothing major. A friend of mine on Bima Star had a minor accident. He has no family, so I'm going back to check on him. You don't need to worry. I'll come back after things are settled. After ending the call, Shi Yuan contacted Colonel Zhou and learned from him that Shi Yufeng had been quiet lately and had been actively cooperating with Yang Huili and Shi Yan's investigation. Something must have happened. I need to go back, Shi Yuan said. Chu Xingzhou replied, I'll go with you. Chi Sui, not wanting to be left out, asked, Can I go too? I promise I won't hold you back. Shi Yuan looked at Chi Sui and nodded in agreement. Although Chi Sui was young, her strength was not weak at all, and she had an A-level mental strength. During the break, she had also gained experience in piloting mechas. After reporting their itinerary to Colonel Zhou, the three of them boarded the spaceship heading to Bima Star. After landing, Shi Yuan contacted Shi Hong again, but the communication was no longer reachable. Chi Sui anxiously said, He left a day earlier than us. How can he suddenly become unreachable? By this time, Shi Yuan had calmed down and pondered for a moment before saying, Let's find a place to settle down first and not let Shi Yufeng know we're here. Chu Xingzhou agreed. Follow me. The Lin family has a residence on Bima Star. We can borrow it for a while. Since borrowing materials from Phoenix Star, and with Lin Zhuiying as the intermediary, Chu Xingzhou's relationship with the Lin family had been improving. Borrowing the Lin family's residence was just a matter of asking. When they arrived, Shi Yuan realized that the Lin family south residence was very close to the Shi family. From the balcony of the Lin family's house, they could even see the main road that led out of the Shi family. Chi Sui hid by the curtain on the balcony, saying, Leave the surveillance to me. Shi Yuan allowed her to do so, saying, I'll go out for a bit. Chu Xingzhou asked, do you have a lead? Shi Yuan shook her head. I want to check the places my mother often went to before she passed. If Shi Hong was indeed deceived by Shi Yufeng, he might show up in those places. Chu Xingzhou then said, I'll go with you. Before leaving, Shi Yuan told Qi Sui, don't stay up late. Make sure to rest. Qi Sui gave an okay gesture with her fingers, but didn't take her eyes off the view outside. Shi Yuan knew she was sensible and didn't say more. She and Chu Xingzhou disguised themselves and went out, first heading to the plantation to take a look. Chapter 98. Ability suppressants. The original host knew the places where Cui Wan often went, and Shi Yuan had already checked them out. Now, what she was going to visit was information she got from Qiucheng. It was a dark night with a strong wind, apart from a few employees on night shifts. The plantation was empty. It was raining, and the night shift employees were hiding in the office, not coming out. Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou quickly sneaked in, and Shi Yuan found it unbelievable how smoothly it went. She looked around and pointed to a path, saying to Chu Xingzhou, it should be that way. This was her first time at the plantation, and all her knowledge came from Qiucheng's account. Qiucheng had said that he had seen Cui Wan come to the plantation while tracking her. He had also investigated the plantation himself, but found nothing. So he thought it wasn't an important place and only briefly mentioned it in his testimony. The two arrived at a place where eggplants were being grown. Shi Yuan pondered. I remember my mom didn't like eggplant. Chu Xingzhou put away his light brain and said, I just searched for the person in charge of the eggplant garden. His name is Alan, and he is from the Flowing Light Star. Shi Yuan raised an eyebrow. Is that a coincidence? Chu Xingzhou replied, it's probably a coincidence. After all, Qiucheng didn't find anything, but he might be a fish that slipped through the net. Shi Yuan walked around the eggplant garden a few times and finally decided to go take a look. Chu Xingzhou said, I've hacked into the plantation's internal network and found the employee information. Alan's home is not far from the plantation. Shi Yuan smiled. I just discovered another skill of yours. Just a child's play, Chu Xingzhou said casually, but he was already over the moon inside. After walking for less than half an hour, the two arrived at Alan's home. Surprisingly, Alan was still awake at this hour, leisurely drinking on the second-floor balcony. Shi Yuan was considering how to approach him. Should she pretend to be the familiar daughter of a friend and visit openly? Or should they directly sneak in and capture him for questioning? Chu Xingzhou said, no daughter of a friend would visit at this hour. As for capturing him, that's not appropriate since he isn't a criminal. It would make us seem evil. That made sense. Shi Yuan planned to think of another way. A dog slowly walked over to them, looked up, and suddenly spoke. Are you two here to see me? To be honest, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Just come in. Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou were startled, and upon closer inspection, they realized the dog was actually a robotic dog. They secretly glanced towards Alan's direction and found that he had already stood up, waving at them. They had been discovered. Chu Xingzhou said in frustration, this shouldn't have happened. I need to train harder when we get back. I will too, Shi Yuan said expressionlessly, since we've been invited. Let's go. The two walked to Alan's front door, which opened automatically, and they walked in as the main door opened as well. A lady in a wheelchair appeared, smiling. Welcome. Alan then came down from upstairs, walked over to the lady in the wheelchair, gently stroked her hair, and said to the two, actually, it's not me who wanted to see you, but my wife, Alice. Alice looked gently at Shi Yuan and sighed. You really look a lot like your mother. You know my mom? Shi Yuan asked. Alice nodded. I not only know your mother, but I also know you. However, you probably don't remember. After all, you were very small at that time. Alan invited them to sit down. I'll prepare some late-night snacks for you. After saying this, he left the living room for the kitchen. Chu Xingzhou recalled something. Are you from the Flowing Light Star? Alice did not answer this question, but looked at Chu Xingzhou and then at Shi Yuan. Is this your boyfriend? Chu Xingzhou felt anxious, waiting for Shi Yuan's answer. Shi Yuan blushed and finally gave a nonchalant answer. Yes. Chu Xingzhou instantly felt like he was floating, ready to ascend. Alice chuckled softly before answering Chu Xingzhou's question. You're right. I am indeed from the Flowing Light Star, but I am not from the Yuan family. When it came to serious matters, both of them stopped being flustered and listened attentively to Alice. I used to be a doctor at a private hospital on the Flowing Light Star. Most of the time, I worked normally, but once the director personally brought in a patient and insisted that I must save his life. That was the beginning of my nightmare. Recalling this, Alice still felt terrified, subconsciously hugging her arms. At that time, the medical staff called by the director were all senior employees of the hospital, and we were all given a gag order before entering the operating room. At first, I thought it was just a special case. However, once inside the operating room, I realized how terrifying the patient was. His upper body was human, but his lower body had 8 tentacles like an octopus. It was clearly a result of human experimentation. The moment I saw the patient, I knew I couldn't escape. Sure enough, after the operation, any medical staff who showed even the slightest thought of escaping or reporting would die for no reason. I didn't want to die, so I could only obey their orders. That's where I met your mother. At that time, she was still called Chu Xingzhou and was brought in for an examination. Because I was female and only a few years older than her, I was responsible for all her examinations. I treated her a few times, and later she no longer came. I heard others say she had died, and I thought that was the end, but unexpectedly, she appeared in front of me years later. Alice looked at Shi Yuan. At that time, she came with you and begged me to treat you. Shi Yuan thought for a moment, but could not find Alice in the memories of the original host. I'm sorry, I seem to not remember. Alice replied, it's understandable that you don't remember, as ability suppressants do cause some memory loss. Ability suppressants? Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou both voiced their confusion at the same time. Alice said, that's right, you awakened your abilities at a young age, and your mother asked me to help hide it. You weren't actually sick. It was just a normal reaction after awakening your abilities, which looked like an illness. Your mother kept this matter secret right away. When she found me, she cried and said she was at her wit's end and could only seek my help. I arranged for you two to stay at a private clinic run by a friend. There, I injected you with the ability suppressants to make you an ordinary person again. This suppressant needs to be injected again every 3 years. I calculate the time, and the suppressants have long since expired. You've regained your abilities, right? Shi Yuan nodded. Why did you come to Baimang Star? Alice paused for a moment before saying, it was inspired by your mother. I also faked my death to leave that hospital, at the cost of my legs. She slowly stroked her numb legs. Chapter 99, she has a bold idea. Alice's thoughts returned to that night, when Shi Yuan secretly came to see her. She calmly stated that she was going to die soon, and at first, Alice thought she was seriously ill, but that wasn't the case. In that moment, she was very calm, while Alice was in a panic. After that day, Alice rarely went out, only doing so when absolutely necessary. And Alan was extra cautious until one day he returned from outside and told Alice that Shi Yuan had died, officially reported as having passed away from illness. Alice drifted through several days and a days. She and T spent much time with Shi Yuan, but since escaping from the hospital and settling in Baimang Star, Alice had always regarded Shi Yuan as her confidant. They had both lived in hell and had climbed out of it together, believing that they could live like respectable people for the rest of their lives. But things always went contrary to their wishes. Alice sniffed, suppressing the urge to cry. Shi Yuan had come to see her that night with no particular purpose, just wanting to meet before she died, but before leaving. She asked Alice to pass on a message if her child found her. She hoped they wouldn't investigate the truth, but if they insisted on doing so, they should go to Tianqi Star and find someone named Huang Qinghe. After leaving Alan and Alice's home, Shi Yuan kept thinking about this name. Seeing that she wasn't looking where she was going, Chu Xingzhou simply took her hand and walked slowly with her. Having made some progress, they decided not to go anywhere else and headed back to the Lin residence first. As soon as they entered, they saw Chi Sui looking anxious. Chu Xingzhou asked, "Did you find anything?" Chi Sui felt relieved upon seeing the two return and quickly said, "Yes, but I'm not sure. You should come and see." Chi Sui opened her light brain, revealing a secretly taken photo of a man walking along the path that Shi's family frequently used. "Sister Yuan, do you remember this man? I saw him when we were attacked on the starry ship. He was the space pirate disguised as a crew member." Shi Yuan didn't remember. She had just crossed over when the starry ship had its incident, and her mind had been in chaos, leaving her with no memories. But that didn't stop her from cursing, so it was him. No wonder he looked so shifty. This is a case of appearance reflecting the heart. She immediately sent the information to Colonel Zhou. As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Xingzhou had already sent the message. Still no news about Shi Yuan? He asked. Chi Sui shook her head. I watched all night and didn't see Sister Yuan's brother show up. Shi Yuan irritably tugged at her hair. She was worried about Huang Qinghe. But Shi Yuan was more important. If she couldn't find him, she didn't know what would happen. I'll go ask his good friend tomorrow, Shi Yuan decided. Shi Yuan had a childhood friend named Shi Yuan, with whom he had a very good relationship. Due to Shi Yuan's poor family background, with both parents being ordinary workers, Shi Yufeng had always disapproved of Shi Yuan associating with him. However, as a sister who had once been very close to him, the original owner knew that Shi Yuan and Shi Yuan had only superficially cut off contact, but were still good buddies behind the scenes. Shi Yuan was quite capable. After graduating from university, he opened a parts factory, and his business was doing well, leading his family out of poverty. When Shi Yuan found him, he recognized her at first glance, as Shi Yuan had shown him many photos of his sister. You're back. That's great. I was just about to look for you, Shi Yuan exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan sensed something was amiss, and sure enough, the next second, Shi Yuan pulled out a package from his pocket, brought Shi Yuan into his home, and only then opened the package. Looking at the thick package, once unwrapped, it contained only 2 pieces of paper. Shi Yuan picked up one of the papers and handed it to Shi Yuan, saying, Last night when I got home from the company, I found a shabby little robot in the yard. The robot had this note wrapped inside it, and it was written in Shi Heng's handwriting. Shi Yuan took the note, which read, Red Agate River, for Shi Yuan. The handwriting was shaky and surprisingly written in blood. Shi Yuan said, I didn't know your communication number, but I knew you were studying at Xinglan, so I planned to mail the note to you first thing in the morning. He crumpled the other piece of paper, which contained his own account of receiving Shi Heng's note, intending to send it along with Shi Heng's note to Shi Yuan. Is something wrong with him? Shi Yuan asked anxiously. Shi Heng was his best friend, and he hadn't felt at ease since receiving the note last night. Shi Yuan, suppressing her conscience, said, You don't need to worry. He is an ability user, and it's not that easy for him to get into trouble, but he might have encountered some problems. Seeing Shi Yuan so calm, Shi Yuan thought about how close the siblings were. Since Shi Yuan wasn't worried, it probably wasn't a big deal, so he relaxed as well. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Shi Yuan left with a note. Before heading out today, the space pirate appeared again. Chu Xingzhou went to follow him, and didn't come with her to find Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan was now alone. She thought for a moment and decided to check out the Red Agate River first. The Red Agate River wasn't too far away. It took over an hour by hovercar. There was a hot spring resort nearby, with hovercars coming and going to pick up guests every day. Shi Yuan took the hovercar and got off at the hot spring resort an hour later. It was less than a 10-minute walk to the Red Agate River. But the river was too wide and long, and Shi Yuan didn't know where Shi Heng might have encountered danger. She could only aimlessly check along the riverbank, even jumping into the river to search the riverbed when she saw that no one was around. Still, there were no results. But she didn't plan to give up so quickly. She pretended to leave and hid nearby until it was dark and past midnight, and indeed she discovered something suspicious. 2 drones that looked like little birds flew over from the opposite bank, seemingly patrolling. Shi Yuan looked across the river. It appeared to be unobstructed. If she searched by herself, she didn't know how long it would take to find Shi Heng, so she came up with a bold idea. On a moonless night with a strong wind, 2 men were watching the surroundings of the Red Agate River through mechanical birds, which was something they had to do every night. Once they detected anything unusual, they would report it. As usual at this time, the area near the Red Agate River should be quiet, not a ghost in sight. But today, just as their patrol began, they noticed a heat source from a human being in the woods near the river. There's a situation. Both men were excited. Only when something unusual occurred could they have the chance to achieve merit and be promoted. They discovered traces of unidentified personnel in the woods 300 meters west of the Red Agate River and requested the patrol team to investigate. Understood. The patrol team has already set off. Please continue monitoring. A group of people quietly emerged from the hot spring resort and rushed toward the woods. Chapter 100. You and I have never been on the same side. The target is a young girl, currently showing no abnormalities. Maintain vigilance and proceed with the capture. Received. Shi Yuan was grabbed by the throat, A sharp pain shot through the back of her neck as she was injected with an unknown substance. A tingling sensation followed. She slowly closed her eyes, her breathing steady, as if she had fallen asleep. The target has been captured, no other findings. Bring her back. Received. A patrolling officer hoisted Shi Yuan up, casually saying, "Let us go. After we deliver her inside, we can go back to sleep." The sky was dim, and none of them noticed that beneath Shi Yuan lay a small hamster, now motionless on the ground. Whether unconscious or dead was unclear. Shi Yuan kept her eyes closed but wasn't completely unaware. A drop of ability water followed her movements, acting as her eyes. She knew these people carried her across a river, walked for a long time, and entered a building where she was handed over to someone inside. Then, she saw Shi Hung. Shi Hung was encased in a massive experimental device, eyes closed, appearing to be in a coma. Shi Yuan didn't know his current condition, but he still had all his limbs, his head intact, only a few nutrient tubes inserted into him, suggesting that the situation wasn't too bad. It seemed the experiment hadn't started yet. There was still hope for rescue. A series of footsteps approached and stopped in front of Shi Yuan, and then she heard a familiar voice. Shi Yufeng said coldly, "I didn't expect Shi Yuan to come here on her own. It seems she really suspects me. But it doesn't matter. Even if she didn't come back, I would find a way to bring her back. Now it just saves me a step." Someone nearby said, "Sir, according to the investigation, Shi Yuan hasn't awakened her ability. She is of little use." Shi Yufeng replied, "She is also Chui Wan's child. Like Shi Hung, she carries the genes of Ms. Yuan in experiment number 1, making her a perfect control group for Shi Hung, ensuring the experiment is more rigorous." The person next to him immediately flattered him. "I see. I didn't consider that." Shi Yufeng remained unfazed and directly ordered, "Begin the experiment immediately. The military investigation team is moving faster. We need to save time." Understood. Shi Yuan was hoisted up again, while another group prepared the experimental device, which was set up next to Shi Hung. She couldn't be placed into the experimental device. Who knew what would happen inside? She had to escape before that. Shi Yuan quickened her movements, and her ability water finally found a gap to seep into Shi Hung's experimental device. Upon contact with Shi Hung, she immediately increased her ability output. "Sir, the ability detector has suddenly detected an increase in ability levels. Reason unclear." The laboratory had always had the ability detector running, but since Shi Hung was also an ability user, he had been releasing his ability since being captured, effectively masking Shi Yuan's ability, which was why she could act so boldly. Shi Yufeng's gaze turned to Shi Hung. Due to the impact of the ability, although Shi Hung didn't wake up, his brows were tightly furrowed. "What is the physical data of the subject?" Shi Yufeng asked, already referring to Shi Hung as a subject. The detector staff reported, "All physical data is currently normal." After a brief silence, Shi Yufeng ordered, "Continue preparing to start the experiment." Shi Hung's brows furrowed tighter, and finally, a slit opened in his eyes, looking at Shi Yufeng in pain. "Dad, why am I your son?" "Sir, the subject has woken up." Shi Yufeng didn't hear Shi Hung's words. He turned to look at the detector staff's reminder and indeed saw Shi Hung's pained expression and opened eyes. He angrily rebuked the researchers present. "How could you make such a low-level mistake? Increase the dosage of the anesthetic and put the subject back to sleep." Shi Hung heard Shi Yufeng's words and despondently looked at Shi Yuan, who was still pretending to be dead, squeezing out a few words. Yuan, save me." His voice was very soft and, theoretically, those outside shouldn't be able to hear due to the experimental device, but Shi Yuan's ability water was right beside him, and she understood his conveyed message clearly. At that moment, even without any emotions, she began to feel pity for this selfish brother. She conveyed a message to Shi Hung through the ability water. "Of course, I came here to save you, but you have to cooperate with me. Otherwise, I'm no match for them." Just then, a series of banging sounds came from the experimental device, and all the tubes on Shi Hung's body fell off. Now is the time. At Shi Yuan's command, Shi Hung forcefully kicked his legs, propelling himself to the top of the experimental device, where the connection point had been opened by Shi Yuan with her ability. Bang! The massive lid was blown off by Shi Hung's full force strike. He removed the respirator from his face, poked his body out of the experimental device, and took a deep breath. Shi Hung, come back. Shi Yufeng shouted angrily. Shi Hung looked over and saw Shi Yufeng aiming an energy gun at him. Dad, why are you doing this? I trusted you so much. Why are you treating me like this? Shi Hung's expression was pained, his tone sorrowful. Shi Yufeng remained unmoved. I am your father. I want to take your life. I only need you to cooperate with the experiment. Shi Hung shook his head in pain, crying out in despair. You lied to me, although my body is asleep. My consciousness has been awake. I can hear what you say. You never cared about my life or death. With the lie exposed, Shi Yufeng became even more reckless. His hand rested on the trigger, coldly saying, I'll say it again, go back, or I will shoot immediately. Can you even shoot? You have to ask me first. Shi Yuan leisurely stood up from the ground. Shi Yufeng glanced at her, then at his gun, realizing the barrel had been frozen shut by ice without him noticing. You're also an ability user. Well, you've been hiding it from me. You've long had ulterior motives. A fierce expression finally appeared on Shi Yufeng's face. In that moment, Shi Hung had already emerged from the experimental device. He casually grabbed a researcher, stripped off their clothes, and put them on before standing behind Shi Yuan. The confrontation between Shi Yuan and Shi Yufeng continued. Shi Yuan sneered. Ulterior motives? Sorry, I've never had any ulterior motives because I've never been on the same side as you from the beginning. Shi Yufeng threw down the energy gun, half closing his eyes, his sharp gaze sweeping over Shi Yuan, then Shi Hung, and he actually started to laugh. Whether there are ulterior motives or not doesn't matter. Now that you two have come in, don't think about getting out. Perfect, you brother and sister will both stay here as subjects. Just consider it repaying my nurturing. With a wave of his hand, an armed squad entered from outside, surrounding Shi Yuan and Shi Hung tightly. Chapter 101. Shi Yuan is the key. Shi Yuan kept Shi Hung behind her as she faced a group of armed personnel. She wasn't particularly afraid. She could escape at any moment, but taking Shi Hung with her was a bit troublesome. With Shi Hung's current level of ability, he couldn't fully liquefy his body yet, and being hit by bullets would still cause him injuries. Shi Yuan stood still, staring intently at Shi Yufeng. You are already a major general in the second star domain. As long as nothing major goes wrong, you will eventually rise to general or even higher positions. Why are you engaging in these activities? Do you know that if your actions are discovered, you will not only lose everything, but also face imprisonment? Shi Yufeng looked at the two of them. They were his children, and they had lived together for over 20 years. It would be a lie to say he had no feelings for them. But that little bit of feeling could not sway him. Compared to what I need to do, those honors and riches are unimportant. What do you want to do? You would sacrifice me and my brother, and even Mom. Shi Yuan shouted, completely unable to accept it. She felt her acting was quite good. At least Shi Yufeng and Shi Hung didn't realize she was pretending. Shi Hung nodded in agreement, looking at Shi Yufeng with resentment. Shi Yufeng said calmly, your sacrifices are for all humanity. Once the experiment succeeds, you will be heroes, and the whole world will remember you. Shi Hung shouted, I don't want to be a hero. I just want to be myself. I want to live. You don't get to decide, Shi Yufeng said. Shi Yuan felt a wave of disgust looking at his self-righteous demeanor. How could a selfish person like you risk everything for all humanity? You're only doing it for your own future. Once your so-called experiment succeeds, you will become the ruler of the new world. You're willing to take big risks for yourself. Shi Yufeng was silent for a moment. What's wrong with doing it for myself? It took me decades to climb to the position of Major General in the second star domain. Decades. His emotions became agitated. But some people can reach heights I can only dream of in just a few years, no, a few months. Why? Because they come from noble backgrounds. While I'm just an ordinary person from a regular family. Everything I have, I had to fight for myself. But no matter how hard I work, without a background, I can only get this far. Even if I become a general or a marshal in the future, what does it matter? I will never escape the second star domain. But as long as the experiment succeeds and humanity is reborn, I will be a hero, and I will gain unprecedented power and status. He looked at Shi Yuan and Shi Hung, pulling a terrifying smile. The experiment is about to succeed. You are the last pieces needed. Crazy. Shi Yuan cursed inwardly. Shi Yuan stopped wasting time and ordered the armed personnel around him, capture them, but don't kill them. Bullets flew toward Shi Yuan and Shi Hung like they were free. Shi Hung, who had just awakened his powers and hadn't even graduated from the ability training base, was stunned by the scene. Shi Yuan had no intention of relying on him and was already prepared. A hollow water sphere made of ability surrounded Shi Hung, making it impossible for the bullets to penetrate. Meanwhile, Shi Yuan had already made her way into the enemy crowd, harvesting their lives with abandon. Seeing this, Shi Yuan was not angry. Instead, he became more excited. Capture Shi Yuan first. She is the key to the success or failure of the experiment. Without needing Shi Yuan's orders, everyone could see that Shi Yuan's abilities far surpassed those of Shi Hung. Doesn't this mean she inherited Ms. Yuan's genes better? In an instant, the attacks on Shi Yuan increased significantly, and not many people were left to care about Shi Hung. After all, as long as they captured Shi Yuan, Shi Hung, with no one to protect him, would just be a bird in a cage, unable to fly away. Shi Hung, protected in the ability water sphere, stared intently at the center of the battle, completely unaware that his own position was constantly shifting. Stop looking and come with me. Just as Shi Hung was engrossed in the fight, he suddenly heard a low voice behind him, startling him and almost causing him to stumble. He turned around and found himself at the entrance to the laboratory at the corner of the passage, where someone was hiding and speaking to him. Chu Xingzhou. He didn't know when he had arrived. The water sphere brought Shi Hung to Chu Xingzhou's side, then burst, and Shi Hung stood back on the ground. Let us go. I'll take you out. Chu Xingzhou led the way. Shi Hung didn't have time to think and followed him. Halfway through, he grabbed Chu Xingzhou's clothes. No, it's too dangerous to leave Yuan alone inside. Chu Xingzhou pushed him along. It seems you haven't seen her true power. Staying here is more dangerous for her. If you escape, she will have no worries. Shi Hung was still worried, but he couldn't shake off Chu Xingzhou, who half pushed and half dragged him out of the laboratory. Brother Chu, I'm here. Chi Sui, Yiding quickly called out when she saw them come out. Chu Xingzhou entrusted Shi Eng to Chi Sui. Take him back and hide well. I'll return to the laboratory. Okay, leave it to me, no problem. Chi Sui was very obedient, grabbing Shi Hung and running. Her floating car was parked not far away, and the two of them got in and instantly vanished from sight. Chu Xingzhou returned the same way. In the laboratory, Shi Yuan calculated the time as soon as Chu Xingzhou took Shi Hung away, estimating that the two of them were almost out of the laboratory. She quickly took out the mecha key. You actually have your own mecha already? It seems there are many things I don't know behind the scenes. Shi Yuan looked at the mecha that was activated when Shi Yuan entered the cockpit, furious and embarrassed. He had previously thought everything was under his control, but he never expected his daughter to secretly do so much right under his nose. This is a slap in the face. Mecha troops, come here, Shi Yuan ordered, suppressing his anger, but it was already too late. The ability water cannon enhanced by the mecha weapons came one after another, seemingly without needing to cool down, sweeping through the laboratory in an instant. The mecha troops of the laboratory entered from all directions, and Chu Xingzhou encountered them on his way back. As he dealt with those enemy mechas and entered the laboratory, it was already in ruins. Shi Yuan, he shouted loudly. I'm here. Shi Yuan was trapped under a pile of rubble, controlling the mecha to crawl out from underneath. Don't worry about me. Go find Shi Yuan. Hearing her voice was normal, it seemed she wasn't injured, so Chu Xingzhou followed her instructions and searched for people in the laboratory. The bodies of the laboratory's armed personnel were everywhere, along with broken mechas. Some mecha operators had already escaped, while others died in the cockpit. He didn't find him. Regardless of whether they were dead or alive, Chu Xingzhou carefully checked each person, but he didn't see Shi Yuan. Chapter 102. The next move, Shi Yuan had crawled out of the ruins and, hearing Chu Xingzhou's words, gritted her teeth. That old fox, seeing he couldn't beat me, actually blew up the laboratory. Shi Yuan had fled, taking several thousand loyal guards to defect from the Alliance. The Alliance's military headquarters promptly issued a wanted notice, catching many people off guard, especially those who had previously been close to Shi Yuan and their families, who were hurriedly trying to prove their innocence. Shi Yuan wanted to find Huang Qinghe, as Alice mentioned, But the urgent task was to send Shi Hung back to Capital Star. After being rescued, Shi Hung had been in a daze, probably struggling to accept the reality. Shi Yuan had no time to care for his mental state. She just wanted to get him back to the ability training base in Capital Star, where he would be protected. After making arrangements, Shi Yuan prepared to find Huang Qinghe. Unexpectedly, before she could set off, Huang Qinghe came to her first. In a coffee shop near the Xingluan Military Academy, Shi Yuan sat face to face with Huang Qinghe. Huang Qinghe propped his feet up, looking like a rogue, and said, "I heard your mother died?" Shi Yuan replied, "Can you not speak like that?" Huang Qinghe realized he lacked eloquence, so he got straight to the point. "I just need to confirm whether she is really dead. After all, she entrusted me with a task that I haven't completed yet." "What task?" Shi Yuan's eyes instantly sharpened. Huang Qinghe shrugged. After a moment of silence, Shi Yuan said, "Chui Wan, or Chui Chengyan, she is dead, and I am her daughter." Huang Qinghe showed no surprise at the name Chui Chengyan. "Tell me everything you know," Shi Yuan said, lowering her voice. Huang Qinghe only said, "I was the one who brought your mother out of Nightwolf Star. After that, she entrusted me with a task that I haven't completed to this day." He handed Shi Yuan a note. "This is the task location. Burn it after reading." Shi Yuan opened the note. It contained an interstellar coordinate. She memorized the coordinates and then crumpled the paper into a ball. "I'm a freelance mercenary and have never interrupted a task. This task is the exception. I will not proceed with it." "Reason?" Shi Yuan asked flatly. Huang Qinghe took a deep breath. "It's too dangerous there. I nearly lost my life coming back. I advise you not to be stubborn." Shi Yuan noticed Huang Qinghe was about to leave and said, "One last question. What did you find out?" Huang Qinghe shook his head. "I found nothing. I didn't even reach that coordinate. Believe it or not, that's the truth." He finished his coffee in one gulp and left, with Shi Yuan following behind. Watching him disappear into the crowd, Colonel Zhou's communication came at the right time. Shi Yuan arrived at the military headquarters building, where Chu Xingzhou had also come. Colonel Zhou led them to the conference room and finally spoke about the purpose of calling them there. "We have identified the identity of a mastermind. I don't know if you've heard of the Reed family?" Chu Xingzhou nodded, indicating he knew. Colonel Zhou continued, "The Reed family is very low-key on the surface. It appears to be a defeated ancient family. Many even believe they can no longer be called a family, as the members of the Reed family do not live together but are scattered across various star domains." Shi Yuan thought for a moment. A name flashing in her mind, Gregor Reed. Colonel Zhou glanced at Shi Yuan in surprise. "That's right. The ancestor of the Reed family is Gregor Reed. Although he was also from the period of the Earth's apocalypse, he wasn't very famous, so it's impressive you know him." In fact, Shi Yuan didn't remember this person well. They had worked together on a task before. She had saved Gregor Reed's life, and during that time, he had been trying to get close to her, claiming to repay his life-saving grace. But it seemed there were ulterior motives now. "What is the relationship between the Yuan family and Shi Yufeng?" Shi Yuan asked. Colonel Zhou replied, "Currently, we cannot determine the relationship between the three, but from various clues, we can infer that the Yuan family is a partner of the Reed family, with the Reed family in a leading position, while Shi Yufeng is a spy cultivated by the Reed family who infiltrated the military." After saying this, he subtly looked to Shi Yuan, which she caught. "Don't mind me. I want him to be brought to justice even more than you do." Colonel Zhou realized he had strayed off topic. As long as Shi Yufeng was not captured, both Shi Yuan and Shi Hung would remain in danger. Chu Xingzhou broke the awkwardness by asking, "What actions will follow?" Colonel Zhou reported, "A coordinate. This is the true base of the Reed family that we have locked onto. The military will launch an attack on this planet, and you have been included in the reserve team." Chu Xingzhou felt a bit regretful. Being in the reserve team meant they would have little chance to participate. Shi Yuan was distracted. The coordinates Colonel Zhou mentioned were the same as those Huang Qinghe had given her earlier. At this moment, she felt it necessary to disclose that she had just met Huang Qinghe. Colonel Zhou frowned. "Huang Qinghe is quite a famous freelance mercenary. He is very strong, comparable to the elite of the military. If he barely escaped, the danger here may be greater than we imagined." He could no longer sit still and immediately reported this intelligence. The conference room was left with only Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou. Shi Yuan's mood was calm. It was about to end. Chu Xingzhou moved a bit closer and held her hand. The military's actions were swift. That day, they dispatched the first batch of advanced troops, with the main force following. Once near the target planet, they docked at the nearest space station. This was a planet not included in the Alliance, and from space, the entire planet appeared gray, as if shrouded in a thick fog. Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou waited in the space station, training with the other reserve team members while keeping an eye on the frontline situation. The soldiers at the space station were busy, but later, they seemed to grow anxious and tense. Something has happened. Both Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou thought simultaneously. Something has happened. A member of the reserve team rushed in shouting. Most of the reserve team members were military academy students currently in training, and the person who rushed in to share the information was a fifth-year student from Xingluan Military Academy named Zhang Luo. Chu Xingzhou recognized him. Zhang Luo dashed over to Chu Xingzhou, and others gathered around, asking questions. Clearing his throat, Zhang Luo said, "I heard that the advanced troops lost contact shortly after entering that planet." And then, Zhang Luo shook his head. "Do you think it's that easy to gather intelligence?" "That's all I know." Someone sighed, "But I think we might not be able to help. I just saw another warship arrive. There are plenty of regular troops. It won't be our turn." But Shi Yuan didn't think so. She vaguely felt that things weren't that simple and that having more people wouldn't solve the problem. Chapter 103. I am also a senior player. Attention. Reserve team members, please report to the combat preparation room within 5 minutes. After docking at the cosmic station for 4 days, the reserve team members finally received the order. Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou arrived at the combat preparation room and casually found a place to sit down. Zhang Luo quickly joined them, sitting next to Chu Xingzhou with eyes full of anticipation. "Hey, do you think we're being called into the battlefield at this time?" Zhang Luo asked excitedly. Chu Xingzhou replied, "Don't get too excited. The need for reserve team members to enter indicates that the situation is very grim. The likelihood of us encountering danger is quite high, and the chances of dying inside are also significant." Zhang Luo was not afraid at all. "Since I chose to go to military school to become a soldier, I'm not afraid of sacrifice. What I'm most afraid of is not even having the chance to go on the field." Chu Xingzhou smiled. "You're right." Zhang Luo patted his shoulder and wanted to say more. Shi Yuan realized that this person was quite talkative. Otherwise, someone as cold as Chu Xingzhou wouldn't become friends without taking the initiative. Zhang Luo chattered on, but the information he conveyed was minimal. Soon, the officer in charge of the reserve team entered, and the room fell silent. Without saying a word, the officer opened the holographic projector, and a huge image appeared before everyone. Shi Yuan immediately straightened her body. The image showed a street filled with people, but as the camera zoomed in, it became clear that those were not people. They were zombies. Tattered clothing, flesh and blood in disarray, they wandered aimlessly on the street, suddenly dashing madly toward one direction. There were living people over there, and countless zombies pounced on them, tearing and biting. The person was trapped in the horde of zombies, their expression one of agony as they watched their own body being devoured. Soon, the expression on their face disappeared, and they too became a zombie. Shi Yuan seemed to smell the stench of decay. The combat preparation room was filled with continuous retching sounds, and Zhang Luo could not hold it in either, covering his mouth and unable to speak for a long time. Only Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou were somewhat okay. Shi Yuan had long been immune to zombies, while Chu Xingzhou had a strong capacity for acceptance and had been involved in this matter for some time, giving him some psychological preparation. After the video ended, the officer finally spoke. "This footage was captured from Reedstar, which is the location of our mission. This planet outside the Alliance has been temporarily named Reedstar. After the explosion of Nolan Star, Reedstar became a new base for the Reed family and the Yuan family. Now, the entire Reedstar is filled with zombies. According to the reconnaissance of the advanced team, this planet contains enormous energy underground. According to the Alliance's classification, it is at least a B-grade energy star. This means we cannot activate large-scale destructive weapons to clear the entire planet. If a B-grade energy star explodes, it will release a massive amount of energy into the universe, affecting a wide range. Although Reed Star is not within the Alliance's territory, it is not far away, and once it explodes, the peripheral planets of the Alliance will definitely suffer damage. Therefore, we can only rely on ourselves to go deep into Reedstar and clear out the zombies. The reserve team was dispersed and incorporated into the regular army, with Shi Yuan, Chu Xingzhou, and Zhang Luo assigned to the same group. Zhang Luo was very excited. Let me tell you, I played Doomsday Arrival, and I was really strong in it. Now I can show off my skills. Chu Xingzhou retorted, come on, you can respawn in the game, but this is the real world. One bite from a zombie means game over. Take it easy. I know. Zhang Luo was just getting carried away with his words. In reality, he was still quite alert. Anyone who could enter the military reserve team was not a simple character. Once they grew up, they would become the main force of the military. Shi Yuan had mixed feelings. On one hand, she felt more relaxed than anyone else. This was her most familiar battlefield, and she believed that if she couldn't handle it, others would be even less capable. On the other hand, she was not in a good mood at all. She knew how terrifying the zombie virus was. Not being able to use large destructive weapons meant that mechas could not be used either. She didn't know how many people would have to sacrifice during this mission. The military issued protective suits. After Shi Yuan put one on and tested it, she found that if the zombies were like those from her previous life, this suit could withstand bites from zombies below level 5. This was much better than the conditions before, and the weapons were the same, which reassured Shi Yuan a lot. The team descended onto the rooftop of a tall building. Below, zombies were roaring madly and violently banging against the building's main door. They seem to have found us, Zhang Luo said, looking down at the crowd below. Chu Xingzhou also looked down. It's not that they seem to have found us. They definitely have. Their sense of smell is more sensitive than the zombies from Earth. I estimate their combat ability has improved as well, Shi Yuan said. Zhang Luo curiously asked, how do you know that? Shi Yuan looked at him expressionlessly. Sorry for not mentioning it earlier, but I am also a senior player of Doomsday Arrival. The team captain, whose surname was Sue, was an outgoing woman. She walked over to the trio from the reserve team and looked down together with them. It turns out you have more experience than I do. I should have played the game too. That was a missed opportunity. Shi Yuan coughed lightly. We should break through as soon as possible. Otherwise, we might get trapped on this rooftop. Captain Sue asked without hesitation, have we confirmed the supply drop location? A team member replied, it has been confirmed. Vehicles and various supplies are dropped within a 1-kilometer radius to the southeast. Captain Sue ordered everyone break through and retrieve the supplies. They couldn't T-drive match since that would create too much noise and attract the zombies. But their situation was still better than that of humans in the apocalyptic world on Earth. Advanced weapons made their escape seem less difficult. During this process, Shi Yuan's abilities stood out. Not only Captain Sue, but all the team members noticed it. After successfully getting into the vehicle dropped by the military, Zhang Luo looked at Shi Yuan with starry eyes. Wow, you're a high player. You're even better than me. You're so familiar with the zombies' every move. Shi Yuan ignored him, her gaze fixed outside the car window. The zombies were stronger than those in the Earth apocalypse, not only in smell, but also in hearing and sensitivity. Even their teeth and nails were sharper. Captain Sue's voice came through the communication channel. We just received a notice. We are now heading to the manor, located more than 30 kilometers from here. It is said that a life signal from a living person has been detected there. The appearance of living people on Reedstar could either be the advanced team members who entered earlier or the Reed family and other culprits. Whoever it was, they were worth the long journey to confirm. They approached the manor at the fastest speed and made contact with other teams. The military had issued orders to a total of 3 teams, which would surround the entire manor from 3 directions. Chapter 104. The downfall of Shi Yuan Peak. The estate was large, and 3 teams entered from different directions. They climbed over the wall. There weren't many zombies in the outer courtyard. Originally wandering in groups, they became instantly excited upon sensing the presence of living humans. Judging by their clothing, most were former workers of the estate. Due to strict management of entry and exit, the zombies inside couldn't get out, and the zombies outside couldn't get in after the outbreak of the zombie virus. After eliminating the zombies outside, they were ready to enter the interior. From a distance, they could hear the violent banging of the main gate as the zombies inside, having caught a whiff of life, wanted to come out but were blocked by the sturdy gate, only able to express their frustration with futile rage. There was no time to waste. They had to act immediately. Captain Sue was the first to move, firing several shots to shatter the windows of the estate, and zombies rushed out through the openings. After clearing this wave, they finally entered the estate's interior, with Captain Su leading the way into the corridor. Click! Shi Yuan heard a faint sound. Be careful of traps. As soon as she finished speaking, the layout of the corridor suddenly changed, separating the team members in an instant. Unfortunately, Shi Yuan found herself alone. In the dim corridor, a wall was behind her, and the only way forward was straight ahead. Shi Yuan turned on her flashlight, directing the beam ahead as she cautiously moved forward. After what felt like an eternity, she walked into a room. 2 zombies lunged at her, but her reflexes were quicker than her thoughts. She thrust out ice spikes, accurately piercing the foreheads of the 2 zombies. When she retracted the ice spikes, she retrieved 2 crystal cores, and the zombies collapsed to the ground. As she approached, she saw the faces of the 2 zombies and was instantly shocked. They were Shi Yuan and Yang Huili, the mother and daughter, who should have been exiled to a lower-tier planet, appeared on Reedstar, and it was evident that this was the doing of Shi Yuan. If the 2 of them had known they would become mindless zombies upon arriving at Reedstar, they might have thought twice about coming. Help! A familiar voice calling for help came from another entrance of the room, confirming that there were indeed living people here. Just as Shi Yuan was preparing to assist, a person stumbled in, pursued by 3 or 4 zombies. Shi Yuan dealt with the zombies, and the person, panting heavily, looked over and exclaimed, Yuan, what are you doing here? Are you here to save me? Shi Yuan took a few steps back, coldly eyeing Xian. You've been bitten by a zombie. Xian looked at his bleeding arm, the bite marks clearly visible, and his expression turned to one of terror, though he tried to maintain his composure. Yuan, it's okay. The current medical technology is far more advanced than during the apocalypse on Earth. I will definitely be saved, as long as I can leave this damn planet. Shi Yuan replied expressionlessly. Unfortunately, the Alliance does not have that kind of technology. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent the military to exterminate all the zombies on this planet. Xian shook his head frantically. No, that's impossible. I can't become a zombie. I still have a bright future ahead. He suddenly looked at Shi Yuan. Yuan, you can help me, right? Major General Shi said you can solve all problems. Please save me. I can't just die like this. The ability, transfer, if Shi Yuan used this ability, she could transfer the zombie virus out of Xianmingxuan's body. Shi Yuan took out her energy gun. For the sake of our acquaintance, I'll let you end it yourself. Xianmingxian looked at her in disbelief. No, Yuan, you can't do this to me. You clearly like me. I have nothing to do with Shi Yuan anymore. Why won't you forgive me? Shi Yuan's finger rested on the trigger. It seems you're unwilling to end your own life. That's fine. I'll help you. Yuan. Bang. The bullet from the energy gun pierced through Xianmingxuan's forehead. His face displayed shock and fear as he fell to the ground. I could have saved you. But why should I? Shi Yuan continued forward, exiting the room and entering another corridor. She passed through the corridor and entered a hall resembling a church. In the middle of the hall, a gigantic cage contained a monster. Shi Yuan approached with mixed feelings. Shi Yuan, look at you now. You think you're the master, but you're merely a tool in someone else's hands. Whether you become a butcher or a test subject is just a matter of thought. Shut up. Shi Yuan in the cage weakly shouted. His upper body was bare, numerous needle marks scattered across his skin, which had turned a sickly green, resembling a zombie, while his lower body was that of a black monster, a creature from Nolan's star. Kill me, Shi Yuan said again. Shi Yuan stood there motionless for a long time before finally asking, let me ask you one last question. Has Chu Yuan, or rather Cui Cheng'en's body, really been cremated? Shi Yuan did not answer. Shi Yuan snorted coldly. I see. You're truly a complete villain. Death would be too good for you. The ice spike pierced through Shi Yuan's body but did not hit a vital spot, causing him to scream in pain. Only when Shi Yuan was reduced to a bloody mess did Shi Yuan finally relent. With a final strike to his forehead, Shi Yuan's life, from an insignificant pawn to a major general in the second star domain, and ultimately a wanted criminal in the Alliance, came to an end at that moment. Chapter 105, The Final Boom. Boom! Boom! One explosion after another echoed, and Shi Yuan stood in place, surprised to see Chu Xingzhou and Zhang Luo descending from the sky. Are you okay? Chu Xingzhou asked Shi Yuan as soon as he steadied himself. Shi Yuan shook his head. indicating that he wasn't injured. Zhang Luo also steadied himself and dusted off his clothes, saying, "Indeed, violent disassembly is the fastest shortcut. Which direction should we dismantle next?" "Stop dismantling. What if we accidentally destroy some important clues or evidence? We might end up becoming criminals," Shi Yuan replied. Zhang Luo stared at Chu Xingzhou in disbelief. "Didn't you just say otherwise?" Chu Xingzhou ignored him, having already found Shi Yuan. He was no longer in a hurry. The three of them walked together, passing through one room after another, killing countless zombies. Finally, they reunited with the main team. Captain Su saw the three of them and felt the tension in her heart finally ease. The team had been unexpectedly split, but the others were all elites from the military, so she wasn't worried at all. It was only these three interns from the military academy that she didn't know much about. She didn't know their strength, but they were just interns and were likely not as capable as the military elites. If something happened to them, she wouldn't know how to explain it, and her conscience would also be troubled. Now that the three had returned, she could finally relax. "Report, Captain. We discovered a wanted criminal on our way forward. Major Shi Yufeng from the second star domain. We have already killed him." "Huh?" Captain Su took a deep breath. "What did you say? Who was killed?" "Shi Yufeng," Shi Yuan repeated. "Quick, take me to see." Captain Su hurriedly urged Shi Yuan to lead the way. Shi Yuan brought the main team back to the room where Shi Yufeng's body was still lying. Captain Su circled around him a few times. "This is the outcome of scheming against the tiger. Always thinking you are the master, but in reality, you are just a fish on someone else's chopping board. Notify the higher-ups to take his body back." Next, Shi Yuan took her to find the bodies of Yang Huili and others. However, since they were inconsequential people, Captain Su only took a glance and didn't deal with them further. "They're just zombies. What else is there to handle? At worst, we could just burn them when we leave." This was the final fate of these people, which was truly lamentable. The team continued onward and met up with two other teams along the way. Together, they swept through the entire manor, capturing some people. Among them were fleeing members of the Yuan family and the Reed family, some still human, some already zombies, and some on the verge of becoming zombies. Throughout the process, Shi Yuan never revealed her special ability. The lives and deaths of these people were none of her concern. After finishing the cleanup of the manor, the squad continued to clear out the zombies outside. The military had invested considerable resources, and even so, it took nearly half a year to clear all the zombies from Reed Star. The members of the Reed family were either dead or captured. A conspiracy that had lasted for 2,000 years finally came to an end. Shi Yuan and Chu Xingzhou returned to the Xinglan Military Academy. No one knew what they had been doing for the past 6 months, only that the two had participated in a secret military mission. Life returned to normal, and it was once again time for the final exams. Shi Yuan unexpectedly secured the top position. Shi Heng completed his training at the ability user base and ultimately decided to return to the second star domain for development. However, he would no longer do so as Shi Yufeng's son, but simply as Shi Heng. Shi Yuan saw him off at the starport, watching his figure, and suddenly felt that he had become much steadier. After experiencing so much, her initial extreme dislike for Shi Heng had now transformed into a laid-down resentment. Perhaps when they met next time, they could really interact like an ordinary pair of siblings. "I'm officially going to intern at the military next year." Chu Xingzhou stood beside her. "Congratulations." "Ahem. I actually wanted to ask if you would be interested in accompanying me to Phoenix Star for a stroll." Shi Yuan smiled and replied, "Of course."